Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the process marathon. Ding, ding, ding. I'll give you a second for everybody to get on. Not to realize the show is on. Hey, hey, welcome, welcome. Happy Sterile Processing Week, everyone. It's another marathon, another 12-hour show. You know, Sterile Processing Week. And guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I will go into our intro and be right back in a minute. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back, guys. Let me do intro one more time. Yes, guys, I'm back. I'm back. So, first of all, I just want to thank all the sponsors, and sponsors are very important. You gotta have sponsors, guys. You gotta have sponsors in order to have a great show. So, I'd like to thank Beyond Clean for providing education today. So, from 4 to 4:30, we will have a CE presentation from 4 to 4:30, and I'll give you some more details on that. Um, in a few minutes. Also, I'd like to thank Censis, SensorTrack, SensorTrack Technologies for sponsoring. Really appreciate them. I'd also like to thank. Hold on. I'd like to thank my chapter, Mid Atlantic Central Service Associations, for all the help they supported with. Lila Price, thank you. Appreciate it. I'd also like to thank sponsors for the next event coming up in a few days from Zuno Medical, from my golf event, Zuno Medical, Aseptic Technical Solutions, Advantage Support Services, and Sterile Processing Service Excellence. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring. Um, I'll go into a couple of commercials and I'll be right back. All right, guys. I'm just managing the show now. So, one second. I would just like to thank my. One second. So, Censis Technologies, the first company to engineer an asset management system that tracks down to the instrument and patient levels. As an industry leader in surgical instrument tracking, their suite of SPD tools brings clarity to the chaos, empowering sterile processing and the preoperative leaders to prioritize patient care. To learn, visit census.com, guys. And that's our sponsor for this show, Sensor Track. Please follow them. Please check out the tracking system. Very good system. I've used it myself, and I'd encourage you guys to take a look at Census Tracking. All right, that's a word from our sponsor. Also, I have a special guest on who will help me bring in the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Miss Jennifer Nguyen. Thank you
Hi,
for coming
Janard.
on.
How you
How are
doing?
you?
Very good, thanks. Very good.
All right,
Just
all right.
just got back from Italy for some meetings about Calzuro.
Okay, okay. How was that?
Very good, very good.
Good,
Lots
very
of
good.
new things coming for the Rebel. So that's exciting.
That's good. That's good. So how have you been? Let me give you a little background. Calzero.com sponsored the process in we collaborated in 2022. And
Hmm.
also Miss Win and Calzero was so nice to uh provide shoes for my entire team. And thank you so much for doing that. Also,
You're welcome.
to my mission in Jamaica, they provided shoes for all the mission workers too. So thank you so much.
You're
Um,
welcome.
I also went down to Guatemala in August, and we gave them some of those shoes. Also, they were very happy. Sean Ware and myself, we gave out some of those shoes, and the nurses were so happy to receive that. So, but thank you for all the work that you guys are doing.
You're welcome. Happy to keep people safe with footwear.
Thank you, thank you, thank
You're
you, thank
doing you're doing the job for patients. We're trying to do the job for sterile processing.
you. Yeah, and very good. And guys, check out calzero.com. Very good shoes. So, Miss Wayne, tell us about Calzero and the new initiatives. And I know you have the Rebel coming out. And tell us about the new
Yeah.
initiatives. I'll
Yeah.
just give you the floor for a second.
Well, the Rebel has been out since a year ago in right now, and the really exciting new addition is going to be that you can wear the comfort insole and still have the benefit massaging bumps for your circulation in your legs, but they are also making the sole with the massaging bumps with anatomically indentations like the classic, and so that insert is going to be different, and then there's also going to be um, a different kind of comfort insole, and I can show a picture of that because it's exciting. And um, that is going to be right here. So you'll have the layer of comfort, again made in Europe, and it'll be a choice. So you can wear the insole with anatomically correct insoles with massaging bumps. You can still have the benefit of massaging bumps, but the insole here, we should have those in about a month. We're selling Rebel on Amazon now, and that's exciting, but we love for people to come to calzero.com for great customer service. And the main thing is we love to stay connected with sterile processing. That's my main relationships on LinkedIn. You're all very special, and we know how hard you work and keep patients safe. So the Calzero can be sterilized. It can be, your shoes can be sterilized. You can scrub and get ready. Keeping the shoes at work and having them decontaminated and then process sterilizing. We've been to the sterile processing departments and shown people. Um, we have a hospital system in Columbus now wanting to outfit each one of their 30 hospitals for the sterile processing. So it's very exciting. The shoes have been around since 1987. They were um, created in 1983 in Italy. We were able to go to the plant. Ryan Wynn was able to see the production. He's the new owner, and it was just an amazing trip because just for Terry Wynn and I to be reminded that these have craftsmanship made that are, you know, just very individualized. 5 minutes a pair for manufacturing. It's amazing. They have secure backs um, and wash and wear. I mean, decontaminate, sterilize, or wash. Clorox dip. Um, all the things that you're doing for all the patients. We want to do for you.
So thank you, and tell us about all the colors you guys have. And I know you have an array of colors.
Well, if you go online, but you can see we have 17 and 20 colors of different styles. We also have another shoe that's washable. All feet fit shoes differently. So we have another 5 colors of the lights. Everything is certified and slip resistant, anti-static. You've got the plugs. Those come with straps. The Calzuro Classic that's been around since 1983. It has an optional personal preference for a strap. And I was going to get my shoe covers. The main thing is they're still slip resistant with your shoe covers when you're all scrubbing and getting ready in your outfits.
So where can we find the Sterile Processing family? Where can we find the shoes when you're ready to purchase? And are there any coupons or any discounts available?
Yep. We can, this week, we can turn on the process coupon again for you if you want. So if you agree to that, we will turn that on starting tomorrow, the first day of your national week, and run that through Friday. That's a 15% savings. But calzuro.com, CALZURO.com, and Amazon. My lights just went out. I'm the only one in the office or in the warehouse. I don't know why it went out.
All right.
I was standing too still.
Give a round of applause for that. Thank you. And you guys could get that process. Type in the.
We'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, you will be in Las Vegas.
Yep. Brian and.
You will be in Las Vegas?
We'll be in Las Vegas. Calzuro will be there, and had a great meeting when we went to Tennessee. Meet all of you.
Interesting. So guys, if you don't know, but HSP is having their national conference in Las Vegas next year. Please make sure to find out more details. Go to the website and see if you could make it to the conference. Start putting your time in and making those plans with your management team or with your department to try and get time off to go to the conference. A conference is something you should go to at least once in your career, just to see and to network with other professionals.
It's a very impressive meeting. I've been doing meetings since 1996, but you all do it right.
Wow. That's nice. And you've been part of the community for so long. So that's why I'm always encouraging persons to check out calzuro.com and then purchase some shoes. Keep your feet, love your feet, and your feet will love you back. So
and we also do group purchasing too. If it's not a purchase this week, if you want to talk to management that wants to call calzuro.com, we do a lot of Together for You as a coupon that's on our website. The best part is a lot of people can share these shoes because everybody doesn't have to have their own pair. But if you have a selection of sizes, when people come to work, they would be clean and able. And then maybe, I don't know how those shifts work, but that is one thing for the departments in sterile processing to really give their workers the benefit of the product, better circulation, anatomically correct, standing on your feet. I went through a sterile processing. I could see all of that, and less back fatigue. Lots of benefits. Look us up. We got a great new website. Marketing team has worked hard the last couple months, and it's easy to shop and watch for specials. Follow us on social media. We have new TikTok. That's going to be fun.
Nice,
So
nice, very interesting.
yeah, so we got a lot going on, and Italy is very excited for what they're adding to the collection, and always inventing, always care about sterilization.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you
Well, thanks.
coming on.
Yeah,
And
thanks for having
I
me.
will end. I'll end your segment with one of your Cal Zero ads. So thank you so much,
Okay,
Jennifer, for coming
okay.
on.
Thanks,
Really
Denard.
appreciate it.
Have a great week, and we just appreciate all of you.
Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
All
Bye.
right, bye bye. All right, Jennifer. See you.
Thank you. We'll have to get you some rebel images too.
Definitely, definitely. I would
They're
appreciate that.
they're they're really going well. I think a lot of people can find great comfort with that new style too.
All right. So thank you,
Thank
Jennifer.
you. Good luck with your 12 hours.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All
I'll
right.
be thinking about you.
Bye.
Be watching you
Bye.
too. Bye
Yeah,
bye.
thank you. Appreciate it. Bye. All right, guys. All right, family. So we are still here. We have about 11 hours and 20 and 39, 30, what, the 7, 8, 9 minutes left. So um I just want to thank my sponsors again. I really appreciate you guys, and sponsors are very important. You can't keep the lights on without sponsors. So thank you so much. Thank you also, thank you to all my cell processing professionals out there who are working today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for actually being at work, staying focused, and being on the grind. Because sometimes our weekend people get the most work or the brunt of the work, because there are less people in the department at that point. So thank you to my weekend folks. Appreciate your support. And also one little thing I just want to point out. Guys, like and subscribe to the channel. And also, hey, I upgraded my like and subscribe. I think this one is better. Let me know what you think. Is that what I like and subscribe? And also use your pinky finger, hit that notification bell every time, so that every time you know when we have new content coming out. I really appreciate it. And our subscribers are going up, and trying to get to that magical number. So guys, like, subscribe. You can always follow us on LinkedIn, YouTube, and on Facebook. So thank you so much. I also want to talk about the SP networking event in a few days. It's at the end of Sterile Processing Week. We're trying to go out with a bang, so to speak. Not a literal bang, but kind of like a bomb bang, like we normally have, like a bomb bang, boosh type of boosh, 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 boom, like that, like boom, right? So we're trying to go out with a bang on the Saturday night. So we're going out. We're gonna have it's gonna you're not gonna come out and not have get a CE. So you're gonna get at least one CE. Trying to put that get your recertification from HSPA. You're gonna get one CE. You're gonna get 3 hours of golf. You're gonna play golf for 3 hours if you like. And then there'll be food and free non-alcoholic drinks, free refills on your non-alcoholic drinks, and that'll be so awesome for those people who don't drink alcohol. But for those who do drink alcohol, you can buy your own. So come out too, if if you want to get wasted. So I digress. So guys, Thank you so much for tuning in. We have over 30 guests coming on. I know you guys see me by myself, like, oh, it's just gonna be you're just gonna be by yourself for 12 hours. No, 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 guys. I'm not gonna be by myself for 12 hours. This is just the intro to the big dance. All right. So we have so many guests coming on, and I'm gonna run through the names of the people who will be on today throughout the show. So I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I know I'm gonna be tired as heck. I have something, some food, I have some water. My water bottles here. I'm ready to get down. So good. And I'm trying to get myself ready because I know it's gonna be a long, rough 24 sorry 12. And now it's 12:24. It's gonna be a long, long, long few hours, couple hours. So let me see. Okay, um so we're gonna go into a little break and then we'll be right back. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. So let me go into the names. Okay. All right. So just let me go into the names of my guests for the night. So I'm going to start from the end to the beginning. Let me get my list. And I think I probably even missed a few people. So, okay. So let me get into my list. So now, guys, forgive me if I butcher the names. I'm trying here. We're gonna have Ofui Omar later today. We're gonna have Daniel Smith later today. Shantae Brown, Denzel Cook, Jill Holsworth. We're gonna have Anthony Bandon coming on also. We're gonna have Marcus Farmer on here too. We're gonna have Hank Balch, none other than Mr. Beyond Clean. We're going to have also Kenneth Williams, Mr. Time to Talk. We're going to have Melinda Alamari from Healthmark, Jamid Billingsley, the one and only. I don't have to explain what he does. From Advantage Support Services, Arlene Bush. Also, let me go through next page. Sorry. We're going to have Sharon Green Golden on tonight. We're going to have Lawin Perkins, Nathan Cody. We're going to have the famous Stephen Kovac. If you've been in the field for a while, you know Stephen. We're going to have Mr. Jesse Lopez on later. Jesse Lopez. We're going to have Marie Brewer also. Shanice Brown. I believe she's I was trying to get a couple technicians on, but it's kind of tough to get technicians to come on. Miss Say It Out Loud, Angie Bears Holland is coming on. Sharon Combs is also coming on. Lindsay Aaron Shibia. I hope I didn't butcher that name. She's coming on also. We have Vanessa Kavanaugh from Census coming on. Kia Parker. She's big on LinkedIn. I've seen a lot on LinkedIn. She's coming on. Echo Putnam, one of the ladies doing that new podcast with the Colored Head ladies. So she's coming on. Lila Price, Solindra Bearfield, Matthew Richardson, Adrena Watson from Adrena is just a good sponsor. She's a sponsor. She sponsored me for my last mission in Jamaica. And Damian Berg is coming on also. Doronda Lewis, Sips from Sips. And you know Damian from HSPA. I don't need to explain who Damian is. Adam Okada is also coming on. And Dante Jones is coming on also from Aseptic Technical Solutions. So, without any further ado, I'll bring on my first two guests to the show. We have Brandon Gant and Amina Omar. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me do my hand clap if I can, if I remember how to do it. Welcome, guys. How are you today? Happy Sterile Processing Week.
Happy Sterile Processing Week.
Happy Sterile Processing Week. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
You are welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me get my claps in. All right, all right. So, how are you guys today? Happy Sterile Processing Week, and introduce yourselves.
Well, I'll go first then, since I'm the lady. I'm Amina Omar. I'm a manager at Valley Health Hospital. Been in CPD environment for at least 4 years. Onto my fifth soon. Moved up from tech to educator to manager. Enjoying the position, loving it thoroughly, with all its challenges and understanding its whys. So nice to speak and be here.
All right, all right.
I am Brandon Gant. I am the manager of SPD education and training for the Emory healthcare system. I've been working in sterile processing for, I think, about 10 years now. This is my 10th anniversary. And I've had a peri-op background before that. So I have been a technician, I have been a supervisor and manager, and now working at the system level. And I'm really excited to be celebrating SPD Week with starting it off with you guys. So glad to be here.
All right.
And
So,
I'm also on the board of directors for HSPA.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Left
I
that
know
part
that guy
out.
from somewhere. I knew him from somewhere. So let's just give a little thing for the 10 years. All right, congratulations, brother. Congratulations. You got the first bomb of the day. So, guys, today's topic is why we matter. So, why do you think we matter so much in the facility as managers and supervisors and leaders to our techs, um, and just to the overall care of patients in general? Do you guys have any insight or any foresight, anything you gotta, you know, to share on why we matter as teleperson professionals?
I guess I'll go first because this is kind of a spiel that I always give my students. I have a lot of students that pass through my life. But I always tell them that we are kind of the foundation of surgical services. And with that instrumentation, there is a very delicate balance sometimes between life and death. If we pass on instruments that are not correct to the doctors and nurses. And we play such an important role in getting those surgical cases to be a success. And, sometimes sterile processing is forgotten about. I will freely admit that when I first started working in healthcare, I had no idea what sterile processing was, what they did. I just knew that there was instruments somewhere, but I had no idea who took care of them. And so it was quite a while before that department even registered in my mind. So it's very important to surgical services.
So to add on to that, when I did my education with my students and as well with sometimes taking the perioperative nurses and scrub techs through my department, the first question I ask them when they come through is why they are what they are and why do they do what they do. Because that having that in-depth understanding for yourself and who you are and what you do will transcend in the work that you do. So basically, a lot of times, some people kind of get bewildered with this question because a lot of times, not everyone goes into it because they love their job. A lot of times, it's just the field that they know they're going to earn more money in, or it has healthcare abilities associated with it, or there's many different reasons that people come into the healthcare industry. And not many people do understand the why. So when they ask them that, it really gives them that chance to reflect on themselves and reflect on what they're doing. And I always come back to the point that to say, okay, if whatever reason you came to the healthcare industry, be that why for you, that why was important. If it's to earn yourself money to provide for your family, if it's to someone you knew passed away from some surgical site infection and you wanted to make a difference. If it's because somebody, whatever the why is, it's your why. But the hospital's why and your why, we're joint. Now, this joint becomes because we're all patients. And each and every one of us will have to come to a doctor or surgeon, or have a family member will come to a doctor or a surgeon. And this is where what we do as an industry in central sterile processing becomes important. And that why is intrinsic because it holds us together. When we're coming for some kind of operation, be it labor and delivery, delivering a baby, or if it comes in for taking out your tonsils, everything uses a sterile instrument. And that's where we become important. And that why is so important because that could be one of us, one of our loved ones on that table. That could be any one of us. So surgical instruments is the heartbeat of the OR. What we do is so important, and how we do it is greater. So everything my techs touch, they must always remember that that tray, that container, that instrument could be for their loved ones or for themselves. And they want to do it to the best of their abilities. So for me, that why is we all a patient, and each and every one of us deserves the best healthcare we can give.
Great answer, great answer, great answer. So I'll bring another answer question back to you guys. So is there a wrong why for doing what we do, or does it matter if someone does it for financial reasons, as you said, or for their family, or they just want something to do in the meantime, like a transitional position? Does it really matter? Does your why make you work differently, or does it not? What do you think?
Um,
Brandon?
I, I I think the why definitely does make you work differently. I don't think there is anything wrong with walking into any job because of financial reasons or because of maybe you are looking for an advancement. Um, the most important thing is that when you do walk into that job, you do the best job that you can possibly do. And I think that's where that disconnect comes in sometimes. My late grandmother was born in 1928. And throughout her life, she had many jobs that she did not care for, whether it was scrubbing steps, whether it was working in somebody's home as a maid. But she still gave 100% in all of those roles because she made a commitment to the job. And I think coming in as a sterile processing technician, right now, I think the travel industry is booming, and people look at that money and they say, "Oh, I have to get out there. I have to learn this craft. I have to get into this industry immediately." And that is fine to a certain extent because everybody needs to eat, everybody needs to pay their bills, everybody needs to pay that car note, but you have to want to do a good job. And that's what I'm finding difficult about some of the travelers that I have seen over the last 2 years or so in the industry. They don't think that way. There's just a different mindset now. So although I don't feel that it's always important to have this deep understanding of the job that you are taking on, but you have to have a deep commitment to it. The commitment is important. And if that commitment is not there, then you don't really need to be in the industry. And whatever it could be, whether it is, nursing, whether it is sterile processing technician, whether it's, I don't know, driving a bus. But if there is no deep commitment to it, then it's probably something that you should walk away from because you are doing a disservice to the people that want to be here, to the people that are passionate about sterile processing, and to all of those people that really rely on you, whether it's the doctors, the nurses, the patients, etc.
So based on that, I totally agree with Brandon. The whys are what drives a person. It's the drive that brings you to the jobs that you're currently doing. And that is your why. That is intrinsically what makes you motivated to get up every day and do what you're doing and to do the best you can give. I think it's a lot of the times it's bringing out the importance of what you're doing and understanding it from that level of it's not just a financial gain, as Brandon spoke about, because when people lose it in the money aspect of things, then the quality is lost, because all they're driven by is that financial aspect. And I think in the healthcare and what we do is so important. And many times people might think, oh, they just glorified dishwashers, which is where that concept is lost, because we're not just glorified instrument cleaners. The type of work we do enables a surgeon to do their jobs well or perfectly or even great. Because if someone's scissors is not cutting right, they're hurting, they're damaging. And that comes back to us understanding and teaching the people that we employ how important what we do is to the end patient, to the end user of our instruments. Because, and I think that's why I always drive back to say, if you were on that table and someone brought you this tray, what would you do? Would you be happy to be receiving your own instruments? Well, how would you feel about that? So I think that when it comes to questioning that why, as to what are we doing it for and what we are achieving from doing this job, is where we need to make sure people bring in the human element to it.
Good answers. Good answers. I like those. I like those. I'm just gonna push back a little bit and say, what if I'm experiencing some financial difficulties right now, and that this job is the only thing that could get me out? So it's kind of temporarily my why, but it doesn't affect my the dedication to what I'm doing, if you know what I'm saying. So can it be like a dual why, or like a temporary why, in terms of pushing through certain circumstances until you get to that point where you could just strictly focus on work?
You know, when I first entered this industry, I thought it was a temporary why. I can remember being horrified at the hospital that I sort of trained at, because they were so, I guess, low tech is the word. They were still doing a lot of things by hand. And I said, well, this is needlessly complicated. And so I don't really think I'll be around here that long. So I definitely thought that my stay in the industry would just be temporary. Until I found something else. And so you never really know where people are going to land when they come in with that idea. I have a lot of people now who are, you know, and they're younger, and they look at this as either a stepping stone or just something, a temporary something until something better comes along. But then I've found some of them over the last 3 years that have totally changed their mind about that thought. So you never know. It's kind of hard to speak on, because you just don't know what someone will encounter as they are on this journey of a sterile processing technician, because they may actually start to like the work like me, and they may actually develop a passion about it, and they may just want to make sure that other people understand what this industry is and be an advocate for it, and fall in love with it. So,
All right. Just shout out to Angie and Arlen Bush tuning in. Appreciate it. Amina, what you say?
I think it's neither here nor there. In a situation whereby why people come in, and whether it's for a short time or for a long time, it's truly based on, some people come into the industry, and most times I do see people coming into this industry like to say, okay, this is my start out into healthcare. This is my stepping stone. And I quite frankly never stop them from wanting to develop themselves. I always think it's a great avenue for people to want to develop and educate themselves and grow within any industry, if it's And most times I do think it's vital that, for example, if they one day want to become a scrub tech or an OR nurse, that they do start out in our department. Because even when I speak to perioperative nurses that come through my facility to see what we do, I always remind them, like, one day you guys are going to be the director of the OR, or one of you is going to be the VP. You need to understand that this department and how intrinsically its importance is to the facility. As a lot of times you hear in the industry, we're the forgotten child or the unsung heroes, as many of us are seen or felt or called by. And I feel that if somebody's stepping and starting within our industry and growing within our industry, as they develop in their education and in their capabilities, we will become the sung heroes. We will become the ones they praise and look back to for information and education, because they do understand us as they came from within us. So I don't think that is really a bad thing. It's a different situation if someone's just coming in because, as you're saying, it's financial, and they don't understand the industry. But then that's up to us to educate them and show them the importance.
True. Yeah, you have some good points there. I mean, yeah, some good points because it can't be learned, because people come in sometimes with, basically that was their last hope of a job. They tried different careers, during their 20s and 30s, and some are coming in a little younger now, but they tried a couple things and it didn't work out. And this is like, oh hey, this is like my last shot to get a job that pays me well, that I like to do. So I totally understand that sometime at some point it turns from a money maker to, okay, I want to serve the patients and I want to do a good job, to provide good outcomes. So I definitely understand that. So guys, anything guys, I just want some insight. Anything you guys are doing specifically in your areas, to recognize your people, for Sterile Processing Week?
Oh, well, when I first started working in Baltimore, that's when I was at Mercy Medical Center. So shout out to Mercy Medical Center. And Nell Morris was probably still a supervisor there. I know she's still there. And Sterile Processing Week was a big deal to her because she said she really wanted to go out of her way to honor her people and to just thank them for all of the hard work that they do. So it really was a celebration with her, 5 days a week, and it had to be a big celebration. She did not take anything less than a big celebration. And so I've taken that with me everywhere that I've gone, from whether it's the Milton S. Hershey Medical Center, Penn State Health, and now here at Emory. So I will probably, apart from gifts that we've already purchased, we always do big lunches for all of our hospitals. And then there's some other stuff going on. I'm really not good at games. I try to do games, but I am not the person. I can buy prizes, but somebody else has to do the game. So there'll be a lot of that. And it's going to be a busy week. I'll be running around a lot, seeing everybody again, and just making sure that they are having an awesome time, as awesome as they can be with the fully functioning department going on behind all of the festivities. But we try to do a big bash every year.
Nice, nice, nice. All right, Amina, what do you guys got going on?
Same. I do think it's important to highlight our team and show the importance of them. So first thing Monday, we're having a party. Yay.
Okay.
So we got games, we got raffles going on. I got a few prizes for them. So it's exciting. I have all 3 shifts coming, which is big for me. So it'll be exciting.
Oh,
Normally I try to feed the shifts on the different times, but this is the one time I've managed to bring them all together. So and just have a during the weeks we will kind of still do some education, but we will be fed every day for the next week, and we have little thank you gifts for them. So it's going to be an exciting week for us.
nice, nice, nice. And thank you to Danny. Danny, I think We know Danny a little bit. Thank you, for, Danny, for tuning in. Appreciate it. We'll see you later. Um, yes, I wanted to ask this question since I was talking about that. So, so how's the support in the last few years for Sterile Processing Week? How has it gone up, gone down, and is that related to what you think that's related? Is that related to in a way to the economy, how things are being done now, or is it related to the recognition or the lack of recognition for sterile processing? And how difficult was it to get funding, or is there any funding for sterile processing week within your facilities?
There's funding. I've been there for the past 2.5 years. I don't really know what they did before. Or actually, some of the staff has told me that they didn't always have any type of festivities from the system level. I think now that I have been there, we have been giving system level support instead of the each operating unit just doing things independently. So that has been a big help because we have been able to provide more things throughout the week. So I will say that that's probably changed over the last 2 years, that the system level support has been there, that somebody has said, oh, this week is coming up and let's try to do, gifts and everything and make sure that people have decent meals throughout the week. So if anything, things have probably improved at Emory in that regard. But, even over the last 10 years or so, at all of the organizations that I have worked at, I will say this, I have been lucky that nobody has ever said no, nobody has ever questioned cost. And, I thought this was a normal thing for everybody. I just thought everybody had money and everybody celebrated their sterile processing teams. And, it was very naive of me not to realize that's not the case throughout a lot of America, because there may be one pizza party, there may be a cake that somebody brings, it may be something that the employees do on their own to celebrate themselves. So, that was kind of mind blowing to me because I've had so much support throughout my career. But I do feel like in the last 2 years at Emory, we've probably maybe raised the stakes a little bit from the system level, which is a good thing. And the employees really appreciate that.
Nice, nice. You lucky you.
Yeah.
I can say from my department and the previous areas I've worked at, we've always managed to celebrate CPD week, and that's been great. I think currently in my current hospital, they've celebrated it prior. So it's a situation whereby I do know that certain areas don't have what we are able to share with our departments. So I feel for those CPD departments, but we're here celebrating for you and eating for you. But yeah, I will say that I think it's something that if your hospital doesn't have the abilities or the funds, I do think that it's important maybe for the teams to come together and, find a way of celebrating it and bringing some form of acknowledgement to their departments. Um, Even with ourselves, we have a limited funding, but how we go about it is, sometimes I might not be able to buy every person a gift for their birthdays or something. So I save that little money up, and then in my CPD week, I'm putting something together big for them all. So I know that I can give everyone and celebrate them that way. So there's little things that we can try and figure out ways of celebrating our personnel in our department.
All right. And I thank you for that piece, Amina. Um, you put a lot of thought into it, I see. But I'm hearing recently. I just spoke to a couple managers, and they told me, unfortunately, they're getting zero support from their facilities, and they're footing the bill themselves with their own paychecks. So shout out to those managers out there who care about their who can afford to and can afford to provide food, gifts, and such for their team. during Sterile Processing Week, and those techs and those informal leaders also would take it up to have those potlucks and those games and stuff to build morale. So shout outs to y'all who can't afford to do it yourselves, who not getting the support and who are doing it yourselves. So shout out to those guys. I know it's tough sometimes. Um, and it's sad to say we have to budget every year for that particular 1 week to at least have one day with some type of celebration. So I know it's hard for some folks. I have a guest coming on in a few minutes. He'll be on shortly. He was on. He just he just left. So I'll bring on Adam in a couple minutes. Um, going back to the why. So is it is it something that everyone aspires to, or sometimes is it okay if we just productive and doing our jobs properly? Do we need a why, or do we just base it on productivity and outcomes? Or, I mean, if you see somebody that really kind of lost and all they do is work, and their why is not really related to what we do, is it okay to just focus on, hey, the work's getting done, the productivity is good, the outcomes are good, and then we're good? And I don't think there's any wrong answer with that. So what do you guys think?
I think people come to work with different needs. And so you have to analyze them on an individual basis. There are some people who are very mechanical about work. Work is a means to an end, and they're going to come in and do their 8 hours. They're going to meet their productivity and probably go beyond it. And then they're going to go on their way. They might not really be interested in all of the other things that come along with the job or the profession. Um, they'll probably come in and do their CEUs, but they're not interested in anything additional than that. And then you will have other people who are heavily into the industry who are probably listening to your podcast every time you post a new one, or are going to like regional conferences and events and things like that. And so I just kind of think we need to meet people where they are, analyze who each of your employees is, and then provide what they need from there. Because, working at, when I was at Penn State Health and I actually ran a department, I had a lot of employees and they all had their own different quirks and personalities. And so I could never really just go in with that one mind think that, okay, these are all sterile processing technicians and they're all the same person. They weren't. And so I think we have to really look at what that individual wants when they come into work and then go from there. Because I know I am very much that same way. I have something my director tells me to stop saying out loud about the way that I work and and what motivates me. And he said, "Well, will you please stop saying that?" And but he understands where I'm coming from in that regard, because I don't require all of the extras. That's what I feel, recognition or attention that some others may require, because as long as my check clears, I'm always going to do a good job. And even if it doesn't, even if the money is funny, I'm still going to do a good job, although I might look for a new one. But I'm still going to do a good job because that's just the way I was raised. And that's kind of all I require. So, I just think we have to kind of look at people individually.
Totally agree with Brandon there. I think as managers or directors, coordinators, whatever the case may be, there's a bit of psychology in our jobs and understanding the people's motivations, and everyone's different. Everyone is their own characteristic and have their own motivational reasons for why they do what they do every day. And it's sometimes difficult to keep people constantly motivated. As Brandon said, some people are just naturally self-motivated. They understand that this is basically a transaction. They come in to do their job and they're going to get paid by the end of it. And then you have those that need that extra encouragement every day. They need that pat on the back. They need to be known that they've done a good job. Um, and then you have those people who, you know, they don't even know what they're doing or why they're doing it, but they just know they have to be doing something. there's many different characteristics that you'll find on your floor, different personalities. I think it's difficult for managers, supervisors, or coordinators, whatever position you are, to always kind of understand or what the motivation is behind somebody, but to try and figure out ways that we can embody that those people are constantly managing to fulfill whatever needs they have for themselves, but at the same time, the needs that the hospital has to achieve for that patient. So it's a difficult. There is no right or wrong answer to this question, as you said earlier. It's just doing your best and understanding that not everybody's the same.
So true, so true, so true. Yep. And I think managing is definitely complex, especially different personalities, different approaches, not necessarily preference, but you just have to recognize who responds to different stimuli within within the environment. So without further ado, I'll bring on Mr. Adam Okada, and I'll just pose the same question to him since he was listening in the background, trying to figure out how he's going to answer it himself. So he has a little inside track on that one. So welcome, welcome, Adam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Adam Okada with Healthmark Industries. I'm a clinical education specialist, and yeah, happy to be here on your CS Week marathon.
All right, all right, all right. So I'll pose the first question to you. Why do we matter? And we'll go on from there. Why do we matter as a sterile processing industry, as professionals?
You know, we're such a fundamental part of the perioperative experience, and that's something that gets lost a lot of times because they call us the heart of the hospital, or they say, you know, that we're the foundation, all these other things, but they don't treat us like that a lot of the time. But it's absolutely true. If they couldn't function a hospital, and I've seen hospitals actually go out of business because they had issues in sterile processing. Colorado had a hospital where they had water quality issues and they couldn't get them fixed. And because sterile processing couldn't function, the hospital shut down. So that's the reason we matter. We're a fundamental part of that whole process.
Oh, wow. You came out for a whole. I didn't expect you to talk about the hospital shutting down because of sterile processing, but yeah, that definitely one of the impacts of not having a well functioning sterile processing department. Um, from the last question I just asked you, practicing your answer, I know you wrote down some notes. I saw you writing down. So how do you? How does it? How do you? Does somebody's why really matter? Can they go about the normal everyday productivity, time, all that, just be a good worker and not really be, you know, invested in the profession? Is that okay? I know that there's no wrong answer, but is it okay, or would you rather see somebody invested in the profession versus someone
So
just
it's
in it to, you know?
yeah. So I do a talk on this where I talk about training and why the why behind everything that we do matters. And the reason is because if they don't really understand the human impact on the other side of what we do, when it comes to the point where the OR needs something or that rep is bugging you, hey, don't worry about running it, you know, cleaning those things first, just give it to me. I need to take it to another place. They're going to make the wrong decisions because they don't really fundamentally understand those why reasons in the background. For me, when I started in SPD, I started because my dad was bugging me to get out of his house, and he was trying to get me out after I had left college, and he brought him a flyer for a sterile processing class. And Sharon Rojo was actually my instructor, so I was very lucky to have a very good instructor in sterile processing. But when I actually went into sterile processing, I was just looking for a job. That was a 9 to 5 thing. I just needed money and I needed my own place and things like that. So the why hit home later on when I was at a children's hospital, and I went up to put away instrumentation, and there was a baby that was on the table that had passed away. And that's when it sort of, and I don't know why it never struck me before that, but the human impact of the things we do in sterile processing really hit home after that incident. And I think everybody that's like gone and far into, you know, higher reaches of the industry, I think everybody's got a story like that, where they had something that impacted them that really made them care about it, and then they carried that on with everybody, you know, and into their careers and everything, because it impacts everything that we do. And I do think that great technicians probably do have that why it's so important. Why do we do the right thing? Even if people are bugging us to go faster and faster, because productivity is always something that gets pushed. I think the good technicians are the one that remember that and really try to stick to the things we're supposed to do, even when it's hard to do that.
You have a point. What do you guys think? I think he has a point there. In those critical times where you have to make that decision, am I doing my it and skating, or am I going that extra step to make sure the patient gets a sterile product in time?
I think that Adam's on point. Our job is about cleanliness. Our job is about ensuring that patient safety is the first and foremost thing on our mind every day. Um, so if we're not following the regulations and the standards, then it has a ripple effect, not just, and that's the thing when I say we're the heart of the surgery, because our effect that we have on the way the surgeon conducts his operation, every instrument he touches comes through our hands first, and that will directly affect that patient. Um, if that patient ends up with an infection that due to something that we have not properly sterilized or cleaned or taken the time to follow the regulations, then that comes back onto our hands. It's like technically saying your hands are dirty, um, in literal sense, because we played a part in that patient or that person losing their life to septicemia and things like that. So we always have to carry that human element in us. We always have to carry that understanding and bring it back to our floor. And I think everything stems from leadership downwards. If we don't care enough to ensure that our floor are following standards and regulations, our team is not going to care about it. So it always stems from who is pumping that blood to the teams, and that starts from our leadership.
I think I agree with Amina when she said it really does matter. The leader matters a lot because, you know, even at my time at some of my Penn State, I will say, we did have that mentality where people did just want to do their 8 and they wanted to leave. But when they saw that there was somebody else who was passionate about the work that they were doing, then we were able to get that little bit extra from them. And I think that relationship between the leader and the workers is very important as well, because that is a bond. You are working with somebody for 5 days a week. You're probably seeing them more than you're seeing your family at home. And it's so important to have that connection with your workers and for them to feel a connection with you, because I do know that I was able to get things from the staff that previous people in my role were not able to get from them. And that did benefit the hospital. It benefited those cases that were going in the OR. And so I completely agree with Amina and Adam.
Oh, good. At least we have a consensus here. I was hoping for a little disagreement, but it's not working today. So Adam, in your role, do you play a part in cell processing departments per se, or are you strictly off-site?
So at HealthMark, we do like clinic, what we call consultative practice reviews, where we kind of go in and do audits in the department. So I still get to go in and actually sort of see the departments and see how they function and try to help them out. But no longer to the part of the manager, where I used to be a manager and educator inside the hospitals. But that's kind of a cool role too, because I get to see what a lot of people are doing instead of just the one hospital. And you know, there's something fun about being at a facility and getting into the nitty gritty and fixing those things. I do miss that part, and I miss the people part, interacting with that. But it's cool to also be on the other side of the vendors, the dark side, I guess, as they say, to see how a lot of different departments are doing things, because there's a lot of good ideas out there and a lot of different things. Like, no department is perfect, I can tell you that. Every hospital has little things that they're just not seeing or not focusing on. And it's really tough to do that in our industry because the instruments are more complex. There's so much scrutiny on SPD as far as regulatory bodies, and everything is just seems to be increasing in complexity. So it's kind of cool to see that too, the other side of that, and how other departments are doing things.
Cool. One day I'll have to come on your side and see what's going on. See how I could
Yeah.
help with some education too.
Come on over to the dark side.
So the question. So no, I don't want to ask that question because that's too close to work. So guys, are there any individuals within your department? I know Adam might not be able to answer that. Any individual within your facility that step up besides the leaders to encourage like the parties, the events, the games? Do you have help in terms of the team, or are you forcing it on the team? Saying, "Hey, we need to do this." Are they willing participants, or are you driving the ship and rowing the boat and raising the sails and everything yourself? So do you have help?
Well, of course, at Emory, we have individual managers at all of the sites who are very invested in making this a exciting week. Not to single anybody out or make anybody upset, but Sharice Brown and Stacy Stagg and Bathsheba Peterson at Johns Creek, Emory Johns Creek, they have the best games and everything prepared for their staff. So when I do go out and visit, I kind of like to end there on a Friday because they usually have like a really big day. But the managers are very supportive in making things exciting. Even the specialty directors, the nursing directors get involved as well because they want to make it as big as they can. And that's good as well, because I think the staff loves to see that. They love to see when people come down from the OR to really get involved in their week and just get some additional praise from them. But I think at Emory, I've been very lucky that all of the facilities really do like to make sure that their staff gets a very busy and eventful and fun week to celebrate them.
Interesting. So you have a preference to what department you're going to? Okay. All right. Cool. Appreciate that.
Well, I mean, I like to go to all of them. This is, I have fun at all of them.
So Mina, how is it going on your side?
I can't complain. My side is good. We have a good OR CPD team, and recently joined well in with the infection prevention department. So we do weekly rounds, so everybody knows my face now. I'm not just CPD. And so with that, it actually makes, once we visit different departments and you get to know the face behind the CPD, it really becomes no longer CPD just as a department. It becomes the human element of CPD. And I think that's what brings us as teams together. And I appreciate my hospital for doing that. We have these big leadership rounds as well that helps us, all leaders, to be on the same platform, and we break out into different smaller rooms and we discuss things. And that type of can say camaraderie helps us understand each other in different departments and get to know each other and get to know what we do and have that extra bit of respect for each other. So I think the nice thing is when it's time to celebrate, we're all kind of visiting each other during that week because we know we will want to have a little bit of the taste of who's bringing what from where. So yeah, I can't complain. I'm at a good hospital and I have a great team.
And I have to say, like, I feel like that is one of the biggest things that contributes to quality departments is when that OR SPD connection is strong and when they actually collaborate on things like that. I can always tell, like when I walk in and the OR director is like part of our audit, or they come down and they want to see what's going on, and you can tell that the SPD and OR has that good relationship, the results are better. Whenever there's that disconnect and like the OR sort of like I'll give an example. When I started at one hospital as a manager, I was getting introduced to people in the OR, and one of the OR techs said, "Oh, you're the new SPD manager? Good luck." And he just laughed at me. And I was like, "Oh, this is going to be tense. Like, this is going to be rough." So, but whenever it's good, I always know that results are going to be good. Like SPD, for whatever reason, functions better when they're a part of that perioperative experience.
So true, so true, so true. And definitely in my area, let me give a little thing. My area, I do have support from my people, especially this year. Everybody's chipping in and everybody's lending a hand. So next week is going to be an excellent week, and it'll be my last week at that at this facility. So it's going to be an extra special week, being that is Sterile Processing week. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That's a fun week to go out on, Darn.
Yeah, going out with a bang. Going out with a bang.
Congratulations on your new journey.
Thank you, appreciate it. And Adam, other question directed to you is, Sterile Processing Week. We have the vendors coming in for hopefully provide Cs. Is HealthMark doing providing anything special for or any CE educations that managers could provide for their team during that week?
Yeah, so we do have our 7 days of CEs. So if you go to the HealthMark YouTube page and subscribe to our channel, you can get each day there will be a new video that's posted worth 1 CE credit. So that's kind of a cool thing that we do. We're also doing what's new this year is we have awards for certain hospitals that are doing practices that are great, and that we go and we had our sales rep team kind of go out in the field and look for certain things in departments, and then they submitted hospitals for these awards. So you'll see those on our social media pages this week, the hospitals that won those awards and pictures that are going to be taken with them. They actually get a plaque for their department, so that's pretty cool. And then HealthMark always does the pink packages. So if you've ever seen like our cool vests or any of the headbands, things like that, we have pink versions of them. And so we give away pink packages to facilities as well for CS week. So a lot of different things we do at HealthMark. We're always trying to figure out ways to celebrate CS and try to give SPD the recognition they deserve.
Interesting. And we'll talk offline about those pink gifts. I need some of those for my team. So any messages you guys want to send to the rest of the Sterile Processing community since it's been Sterile Processing week? Thank you. Some messages of encouragement or support for those persons low staff. We have staffing issues now. Bad equipment to no equipment that functions properly, low pay, etc., etc. The list goes on and on. Any words of encouragement or thank yous you'd like to send out to those folks? Anybody could start.
I'll go. I mean, I've been there before. I've been in that position where I was at a facility where I really did not feel appreciated. I really felt like the management focused on productivity, and as somebody who really focused on quality, I wasn't really given any, encouragement or positive words, and I really felt like they would prefer it if I left. The one thing I will say is quality always pays off. If you're doing quality work, the person on the other end of your work is going to be safer than if you start skipping steps to meet productivity deadlines, things like that. And if you're in one of those situations, toxic work environment, you're getting overloaded, you're getting short staffed, and they refuse to hire people. If it's just one of those environments that's rough, just hang in there, keep doing the right thing. I know it's tough. I've been there and it's really, really hard. But again, quality does pay off, and the patients and the families that are in the hospital and having those surgeries, or they have loved ones that are having those surgeries, they will appreciate, even if they don't know who you are, even if they don't know the work you do, they appreciate that you took the time to make their loved ones safe. So I think that's the biggest thing, is what you do, guys, is so important, and doing it right is really important as well.
True, true. I like that one. I like that one. Hold on 1 second. Excellent. Second bomb for the day. I should have a bomb count next time. But anyway, all right. Appreciate it. Brandon, Amina.
I guess I just want to thank everybody for their tireless work. It's a hard job. People don't realize that. Sometimes you just come in, you feel so unappreciated. You don't even know what to do when you get there, but some kind of way you still make it through the day, and you're able to provide what the OR needs. And I have so much respect for sterile processing technicians as somebody who was working in healthcare and did not come from that area, and walking down into a hospital that did not have a lot of luxuries. They didn't have an instrument tracking system. There were no barcoded trays, and those people were still down there assembling items and making things work. And then to go to somewhere like Penn State, where a typical day would be 130 cases, and you would just be so exhausted because guess what? It was a trauma center. They needed all of that stuff the next day. So I have a huge amount of respect for everybody that really is out there in the industry now. And I just want them to know that their work does matter. If people don't always understand, there's somebody in there that really appreciates the work that you do, whether it's the patient or whether it's their family, or whether it's somebody like me who is kind of your advocate and your voice in the hospital. We appreciate the work that you do, and just don't forget that.
Wow, Adam and Brandon's a hard act to follow. But yeah, exactly. There is CPD, sterile processing, whatever you call yourselves in your department, because there's so many different names, CRSCT, CBSPD, you're all appreciated. The work that is done across the board everywhere, from CERs to CISs to CHLs to everyone who works tirelessly to ensure that that end user is getting a sterile, is getting the needs on time, is seeing to the facility and ensuring that the facility is in full operation so that, the patient has what it needs for that day of surgery. Well done to you. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy process. It's not as simple as just cleaning instruments. It's dedication. It's hard work. It's a love, and it's a time that we give even when we know we're sometimes short of staff, and you find those that will stay back and do that extra time just to ensure that those cases happen for the next day surgeries. Thank you all. Thank you as a manager. Thank you as being a past tech. Thank you as being the educator that helped educate some of you to be where you are today. And you're still carrying on and fighting and ensuring that patients' lives are saved every day. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. Hold on. Let me get some clapping for that one. That was nice. I think she took the cake on that one. And yeah, guys, so many departments are so understaffed and underpaid. So guys, thank you for all the hard work that you do. I really appreciate everything from my standpoint. I traveled a little bit and I've seen it. And even if persons are seeing this internationally too, it's definitely even worse overseas. The lack of resources is definitely a huge issue, and the lack of personnel too that could, operate and provide those services. Lack of doctors, surgeons who could actually perform those cases is short too. So guys, thank you wherever you are in the world for all that you do. Appreciate it. And we're gonna wrap up in a couple minutes. I have a couple more questions. Hopefully you guys not tired and bummed out yet. But I have two more people coming in right after, and you guys, you could stay on if you guys want, or you could log off, and hopefully you stay and watch if you can. I have Damian Berg coming on in a few minutes, and Doronda Lewis coming on maybe about 7 minutes or so. Damien telling me he's ready to log on, so in a few minutes they'll be on. Hopefully, you guys could stay and share the stage with them. Damien will be going through a few things on HSPA, what's new, what's hot, and Doronda. Doronda has a scrub ball going on, so she's gonna talk about the scrub ball. I was there a couple months ago, and that was excellent. So we're definitely looking forward to hearing some insights from them. So, guys, tell us a little bit about that. One of my last questions. Just tell us a little bit about why you're in the field and why you feel the need to stay in the field and provide excellent service, just so that people could mimic in some way. Hey, this is why Adam is doing this. Why Amina is doing it. Maybe I should. Maybe I can get to that point one day, focusing on the same things that they focus on. So, Why are you guys in the field, and say something inspiring to help somebody else who kind of wavering? Should I go to Amazon or should I stay in cell processing?
I mean, Amazon pays pretty good. So for me, again, like I started out, it was just a 9 to 5, and that was the thing for me. But moving into later on in my career, I was trained by somebody who really knew what they were doing in Sharon. And when Sharon taught me, he taught me the why behind everything and why everything that we do is so important and why you don't skip steps. Why you don't take an instrument from the OR and assume it looks clean and just put it in the washer, because you don't know what they used. You don't know what they, did to that tray. And that was really important. But when I saw it not being done correctly, I had leaders that came from other industries that didn't really understand sterile processing. I had a furniture store warehouse manager. I had a guy who ran logistics at a prison. I had a guy who was owned a paper company. It wasn't Michael Scott. Everybody asked me that. It wasn't Michael Scott. But I had a bunch of people that didn't know SPD. And every time they came in, they tried to run it like kind of like a warehouse or an assembly line or other things. They focused on the wrong things, productivity, cut staff, didn't care whether staff was certified. And I started to realize like this is a theme in the industry. Like there's a lot of places that have managers that don't know SPD. And so that kind of made me want to rise up into management. I did not have that ambition initially. I really thought I was just going to be a tech. I was happy being a tech. But then when I saw it being done wrong, I was like, well, I have this knowledge. I need to use it for, I mean, it sounds cheesy. I want to use it for good, right? I want to try to spread this message that Sharon taught me to other departments as well. And so that's really what I've tried to do in my career as an educator and as a leader, is really spread that message of the why behind everything we do is so important. So if you have that passion, if you have that inside of you, and if you see things being done wrong and it frustrates you, I ran into a technician at a speaking engagement about a month ago, and he said, "Look, my staff or my coworkers are not doing insulation testing, and I know they should be, but I see them doing the laparoscopic sets and they're not testing. How can I, as a technician, help them?" And I said, "Teach them. Do a little in-service, 15 minutes, 10 minutes during a staff huddle, and say, hey guys, here's how you use the insulation tester. Tell them why it's so important. Show them pictures of patient burns. Tell them stories of people who have had those burns and gotten infections, and why it's so important, because people are not sociopaths. We care about our fellow human beings. It's just right now they don't understand the connection between what they're doing and the people on the other end. So if you can make that connection, that's really important. So even as a tech, you can do those things. It doesn't have to just be leaders. Everybody can make that kind of positive impact in their departments.
I think I can kind of echo what Adam has said. I feel like I never want to be all doom and gloom, but I feel like there's certain parts of sterile processing that are like the Wild West right now, where somebody's just coming in on their horse and they're saying they're a sterile processing technician and all hell is breaking loose, and they don't really have any training or anything. And working in education over the last 2 years and working with people who are new to the industry, I really want to build for the future, because that is my biggest fear, is that in 10 years or 20 years time, we will have people out there that are not as invested or passionate about the work that they are doing. And so this is an opportunity for me to really train, give them that foundational knowledge that they need before they go out into the industry so raw, because there are people out there who are so raw to sterile processing. And a lot of these companies know that, and they will send them to you. And it's up to you to kind of mold them. And that's not what a lot of people are expecting when they ask for travelers. And so I just want to make sure that the industry is safe and secure. You know, my background, one of the things that I went to school for was patient safety and quality management. And I've been able to tie a lot of that into my work within sterile processing. And that's what keeps me in the industry, because I am a teacher by nature. I've done it really all of my career, even when I did not have that title of an educator. And I just want to make sure that people are solid and they have the foundation to be successful, and they have that foundation to be a benefit to any organization that they work for instead of a hindrance. And so that's what really motivates me. That's what gets me up tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning, because I don't usually get up that early, to get to my class at 8 o'clock to teach those 15 people that are eager to learn about sterile processing. So yeah, that's why I'm still floating around in the industry, doing my thing.
That's right. All right.
Basically, I've had a short but very successful stint in CPD. So I hope that my situation kind of inspires people to want to be in it and want to stay in it. I'm originally from South Africa, Southern Africa. So I've been in America for the last, maybe this is my 6th year in the country, and I've been in sterile processing now going on to my 4th, 5th year. And I've grown within the industry within those couple of years. But initially, when I came, my background didn't allow me to start with my degree that I came with from my country. So it was like, okay, what do? I have to start from the beginning. And really, it was about, okay, survival. How do I survive? How do I survive and earn a decent enough living? So the easiest at that point was to become an HHA, which I did. And I was actually earning some decent money. It was good money. It was during COVID, as well as I spent a lot of time with the elderly during that time. And I experienced the COVID situation with the elderly and the passing. And it affected me quite a bit, but I wanted to do more. Healthcare, I wanted to do more. So I was studying in HH, in CPD at the time as well. And anything I do, I always put my heart into it, my 100%. The hospital liked me and they took me on straight away. But I always felt that the information I knew, everybody needed to know it. So it was a kind of a situation whenever I had new techs come in, I was like, you need to learn how to do it this way. And I'd try and help them, and I would educate everybody, because I wanted them to know as much as I did so they could be as successful in entering the position and entering the job, and, you know, just developing themselves in their life as well. The nurses liked me. The doctors seemed to have taken to me because I did what I did. I did 100% in it. I didn't do it half, anything in half. I can't say the rest of that word, but anyway. So basically, they decided to make me educator from there. And because they saw my passion, they saw how I was willing and capable to help other people. Sometimes I've noticed, and the thing with me, when I was learning as a tech, there was always different ways people did different things. And I couldn't understand that theory. And I guess the research based in it was that, okay, the industry wasn't exactly standardized. It was a situation where people came in and were grandfathered into this position, and they learned the way they learned from being in the position for so many years. So that's how they did it. Then you had the newbies that came into it from the educational side of it. And this is how they were learning it. And this is how they were standardized into it. So there was a lot of people teaching different ways, but what was the right way? And that became my question. What is the right way of doing something? And how do we make sure we're doing it the right way? And I guess as the educator and the researching in that and making sure I understood the AAMI standards and making sure that I wanted my team and the people I'm working with to understand the right way and how to do it the right way. And that there are certain regulations that we should be following and not just because we learned it a certain way. And through that education and teaching people and helping people, a lot of people kind of went to different departments because we had a lot of students, and hospitals started. Well, a hospital called me and they wanted me to start as their supervisor. And henceforth, I moved up into the industry really quick and really fast. And I felt that for me to make changes and develop a program or my students or my future department, that's how I wanted to ensure that I could help more people come into the industry. So I created an educational program at my new hospital that helps people within our industry to keep learning and developing themselves. So yeah, it's been a good situation for me, and people can grow. And if you're educated and you want something for yourself, keep at it, and you will get there.
Very good. Very nice. Very nice. Nice. Well said, and a nice journey from you, staying persistent and getting where you need to be. And I think the word you're looking for was halfway. Um, so just to clarify for everybody, that's what you meant, halfway. She does
Halfway.
everything. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So, so Damien is ready to come on, but I have to pay the bills, guys. Let me see if I get through this read real quick. So, our sponsor, Censis is the leading cloud-based surgical instrument asset management system. Censis Technologies tracks down to the instrument, procedure, and patient level. The comprehensive solutions provide unparalleled visibility into the entire preoperative loop, designed to help you stay ahead of your facility's changing needs in the complex healthcare environment. Censis makes surgical asset management easier and more efficient, so your entire preoperative team can be more focused while keeping patients safe at the forefront. So if you want to get to check out Censis at censis.com, and thank you for them for sponsoring the show today. So guys, without any further ado, let's bring on Mr. HSPA himself. Damien.
Well, hello, everybody.
So guys, before we go, so if you guys want to drop off, I'll go into a short break. If you want to drop, thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Amina. Thank you, Adam. If you guys want to drop off, I'll go into a short 30-second break. If you don't come back, then I'll see you guys on the other side at some other time. So thank you so much.
And I'll be totally offended, Brandon and Adam.
I have analytics homework to do unless you want to do it for me.
Send it, man. Send it. I'm not going to say it's going to be right, but still send it.
So
all right, man, it's good seeing you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Mr. Damien, how are you today, brother? How's everything going?
Doing good. Glad I could be here. We've had a little whirlwind. I just got back from one of our awesome chapter meetings in Minnesota last night, and then I woke up early this morning, and I just got done cooking breakfast for our veterans in our community in our town here. So, literally got home. I changed clothes, did a quick shower, and you got me. So
now I feel like I could do more now. I thought my morning was rough.
It's what I do. You know that, Denard. So I'm just glad to be here. It's day one of Sterile Processing Week, so we're pretty excited for it.
Thank you for making the time to come on. Appreciate it. And the reason why I wanted you on mainly is because a lot of people don't get the direct information from HSPA. People get secondhand news. People don't go to the website. So I just wanted to clarify and bring to the forefront what you think, or what you think people should know about the HSPA right now, and what they could get into in Sterile Processing Week involving HSPA. So I'll give you the floor, and if you want me to co-sign on anything, I'll tell them, yeah, he's right on that. That's what we're doing here.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I love everything HSPA, and it's always a pleasure to work with our board of directors members, just like you, Denard, and we just saw Brandon a second ago. We have just an amazing staff, amazing board of directors, and honestly, amazing members and certificates that just make this great organization run. I'm proud to be part of it. So it's been a great ride the last 2.5 years that I've been doing this full time, but it's been great. So I'll start at the beginning there, Denard. Feel free to jump in if you got some questions for me. But obviously, it's Sterile Processing Week, like I mentioned, and that's one reason why we're here to kick off today. Hopefully, you guys received your first email message this morning from HSPA National with a welcome message from our presidents, Monique Jelks, and also another message from Kenneth Campbell, one of our directors as well too. So one thing we're doing this year is every day there's going to be 2 messages, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, all week long. And they're going to be from our board of directors. They're going to be from our industry partners. We got a couple of surprise guests. So pay attention to that. They come in, they're just giving great messages of support and encouragement. And some of our industry partners have some giveaways and some CEs and some other offerings. So we're excited to do that. So every week in the morning and afternoon, there'll be an email and social media post, all that good stuff. So if you see them, please share them, like them. And, if you got any questions, always feel free to email me and reach out to me on social. So any questions on SP Week, Denard?
So on SPD Week, so we know a lot of people are celebrating and they want CEs, right? The CEs are definitely an incentive to participate in the games, etc. So what has HSPA done in terms of providing CEs? Or where can people find CEs or tests or, from HSPA to
Yes.
or managers could find out for their team?
Yeah, absolutely. So HSP has a couple different ways to find CEs. Obviously, we have our internal ones through our podcast and our webinars. So you can find those online, and our podcasts are free, and our webinars, if you're a member, you get access to those. If you're not a member, you can become a member really easy and have access to those CEs as well. We also provide CEs in our process magazine. And more importantly, we also provide access to CEs through all our industry partners who provide them. So you're going to see on our sterile processing page of our website, on our website, go to Sterile Processing Week. And on there, you're going to see different links from vendors that are doing CEs this week, just specifically for Sterile Processing Week. And we got a few other things going, but we've got podcasts, we got webinars, and we got links on our website that'll take you for CEs.
Yeah, so go to the and I'll put a banner down there, myhspa.com.
.org.
Sorry. Thanks for that correction, because I was about to type it in too. So guys, make sure you go myhspa.org and check it out. Check out the new conference coming in Las Vegas. Get your tickets early, get your early bird tickets. And what's the last day for the early bird tickets? December?
Yes, it's December. I don't know the exact day, but it's on the website. And
yeah,
what's really exciting, and thanks for that segue. We've got I had that on my list to talk about. Our conference this year, our annual conference, which is the premier conference for sterile processing, in-person sterile processing education, networking, expo. I mean, you get to see the latest and greatest from all our industry vendor partners and friends, as well as if you're a first-time attendee, we have some great mentorship opportunities like we did last year. And we also have some great you just meet people from around the industry and around the globe. We have a lot of international presence that come there. So you get to share in that knowledge base. But we've got a couple really exciting things this year in Las Vegas that we're going to do. So it officially starts on a Sunday, but we have a pre-conference on a Saturday. And part of that pre-conference is different hands-on workshops from our industry partners, from peers, for people to you get to see and touch and play with the latest and greatest toys on that Saturday. And it's kind of like round robin. And you get to kind of jump from room to room to room to learn. But we're also excited to announce we're going to be doing an educational forum for educators. So what we did this year is, and some of you may know it, and Denard, you know it, we did our research study with Corey Ofsted and Associates and some of our members. We just completed 1 year of it. So what we're going to do during conference is we're actually going to train educators and people who train people to use our new model, our evidence-based training model, to develop your training competencies, orientation plans. So you're going to actually leave conference with an actual skill set that you haven't never learned before on the latest and greatest techniques and tips on how to be the best educator trainer for your institution or for your schools or wherever you work. So that is an add-on extra, but you're going to actually leave there with actual stuff that you can implement and use. And it's all based off science study, over 1 year worth of study and data. So we're really excited to announce that this year too. So that's on our website. So when you register, that's an option for you.
And I want to speak on those labs. Those labs are very important, especially if you're an educator and you don't have the opportunity to get in every area, or you want to learn how it is from the manufacturer's standpoint, how they want those instrument scopes, etc. processed. The labs definitely help out, because you get so many educators with years of experience that will show you how to get those things done the right way. All right. So if you're an educator, at least come on the Saturday. You'll get so much value for that. And show up on the Saturday. You'll get so much value for that. And that's my piece from experience, and that's from experience.
Yeah. So it's a unique opportunity that you can't get like that. Like you said, it's just that value thing it's all there in one spot. So you just kind of it's almost too much. It's like you sensory overload. You're learning so much, but it's really great. So again, it's conference registration open. We've got the early bird rates right now that ended December. So please log in and take advantage of it. We also have our room block, so that's available while it's there. While it's there. So we have 2 block, Harrah's Hotel and Link. Those are connected right to the conference center. And there's not a lot of hotels walking distance. I mean, if you've been to Vegas, you can walk, but you're going to be walking a long way. So those are our 2 hotels. We secured some great rates for our members, but once they're full, they're full. So please make sure you take advantage of our block rate, special rate at our 2 hotels and our early bird rate for sure. So definitely wanted to chat about the conference, because that's a very important thing. And it's going to sneak up on us quickly, April 20th to the 23rd. It's like that.
And guys, the key word there is early. If you're late, you can't be early, guys. Early bird. So you got to be early. You can't be the 3rd or 4th or 5th bird. You got to be the early bird. So make sure you get those funds together, save, make those cases to your management team, to your C-suite, so that you can get funding to get those tickets as soon as possible. Although that's not a word I like, because the OR says it so much. ASAP. Make sure you do that. So you could start on that Sterile Processing Week. Make Sterile Processing Week your starting point to get those funds for next year. All right.
Great point. And actually, on our website, we have letters of justification. So if you need some help convincing your leadership, we have templates where you can actually fill out the stuff there and send that to your leadership on why you should go to conference, why it's value to you and to your technician. So we're trying to help as much as possible. And honestly, if you get stuck with a supervisor or a boss that says, I really don't know, have them call me, or I'll call them. I tell you what, I'll talk to anybody and everybody about how important it is. So we'll go there.
And one thing, and I know this doesn't get a lot of light, there are scholarships through HSPA, correct?
You are on it today, Dinar, because you now hit my next talking point. But yes, we have the foundation. So many of you may not know, you may have heard of it, you may not. We're going to do a better job at actually talking about our foundation, but our foundation is our nonprofit wing of HSPA. And what we do is, through donations from our industry partners and members like you, we're allowed to do some cool stuff with the money that comes in. And it's all tax write-off too. It's a nonprofit entity with the nonprofit ID that you can write off. But every dollar that is spent from the foundation goes right back to our membership. And one of them, I'll talk about all of them, but one of them is for our conference. We're giving away 11 conference scholarships this year. So that's registration and 4 nights hotel. So registration and 4 nights hotel. So that's roughly around a $1,500 value. Depends on, again, early bird or not early bird and stuff like that. So make sure you go to our foundation page on our website. So myhspa.org, which is just scrolling down on the bottom, and then go to the foundation and look at our scholarships, conference scholarships. Again, that's through donations through our foundation, and we give back to our members. So we're doing 11 of them this year. We're also doing the Betty Hanna Scholarship, which is an important scholarship. Betty Hanna was the original founder of HSPA, and she was executive director for 50 years. She passed on a couple of years ago, and we created a scholarship, educational scholarship in her honor. And we have $2,500 for people going to college, undergraduate, and we have $2,500 scholarship for people in postgraduate. So there's applications for students. That's another $5,000 of money from HSPA's foundation coming back to our members, which is pretty exciting and awesome that we can give all this money and time and effort back to our membership, which is what HSPA is really about, is supporting you guys. And then I'm going to hit one on Denard. I got to hit this one because I know you're going to love it. It's our foundation Mercyship scholarship.
Oh, yes. Now you go first, then I'll talk about how important I feel that is.
Yes, I know. So Denard and I have had a lot of conversations about this, supporting developing countries. So we had a conversation a little over a year ago with Mercyship. So Mercyship is also a nonprofit entity that actually sets up floating hospitals that dock in different parts of the country, predominantly Africa. They're in Sierra Leone right now. And then they've been in Senegal and a few other places like that. And it is a full-on hospital floating. So it's got operating rooms, sterile processing department, ICUs, unit, wards, you name it, cafeterias, all that fun stuff that you'd see in a hospital. It's on a ship. Well, it's typically staffed by doctors and nurses and other various technicians, lab and pharmacy, everybody you see in a hospital, who volunteer their time to go there and do the missions. And the missions are anywhere from 6 weeks on up. It depends on where they go. But more importantly is most people are doctors and nurses with obviously they make different money than what we do. And sometimes they get supported in different ways. So HSPA knows our members can't just take 6 weeks off of work. So what we did is we created a Mercyship, a scholarship this year for Mercyships, where one person got to go on Mercyships for 6 weeks. And she's actually just finishing up this week. She's coming home on the 14th of October. And she's one of our members. And she not only got paid room and board, airfare there, but we also supplemented her income up to $10,000 for those 6 weeks. So what we did is we took donations that was received and given it back to our members, thus giving it back to Mercyships, thus giving it back to that developing country. So they're labeled to do surgery for these much needed patients in these areas that they don't have surgery and they really need that help.
One second. That's excellent. Even somebody to actually go to volunteer, that's a big deal, and that's a lot. So thank you to HSPA. Continue.
No, I know I've been talking a lot. You can tell how passionate I am for these things that we do, because it's behind the scenes stuff that we really, really do. I mean, our certification, our education, all that stuff's really important, but HSPA is so much more than that. And so me and you, Denard, and the rest of the board and the leaders have to do a better job, all of us, to tell people what we do. And having a venue like this, Denard, today is just one of those things that I thank you for doing this, because it allows us to get that word out there a little bit more, that we're more than what you see, more than what you think. We do a lot for our industry profession. And again, we're doing something for the citizens of Sierra Leone right now who need surgery. Our people are providing quality sterile processing for the surgeries that are happening there today.
And piggyback of that, I think every cell processing professional should try to volunteer at least once, because there's so many places apart from the US that need help and they don't have the expertise. They might not have the facilities, but they need some insight from professionals who know what they're doing. You might not get the fancy sterilizers. You might have a towel, as Sean posted on LinkedIn, in between. You might have a couple wet loads that may go through eventually, but guys, those people are working with barely or almost nothing, no resources. But if they could get the physical help and get some input, and then you could show them how to work with things and get it done the right way, that will definitely help them out. And that will give you the experience and, a different level of understanding from the things we have here, which we are blessed with, versus the things people have in different countries where they're making do with expired goods, reusing their wrap, no biologicals. It's like it's really, 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 it'll really give you a different insight onto how things function, and what other people have to deal with, and how much we're blessed over here.
No, absolutely. And I think, HSPA, because of donations to HSPA's foundation, we're allowed to do this scholarship. But it's not just HSPA that also does a lot of mission trips. Denard and Sean Weir and a few others have done mission trips on their own. So we've been in conversations about those, and really good charitable groups that really step forward and provide that. And they're always looking for people like you in sterile processing to do it. And I'm telling you, I've done mission trips long time ago in South America, and it is life-changing. It truly is life-changing, because you, like Denard said, you get to see and experience people who are doing the best they can for what they have, but they're really hungry for that help and that knowledge. So if you have an opportunity, we don't know on 2024 if we're going to offer another mission trip to Mercy Ships or do something. I would do one every year if I can, but we need those donations and we need the logistics to make sure it works. So I'm personally working on that. It's one of the things I head up. So that's what I had on my list. I've got a few other little things here, Denard, but you tell me if you got any questions for me.
No. I just want you to like, if there's anything that you want to let sterile processing professionals know that they don't know, any little thing that we're working on, anything that they can. And I know the chapters, definitely a good thing, because I think the chapters were very active this weekend. I saw your post.
Chapters right there.
So the chapters were very active this weekend. I was in Pittsburgh. I think, don't kill me, guys. I always have Pittsburgh and Harrisburg mixed up.
The Keystone. You're at the Keystone chapter.
Yeah, I was Keystone chapter. Okay, just to clarify that, I was at the Keystone chapter, and it was a great. Lila Price and I spoke there, and I can't do that yet. Lila Price and I spoke there. It was a great event, and everybody was so friendly. It's like when you get out of the city, people are so much more friendly. So Damien, I'll let you go talk about the chapters, and I'll be on the other side. I have some people ready to log on.
You got it, no worries.
All right.
So chapters, guys and girls, they're amazing. So currently HSPA has 62 chapters around the world. We actually gained 8 new chapters this year. So they're going to be on our website. They're on our website. But join your chapter in your local area. Your local chapter is only not just for great education. There was like, I think 5 different chapter and even some non-chapter events this week. You don't have to be a chapter to provide great sterile processing education. I know there was a gentleman by the name of, I think, Tim Hurtado, and a few other ones down at Memorial Hermann that put one on this week, and that was not officially HSPA, but there are members and they're doing sterile processing education. That's just awesome. But I think there's at least 4 other chapter meetings this week, and I was at one, and Denard was at one, and there are several people all over the country that are doing these. But besides education, it's the networking. It is the socializing, getting to know your friends and your colleagues, but more importantly, getting to know the resources that you have. It may be a competing hospital, but we in sterile processing don't compete with each other. We compete with germs and bugs, and that's who we want to compete with. We don't want to compete with other sterile processing. So you get a chance to meet people you didn't meet that are doing your job, doing your work, the same things you do. And that's what chapters do. So they provide that support. A lot of people provide that education, but also they provide that networking opportunity. So maybe you're short on some product, something, you're short on some wrap. I know we went through that a few years ago. Your people might be able to call someone you met at a chapter and say, hey, I'm short on 24 by 24. Do you have some? Oh, I got plenty of those, but I need some 36s. I got plenty of those. And you start exchanging that kind of stuff. So chapters are far more than what you see, and they are hungry for this education that just happened like this weekend. So please go to our website again, find your state, find the local chapter around, and reach out to your local chapters, because they do so much work and they're so valuable to a lot of stuff. I see Sarah Cruz on board. She said, hi, Damien. I think she's coming on after me. So you guys are in a treat for that. And then last thing I'll talk about, because I know we got some people coming on, but I want to talk about our industry partners, and they can really help you out. We've got amazing industry partners that things like today and HSPA and our conference and our chapter meetings and our scholarships couldn't happen without our industry partners. They're the ones who help provide the speakers, provide the food, provide the donations. They really do it. And they do that because it's really about the patient and they care about it. So it's really cool to see our industry partners come together. And it gives us an idea what the rest of the world is dealing with. Absolutely. That's true as far as dealing with those kind of things. So our industry partners are amazing. The other part I want to talk about is regulatory and government. HSPA, with a lot of you guys out there, sit on our AAMI board. So we actively participate in every AAMI committee, and on the international standard side, I participate as the U.S. expert on that, representing you guys through HSPA. And there's a lot of great standards that are coming out. So whether it's transport of sterile goods, whether it's probe reprocessing, whether it's we've got one coming out on tattoo machines, we've got one coming out on UV disinfection. ST79 is going to be coming under revision. We got a lot of great things coming down the pipe. So please pay attention to what's going on in standards. But if you can't participate, know that you are being represented by HSPA and people like myself and our education team. We try to attend every single meeting. I've never missed a meeting since 2006. So even during COVID, never missed a meeting. So happy to do that. And lastly, I want to talk about government and sterile processing across the states. We currently have six states that require certification, but there's so many more we're working on right now. So we're working on several states right now that we're undergoing the process of introducing legislation that requires certification in that state. So it's very important that when you see emails come out from HSPA, this one will come out from Josephine Kalachi. If you saw that email, that's contact your legislators. It's very simple. I mean, it takes you 1 minute max to enter a few information and hit send, and a pre-written email will go to all your legislators, your governor, your senators, your state representatives, your congressmen. It'll go to them, and they'll talk about how important sterile processing is during Sterile Processing Week. So the importance part about that is when we actually come to introducing a bill at a state level, then that's not the first time they're hearing about us. They go, oh, you know what? I got this email from Damien. I got this email from Sarah. I got this email from Dee. I got this email from whoever. And it's so important that they get that, because that's how legislators vote. If they feel that their constituents, you guys, feel that this is important enough, they vote for it. But if they don't hear from you, when they see it in front of them, they don't know what it is. And so we work to educate them, but we need our grassroots technicians. So when you get an email from HSPA, any of them, please make sure you read it. And because there's really important stuff in there for you guys, whether it's the scholarships, whether it's the mission trips, whether it's our chapters, whether it's the educators forum that I was talking about, and then now Sterile Processing Week and reaching out to your legislators. All that stuff, this is what we at National do. So again, we do more than just certify you. We do a whole lot of stuff for you, and I'm proud to be part of this. I'm proud to be part of this organization, and I'm just excited that we've got a great end of the year coming with 23 and a really awesome, exciting things in 2024 coming down the pipe. And the last thing I talked about is community. So one of the things that I really want to stress for you guys and girls is be part of the community, be part of the action that happens. I know it's easy to get stuck behind the red line and go, I come to work, I work hard. I sometimes don't feel appreciated. Sometimes I don't feel like I get the pay that I need. All those factors, I understand. I've been a sterile processing tech 1 all the way through the leadership. I've had every position that you can possibly have in sterile processing, and I understand it. But don't get disengaged. Be friendly with your folks. Have that positive mentality, because positive mentality during this week, during every week, during all year long is what we need. I've heard some people say Sterile Processing Week should be about a week. You're absolutely right. It should be every day. It should be all day. So I'm really excited that you guys are here today. You guys are watching on the day 1 of Sterile Processing Week, and then spread this knowledge. Keep it going and be very excited for it. And then that's really what I wanted to say is have that message of positivity that you like your job, you care about the people you work with, and what you do matters to our patients. What you do matters to their families. And it is a valued job, and just know that it is appreciated as long as you appreciate yourself. That's the key. If you don't appreciate yourself and you don't appreciate the job, how can you expect others to do that for you? So it's pretty exciting stuff right there. I know you guys, I'm preaching to the choir on some of you guys out there, but again, go to myhspa.org. Please check out all the different links that we have, all the different stuff that we have. My email is dberg, D-B-E-R-G, @myhspa.org. Feel free to email me if you got any questions. I literally work for the association, but I work for you. So I have a passion for the association. I believe this organization, but it's because of people like you that we do what we do. So please reach out to us. We have resources that you don't even know about, and we're going to make sure we do a better job of communicating that. But it also takes you to click on it. Let's see, Sarah, there are so many areas we can choose to engage in. Find the spot that speaks to you, highlight it in the entire healthcare industry. That couldn't be more truer. I can tell you one of the things I did early on when I'd answer the phone in the department, I'd say, Sterile Processing Department, this is best department in the hospital. This is Damien speaking. How can I help you? And everybody kind of looked at me, but I had that pride in my department. I wanted people to know it. Now, it was a little bit of me being me and joking around, but it was true. I don't say it lightly that we are only the best, but I want to make sure I feel the best. There's a lot of great people working in the hospital, but engage yourself and engage your teams, and I challenge you to do that. And it doesn't have to be work. It can be fun too. I've got a lot of great memories of my technicians. In fact, I still, for those you don't know, I'm still a per diem sterile processing tech here in Colorado where I live. And every couple of weeks, I like to go into the departments. Sometimes I work, sometimes I advise and consult with them. And sometimes I just love to sit and talk with them because I do miss my teams. Being part of a team like Sterile Process, you don't know what you have and how good it is until you don't have it anymore. And so I've been blessed to be doing this for 29, 30 years. And I've had many, many awesome leaders and sterile processing professionals around the globe that I've worked with, but predominantly in the States. So it's pretty exciting. So with that, I wish I could take some more questions, but it looks like Denard's coming on now. See, you don't ever leave me with a camera and a microphone for any time. I'll take over the whole show.
So I had my mic on mute. Sorry. So so truth be told, 2 p.m. was the hardest time to get anybody. So apparently, I have 4 people now on 2 p.m. So I was like struggling, and then I thought Sarah said she wasn't going to be here. So I was like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? I have one person. But anyway, it turned out to be a good time. 2 p.m. was great. So I'll announce everybody, and Damien, if you can't stay, I'll totally understand that.
I'll stay on for a little while longer. I
know you're a busy dude, so I'll bring on Miss Sarah B. Cruz.
Hi.
And I'll try and give claps up to. Let me see that. Let me see. Let me go to my claps. So I'll give claps to everybody because all right, welcome Sarah.
Round of applause.
Miss Deronda Lewis, welcome. Miss Leslie Cronstead, welcome.
Hey.
And Mr. What's that guy's name?
Oh, Denny O.
Damien O. Smith. Thank you for coming on, brother. So, guys, thank you for coming on. I appreciate your time. It's a Sunday. Miss Deronda had some issues with the Sunday. Thank you so much for making it. I hope you prayed for me. So guys, thank you, Leslie, Danny, appreciate it. Sarah, thank you. I know you have little things going on. So
very about 8.9 pounds of little things.
So guys, thank you. So I'll let y'all introduce yourselves and who you'll represent. That's always a fun part. So let's go. Who wants to go first? Alphabetical order.
So I'm Leslie. I am
Leslie.
the president of the Western Wisconsin Sterile Processing Professionals chapter of HSPA.
I'm Deronda Lewis, Dallas, Texas, work for SIPS Consults, chairperson for the Scrub Ball.
I'll let ladies go first. Sarah, did you introduce yourself?
A troll gentleman. Hi, I'm Sarah B. Cruz, a CSS nerd, very passionate about sterile processing. We're a bunch of different bouffants, dare I say, but all of them represent you, and I look forward to hanging out with everybody today.
My name is Danny Smith. I'm a student for life. Currently, I'm a secretary for MASCA, Mid-Atlantic Central Service Association. There's my president right there hosting this whole marathon. And then I am an educator at Valley Health. It's in North Jersey. I believe you met my manager earlier, Mina Omar. So happy to see everybody again. It's like a nice little reunion.
Yeah,
it is. This is nice. Look at you, Denard, bringing people together.
Yeah, and he is not a secretary. He is the secretary. This guy takes minutes like no other. We have the perfect minutes. Unlike Susan Adams has better minutes, but Trey is second to none with the minutes. Yep, I can't put you above Susan, man. That's no. But Trey is very good at what he does, and his new educator role. So if anybody has any advice for him, first time educator, feel free. He's just like I say, he's so receptive to new information. So you have people here, Trey. You gotta partner with, or you could network with. So, all right, guys. So let's get into it. Topic for 2 p.m. Tips for building SPD upcoming leaders. So I know all of you guys are in SPD. You've been there for a while, and I know Deronda has mentored a lot of folks. I keep Lila keep talking about you. Um,
I love
so
that.
so and Leslie been around and in the chapters for a while. I know Damien has influenced so many people, especially during the COVID. You had so much advice to give out. I'm like, who's this Damien guy? How does he know everything? So um guys, what are your take on SPD leaders and bringing up new SPD leaders within? I'll just keep the question vague so that you could chime on different areas where you feel comfortable.
I think it's really important to remember that everybody can be a leader. They all have the potential. It's really important to make sure that you are taking that time to mentor and coach and develop those leadership skills.
I think
Oh, go
I
ahead,
think
Sarah.
I think there's a big spot too with leadership to understand that leadership is transitional and it also grows. So you could be a beginning leader that's never going to be the same leader that you were 10 years from now or even 20 years from now. You grow and you develop in it. So coming from somebody who gets very stuck in their ways and challenges how they always do it for her own personal goals, don't get stuck in just the type of leader that you are right now, because you can grow into something different or better that best suits your goals.
And I was just going to say, one of the things that I learned when I got into sterile processing, or business period, when you hire people, train them to take your position. You don't want people that you're afraid that the next person might try to take your job. You want a team that everybody's great. That Damon said the way he used to answer the phone, the best department, the greatest department. That's what you want to be said. Whether you're a leader going into leadership, whether you're a manager trying to decide who your leaders are, make everybody a leader. Train them to be leaders, and you don't even have to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I'll chime in because I love that concept. Because the one thing that I see around the country, and it's not just in sterile processing, what I've seen is when there's a vacancy or void in a leadership department, and I'll just use me example. When I left my department of leadership, I trained and mentored my staff to who's going to be that next one to take over versus, oh my gosh, Damien's gone now. Now we have this void. And then they promote something technically really good. They might be a great technician, but nobody ever taught them those leadership skills, those HR stuff, the finance, the business, the tough conversations, the things that, aren't fun, but they need to have happen. Or there's the fun things like inspiring and engaging people. They may have been great technicians, but now we set them up for failure, not success.
Exactly.
So by working with them throughout the years is that thing, find someone that basically, if you get hit by a bread truck, I always say the next day and you can't make work, someone can step in and do the job.
Yes.
Yeah, like you should never be afraid to train somebody that could actually take your spot. Some people kind of fear like, oh, they might be after my job. I'm more like, oh, I don't have to do this now. Now I can trust that this person, one, I'm happy somebody was paying attention to me and actually learn something. But like they can kind of take what I taught them and go with it, learn more things, do something different. They might actually do it better, and then they can teach you like their method on it. Never be afraid of somebody replacing you. As long as you're continuing to do a good job, you shouldn't have that fear of retaliation, I guess. But it shouldn't be that. It's a teamwork thing. Your team, you have one goal, patient safety. You want to make sure the job's getting done, and you shouldn't hold any knowledge with it. I've been lucky enough, and plenty of people within this chat right here, where I can just reach out and ask for advice. I'm like, hey, I'm a new educator, and I'm not really sure how to develop these policies correctly. And I've had so much help from people from the conferences, from LinkedIn, just with everything, anything I might need, any questions, no matter how silly I might think it is, because it's always like, you tell your students there's no dumb questions, but then when you're the educator, you're like, is this a dumb question? Should I ask somebody else? Nobody ever makes me feel bad. So.
But you got to watch out for something called quiet hiring too when you're in leadership. And this is a phenomena that kind of comes off the back of quiet quitting, where like you kind of just start to disengage so much that you've already left the job, but you're still there. And it kind of teeters on that line that Damien was speaking to earlier about just showing up, punching in and doing your job and going home. So quiet hiring, especially in leadership, means that you want to make sure you're getting mentored and coached in the new responsibilities that you're taking on willingly. Because when we start to do things that are given to us that we don't really want to do, or it doesn't resonate with us and the type of leader we want to be, it can lead to leadership resentment and martyrdom. You don't ever want to try and martyr yourself in leadership for the sake of a group and then find out that no one really cared, right? So you have to notice. Facts, D. So it's like, when you get quiet hired, it's when people start to give you a tremendous amount of responsibility, and not necessarily that your pay grade goes up, but that it doesn't resonate with who you want to be as a leader. So watch for those things, and then Danny, when he sits in his new educator role, he's going to have the opportunity to do other things that may not be in his role that he's probably really good at, but make sure it sits with you, it sits good, and that the amount of work you're putting in, you notice, and maybe other people notice too. Handi?
I totally agree. I think the worst thing, and again, sterile processing, any position, I know people who won't take vacations, who won't spend time with their kids because they're so afraid the department will shut down if they're not there 24/7. And I always think, well, shame on you. If you have a department of 20, 30, 40, 50 people, and you can't take 2 weeks off, 1 week off, shame on you, because as a leader, as a manager, you're not doing something right. If you are that afraid, the padlocks will be put on your door when you go out for a week. We're not doing something right. And it makes me sad, because if I'm feeling that way and I'm not even in your department, how do your coworkers feel? The people under you feel? And that's the complaint we hear all the time. They don't want me to learn it. They don't want me to know this. So we limit people and we try to hold on more than we can take. And then we're eventually carried out of there on a stretcher, because you can only do so much as one person. So we definitely need to train up people. I love it. I'm all about, if you're successful, I'm successful.
No, you just hit it right on the nail, right on the head. The other phenomenon that you look is, it's called, and you guys probably know this, is pulling people up. And you don't necessarily know you're going to pull people up. So again, finding those succession people with the right experience and the right need, but then you saw a new person going, wow, look at what's happening over here. And you're pulling them up without even knowing you're pulling them up to be that next person. There's certain people that will never engage. They'll just watch, and they're going to see that interaction. Like you said, that if the manager's there all the time, the phone rings, the manager's the first one to grab it. OR has a problem, the manager's the first one up there. Then everybody else is like, I'm going to let them take it. Versus I pull people with me. Come on and learn. But the pulling up is something that I've learned throughout the years, that I look for those little gems, those brand new technicians, or like Sarah said, the quiet ones. And I see by me working with other ones, the pull that they start doing, and then they start wanting it.
And let's talk about the effectiveness of like mentorship and leadership, because I think we've all said like mentorship in a different way. And Leslie even mentioned like coaching. So it's like making sure that, it's everybody's like, oh, just go get a mentor. It's like, great. If it was that easy, we'd all have mentors right now. You know what I mean? So like me personally, when I got my mentor, I wouldn't leave him alone. He was going to be my mentor no matter what, you know what I mean? So like I was on him, but it's like, what does that mean to be mentored in sterile processing? And sometimes facilities don't have, dare I say, mentor quality. You know what I mean? It's not every day the past president of Isham at the time is your department manager, like myself. You know what I mean? So I mean, how did, like, Leslie, do you have a mentor, and like how did you find that, like in your new leadership?
I didn't have an opportunity to really have a mentor.
Oh, okay.
But that didn't stop me. I went out and I just made those connections. I did that networking. I reached out to people, and I just I didn't have a mentor in my department, but I was like, okay, that's not going to stop me. I'm going to go out on LinkedIn. I'm going to find people that know what I want to know. And I made those connections and kind of barged my way in there to learn it. So
I got lots of emails from Leslie over the years.
Damien was going to be a sponsor. I mean, he was going to be a mentor. It was going to happen.
The other thing I want to talk about, because I love this conversation about mentorship, because Sarah, you're also right on that too. It takes two, but I also have a lot of mentors as well too. But when I say a lot of mentors, I have mentors in and out of sterile processing.
Yeah. And
so look for those people that are outside of sterile processing, because we get stuck in our own language, our own world, and we know it very well. And sometimes you tell someone a story or a concept, and then they go, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't care if it's sterile processing. What you're saying doesn't make sense. So we get stuck in what we're doing versus, what's right or what's wrong or what's growing potential. So I've got, I'll just say right now, when I was looking at this job that I got now, or even other jobs in the past, I have external mentors that go, I'm looking at going down this path. What do you think? And they go, I don't even know what you're talking about, but let's work through it. So I encourage you to get mentors inside and outside your profession. And like Leslie said, there's a lot of resources around, and they can be informal, but you definitely make sure, like Sarah said, you have a mentor that wants to be a mentor, not just goes, because then that's not a relationship. That's just a one-way thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Danny, I got a question. Danny, I got a question for you. When you're teaching your people, do you look for those mentor-mentee type of personalities?
Not so much for a mentor, but basically someone where I want them to be like the student that the other ones could model themselves after. Thankfully I found somebody. Yeah, thankfully I found somebody that I feel like is that, but it also comes from their background. They were a manager at another job at a restaurant. They're the oldest child of like 3 other children, so they have that kind of built in, like taking care of the group, knows what to do, follows like directions, can kind of see like how I'm thinking about the situation. So they're kind of like just not just going by it as a student, but like seeing how everybody's personalities mesh. So I mean, they could be a mentor for the next group coming in, because hopefully they'll stay with the program, stay with the hospital, and then now in my eyes they would be that person becoming that mentor that you were saying for the future students. So I definitely see that. And then I did want to kind of butt in where, say if you can't find a mentor, like you can go online, kind of visualize like this person as your mentor by just focusing on what they do. Or you could have almost a reverse mentor. If you have somebody who you're like, okay, there's certain things that this person does, I see how it affects the department, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to repeat those things. You can kind of be like, okay, take those steps and do something different. They'll be that person. So like there's different ways to attack it. If you can't find it and you see somebody who you're like, I want to do their job but differently. You don't have to like attack them or anything, tell them they're doing it wrong, but you're like, you can see how they do it and you'll know how you want to do it differently.
Snap.
And take those opportunities to like reach out to other people that you come in contact throughout the day and just kind of let them know what you do. I'm finishing up my nursing degree, and every chance I have, I'm telling them about sterile processing. And they're like, I don't know what that is. And even my teachers are like, I don't know what sterile processing is. And I'm like, well, let me tell you what sterile processing is and why it's important to you. And I take those opportunities, but it's that you got to make sure you're going there and you're educating them and making them aware of what they don't know.
Good one.
Yeah.
No, I think there's a lot of opportunities, formal and informal. I love what you said, Danny, as far as you find those students that have those qualities and traits, and because there's just like leaders and mentors, there's informal and formal all across the spectrum. So it happens. But I think the biggest one that you guys especially, as you're going through your stuff in your what do you call it, in your job and your profession and your growth, and including me and Dee, just you got to be open for some things. I like what Danny said. Sometimes we don't do things right. We don't hit the nail on the head. But yet we've been doing it for so long, we're in a position that we need to step back and go, I can listen to Tech Joe that's only been here 1 year, because just because he's been here 1 year doesn't mean they can't provide value to me. think that's the key, is the humility of a mentor and the humility of a leader is a tough but awesome trait to have.
Yes. And I was just going to say, I totally agree with Danny. We were talking about the whole mentorship coaching. When I got in sterile processing, I knew nothing. They hired me just simply for management. And I was one of those managers telling people to, what to do. And I didn't know what they did. And I know we all have those, or we've had those. So I decided to actually go to school to learn what sterile processing was, so that when I was telling people what to do, I would have an idea, or even, is this realistic? What I'm telling them, is this possible? I did not know. So going through school, it was so funny because I did the whole little, book training. And then I went to New York for my hands-on. And these are people that I was their boss. But the fact that I came in to do my training under them, they had nail clippers waiting on me because I had nails. They were so excited to just be able to tell me what to do all day. But you know what? I did it. And then one guy wrote me up because he said, I forgot to put my cap on, my bouffant. He was joking, of course, but he came and handed me a write-up. And, so I was kind of thrown into the fire. Well, as a result, then because I had gone to class, gotten certified, blah, 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 the next step, we want you to go into education. Wait, what? I'm doing too much too fast. And so it was like, well, now you got to learn this. So Danny, when you start trying to teach people, and I'm going to be completely honest, my first class, I literally prayed. I literally could have had a cross in front of me because I prayed the whole class that I'm teaching these people right, that I'm telling them the right answers. And their first test, I was really like, oh, please let them pass. And 100% passed the test. So it gave me a little confidence that, okay, maybe I did learn. I know what I'm talking about now. Of course, it's years down the road. But I think anything you do differently, and I'm with Damien, you have to talk to people in the industry and outside of the people, because communication is communication. And if we never learn how to communicate with people, we're on a downward spiral anyway. And that's one of the biggest hindrances I see, that we talk at people sometimes and not to people. And if people are trying to learn from us, they want to feel like they're heard, that I hear them. And so this is, since I started this thing, it's been like a whole new education for me. This was harder than college. So I'm all about train them, talk to them, see them, hear them. That's really what I want that to be known in sterile processing. Even with the different departments, I love Leslie, you said you were teaching the nurses, teaching your teachers, what sterile processing is. Because it's still, 90% of the people on the streets have no clue what sterile processing is. It's up to us to tell them.
Well, and I think you touched on a big point there when you started talking about leadership and talking to people. And like, you even had a moment where like you were praying, and let's just say JC, like, Jesus was like in your group, right? So JC in the room. So it's like, who is going to be and Melinda made that point too. Like she called it your personal board of directors. And I resonate with that statement. Keep in mind that the things that I say reflect only me, Sarah B. Cruz. You don't like it, you can kick the rest out. Okay. But with that being said, who are your people? Who are your people that you're leaning into? So mentors are great, but multiple mentors, like Damien said, you have more than one. Sometimes you have coaches. As new leaders, who do you guys think we need to have in our personal boardroom? Me, I need somebody that is going to call me out on my stuff. Like, because I'm real good at keeping it in my head, because if nobody knows about it, it's a secret. So it's like, so I need someone in my group that's like, Sarah, like, really think about that. Is this really a hill you want to die on? Do you guys have someone in your personal board of directors, like Melinda was saying, that you think a leader would benefit from? What kind of person?
Well, we all know I have a Karen Cherry. Whether I want it or not. No, I have a Karen Cherry and I have a Donnie Payne. And those are the two realest ladies I've ever met in my life. If they don't like it, you will know they don't like it. If they don't feel like you're doing it right, you will know they don't feel like you're doing it right. So again, sometimes it's unsolicited advice. But in the end, in the long run, I listen. And I just had to come back, I think it was Friday, and say, okay, I realized I was wrong about this. So let's try it. Let's try it this way, And I'm like, Donnie, reverse. It's not going right. Reverse. That's a song that I keep doing, y'all. Reverse. But if it's not working, let's change some things, But I heard Danny say that earlier. If it's not working, I don't want to do it your way, reverse. And sometimes we got to swallow pride. Damien just said somebody that's been there a year. I can still learn, I've never thought about doing it that. But when we put pride in the way, and I'm the leader and I'm the instructor, we rob ourselves of learning new things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you stunt your growth.
Yes.
And I think to your conversation, your question, Sarah, as far as who would you put in your personal board of directors, I think there's two type of personalities I put. And one of them, I admit, is probably a struggle for me because it's tough, but I need someone to challenge me. Again, but respectful challenge. I don't want someone to just like, you suck. Okay, just thanks. Right. I don't need that. What I need someone to challenge the thought process and that can we do something different? Can we do something better? But then also at the same time, the other person I want in my board of directors, and this is through experience, is that someone with that legal mind, because there's things that we want to do that you probably shouldn't do. There's things that you got to do, and when I say legal, I saw legal/financial. I'll put them in two different ones because yes, I would love a new car, but someone's going to say you probably shouldn't do that. And the legal person's going to be like, you're going to end up in this if you do it this way. So I need someone to challenge me, and I need someone to make sure advise me on the smart things you should do and shouldn't do that maybe I don't know. And those are those little angels and devils you have on your shoulder all the time. So that's me, because sometimes I've been, like I said, y'all know I've been doing this a day or two. Sometimes I think I know it all, so I need someone to slap me around. Say, no, you got to do it this way, or don't forget this. So that's the little fun things that I try.
So with me, mine's a little bit different because I like to make a lot of jokes and everything, especially when I'm teaching, trying to keep people engaged. But I've noticed that I do need somebody to kind of like stop me from some of my self-deprecating humor. But sometimes I'll make jokes, and then like they're like, look, sometimes it's funny, but then other times people might just take you at face value, like, oh, he's saying this, so maybe he doesn't know how to do that. They're like, you had to at least establish yourself first, and like make sure that they know this certain process, that, so they're not doubting themselves. It's like you can do the jokes after, but like make sure you actually have like a firm foundation first. I'm like, that's a good point. I'll do that.
I've got a personal story on that because I actually did that a lot too. And I still do a lot of jokes. That's just kind of my humor. But I was in a meeting with hospital leadership and my peri-op directors with me, and they were going around the room. Everybody's introducing themselves, right? I'm Dr. So-and-so, I'm Director so-and-so, and everybody knows everybody, but they're still introducing them and their big titles. They come to me and I said, hey, I'm Damien Berg. I'm the troll under the bridge that you must answer 3 riddles before you cross. And everybody laughed, right? But then my boss afterwards says, don't ever do that again. You are a manager of a department. You're not a troll, and your department's not under a bridge. And I'm like, oh, I never thought about it that way. But she's like, don't go so bad. She goes, humor's fine, but don't take yourself down, build yourself up. So that was advice, probably 15 years ago, and it's still stuck with me. So, but I've got burned on that too, Danny. So I've been there.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Damien, I could really see that, especially when you're dealing with people that probably already feel like your department is under a bridge, and we're there to try to show our importance. I can see that. I can see why your boss would take it that way. And it is good because we have enough people tearing us down anyway. We gotta be the ones in the room building. Who's building you up? So we got to be the ones.
Well, and that's a value thing there, D. I tell you what, that right there, and we all feel it. I feel it. Everybody here has felt it. Even though we're in a management leadership position, we have feelings too, and someone needs to build us up too. Because we take slings and arrows, so we need some of that self-healing time ourselves. So besides a mentor, you got to find that. Find someone who can build you up to and refill your cup, because it ain't going to get there. And there's some times I've been down as low can be, and nobody could ever imagine that. But I needed someone to help fill me up. So find those people too and put them in your board. Good point.
Yeah. I need someone that doesn't know anything that I do, because then kind of like to Damien when I was like, they don't really know what you're talking about. The same thing with Miss D, right? Sometimes when I talk to somebody outside of the industry about an industry problem I'm having, they're like, is that really that big of a deal? And I'm like, no, it's probably not. So, so they kind of like work as a reverse. Like, I like that. We should just call this whole session reverse. Thanks, Danny. Reverse. Because it's like a reverse cheerleader. Like, the cheerleader is the person that's going to hype you up. And usually they're in your space or someone very close to you and like understands how hard you're working. But sometimes you need that person that is just like, is it really that big of a deal? Leslie, do you get that a lot? Like, as you're in nursing and you talk about sterile processing problems, like, do you find that happens? Or
I recently did a clinical at one of the local hospitals in Med-Surg, and they could not figure out this patient had a lap epi. And they were like, he's got this stomach pain. He's, but everything seems fine. And we don't understand why he has this stomach pain. And I sat down and I was like, do you guys understand how the instruments work? And they were like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, if you don't test the instrument, you could potentially burn them and they could have internal burns. Turns out that patient had internal burns. And if I wasn't there to be like, hey, did you think of this? Do you know how sterile processing works and how that could affect your patient? They went back and they found those burns and they were able to treat that patient. But I mean, it comes full circle. Like, we all have a part to play. And if they don't know the whole thing, they can't assess everything for its full potential of impacts. So
Leslie, I think you just told everybody here watching us and on today that you have a great article to write just on that burn thing.
True. Julie, get on her.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. That's one of the big things about why I went back to school for nursing, is because I saw that there's just this lack of information, and being able to constantly grow, constantly educate yourself, always put yourself in different positions to learn what they know, but also give that back to them. So it's just part of being a leader. So you got to keep growing. You got to keep putting your little feelers out there and just kind of make those connections with people.
Yeah. And do you think it's lack of connection, or do you think leadership is moving someone in the wrong direction? Like, not just nursing, but like have in that moment there, if they had known that, what can we do as leaders to lead people correctly? Or like, what do we do when we're led poorly? Besides quit, because you can't quit every single job when you don't like a manager. And keep in mind that not all managers are leaders. So we've all heard that blah, blah, blah over and over again. But what do you do when like you're not being led the way you want, or you're led down a dead end? You're like, WT, so.
Yeah. They went back and they kind of reviewed that, and they were like, okay, this is an area of potential that we need to explore. And they went in and they took some of the nurses and stuff in to go see what sterile processing does. And, it just opened up another avenue for them to learn. And in return, like the sterile processing department, they got to hear like how patients are benefiting from what they do.
That's cool.
So,
yeah, this is great. I want to just share a story and plug for Screwball, I guess, but it really is not. It really isn't. But, our whole thing is to bring departments together, and we can hear each other. And one of the nurses this year at Screwball actually came to me, and she had sterile processing techs sitting with her, and they ate together. And she came to me and she said, I think until today, I always saw sterile processing as the dishwashers. And before.
Mm.
And, I just looked at her and I said, well, and it wasn't like she was trying to argue. She was just telling me her point. And I said, well, it's funny because I've often thought of different departments. And even if we are like the dishwashers, could you imagine at a restaurant if the chef didn't have people washing dishes for them? And I don't care how great his food is, if it comes out on a dirty plate, am I going to eat it? And so the whole thing with this is maybe if we learn to talk to each other, we would learn to appreciate each other a little better. And maybe then we wouldn't be on the phone or a doctor screaming or nurses screaming. And we would realize that what's more important, your nose, your ear, it's all important. I don't want to do the whole, I'd rather be blind than deaf. I don't want to be any of it if I don't have.
How about neither?
I don't want any. And so that's the whole thing. We've got to learn, and that is education in itself. That, and I love that the nurses came down to observe, because I promise you that would change their conversation and the way they talk to that department. And that's really what it's about. I remember sitting in a board meeting I used to have to do in New York. And they got it was horrendous, the review they got. And they were supposed to be this wealthy hospital that, the rich and everybody came to. I saw how they treated people, but it was easier because I was on the outside looking in. They had gotten so accustomed to it. They still thought they had these great ratings and everybody loved them. And so when this rating came across, they were like crushed. Who would say this about us? And it wasn't one person. It was a list of people. And but I had just that morning heard them screaming at somebody in housekeeping. And I mean, just screaming. And it made me think, let housekeeping go on strike for a week. Nobody's coming in this hospital. Let's sterile processing. It's the truth. Let's sterile processing, PCTs, whatever the position, anesthesia tech. You're going in there and have a surgery with no medicine, with no anesthesia. So everybody's important. And that's the message that even at sterile processing, even if you see us as the dishwasher, baby, you need this dishwasher. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that's like the definition of like, how is leadership presenting us? How are they leading us? What kind of information is getting there? What kind of information isn't? And, me personally, I did get bad information once from someone who led me. And I felt like they led me in a wrong direction. So like, while it is like the profession's job to, lead their professionals in a certain way, I just want to stress that it's so important that when you're being led, you pick your shepherd, dare I say. Like, you don't have to be every single sheep. Like, make sure the shepherd you're following is someone that resonates with you and where you're going. Me personally, I liked the outcome of the, so I was led and I made certain decisions and they were great. And don't get me wrong, they didn't have negative impacts, but they didn't resonate with me. So I have been led in, quote, the wrong direction before by someone that I trusted, and they genuinely believed that they were helping me the best way that they knew. And sure enough, I got the end goal that we had planned, but God, I hated the end goal. Oh my God. It was terrible. I didn't want to do it at all. Okay. And I don't do it anymore. So don't worry if like I still do all those things. It wasn't you guys. Okay. But like, so, and I don't do it anymore. And it was specifically about becoming a manager or a supervisor. And I hated it. It was terrible. I did all the right things, got in all the right spots. And I'm vibing with Danny on the educator train. I really enjoy being an educator and not direct management in that way, but collaborating with management. So it is possible to have your mentor, your coach, and just be led in the wrong direction because you became very much enamored by them and what they can do and not what you can do with their guidance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so true.
Yeah. One of the things that really resonated with me on one of your conferences when you were speaking about that, when you gave a shout out to the managers and the supervisors, and you're like you just gave them praise for like that job, that stressful job, and you're like, you're happy to be an educator. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna try and go that route. There's just certain things. Like, I'm not saying I would never try it, but like even when you're saying like the wrong direction, it wasn't like my leader previously was wrong, but his style, like it worked for the department, heavy trauma center, everything. but like it kind of brought out the wrong qualities in myself. So it was like he
Oh.
was teaching me how to do it, and it wasn't like we weren't meshing as well.
Mm.
So like with this, I actually got to choose who I wanted to be with, their management style. I got a little glimpse of it at the conference, which great reason to go. You get to see people who might be your boss or work with you. So you got to see how to interact with people. And then you can have your people that you know kind of talk with them like, how do you think, is that real? How do you feel about them? Like, so you're kind of like interviewing them without them knowing as much. I'm sure they're doing the same. But you really get to see who you mesh with, and it'll be a better like environment for yourself to grow and just work in instead of being stressed all day. So I'm happy with my decision where I'm at right now.
Good.
So guys, I got to step off. I've got something else I got to do, but I'm so happy to be on. I'm sorry I crashed your guys' hour, but I just having so much fun doing this. So great job, everybody. Denard, thank you again for doing this again. Happy Sterile Processing Week. I hope to see you guys all around the internet at your chapters and at our conference. All right.
Bye, Damien.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Have a good one.
Let me send them off for a little clap. Damien for showing up to the show. I know Damien's busy. Damien said he flew in, cooked food, and is ready for he did a chapter meeting yesterday, cooked food this morning, took a flight, and he came on the meeting this morning. So
wow.
I think that's one of the busiest guys in Sterile Processing. I think he need to put that as his tagline eventually. So guys, thank you for continuing the conversation. I know nobody wants to see my face for 12 hours, so that's why I kind of dipped off a little bit.
Why not? Yes, we do.
Juice.
That's what I said.
Nobody wants to see me. They say that, but then they get tired quick.
Right. The lies.
So yeah, Evo give a little shout out there, Damien. Thank you. So guys, the conversation has been going good. And I sent let me look at my camera. I sent Sarah a question about having being stead in the wrong direction in terms of management. Have you guys have any instances? I know Sarah gave an example where someone was telling you something to do and you knew that wasn't in the best interest, the best interest of the outcome. If it wasn't a patient, but the outcome wasn't going to be what you wanted it to be, it was the quick fix, etc. But the outcome, you knew that person knew that wasn't what we were trying to get to, and they still encourage you to do that wrong thing. And then how do you navigate that? Do you say no at the time, or do you go through it and then bring it to someone else's attention, or do you just say no right at the moment and just not do it? What would especially? I know there are a lot of techs new in the field that get that advice, or they're trying to keep that job, and then they get directed into certain things they don't see in the book or they haven't been trained on, and they still do it because they're new and they don't have any avenue to get to anybody else to bring it to. Or if it's that person that you have to bring it to telling you what to do, how would you navigate that? How would advice you have for somebody who was in that position under stress?
I can see. I didn't have this with text. I had it actually. I wasn't even in sterile processing, and the leader that was trying to train me was a very micromanaged leader, and everything was like, the hammer over your head. And so she was basically that's not my personality, first of all, but she wanted me to pattern myself after her. And she would demean people and put them down for the slightest things. And, I'm just cringing on the inside. It's like killing me. I can't do this. I can't do this. But I didn't have the guts to tell her at the time. And so I just kept following her. And one day she completely went off her rails with one of the people. And I just had to stop. And I told her, this will never be who I am. This may work for you. And in my heart, it didn't even work for you. But it's not working for you. Everybody hates you. But anyway, I just told her this won't work for me. So I can't. I just can't. I love what you're trying to teach me, but I have to still be Deronda. I still have to put it in who I am, because certain things I don't want to come out of character. If I can't be who, and you know, some things for me morally, if I can't like what I'm doing or enjoy it, I feel like I'm helping you, what is the point? You know, and you go home crying because I'm screaming at you and calling you every name, and you need the job, so you tolerate it. That's not a team. That's not working together. And I eventually just told her, I don't know if this means, you know, I have to find another job. I said if she fires me, I'm going to her boss. But thankfully, you know, I was able to speak to the situation. And she said, well, you do you, but you'll never succeed. And I think they fired her like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they did.
So, you know, I'm so glad. I just couldn't. I didn't even want to do that to people. So that was a life learning experience for me that I still got to keep me in the equation.
Mm.
You know, I always kind of think of techs as like little flames, you know, and you have the option to diminish their flame or make them brighter and stronger. And I always kind of think about it as like, am I giving them what they need to grow and be passionate and really shine bright, or am I diminishing their flame and I'm going to put them out, you know? So you kind of got to think of it that way. But yeah, I totally can resonate with that, Dia.
Can we talk about some of the action steps that go into what you two were just talking about? So it's like, it's easy to see when things don't go the way they want, but when we're already at the quote finish line, right? Like before, it's like, you know, Miss D, you noticed it before it was too late, but you were running that race for a while. You know what I'm saying?
Because I didn't want to upset her.
Right. So, and then Leslie, you know, you were like, okay, we have this opportunity to dim and put out flames and everything like that. So I think it's important that when we are realizing what doesn't resonate with us as professionals, whether it be a patient safety issue, endoscope's not processed correctly, or somebody didn't load the autoclave the way you like, those are your professional heart speaking to where you want to lean into and what you can offer the industry. So whereas you will be steered wrong by leadership, it is inevitable. It's inevitable because like Ms. D pointed out, you're not going to like all your leadership and they're going to bring you down paths that they're only familiar with, because paths become paths when people walk down them so many times. You just have to pick the gate you're going to walk down, right? So the actionable steps behind overcoming that is, once it's happened, pay attention to where you were like, that's not okay. That's not okay. I don't like that. That's your industry heart speaking to you. Maybe you're the next pro endoscope reprocessing. Like Danny, he does the illustrations for Trey, and so he can help people learn what the instrument names are. I can only imagine the story behind why Danny makes sure everybody knows what instruments are. You know what I mean? So, and me personally, I had a really bad job review. And when I asked them how I can get better, they just said I just needed to do something different or try harder. That was the answer I got. So me, when I heard that, I reacted to that and I was like, okay, so my mission statement's going to be helping people understand how to get better and reach the goals that they want. So listen, after leadership has led you wrong, to overcome that, try to listen to yourself, like not just your gut, but you know, you can't die on all the hills. Practice stoicism, as David 𝑺𝙥𝒑𝒔 points out in his Process Magazine article. Practice stoicism. Pick the hill you're going to die on, because the white flag vibes with you.
Yeah. Everything can't be a battle. So pick the battle you're willing to give your life for.
and your professional heart will tell you. Because not everybody's adamant about how a scope gets reprocessed. I mean, like, listen, I know it's important, but if I don't ever have to look at a scope again, I'm good. Like, I'm so good, right? So, but listen to what you're reacting to and then lean into that, because that's where you can add more industry insight and maybe scope the future of how that's taught, you know?
Yeah. You know, and it kind of comes down to communication. In a few of the instances that I had to kind of take a step back and I had to ask them, like, why do you do it this way? What's your, like, what happened that kind of formed you into this direction of this is how you do it? And what's your thought process behind this? Where is the knowledge that you're pulling that, is driving your direction? And then once I figured out their thought process of why they do stuff, I was able to say, okay, I see your perspective on this. And then I was better able to kind of be like, but okay, so look at it this way, but then add this and this, and then reevaluate. So,
that's the biggest villain to ego, Leslie. Did you know that? Why?
Yeah.
Right. So whenever you're having a prideful moment, we're all guilty of that. Come on. Like, I can't be the old, listen, I talk about what I need to learn all the time. All right. So like when I'm talking about challenging how you've always done it, challenging your ego, putting aside your pride, these are all the big things that I personally grow through and develop and lean on my mentor to help me overcome. And why is the biggest challenger, the villain, the anti, dare I say, so of ego. If you want to challenge ego, even in yourself, just ask why.
Yes.
Right. And that's huge for leadership. Like, why? And why do you even want to be a leader? Is it for the title? Like, listen, totally. And it's cool if you want all the title. If you wanted that cool business card that says, like, my title at work is like 8 words. I'm an educator. So it's like, do you want that? Cool. Own it. Make it yours. But make sure you check into why you want to be a leader, because once the glory of that business card and you realize everybody just uses QR codes now anyways, like, you got to make sure you can, walk that walk.
It's so true. And you said the why, the higher the position, the harder it is a lot of times to ask that why.
Yes.
Because the egos, wait, who are you? What is your name?
You say that to yourself, right? You're like, Sarah, why are you doing this thing? It's like, excuse me.
You're asking me? And then everybody wants to run. I've done this since I was, 2 years old, 19, 20, and I've been doing this way. Okay, but I just want an understanding. And it's so hard not to say, and that's why it's not working. Because at 19, 20.
Yeah, right.
Have you thought of retiring?
Yeah.
That was shady.
We can't do that. We still well, there's some of our mind thoughts like
that's so wrong. That's so wrong. That's so wrong.
It's so true. We've all thought it. I can say this, I'm with the baby boomer age.
Yo, stop.
So I'm on my way out of there, okay? But I'm even gonna say this to the baby boomers since I'm laughing about it. If you hold everything in that you have accumulated all these years, the knowledge, sometimes just taking people back to the beginning, that lets us understand how we got here today. And it really bugs me when we can talk about these younger people, they don't know what they're doing. They're coming in here trying to change things. Well, that's life. Life is about changing. And it's shame on you if you take, everybody, he just told you I came from church. But one of the things that is here is going to the graveyard, be empty. Empty yourself. Give out all the knowledge that you've learned. How is it helping you if you're buried? So give it out, share it, help young people, help new managers, new leaders, new educators, new technicians coming in. I'm with Leslie. You don't have to try to show them you're the boss. They already know that. Show them how to do their job and do it well so they can be successful. So baby boomers, get on it.
Yeah. My department, we had a photo album in our department that went back 60 years to the very beginning of SPD. And in those pictures, I could see them smoking cigarettes while they're wrapping stuff. And I saw just the way they did stuff. And then as you flip through it, you start seeing this evolution of change. And, I talked to one of our very wise experienced technicians, and she's like, yeah, when I first started here, I smoked in here when I did this stuff. And I was like, wow. And she's like, you know what, but it's a good thing that you learned that that wasn't okay.
Right.
And I used to like wash all these instruments without gloves on, and I was like, ooh. And she's like, yeah, but you know what, we learned that wasn't a good idea, and we changed, and that was a good change. And she was like, and as you develop and you go through your career, you're gonna see stuff that you're doing right now, and you're gonna be like, whoa, we got to change. And she's like, we'll keep changing. It's always good to be changing and evolving and trying different things and going with it. She's like, don't become stagnant. And I was like,
yes.
So
you got to let like people be able to tell you things, because a lot of times with your title, whether it's manager or educator, especially with me, like they expect me to know everything, which is fine, but like I always let them know, and I make them feel comfortable. When I'm wrong about something, please correct me. If you found out something, you know it, let me know. And if it's a question that I don't know, I can't find in the book, either I'll get to it, I'll try and find it for you, or you can find it for me. So I kind of pass that work like a challenge. Like, you find this information for me, and then I'll bring it up the next time. I used to do that for extra credit when somebody would ask like what certain gloves are made out of, and I didn't have it on the top of my mind. I'm like, if you Google it and find out, I'll give you extra credit on the test. Just I don't know that particular answer, but like it's something that might come up, a question, and then it's stuck in my head now. So whenever somebody asks me, but I never want to make somebody feel like they know a process, but because of my title, they feel like they can't tell me about it. So I want them to be able to communicate it, because I want to learn too. I don't want to continue to teach the wrong thing.
Oh yeah.
And I think like I'm going to say something, and this is why I always do the disclaimer, because like I say these things that a lot of people don't like. So as a leader, it is not your job to know all the answers. And I know a lot of people are like, how dare you? Okay, but hear me out. Just hear me out. As we round out the hour, and I see Denard's putting on his mic, and I'm watching people come into the back of the room. I'm watching all the next hosts come up. Like, you guys got a great show coming at you. As leaders, you do not need to know all the answers. Sometimes you need to know who has the answers, and you can delegate effectively to them. Now, that doesn't mean delegating your whole job to somebody else. Okay. So just pause right there. All right. But as leaders, a main part of our duty is to inspire people to become who they will be, so that they can serve our industry, facility, department, space, and serve themselves. Because as leaders, as we inspire people to serve themselves, they will help us and all the spaces that they're in. So as someone who's been coined a brainer in my own facility, I actively work to not have the answer. Even if you're like, I know that whole big like nerd, right? Even if you do, hold back. Hold back and let somebody, if it's like not life or death or anything like that, hold back and allow someone to feel the power of becoming that brainer. Be a true leader. Guide people. Don't micromanage people, unless like a doctor's mad and someone's screaming or someone's smoking in their department. Use your discretion wisely. But truly, remember, if you look at leadership as a pie, pumpkin, half of it is inspiring others to be who they're going to become.
Totally.
Where's the bomb? Hold on.
I get a bomb?
Hold on. 5, 4, 3. Hold your breath.
Hey, I got a bomb.
We got 4 bombs counting, so we're keeping a tally now. 4 bombs. So hopefully next year we could break whatever record we set this year.
Well, it's better than dropping my podcast mic. That would not go over well. So that won't go over well.
So yeah, guys, you've been great. I have Adriana, and you guys are more than welcome to stay on if you have the time. If you're leaving, let me know. Just give your parting words and talk about your business, your new endeavors, anybody you want to give a shout out to. I know Danny is gonna stay on for the next 10 hours. So
10.
So we're actually having education at 4 p.m. from Beyond Clean. 1 CE from presentation by Anna Castillo. So you guys get a benefit from viewing this show. You get a 1 CE. I mean, our last year we got 12 CEs from CBSPD. So So this year, stay tuned from 4 to 4:30, and then I'll be playing a video montage from Guatemala mission this year. I haven't released it yet. I was waiting for the perfect time. So you will see from beginning to end what happened in Guatemala.
Oh, good.
That's awesome.
And I'll release that right after the education. And the education questionnaire, how you could get your the CE, the link will be in the description of this video. So you can always rewind, keep my views going up, and watch it again and again, and then answer the questions, and then you'll be good. So without any further ado, I will bring up Miss Adrina. I hope she's ready. You ready?
Hello. Hi. Can everybody hear me
Hello.
okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, awesome.
It's windy.
It is. It is.
Welcome. And I have Celindra Bethel coming on also, but I think she had some difficulties. She came on a couple of times and she went back down, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But Adrina,
something going on.
yeah, something went wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Welcome.
Well,
So
it's been great hanging out with all you guys. I'm gonna get back to doing my homework for class.
oh man,
Nurse life.
I know nurse life. I'm just like juggling it all. But it is so great to have all of you there. I hope you have a fantastic sterile processing week. Take a moment to just really think about the impact and how significant you are to the whole healthcare continuum. And just take a minute to say, hey, I did a good job. I made a difference. You know, pat yourself on the back. Tell that person next to you that's kind of crabby and definitely didn't take their, their morning cup of coffee like they should have, and say, hey, you were doing great too. Okay.
Yes.
So,
yes.
All right. Well, you guys have a great day. Thanks for
Bye,
having me on.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. And guys, we're gonna have a 30-second break. And if you guys decide to drop off or come back on, I'll be happy. I'll be sad if I don't see you. But if you're leaving,
Denard, can I just say one thing? I am gonna have to leave, but Adrian
you
got
leaving?
on.
You leaving me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I might
man.
stay a few minutes, but I have to say, Danny, we're talking about education. This is one of my proudest moments that I was her educator. And every time I see her on Facebook or LinkedIn with doing these things, I'm like, this is why we do it. This is why we're doing it. So I am very proud to say she came through my program.
You are the best educator that I've ever had, honestly.
Thank you.
I speak about you
You don't have to. I was just saying that you don't have to build me up, but thank you.
No, I speak about you to this day, actually. So,
We're gonna piggyback on Leslie's exit. It's nice seeing everybody. I plan on seeing more people at Denard's Top Golf social event, so plug that in. I will try and bring something from Surgical Tray, but there's a lot of stuff I just want to push out. I can't rush it. There's something that I wanted to finish for Sarah too, but it's just a lot of content coming out. And I saw your comment, Amina. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. She's letting me make posters on policies and stuff to teach the people. So I'm like, I get to draw and post it around the department. That's my job. Awesome. So I'm happy right now. I'll see everybody later.
And I'm gonna head out also. My husband's been watching the new baby.
Oh,
congrats again.
Thanks. I don't even want to say watching. Like, Elvin is a phenomenal partner in crime with this. Like, hardly co-parent. He's like the parent. I'm just like, yeah, go babes. But honestly, so like, as someone in the sterile processing industry that wears a lot of bouffants, I'm an instructor. I'm a quality and assurance educator. I'm on your board of directors for the HSPA. Remember, you vote for us, and elections will be starting again. And I'm also the chapter president for my state HSPA chapter, the CTSBA. So I do a lot of stuff in the industry, but just remember, everybody likes to harp in this week that sterile processing is the heart of the hospital. And while that is true, if sterile processing is the heart of the hospital, you are the pulse. Yeah. Autoclaves will not run without you, and cart washers will forever beep and break whether you are there or not. Am I right? So if you're the pulse of the department, you are also the voice of our industry. There are people here that will gladly stand on the soapbox for you and take all the arrows and all the glares just to make sure that your voice gets heard. But don't leave us hanging for too long, because while we'll always personify what we think is best for you, the industry needs your voice. Be the heart of the hospital, provide them with your pulse, and give us your voice so you don't have to have people to speak for you. And I can't wait to hear what that sounds like. I'll be out here, and if you ever need someone to advocate for you, there's tons of people, and I would be proud to represent you in rooms that you are not in yet.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your time. I really appreciate you coming on. Give the baby a kiss for me.
I
And
know. It was using its weight the other day.
So thank you so much. And D, you coming back?
I'll
Danny,
see
you
you
coming
for
back
a
too?
few minutes. Look, till I hear my dinner get ready.
Oh man. Danny, you coming back? You staying? Oh, Danny gone?
Danny's gone.
Oh, bye, Danny. So we'll take a short 30-second break and we'll be right back. Let me comb my hair and we'll be right
I'm gonna
back.
see if I can find a place that's not as windy.
Yeah, because we do hear the wind.
Okay.
All right. She's in the Windy City. Be right back. Welcome back. Oh, Adina is not there yet. All right, so we have another guest is coming on. Oh, she's back.
I'm back.
So Dante Jones, welcome, Dante Jones. Let me give a round of applause. Thank you, brother, for coming on.
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Happy Sunday, y'all.
All right, happy Sunday, happy Cell Processing Week. And okay, so it's fall. So we kind of doing a different topic now, and I know everybody is I don't know. I think everybody's kind of familiar, either working with or being travelers themselves. So we're going into tips on the travel tips to go on the road. And that could deal with travelers, that could deal with that could be dealing with a new job, travelers or anything, or working with travelers within a department. So thank you guys. Can you guys introduce yourselves, Adrina and Mr. Jones, please?
Ladies first.
Okay. Hey, I'm Adrienne. I've been in the sterile processing since July of 2021. I started traveling in May of 2022. And I'm still traveling. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee right now. Got opportunity from the HSPA conference in Nashville when I went this year. So I'm fairly new, but learning a lot and love the field.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, who are you?
So my name is Dante Jones. I've been in the field for a little bit since 2009. It's 2009. So about 15 years and some change. Worked in pretty much every capacity, from technician, coordinator, lead, supervisor, manager, regional manager, travel manager, consultant, and now I'm a manager right now. So I've pretty much worked every capacity there is in the hierarchy of sterile processing. But right now I'm currently a sterile processing manager at Christiana Care over the flagship hospital in Newark campus, and then the surgery center that's connected to it. And then also in addition to that, I have sterile processing, consulting, do a little bit of staffing as well, and also a CRC preparation, online, in person, and we have self-study options.
Do you have something in the background? I'm hearing an echo.
Yeah, it's a bad echo.
That's not me. Hold on.
You're still on the midst. All right, I muted myself.
Can you hear me?
I can still hear the echo.
We still hear it. It's almost like something's talking in the background.
There's no one in my house.
All right, let's. Okay, so we have our next co-host. I'll say co-host. Is in the building. Get ready. You ready? All right. She's like, I'm not ready. You have too much light behind you, but let's go with Miss Lila Price. We're just in. Yes. So let me give a round of applause too, because Lila and I were in the trenches yesterday. Not really, but.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
Lila.
Yeah, we were presenting at CASP yesterday. Yesterday we were the first presentation, so we couldn't even gauge things to say.
Wow.
We're gonna get our little warm-up session, like, oh, okay, that's how they do it. Okay, let's follow that. Nope, we had to go first, so it was kind of tough going first, but eventually when we big time, they'll put us last, right?
That's the way it goes.
So Lila, introduce yourself. Oh, you're mute. You're on mute.
I don't think she's on mute. We just can't hear her.
Oh, yeah, I heard her laughing, and then that's it.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. How you guys doing?
Good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Lila Price. Everybody on here I know very well, so this is an awesome panel. I've watched these careers grow and change, and they've touched me in so many ways. Dante and I go way back, like my first sterile processing job, all the way back to like Abington days. Miss D, I work with her through scrub ball. Appreciate it. Adrian, I met at USPA in Nashville. So, and then she came at the hospital. So, I'm honored to be on this. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing?
Real good.
Hey, girl.
Okay.
I think that's Lila. Lila, are you in a restaurant or something?
Adriana, I think that's Adriana because I put hers on mute and then stopped.
Oh.
I'm in my hotel room. I just flew back in from Philly.
Oh, okay. So Adrian.
Adrian, sorry. I always say her name wrong. I always say her name wrong. Sorry.
I'm here to help you.
So, oh yeah, I can hear you. I think we're good now. No more echo. No more echo.
Is it better?
Yes, much better.
I took off my little Apple.
That's why I don't like Apple. That's why I don't like Apple. I just don't like it. Like, and that kind of proves that my point right there. So thank you guys for coming on. I really appreciate it. Lila's been traveling. Lila, did you land yet? Did you
Yep.
get where you're going? Oh,
I'm in Texas. I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay, so Lila's in Texas. So guys, we're doing traveling tips. Cylindra is supposed to come on, and she said there were a couple of people on. She didn't want to, join the party, so she said she'd come on in a few minutes. So Cylindra will be by in a few minutes.
When she comes in, I'll fade out.
You will fade out? We don't do fading out. You keep talking about these old folks. Don't fade out.
Old folks, give up the trap. No, I'm joking.
It's okay, Miss D. We need
That's wisdom.
You know what? This is the one thing about getting old. You don't have to be as careful as what you with what you say. People just be like, "She's old,"
but they can't do nothing to you at that point. What are they gonna do? Fire you?
That's how I feel. What you gonna do? Send me on another vacation?
Right? What you gonna do? Like, you let me go, I'm happy. You keep me, I'm happy. Like,
you're reading my mind.
Yeah, I'll get there one day. I'll get there. That's how the guys in my department be. They put out the minimum effort, but they know everything though. The thing you can't replace, like when the speed goes, is the knowledge. You can always say when did this happen? Whose tray is that? You could never replace the knowledge, because once that's gone, there's a void in the department.
You know what? Can I open with that? Because that is so true. That's the one thing I do feel like we don't spend enough time appreciating each other, the millennials or the Gen X or whoever is who. Everybody has something to offer. Baby boomers, people be like, they don't know, but they do know. They have a wealth of knowledge that some people need to get in there and pick those brains. And then the baby boomers need to appreciate those that are younger and what they offer. But if we mix together and would appreciate and learn from each other, we can have some awesome teams. Because I promise you, when the baby boomers are gone and departments have not taken advantage of what they know, you're going to notice a gap. Even if you're saying, I wish these old people would get out of here, you're going to notice the gap. You will, because again, baby boomers are the ones we'll hang on to a job till we die. We'll hang on to that job, give me my gold watch and I'm happy. You don't have that with younger generations. They're like, oh, I got offered 50 cents more over here, honey. I'll see y'all next time. Deuces. You know, so it's just so much that we have to value with each other. I've learned more about computers working with young people than I ever thought I would have to. But it's a necessity in the department that I know these things are, so it's so much wisdom that we could take. But don't sleep on your baby boomers, because they'll be out of there in the next 2 years. They're going.
Yeah.
You better appreciate them. I'll say the next 5. I'm out in 2.
Oh, I was thinking. So like you were talking about yourself. I'm like 2 years. Why is she so specific?
I'm telling you, I'm out. But your original thing was travelers, and you all know I work for SIPS Consulting. That's all we do is send out travelers. We've been in business since 2005. I'm very proud of that. Because we started at a time when the economy was not good. People told us over and over we would not make it, we wouldn't be successful. We made it through COVID. We made it through every drought. I'll say it like that. And the one thing I'm proud about is we've not had to lay one person off. They started in 05. I came in 12. And I just, I'm so proud to be with a company that they want to do good by their people, and that makes me happy. But as the educator, I don't know if people realize this, we at one point didn't even teach students until COVID, when there were no travelers. People weren't going. And that's well, we started before that, but that was really our let's do it. And we've now been teaching for about 5 years doing an education class. The reason we started the class is there were so many people, technicians that were not trained. I mean, we know there are just 5 or 6 states that you even have to be certified, which is ridiculous. But that's because people still don't see the value in making sure that your sterile processing department is trained and qualified. So I think even that's us have to keep screaming. People need to know what they're doing. This is life and death. People got to learn the job. They have to know. You don't want somebody walking out of McDonald's preparing your instruments for your major surgery. You just don't want that. So one of the things we saw is the lack of technicians. And like I said earlier, I work for a company that's all about what's next, what's next, what's next. Sometimes it drives me crazy. I'm like, slow down, but they can't afford to slow down in the industry. But when we opened the classes, there was, and I already said, I'm so proud Adrian was one of them that graduated in our class, but we've had so many successful people. When we take you through, we teach you all about travel, but we will not send you out until you get some training, because we don't want you going somewhere being a danger. You have just enough knowledge to be dangerous. We didn't want that. So you have to get some training before we'll send you out into the world of travel. And we try to make sure that, you know, we know somebody's going to help you. Somebody's going to be right there walking it out with you until you feel like I'm ready. So I am proud to say that in our years of doing this, I now have like students, they still stay in contact, their managers, their supervisors, and it makes me happy. But the main reason I'm happy is I know they know what they're doing. I know that I can trust them. And I believe, Adrian, how many times in my class do I say, you don't have the right to go in there messing with somebody. You don't have the right to go in there upset and somebody die on your watch. You don't have the right. Our job is just as important in making sure patients leave that hospital better than they came in. That's our job, whether we ever see them or not. And travelers are very important. And I think for the next couple of years will become even more important as people are trying to figure out the whole AI and all this kind of stuff. It's important that hospitals have the staff because right now they're struggling. I'll come off my soapbox now.
Amen. 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 I believe it. You see it, you believe it. Um so guys, thank you, Ms. D, for that. Appreciate it. So guys, in terms of traveling, let me ask a point question. In terms of traveling, how do you see the travel environment right now? And oh no, hold on. Let me bring on Miss Travel herself. Ion SPD, Miss Celinda Bit. Celinda, wait
I
up,
was
we
calling
here.
this travel myself. I'm just a gypsy by nature. That's all. It's like I'm a homeless person going from city to city, state to state.
So Celinda, introduce yourself. Introduce yourself, Miss.
Oh, I'm just a California girl now that lives in Alabama and happened to take a sterile processing course about 11 years ago and got certified. Now I'm an educator.
All right now.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So guys, what do you think about the current landscape of traveling? Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Not for the travelers. It's getting better or worse for the departments. And how do you see the current landscape for travel? Anybody could go first, and I'll dip out for a second.
I think it's getting worse only because from what I've seen, you have so many people, their whole goal is to get some sort of experience, get certified, and start traveling. So they impacting wages because a lot of the hospitals are not getting quality, and these people are taking anything. They're not negotiating any contracts, and they're not producing quality. We get people that come in there and they're certified and they're travelers, but they have no clue of what to do when they're in a trauma one, for instance. Maybe they worked at a surgery center or something like that. So that's the biggest impact I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing here. I think, you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's still
out. There we go. Yeah, I think due to like we all know we're in inflation right now. Due to inflation and just there's a big disconnect, I think, with administration and C-suite with what sterile processing does on a day-to-day basis. And that disconnect is leading to, like, you know, you guys see the news. Kaiser Permanente, 75,000 staff going on strike. It's one of the biggest strikes in U.S. history.
Wow.
And then you had that just happened a couple days ago, that storm strike. And then we have nurses, for instance, at Barnabas Health System in Central New Jersey, 1,700 nurses going on strike and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to be feeling the inflation more and more as we go into the new year, 2025. And I think, you know, from, like I said, from a government standpoint and from an administration standpoint, I just think they have to really hone in on what's going on in their departments, especially their perioperative service departments, starting with the heart of the hospital, sterile processing. And wages need to be modified to kind of keep up with the agency, the contract workers, surgery centers, because they're paying more. A lot of physicians are leaving hospitals, doing private practice, and then they're paying the techs $5 to $7 more an hour, and getting a lot of the quality techs. So you got the surgery centers taking quality techs, you got the agency taking the quality techs away from the departments, and then you're kind of left in limbo with an aging staff who are transitioning into retirement who are, some of them are fed up, so they're taking those opportunities as well. So, I think the whole landscape of healthcare is going through a rough patch. I think the only way it can get better is if C-suite, CFOs, CEOs, and the decision makers actually kind of learn what each department does, starting with sterile processing, and then actually being able to process what they do as far as from a finance standpoint and then from an operational standpoint, so they can make those impactful changes. Because I never forget when I was at I'm not there no more. I can talk about Cooper University Hospital. Um, the CEO didn't know anything about sterile processing. He was a GYN surgeon at Thomas Jefferson University for years, and they were concerned about the turnover rate we had at Cooper. We kept turning over staff because the agency they was taking that trip over the bridge to union hospitals such as Jefferson and Temple and everything that were paying more money, and he wanted to know why we kept losing staff. So he came down, spent time with me for about an hour and a half, and I walked him through from point of views when they use instruments, decontamination, when stuff has to be turned over, when stuff has to go through sonication or ultrasonic, when things can't go through the mechanical wash, the stuff got to go through the pass-through window. So I walked them through, and then even on the clean side, when you have to do inspection for your instruments, I mean, like lighting magnification, inspecting your rond drawers, inspecting your scissors and everything. So spending that hour and a half with him, it really brought like light to him because he just says as a GYN surgeon for years, he would just get up like 4:30 in the morning, get his coffee and everything, hit the road. He's scrubbed in his case by like 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30, he's ready to rock and roll, and his stuff is right there. He had no, he didn't really know how that stuff got there. He just knew that his stuff is ready every day. He didn't know all the intricacies as far as making sure that the cases are ready, the instruments, sorting through the instruments because he came down, I never forget, 3 p.m. So all the trays were in decon. He couldn't even walk through decon. He literally had to push the carts open so he can actually walk through the decon. So I think and then long story short, he ended up getting the staff $10 more an hour. Right, $10 more an hour. Like they were starting off at $16 and some change an hour. To this day, they're making like 25 an hour on top of even shift and night shift differential. But just having him spend some time actually going through the process, he was able to take the information to C-suite and the board of directors and board of trustees, and they saw the value in giving the techs what they needed. And this is entry level technicians, and then the ones who got paid based on experience, they still got more. They got more higher wages. Nice. So him spending that time, an hour and a half, really shed a whole lot of light on what sterile processing does, and that was the value aspect of it. As far as making sure that we had staff to actually do the case to do the cases for day-to-day surgery, but more importantly, make sure we was retaining staff because we were turning over. I mean, my first 6 months there, I lost like 15 staff because they were coming in, learn a little bit, and then go right across the bridge, work in hospitals or do contract work. So, I think the biggest disconnect is C-suite not understanding, and then them not spending enough time in their service departments. And that's again, like I said, that starts with sterile processing, anesthesia, if you're servicing anesthesia, GI. I mean, all the ancillary departments that service units, I think C-suite has to spend time in understanding the day-to-day functions because Lean Six Sigma, that stuff sounds cute and all on paper, but you actually know what Lean Six Sigma is, from an operational standpoint, actually doing it. Because certain things you can't reduce. You can't reduce certain things such as sterile processing if you want to improve quality and everything. It doesn't make sense. It looks good on paper, but if you're taking that Lean Six Sigma approach on a macro scale, I mean, it doesn't. If you tie in things like inflation and everything, that throws it all off because you're not staffed accordingly and you don't have senior staff that are baby boomers and everything that's been there for years, kind of carrying the torch and pushing the work through, because they're like you said, they're all retiring a couple years, or they're just tired of working where they're at, and they're taking on other opportunities and making more money. So, I just think, we're at a dangerous standpoint as far as staffing as a whole in health systems. And I think to kind of bridge that gap, you really need C-suite to kind of own in and come in and kind of understand what their service departments are doing.
That's good. That's good. I'm actually going to piggyback on you. If they don't become concerned, it is going straight downhill, because it's the C-suite that actually makes the decisions. It's the C-suite that has to care enough to come down. Once the guy came down and literally saw it for himself, his attitude changed. And that's what every hospital, at some point, it seems like you say, we're constantly losing people. Let's talk to the people that know why we're losing them. But it's like almost until it hits their pocket, they don't care. So when they start losing money, it becomes important. When I'm not taking my bonus home, then I'm going to speak to somebody. But even with CS management, we've got to get bold enough that we can say, this is what's going to happen at this hospital in the next year, in the next 6 months, if this doesn't happen. And sometimes we're so afraid to speak to C-suite, like, oh, they can fire me, they can. But if you lose your job anyway, what difference does it make? Right. And you might be the bridge, that they actually hear. But and it takes more than that. It takes put on paper. We don't have enough people. You're expecting this. We can't do this. This is the maximum number of trays that will go out per day with the staff we have today. When you get some facts in writing and you present it, this is why you are losing money. This is why you are losing staff. When you can present it evenly, think about it. Don't go up on the day where you're mad now, so you want to tell everybody off. Go up on a day where you've actually got your facts right. You got it in paper and print. You can hand it to them and you can explain it. That's when we'll start seeing some changes. But that's reps for us. We got to get stronger too in our conversations with the C-suite.
If the C-suite are reasonable people, and half the time they're not. But the simple fact is, if I'm working at a hospital and I'm telling you, you need to use the Sonic for your Da Vinci because you have Da Vinci, and you want me to give you language and say must. It's like, come on now, infections have been traced back to a department. It happened to me in my department and when I was in Florida for not having a Sonic. So I'm like, they're seeing you through these hoops. That's totally unnecessary. So when you're dealing with unreasonable people, it's like, what do you do at that point? I think the people in SPD got to start raising some hell and stop acting like we slaves and keep taping these whippings. That got to be over with. It's more of us than them. I wouldn't have been a slave back in the day. You are now, because it's more of us than them. So what are you afraid of? That's the part I don't get. So when you said what you said, D, it made me think about something. I said raising hell. That was one. I was asked about what should we do for CBS PD week, whatever, CS week. And I said, we should set up something in the hallway, in the entrance, in the cafeteria to show what we do. Instruments, somebody standing there with flyers, somebody communicate to this whole entire hospital what we do, because they still don't know. That's our fault. We can change that. That's one. Two, where I'm at now, the C-suite during the holidays will come by with like a wagon full of candy or something like that. Why we can't do that on our week? Go around to these different departments we never been to, hand out candy, let them pick inside the barrel full of candy so they know who we are. So there's easy opportunities. But like you said, D, some people are not comfortable talking to other people because they have that mentality that you're still down in the basement. Those days are over. I'm on the second floor now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not in the basement no more.
Moving on up.
Sure. Yeah. I'm done.
I totally agree. Somebody's got to light a fire.
Well, I want to add in the fact that, on my perspective, is a little different, only because usually when I get the contract, administration's already evolved, because trust me, nobody's signing off on traveler, especially an interim traveler, at the pay rate that I'm receiving to come in on a chance. They've already identified the issues. They know they're in trouble, and it's big business now attached to it. So, but now I have to also, to follow on to what Dee was already saying, Dante already mentioned that now I got to get the capital approval. Now I got to prove to these people why we need that ultrasonic, right? Why? Because at this point, we're already behind the game. I'm not a miracle worker. I tell them all the time, I do not own or possess a magical wand of any nature to come in here and fix a culture problem that is deeper than me and has been going on for several years. Usually by the time I'm involved, it's already foregone. And now we got to try to bring it back. So it's a lot of healing that has to go on, not only from the surgical area, but it's a healing within the department, within itself. So it's a lot of conversation that needs to be had. But typically, I don't find that that's usually the problem. I think that it's because it's been so masked for so long that they think the department's okay because no one came down there, right? They didn't have the exposure. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't see it as a big problem because we were surviving. And sometimes that's the issue. We get to our point, we become so complacent. We make sure that we have all these wonderful on-time starts, but we killing our people. We making sure that we figuring out how to get that overtime approved because we know that we are already behind and we don't have enough support what we need, what the surgeries are, what our daily numbers are. But we figure out how to do it every day. Sometimes you got to slow down a little bit and make them feel it. And I know people hate to hear that word, but I'm up here like, we can't do nothing fast. I take that from Miss Sharon Green Golden. We can't clean fast, don't ask. And she means it when you say it because we can't. There's nothing in our processes that say we can do this immediately and right now. Everything takes a process. And then they need to understand that. It's just like the dollar amount is associated with every procedure. It's a time amount associated with everything that we turn over and reprocess. And they have to understand that if we're not equipped to do our jobs responsibly and well, everything else behind us is going to fail. And that's including the surgical processes. That's including the on-time starts. That's including the patients and when they're able to leave on time and not have any type of infections. It all comes from where we are. We are that true central spot of the hospital. If they don't believe it, then they in the wrong business because they ain't never looked at us appropriately to understand what we're doing. So I don't feel that in my position, I don't have the problem with getting the administrators to look into it because they trust me. They want to hear it at that point. They like, we need to know what's going on. How do we help fix this? What can we do? But I feel you in those situations where people aren't getting paid appropriately because they don't know. They just think that people are leaving because they rather go 20 minutes down the road. It's not that. It's because they're not being paid appropriately for what we do, and that comes with and for you to be in Jersey and feel like that's a pretty low wage that they were getting in Jersey because that was like the first mandatory certified state that I know of, and it's like what they fighting for money over there. Well, then no wonder
right.
It's across the nation at this point if they still fighting over pennies at this point. So
the CEO didn't even know that he didn't even know how much they were getting paid. He just know they were underpaid. Once I told him the wages, he was like, "Well, just give me a couple of weeks, and I make I've had the conversations, make the adjustment." They all got $10 raises.
And for someone who's still on the road, such as myself, what I've noticed with working with permanent workers, well, some permanent workers, is that they complain about, especially when they see new travelers come in, they complain about how much they're getting paid because they know we're getting paid, a certain amount. And so for some reason, there's some conflict, almost picking, almost bully type behavior that comes with some of the permanent workers towards the travelers. And so I've known some travelers to actually quit because of that bully type behavior coming from some of the permanent workers. So, but I look at it like this: we're coming in to help. We're not coming in to take over. Like I try to, my motto is when in Rome, do what Romans do. But sometimes I have noticing a picking and almost a bullying of the permanent workers because they know that travelers are coming in making a certain amount. And that's really not helping out because we're coming in to actually help out. You know what I mean? And it's a little discouraging. Like I said, not at all places, but a lot of places that I've been through, it's one or two they're picking, they're bullying, you're not doing this right. You're not like, and it's just like, okay. And it's hard to almost function. So it's just like, like getting on one accord with everyone. And like I said, that pay for permanent workers, they are getting paid below. I mean, if you look at sterile processing, it's a very labor intensive job. So, a lot of people have back issues, shoulder issues. Pay people what they are worth. I'm 100% for, permanent workers getting paid more. But it's just almost like I said, me as a traveler, I'm coming in to issues with the permanent workers because of that pay. And I totally understand and empathize with them. I've been a permanent worker before, but I just don't know how to bridge that gap between permanent workers and travelers, because yeah, they're really, they're not getting paid what they're worth. They're not. I mean, that's the God
I
honest truth.
agree. I agree.
And then it starts again. I mean, it all starts with C-suite and the board of directors. And the reason, and it's all comprehending. You can put stuff on paper. You can put stuff. I've done it all. Excel sheets, make it look nice. You can get consultants that come in the back and support you. However, the truth of the matter is, sterile processing is viewed as a expense department. It's not viewed as a revenue generating. So that it's changed, then it's going to have that same I hate to say a stench to it, because it looks like it looks like this. They have a balance sheet. So you're looking at the balance sheet. They're not in the columns as revenue. They're in the columns as expense.
Right.
They want to keep the expenses down. So that's why they have that mindset of let's do more of less. Let's get on these Lean Six Sigma, green belts, red belt, yellow belt programs and see how we can save costs, but still make sure that we get our OR cases done in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get, you can get the cases done, but you won't have quality issues. You're going to have burden. You're going to have staff calling out, FMLA and everything because they're tired. You may get some of those cases completed, but with that, you're going to have a lot of hiccups and bumps along the road.
Yeah.
So until we change the mindset that sterile processing should be categorized as a revenue generating department, because your cash cow is OR. That's what keeps the lights on. That's what feed everybody.
Absolutely.
If cash cow is not supported, then you're not going to have a hospital.
Boom. All right with the bomb.
Yeah, because I mean, like it's just one of those things. It's like when you dance around it all around, but
yeah, it's true.
You do cute little Excel sheets and put stuff on, templates, and we got AI to help us with that as well. But until C-suite can comprehend and understand that sterile processing has to be recategorized on their balance sheets as revenue department, then they'll start to give you the support. As far as staffing, the right equipment. Like you shouldn't. It's 2020. Like it's 2020. Going on 2024. Every hospital should have a tracking system.
Yeah.
Every hospital should have up-to-date washers and sterilizers. Like
and it's in ST79. Like it says it in there. So how regulated are
if you're doing scopes, you should have an AER. You should have conversations about we're gonna look at it in Q1 and see if maybe we can get an AER. No, you guys are doing ERCP scopes. You don't at least have an AER to help you. Like it's mind blowing, but it's one of those things that you have to get the right ears for to kind of hear you out. But it's so bad right now. It has to be done on a macro level. Like it has to be done on scale as far as like you really need the backing and support. HSPA, CVSPD, those are boards of certification. They have to do more as far as if they got a lobby. Like they gotta start being more of a voice. Then the conferences are cool and everything. Like I love them, the annual conference and all, but they got to be more strategic in their approach of connecting with C-suite. Like they should be at the conferences. Like it's cool to see all you guys. I love you guys at the conferences at all.
No, you're right.
You need suits from Kaiser Permanente, like all your Advent Health. You need all your big health systems across the United States. That's C-suite at those conferences. That's your target market, because those are the ones who are really going to make the changes. Like C-suite. So they should be really funding the conferences and everything, and because they can really enact change.
Right. But to piggyback off of what Cylindra said earlier, it's just the fact that sometimes you just have to go invite people. Sometimes they don't know. They don't know that they're needed to come and visit. Sometimes that chief of surgery doesn't feel as comfortable in that space that we want to believe that they're comfortable enough to come right into decontamination and say, hey, without an invitation or, show me, teach me. Sometimes you got to be the voice of, you got to be the advocate for your people. You got to go up there and say, hey, I want you to see what the staff that's going through, because this is my
Yes.
and my team wants to. I want my team to be successful, but they want to be successful. But they need someone like you to be a supporter to back them up on this process. So
Yeah.
sometimes we just can't sit around and wait for somebody to figure out
Yeah.
that we're on the ground. We got to just go ahead and crawl on up to the top floor and say, hey, I need some time.
And I
Yeah.
agree. Because that's all I was saying. Like sometimes we gotta get somebody like Dante. You may be bold enough, but I know hospitals that C-suite don't even know who the manager is a lot of times, you know. So in different hospitals, we've got to make some
Yeah.
changes. Now I'm gonna say also to Cylindra, you know that old saying, forgiveness is better than permission. Get your bucket and give out your candy. And say who we are. But I also agree with Dante, because if the thank you, but if the right people, I'm so with Lila and Dante, but if the right people don't know, they don't know. And then I'm gonna hit with Adrian. Travelers have done damage to themselves going in talking about what they make.
Yes.
Going and bragging about what they make, and you work here for that little bit. I wouldn't even be in here, honey. That's not our position. Our position is to go in and you said help. We want to go in and change the department, tell them how bad they are, how raggedy this is. I never work under these conditions. You're not helping. You're causing discord. And I see that so often with travelers and the departments they work in. I mean, no, who wants to work with that? So yes, they got an attitude when a traveler come in. They already know you make more money. But often we are the one who told them what we make. And when you go in, look, you mad at me, but I'm here to help you. They didn't ask for the help. So they don't care that you're there to help them. C-suite, somebody above them brought you in or brought us in. So they don't care. They're threatened. They're angry, and often I don't blame them. Like you said, that if they were making $16 before this raise, and you come in already 30, whatever, $26, and you're like, hey, be happy. I can. No, I'm not happy. I
Not
want
all, yeah, that's true, but not all travelers are like that. Like for me
not all.
personally,
It's not all.
I actually encourage. It's 3 travelers at the hospital I'm at now. They actually got their certifications because me. So wherever I go, I try to encourage them to further their education and to get different things. And I know what you mean. I've been to some places like that, but all travelers are not like that. You know what I mean?
Any more than all departments are like that. But if it's even 3, it's too many. It only takes one bad apple, you know? So no, I totally know some great travelers, but I do know some travelers that have gotten rotten. They are spoiled. Their expectations are so high. And the department, like Dante as a manager, I could often imagine managers like, here we go again. Because y'all gonna come in with a whole new group of people, attitudes. And you know, so yes, we are there to help. We are there to let people know who we are. But I just think we could do better. And I'm just saying as a whole, we could do better when we're going into a hospital to blend in with the crew, the staff that is already there. And Cylindra, get your wagon, girl, and go pass that out. Talk about
and then I wanted to add to the fact that we had the company I work for, supply chain had taken over sterile processing department. So we had the guys in the suits or whatever to come down. And as you mentioned earlier, some of us are uncomfortable going up to the C-suite and talking to them. They're uncomfortable coming down there to what Lila said. I saw them in the department. They weren't sure what they can touch. They was asking.
They don't know.
Shoulders were up like this. They were a little uncomfortable and almost afraid being down there. So the feeling could be mutual as far as people being uncomfortable, just about getting out of the comfort zone. And when I'm using uncomfortable, me personally, I take somebody else with me. Like, I could be the supervisor, I could be the manager. I say, hey, come with me. It just feels bigger and better in numbers wherever I'm headed to. So I take folks with me. So when they see 2 people or 3 people opposed to, that one, I feel like I get a different message or a different mindset from that person I'm talking to. See, I go up there with a crew.
Whatever works. It's education across the board.
I do agree with Lila when Lila speaks about just informing them, just like the manager we have now. He's always giving C-suite facts and figures. Oh, well, you guys did this. Just like this week coming up is the SPD week, and they had nothing planned for SPD, but the OR had like every day some type of amazing event. And so our manager, he took the C-suite. Okay, well, look, this is the everything they have going on for their week, and so you guys have nothing for us. And so now, they have some things going on for us. So just really just giving them those facts and figures and telling them about conferences and going to conferences. Just like now, the manager that came in now, he begged and pleaded for a raise and bonuses for the permanent workers, because once again, the permanent workers were upset because travelers were coming in. So he begged and pleaded and kept going to C-suite about bonuses and things. And he would come to us and be like, yeah, I'm trying to get the permanent workers bonuses. And he would let us know what he was doing for them. And he finally got it. They finally got bonuses and raises and stuff like that. So by him being persistent and on top of everything and not accepting no for an answer, he got what he wanted at the end of the day. So
good.
And actually they're bringing back treats, and they're really trying to, and I guess it depends on the hospital, but they're really trying to show us that, okay, well, you guys are important because you guys are making yourself important.
Yes.
But that's good. You're making it.
Closed mouths don't get fed. You got to keep fighting. And we have to know our worth so they can know it. So when we know our worth, we gonna fight for it. And so that I'm seeing in real time, okay, so they're seeing our work too. So
that's amazing. I'm glad to hear it.
I'm gonna tell you, if COVID did nothing else for sterile processing, when they kept talking about who, and they kept talking about the mask, and they kept talking, that gave us grounds to fight.
Right.
That gave us an open door to go up and say, all of this, we're all over television. This is how important we are. So we should have taken advantage, and we still can. But that was the time to say, you need us. You need us. I gave an illustration in the last segment that a nurse at Scruball sat with Adrian, go back on mute for a minute, please. A nurse at Scruball gave me an example. She sat at the table with some sterile processing techs, and they literally talked for the first time. And do you know what she came and told me? She said, I think all this time I've seen sterile processing just as dishwashers. Ooh. I never really thought of the importance, but that's what Dante was saying earlier. We are the in the basement. But I was able to tell her, I said, that's probably how a lot of people see us. But think of if you go to a fine restaurant and you're paying $200 for a dinner, $300, and the dishwashers are on strike. Are you gonna serve that if a chef washes that plate and they come out with stains on it? I don't care how good his meal is. If you put my food on a dirty plate, I won't be paying you for this meal. And we're the same way. I don't care how you see us, you need us. And you let us not send up some clean instruments, you will be the first to notice. So we are needed. We've got to be the fight. We've got to believe in what we do. We can't even keep letting people put us down and we say nothing. We've got to speak back. So I just think us personally, it's a lot we could do differently. As Selena said, they're just as nervous talking to us as we are to them. We got to find a common ground. And if it's us, they got to keep pushing it. You will hear me today. I'm going to keep talking till my people get recognized. Then let's do that. Then if we got to take our wagon full of candy and say, this is what sterile processing is, then let's do that. Whatever we need to do.
Amen. I feel it.
Get your 2 or 3 people, Selena. And start with the C-suite.
Right. We're going to have people marching to the C-suite.
I'll give you an update next week. I'll give you an update.
Please do. Please do. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I just think just to go back on it, not to get too much of a rant mode, but yeah, I think HSPA and CBSPD can do a better job of connecting with them.
I'm with you. I totally agree.
Yeah, because I mean, they do a great job targeting, the vendors and our profession and stuff. But the decision makers is the C-suite. Why
we can't do anything.
Right?
We're just walking around. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, right. But I mean, even like CMS, Joint Commission.
Yeah,
they have to do some type of reward system. Maybe they put it inside their reimbursements for CMS or something, to ensure that they go to the conferences and get the education and training that they need so they can make more informed decisions on scale. Because without the C-suite buy-in, you're going to have this repeated issue with staffing, wages, and stuff forever. It's not going to change until they start having those difficult conversations.
I agree.
And to be honest with you, then we have to be difficult. It's just getting the right people on board from government, CMS, because they're the ones who's funding the hospital most of the time.
Yeah.
So if you get CMS to kind of put that in their certifications with Joint Commission as a requirement, the C-suite pretends. It doesn't have to the whole C-suite. It could be the CEO, maybe COO, just somebody, one or two people from each hospital attending the conferences, HSPA's conferences. I think that was, kind of open up a lot of lanes for sterile processing.
Yeah. Thank you for that piece. Danny put a comment on the techs already know because they've been looking because they're dissatisfied, so they know what's out there. It's not necessarily the they might not know the wage of that specific traveler, but they know around about what travelers get when they get there. So it might not be a traveler stat, and they might travelers might see what they making at that point, but the techs kind of know, at least 10, maybe 20. Now, if it's an outrageous like a $30 difference, then you're like, oh, hey, I'm barely making 20 and this person making 50. So
well, but you got to think about it like this too. Travel rates aren't what they used to be during COVID. Like travel rates, travel jobs are not popping anymore, and a lot of people are paying rent in 2 different states. A lot of people are not with their families either. So, travelers, it's not, I mean, we may be making a little more, but we paying 2 rents away from our family. So we're going through a lot too. You know what I mean? Just, we're going through, it's not all peaches and cream just because we're making more. So that's just how I see it.
The comments, just in case you didn't read it, it does say that was the reason why I stopped. Okay. I was tired of paying rent in 2 locations.
Yeah.
And spending gas money, traveling back and forth all around.
All around, away from your family. And he, he says that gas. So it's not all peaches and cream for us either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'll agree with that. I'll agree. But when everybody has their issues. Everybody has their realities. And when I'm going through and know I'm not making the money you're making, I don't really care about your reality.
Same go both ways, I guess.
And that's what I'm saying. And when you're like, hey, I pay rent in 2 places, they're like, I don't care. That was your choice.
Yeah, I can't pay my rent. That's what I'm saying. You can pay in 2 places. I can't pay mine.
Yeah, I can't even pay mine here.
Everybody got their struggle, I guess.
Yeah, everybody has their own reality. That's just the truth. So we have to just decide what works for me, and that's what I'm going with,
Well, what I do is because I do understand that from their perspective. Like I said, I walk in with empathy as best as I can. Sometimes it can be very difficult knowing that someone is like, oh, I walk in with empathy. Like I said, every place that I go to, I push them to get their certification. I push them into, looking into this and looking into that and looking at these different options and this and that. And I also, my last travel assignment I was in, I was doing scopes. I started teaching them I became a scope preceptor. I started teaching them how to do scopes and start telling them, hey, the CERs, if you get your CER, you get to do this, that, and third. So I walk in with a certain mindset, not, oh, well, let me just come at them because they're coming at me. I walk in with a mindset, well, I understand their pain. I've been a permanent worker. So I haven't just been traveling all my life. I walk in with a mindset saying, well, you know what? Let me see how because a lot of people in sterile processing don't know the different certifications and all of this. They don't know about all of their different nuances of sterile processing. And I do. And so I walk in with knowledge. I can't give them my money, but I can give them knowledge. And so I walk in and tell them, hey, try this, try that. Look at this program, look at that. And so, it's about a change of a mindset. I can't pay their rent, but I can give them knowledge, and knowledge is power. Knowledge can take you to the next level. So,
and I'm sure that helps because they feel like you care. That's all I think. We're still a team, whether I'm a traveler and
that's how.
We're still a team because if this department don't come together, all of us could be kicked out of here.
And the way I look at it, Ms. D, I say at the end of the day, people's energy is going to affect the patients. You focusing on somebody else and you missing an indicator being in the thing, and it's not worth it. At the end of the day, it's about the patients. And so if I can bring in some good energy, knowledge, or whatever, that's what I try to do. I can't change everybody, but I try to do the little bit that I can do in every hospital.
There you go.
That's it.
Okay. So travelers are good then. That's what you're trying to say.
Travelers need help. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. I love being a traveler. I like to work. I got a child in college and I got bills. I love
I would just say I see both sides because we are the company that those people are calling for travelers. Hospitals are struggling. They are suffering. And so just like you said, the travelers have their thing, the permanent have their thing, the hospital staff has their thing because everybody is answering to somebody higher than them. And everybody is wanting answers. How do we fix the problem? How do we stop the bleeding? So we're all in this bucket together trying to, right now we're like crabs in a bucket, just trying to figure out how to get out of this bucket. So it really is a little understanding. It's going to be some conversations. I so agree with Dante. It's got to be some real conversations for all of us to survive this thing. We already know the next couple of years, I'm telling y'all, as Donnie would say, AI is coming. AI is here. And AI is trying to figure out how to do a whole bunch of our jobs. So we all better be looking at how do we make this thing work for everybody.
So speaking about AI, Censis AI is the next generation interactive platform from Censis Technologies that leverages the power of AI and actionable intelligence to help organizations increase their sterile processing throughput, increase case volumes without hiring more FTEs, and reduce overtime and burnout among current staff. No more hours and days spent exporting reports, manipulating data, spreadsheets, and other cumbersome tasks. Now you can visualize exactly what you need to see in minutes and easily share the data with impactful, easy to read graphs. So guys, check out censis.com if you're interested in a tracking system that works. So that's a segue into my sponsors. Thank you guys so much. Thank you also to Beyond Clean, providing education in a few minutes. And guys, thank you for the conversation. I just wanted to segue into that. Let's continue. And I'll push the education maybe around 4:15. I'll get into the education, and then I will put if you guys want to see that my Guatemala trip, I created a little 15-minute video of the entire trip. If you guys interested in what really happened in Guatemala,
awesome.
You will have a chance to see that at about 4:45. And the education will be from Beyond Clean, education by Miss Anna Castillo, a very nice piece by her. And it is on, too bad, did I write that? I didn't put what it was on, but it's on a very important, very important piece. And I didn't write it down on my shit right here. So and I hope you guys stay. It's 1 CE for that presentation. So guys, let's continue. All right, forget I was there.
Well, Anna always so smart, and I enjoy everything that she does. So that's going to be really good. But I wanted to say about AI, since we have brought it, we segued into it. I am not scared of AI. I'm ready for
No,
AI.
I'm scared.
I want to be better. I want my departments to run better, because I tell people all the time, the reason why I can stay employed is my ability to critically think. Because I go places where people just are scared to think.
Yes, yes.
And it's like, come on, you got to do better than this. I'm up here like, you've been here how many years? You can't figure out why we can't do this. I need that needs list. I need you to understand how important it is for us to process these carts in a more systematic way of getting things on these carts immediately before the rooms turn over and everything is ready. Like, I need that. I need that artificial intelligence to kind of help feed these positions. I'm not scared of it, of losing jobs to it. I'm more or less wanting people to understand that their job is more detail oriented than maybe you have already perceived it, and let's move forward and push the envelope a little bit more. I won't need as much overtime, because now when there's a hiccup in the process, AI is already doing its job. It's doing the process of finding where my trays are, knowing what's needed for cases, looking through the EMR, figuring out what we need to do to kind of backlog, whatever. And that's important, because I may not have the time with the crisis that's going on over there in that room to jump back on that task or have somebody else be available to that. So AI is going to really help us and support us. Also with identifying bioburden, like the future is already here. As Donnie is saying, it is here. It is ready for us to attack it. And it wouldn't have been such a need for it if we was already ahead of it. But now that it's here, we got to embrace it and figure out how to make it work. So don't get left behind. Be very actively a part of the process in these conversations. Educate yourself online. If you can't get to conferences, educate yourself. Be prepared. Move forward. You don't want to be in a situation where your skill set is not equatable in this new world.
It's gone. Yeah. And you haven't invested in going any further. And so when they tell you, I'm sorry, this can do this, I just went through the airport toll booth the other day, and I remember when there was two people at each booth, one facing this way, well, east and west. Now there's like one person in those toll booths, because for some reason, it became easier to do it, but we always need people for something. So I'm with you, Lila. You better figure out how to get on board. And I'm going off now, but the Hidden Figure, the movie where the lady, the machine, she went in and she was working off, the clock, trying to learn this machine, because she knew her department would disappear once this machine got up and running. She went in there and figured it out. True story, and they transferred the whole department to that area and then put her over it. So it's not to be afraid. It's to figure out, how do I stay in front of this? How do I stay knowledgeable about what's going on, so that they would recognize my importance as this is even coming in. So I'm totally stay on board. I'm with you. The conferences, read, whatever you need to do. Most of us go in that department, do our job, and go home. And I don't want nobody talking to me about trades or anything else, but we got to stay on top of as things evolve, we've got to evolve with them. And that's what so many of us don't do.
And I want to give people some information that they did want to get into AI and they don't know where to start. They do want to get some kind of education. You can go to ionspd.com. When you get there, you click on the link that says education. Once you get to the education link, what you'll do, you'll go down to free learning. And when you get to free learning, I have links on there for edX, Allison, Udemy, Google Digital Garage, LinkedIn Learning, Mini Degrees, Open Yale, Coursera. I have at least about 20 to 25 different courses you can take either for free, or it may cost you $20. And that's a cheap, inexpensive way for you to learn AI when you're ready.
All right. Go ahead, girl.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. If you didn't get anything from the 12 hours, this is it right here. Boom. This 1 minute segment right here. I'll probably clip that and put that on YouTube too. So guys, I'm putting a couple more comments on there. Anybody know who Tracy is?
No.
I have no idea, but he's commenting. Thank you, Tracy, for commenting. Maybe I'll see you in some circles. Come to a seminar or conference. Let's link up. So travelers, I had a point. It just slipped out my mind. Anybody was about to say anything? Maybe it might come back. I have what's it called? That OMS, old man syndrome. Sometimes I forget things.
No.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
But
well,
I think
I wrote a couple of pointers for travelers. Just the knowledge that I got. Just a quick few little pointers for travelers. And I'm sorry, my phone might cut off. It's going dead. So I'm gonna go really quick. So the first pointer is just study the hospital you're going to. With what is it? A trauma one hospital. What hospital you're going to? How many beds they have? All of that. Study the city that you're in. The rent, the crime rates. I'm a solo traveler, so just study. Just know where you're going before you get there.
Yeah.
Connect and meet new people. Don't just go and just be all alone by yourself. No, connect and meet new people, network, talk to the workers, talk to, see what's around. Just connect, try to connect, because you are away from home. You're away from your comfort zone. You're away from your family and your friends. And it's going to be harder on the road if you don't connect with people. Okay. Continue education. Every place that I go, I always get a new certification. So I don't just go in just to work. No, I'm going in to learn more. I'm always the one traveler that's going in trying to learn more or trying to learn something different. That's one thing I love about traveling. I get to learn more. Different hospitals have different things, different instruments. And so just continue your education. I just received my CER. So I have a few people at the hospital now. They want to get their CER. So, just continuing your education in SPD. There's so many beautiful facets about SPD that you can get into. The last point is save and invest. I see a lot of travelers, and it's okay to have fun, spend your money on a handbag or shoes, but you're out here making a lot of money. Invest and save. I bought me a home. I'm investing. I'm saving, because I'm setting up. I don't want to travel forever, so I'm investing and I'm saving. Trust me, at the end goal will be worth it. So those were just the little pointers for people who are thinking about traveling that I wanted to share.
Yes.
Good
That
job.
is good. That is good.
I have one thing too on that as well. spdtravel.org. You go there. I will help you check your pay. You have a travel checklist of what you need to take from home, how to weatherize your car. Think about what weather you're going to. If you're going from California up to New York, how to get that ready. Do basic maintenance on your car. I have agencies, at least over 20 agencies. If you're looking for Wi-Fi finder, I've been in places where I just need a Wi-Fi connection. I couldn't get one. I got a link for that. If you want to get reports about hospitals that you're going to, I got a link for that. Safe neighborhoods, pet travel, best agencies. If you in the RV want to live that RV life, I got a link for that too. You looking for car
I want
rentals,
to try that.
flight, huh?
I want to try the RV life thing.
The RV life. If you want to know what a VMS is, if you want to travel podcast, all you got to do is spdtravel.org. If you want me to put more on there, just let me know.
Please, I'm be messaging you.
Awesome.
No, that's great.
That's great.
All of this is needed. All of this. I do want to say something to Adrian with the finances. I see so many young people that make so much money. It's like it just goes in one hand out the other. But you could break a leg tomorrow. You could do something, and get hurt. And this was not in sterile processing, but I used to travel with a play. And we made so much money, and we got per diems. I wouldn't even cash my check. I would just use my per diem from day to day. But people went shopping every single town we went to. So they had the latest this. The play came to an abrupt end. Nobody knew it was ending, but the playwright and the money people, the producers, got into it. Called us in one night after a show. It's over. We had 18 shows lined up that we canceled immediately. They got us on, we're supposed to be flying, right? They put us on the bus, send us home. And the guy told us, we don't even have to do this. We could say, get your own ride home. Do you know how many people, all the money we made, people on there selling those tennis shoes? selling the stereos they bought, selling this because they had not saved one penny.
Yeah.
A hamburger. So please use your money wisely. I mean, you know, we talked about baby boomers. Even with that, you don't want to like not live. You want to enjoy your life, but don't trade for what is that? Instant gratitude, and then you don't have it when you need it. So it is a balance in life. It's a balance. But I'm so with you. Use that money, honey. You making it, you making good money. Use it so you can actually see from what you got. What is the fruit of my labor? Why did I do all this overtime? Why did I make all this money if I have nothing to show for it 10 years down the road?
Right. But people always say save money, but they never give you strategies. Because I didn't go off to family members and like, oh, I got 20 racks. What do I do with it? And they just like, shit.
Well, let me tell you this.
Back in the bank at 0.02%?
No. Yeah. Invest. And look, I would gladly help you. You're talking to somebody who came from a 440 credit score to now I have an 850. Okay. Because I got very disciplined when I realized, baby, you are poor. You can't even go borrow a loaf of bread. Okay. I had to get very disciplined. And now I have a whole lot of strategies to help people with money.
But so give me three. I got my pen and paper. I want to hear three of them.
I wanted to give a shout out to Cylindra because this is your passion, right? And you made me really rethink about how I structure our education seminars. And so even for the one we have in November coming up with Maxa, we have a wellness coach coming in just to give us tips about, because we're trying to make sure that the whole body is involved in this process and that we all can continue to work for long periods of time and live life. And then in our conference in June, we have a financial advisor coming on as part of our CEUs, as part of our program, because we want to make sure that, all this hard work is going to benefit us in some way. I don't want you thinking that you're going to be able to security. We all know that's not going to exist for my generation. So we have to think a little bit differently. So I want to thank you. That was a conversation we had in Nashville at HSPA. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing it because I want to make sure that our programs do something that's not just about sterile processing, not just only about healthcare in that sense. So I know that's a passion for you. You are so real about that in every way, shape, and form. And just thank you because it inspired a whole new way I put together our programs for our seminars and conferences. And I hope that moving forward, because I used to do it when I was at a hospital. Have the wellness people come in every once in a while, but now I'm up here like, no, I'm gonna do this for our chapter meetings. We're gonna do this all the time. We're gonna keep this moving. These conversations will continue on because people need to know how to take care of themselves outside of the workplace.
That's amazing, Lyle, because Scrub Ball is doing the same thing this year. We actually have a financial trainer coming in. We have a health, because mental health is real in healthcare. Our own mental health. So we have somebody coming in for that because we too see the need of it's got to be more than just what's going on in these departments. And sometimes these departments are so stressful. You go home like you're feeling like you're having a mental breakdown. So we have, for the very same reason, we want to sustain this mind. We don't need to be sick and stressed and broke down. We want to be sustainable. But I just thought I forgot his name, but he said benefits2go.com.
Let me bring that back up.
Because that's a good one. Benefits2go.net. I said .com. But I would love, Selena, call me offline because I don't want to take over Denard's show on how to save money. But
I need to save some money myself.
Well, look.
You want to see this show next year? I need to save some money.
Well, look, the first thing I tell everybody, you got to get real about what you make versus what you spend. You got to get real. Most people don't even know what they spend because you'll spend $2 over here, $3 over here, and you look up, you can spend $300 on nonsense, If you're really broke, you're going to have to say for 6 months, I will not eat out. I will take my lunch. I will do this. I mean, it's practical things. There is no big cure. I tell everybody, if you have more than one credit card, don't close it. Cut it up. Credit cards, the interest on it, if you don't have money, you're looking at 21, 25, 27% interest. Y'all, that's killing us.
I don't agree with that. I think if you use credit cards properly, there's a lot of benefits in using credit cards.
Okay, but most people don't use them properly. So therefore, I say one card. Put whatever you're gonna do it, and I'll teach in the beginning. Pay that. Don't charge more than you can pay off in 30 days. If you're trying to build your credit, that's all I'm talking about right now. If you want to put money in the bank and build your credit, there are just certain. You're gonna have to just follow certain rules to get disciplined, because most of us are in the shape we're in because we weren't disciplined. Right. I was a shopper, you know. We go get houses or apartments we can't afford because we want to live a certain way. Okay, that's good when you can afford it. So all of it is about working your way up, and that's really what I'm all about.
But see, you can build, but it's like you can also build while you are managing them credit cards if you're paying them off. So there are some people that are like, I can pay it off every month, and you put everything on that credit card to get that cash back or get those points for flights or get whatever you're trying to get. You do have to be, disciplined.
Strategic.
That's another way that you can build some kind of.
Because if your credit card is 28% and this one sends you something saying 3%, switch that credit card.
Yeah, roll it over.
Transfer. Yeah. But it's a lot of things people don't know to practically do. That's all I'm saying. Yes. So it's all about being practical. It's about being real, and it's about getting disciplined with your money. That's the bottom line.
And don't put your money in regular savings accounts either. The regular savings account, if they got
you're not gonna get money. You're gonna have to learn about IRAs. You're gonna have to learn. And I have great grandkids.
I'm not locking my money in IRAs. Well, if I put my money in IRA, it's locked in there, then I get a penalty to get my own bread out.
Well, no, you just put it in for a certain. Well, see, when I put mine in, I'm not gonna touch it till it reaches that maximum. That's just a fact. I'm never going to put more in there than I can afford to leave in there.
You just have to do what's best for you at the end of the day. There's a lot of, at the end of the day, there's a lot of, like me, it's really a mindset, and not to be, but a lot of African Americans come from homes where we really weren't raised, know how to spend our money.
It's white people too. I'm tired of black people saying that too. Where black people come from,
it's lack of knowledge.
Lack of knowledge. But there are a lot of white homes that do, show their children how to invest. But I'm just saying generally, from what I've seen, a lot of people don't know. A lot of our culture don't know how to invest and spend their money. So when we go traveling, we start making a lot of money. Yeah, we're gonna spend like we're in Congress because that's just all we know. So what I did for me, because I was raised I wasn't raised in order to handle my finances properly. I started watching Dave Ramsey. I started watching all of these money management shows on YouTube. They have plenty of them, and all of them have different ways of managing money. So how Miss D might manage her money might be different from how you manage your money. You just have to find what way is best for you.
Yeah. But the thing is, the purpose of this really is to give reasons how you can, so people don't have to spend time listening to the Dave Ramsey, watching all the YouTube videos, and spending all that time we've already spent on things like that. So
today is not going to give you everything you need to know in regards to management of money. Management of money is so big. But
today, what people can do is put their money in high yielding savings accounts. Period. 4%, 5% interest rate is an easy move instead of keeping it in Bank of America.
Savings accounts, y'all, savings accounts. You might as well put that money under your mattress.
Okay, at what interest rate? At what interest rate are we talking about? What interest rate are you talking about?
I'm just talking about a bank savings account is not giving you enough money.
At what interest rate are you talking about?
Most banks right now, 0.1, 0.2%.
Capital One is giving up 4.0%.
So that's all I'm saying. You gotta find
if they want to grow their money, 4%. I'm getting at Capital One right now.
Yeah, but you got to find. Most people just open a checking and a savings. They don't.
I'm trying to save them from that. I'm saving them from that. I'm saving y'all from that. Capital One gives up 4%.
And a lot of your online accounts yield high percentage rates.
Yes.
So there are so many ways you can make money today off of your money.
Yes.
And I totally agree with you. There's so many ways.
Making money.
Salindra. You heard that?
On and on about strategy.
What was this?
We want to be more fiscally responsible in in this year, going into the
Yes,
next
Lord.
Yep.
Yes. Agreed.
Yes.
Let's just continue to work for progression for next year.
Yes.
But these are
So
great.
guys,
And
I'll end this
this is the
segment.
last-
Anything you guys want to say? Closing?
This is the last thing I want to say. Y'all put some money aside for look, we didn't completely left sterile. This is sterile processing.
This is sterile processing.
Yep.
Put some emergency funds up.
Yes, ma'am.
You should never go bankrupt because you had a tire blow. Put some money in an account that you can get to. Now, that's where I agree with the IRAs. You need some money in an account that you can get to if you have an emergency. Money in a bank that you can't touch for 3 years without penalties will not help you go get a new tire. Have you some backup money. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. Put you some burial money up. Quit having people do GoFundMe. Let me
Life
tell
insurance.
you, this is a secret if you didn't know. We're all going to die. We are all going to die eventually. Quit having your family do GoFundMes because you didn't put some money in a bank to get buried. Okay?
Life insurance, yeah.
Something. Get something. So your family don't have to beg for you. Okay?
What kind of insurance should they get? If they get insurance, should they get whole? Should they get life term? I mean, what should they get?
I actually like whole. I don't like term at all.
Yeah.
Because term is going to expire.
Yes.
As soon as you get a certain age. And if you live past that, you just got money going down the drain.
Yes.
So there are insurance that you can actually get your money at a certain time and get all your money out. So you want, for me, whole is the best.
Yes.
Okay? So that you're just trying me. Go be
Yeah, she just trying.
Come
Yep.
with it. You say what you say you are.
And I still say if you have credit cards, 28% interest, quit using it if you can't pay it off.
Get your points. Get your points.
Stop. Just stop. Okay. And quit going to get these pay now, buy now, pay later.
Yes.
Save your money till you can get a TV. Yeah. Quit giving them double and triple the money for a stupid TV or something that the material things. Put so much a month in somewhere until you can afford to go get your refrigerator, get your TV. But they are killing us. They are killing us with these interest rates. Okay.
Yeah, they are. That's fine.
All right. Now, CS department. That's how we helping you today.
Okay, I'm gonna be rich in 2024. That's all I'm saying.
Go for it.
When you see me rolling in my new Benz, don't be jealous because you did not tune into the show.
Even if you're not rich, be better than you are today. Okay, that's
baby steps.
Yes. All right, I'm through, Denard.
So, guys, y'all ready to roll, or you want to stay for another? Yeah. In fact, guys, y'all could come on at 5 after 5 if y'all have time. So I'm inviting you guys back on. Our biggest hours will be from 5 to 9:30 because I have people like Kia Parker coming on, Echo Putnan, Vanessa Kavanaugh, Sarah Vinson, Lindsay, Aaron Chibi. I'm messing up everybody's name. We have Jesse Lopez coming on, Marie Brewer, Sharon Green Golden, Lewin Perkins, Nathan Cody, and we Stephen Kovac is coming on and he's giving some prizes. He's gonna be giving some prizes at what time is that? He's gonna be on at 7 p.m. He's gonna give out some prizes. So guys, if you're tuning in, stay tuned in and let me go through the comments because some people seem to like this conversation. So let me go through. I have 10 comments left I haven't read yet. So let's go. Ibo, get the ladies back on. So guys, if you want to come back on for another show or come back later tonight, we'll continue.
See you, Lila. See you, Miss D. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm out.
You out? All right, go.
I gotta get ready for work. Oh, thank you. Bye, guys. It was fun.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. And next. That's Tracy again. Tracy remind me of Danny. 2 years ago when we first started. Now he's on the show.
really?
That's how far you could get. Yeah, Danny was basically watching us for like 10 hours straight. So he was at
Oh,
his,
wow.
I think, one of his jobs. So
Get them rates up. I agree, Tracy.
Yeah.
mhm.
Savings. Okay.
All right. See that? Yeah, budget. Okay, you gotta
And do
budget
you?
that money. All right. Oh,
Amen.
Tracy. All right.
Money.
Tracy, like money
Tracy
talk.
look like Tracy need to be on the financial side.
Yeah. Tracy has some links too.
Wash hands.
All right.
And Eastern
Central
time.
or Eastern time. What are you saying? Oh yeah, Eastern time, Tracy. Eastern time. So right now on the East Coast it's 4:30. So just a little time stamp. Right now it's 4:30. So look at your watch where you are. It's 4:30 on the East Coast. So everything I'll be saying will be East Coast time.
And
So
I
if
have
you
to apologize because I didn't think East Coast. That's why I got on at the time I did. I was thinking Central. Yeah.
You know,
oh man, come on, you know East is the best.
different time zones, so I was.
That's what I was like, oh, he meant
And I
1 o'clock Eastern. I got on 1 o'clock Central.
and I always get that mixed up. I always think I got it now, and then I look at my watch. I'm like, oh dang, I passed the time or something. Like I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know. But I think this year is the last year for daylight savings time.
They're talking
So
about it, and I hope it's real because it's
yeah, after
pointless.
that it's going away. We're gonna be one time forever.
Yeah,
So
I think it should be.
yeah.
It's too hard to remember, and it's
Mhm.
unnecessary. Either the sun's gonna be up in the mornings or it's not.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. True. You
Because
gotta
that
start
hour
there.
is tricky, especially for me. I'm always in between time.
Yes.
That hour,
Mhm.
I don't need that hour. I
And
rather
when you travel, Lila, it's really crazy.
exactly.
Like what?
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
here like
Yep.
I'm still. I don't know.
Yes.
Alaska's even worse, so it's just like I don't want to deal with time.
Alaska with the Alaska, I remember when I went, that 19 hours of sunlight. I was so confused. I was up at 2 a.m. But anyway, we digress.
So guys, thank you so much. Our next segment will be education from Miss Ana Castillo, and the subject will be risk management in Central Sterile Service
Oh,
Department.
Awesome.
Yeah. So risk management, guys, stay tuned. Comment if you like. I'll post the comments on the education too. If you want to comment on what she's saying. And guys, thank you, the two of you.
Thank
Lila,
you.
thank you. Great work yesterday. That was awesome. And we got
Yeah.
some links. We got to follow up with those links we got too. So we'll talk on the other side. And
Yeah. I didn't even tell anybody. Like I'm going to be presenting at HSPA, so I want to kind of keep plugging. I want people to come and support the session. Me and Danny. Shout out to Trey.
Okay.
Right. So we present together. So I want to make sure I kind of promote that.
and thank you for wearing the
Everybody
t-shirt.
go to Vegas. Go to Vegas.
She got the
I'll
t-shirt.
be there.
And we're going to
SPA.
Vegas next year, guys. Come along,
We
please,
will be
please.
there.
If you've never been to a conference.
I gotta
Ms.
say
D.
scrub ball right
Yes.
now, starting November the 1st. Scrub ball actually is sliced tickets in half, 300 down to 150.
Yes.
For the first 100 people. So everybody keeps saying, I want to come. You don't have an excuse with that price, 150. And that includes every event we do.
I'm trying to fill my table up so everybody come to me first.
Get on Lila's table. She's trying to fill her table. I'm fine with that. Get with Lila and get there. Okay.
Yes, come to Dallas. It's so much fun. Honestly and truthfully, it's one of the best experiences. Things that happen at Scrub Ball do not happen everywhere. I have gotten more connections with different industry leaders at Scrub Ball than I have at any other conference that I've attended. So I just want to let y'all know that, like, it's real. It's a great event, and it's a good opportunity for networking. So continue to support your other venues and conferences because they bring people with their A game. Some really great speakers have always been in the lineup, and I'm excited about this year too. So
just get to a conference. You see, you got great people everywhere. I appreciate that, but get to a conference. Yeah, I know people that have never been to any conference, any. If you're in the industry, y'all, that won't help you at all. This is where you grow. This is how you get to the next level. Okay.
Yeah.
And the chapters too. Your chapters are closer.
Chapters.
I mean, online is nice, but in person is better.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
know, it's
I'm
like
actually
dating
going to
online.
Oklahoma.
Eventually, you gotta meet that person. Come on.
Exactly.
Oklahoma's starting their chapter back up this Saturday. So I'm going to their chapter meeting for
Who?
HSPA. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
So
a bit of a
they
drive.
haven't had
I
a
wouldn't
chapter.
mind. I said it's a little bit of a drive, but I'm not that far.
Yeah. They haven't had a chapter in a few years. So
Really?
they're bringing it back this Saturday.
Awesome. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, support your chapters, support your
Yeah.
local areas of growth and industry, please. We need y'all.
We definitely do. We definitely know. So, guys, thank you so much. I'll get ready to go into my education segment. But one thing before I go into please like and subscribe. I believe my LinkedIn feed has gone off. LinkedIn only gives you a certain time to be on, 4 hours. 4 hours, and well, there's another limit somewhere else. I think Facebook only gives you 10 hours.
Yeah.
And YouTube gives you 12 hours. So eventually, guys, you'll have to come onto the YouTube if you want to see the last couple hours. So I posted the YouTube link on my LinkedIn profile, Denard S. Nard. You can see my first name there. Just type that in, one of a kind. I haven't seen anybody else with it. So type in my first name, I'll pop up, and the YouTube feed is right there. Go on YouTube, the Process Media channel, and you will see the rest of the show at 10 p.m. All right. So we'll go into our education. Guys, thank you so much. I'll go into a little break, and then I'll come back on with Miss Anna Castillo, leadership in sterile processing or sterile process management in sterile. Let me make sure I get that right. Risk management in sterile processing. So, guys, we'll be right back.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. So thank you guys so much for hanging in there. This is our education piece from Beyond Clean. Thank you so much for Beyond Clean for sponsoring this educational segment. Also, thank you. Let me thank all my sponsors here for my networking event, Zuno Medical, Advantage Support Services. Thank you so much, Jamid. Appreciate your support. Aseptic Technical Solutions. Thank you so much. Dante was on here. HUDMED is sponsoring also. Censis is sponsoring also. Track. Thank you so much, guys, for your support. And Sterile Processing Service Excellent, it's consulting company. Thank you so much to Monique Gels. Appreciate your support. And guys, without any further ado, but don't go anywhere. Let me just put on the last couple comments. See local chapter conferences inbox. Okay. So guys, we'll be going into our educational segment. Again, thank you to Beyond Clean so much for your you providing this education, and the link will be in the description so that you could get your CE from this presentation. So guys, without any further ado, let me remove my So guys, if you have an issue with hearing the presentation, please let me know. I'm about to play it. Leave a comment and let me know if you could hear it or not. I just want to make sure I have the correct settings on here.
𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒣𝒔. She is the sterile processing educator at Texas Children's Hospital. And in her role, Anna works closely with quality and infection control departments to create simple to follow processes that help bridge the gap between quality and efficient processes. Her presentation title is Risk Management in Central Sterile Services Department. What are the most common risks reported in central sterile supply departments? Should sterile processing technicians be more concerned about the risk management practices in place in their departments? Well, we're here to find out. Anna joins the conversation to help us uncover the most common risks associated with CSSDs and what you can do to help avoid them in your department. And also outlines the tools you need to know to help successfully identify, monitor, and reduce potential risks in your CSSD. All right, we got one more to go, so here we go. Let's welcome Anna.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to 3M's presentation of Risk Management in the Central Sterile Services Department. I will be your presenter for today. My name is Ana Castillo-Gutierrez, and I have over 10 years of experience in the Sterile Processing Department. I've been a supervisor, a manager, and also an educator in the field. Our presentation authors are Dr. Jean Bronzati and Dr. Rafael Quiroz de Sosa. They are both invited researchers and professors at private and public universities and registered nurses as well. Some important information for you today. The context of this webinar is based on current United States information, including regulations, standards, guidelines, and practices as of August the 2nd of 2022. Requirements in other countries may be different, and US guidance may change in the future. Always consult product instructions for use and follow local laws and regulations. This presentation contains an overview of general information and should not be relied upon in isolation to make specific decisions. Our objectives for today is to introduce the concepts of risk in the Central Sterile Services Department and introduce the tools and methodologies to manage and reduce risk in a responsible and ethical manner. So let's start by defining a couple of terms. The word risk is a probability or threat of harm, injury, loss, or any other negative occurrence that is caused by external or internal factors. They are vulnerabilities that can be avoided through preventative actions. Risk in central service departments are failures in one or more of the medical device reprocessing steps that can result in non-sterile items. And we know this. We know that there's a lot of things that can be prevented in our department. The word hazard is a particular agent of interest that has hazardous properties or can cause harm to our patients. And then risk management is a method used to assess the risk of a specific activity and to develop a program to reduce that risk or mitigate that risk. The risk management process involves a systematic application of policies, procedures, and practices using as premises the establishment of the context found in assessments, treatments, monitoring, critical analysis, records, and the risk reports that will be reviewed. Risk management must be an integral part of the organization's management and decision-making and be integrated into the organization's structure and processes. It can be applied at the strategic and operational levels. However, the dynamic and variable nature of human behavior must be considered. That means that you have to know the staff and the end users that are actually going to be applying the practices. It is composed of multiple steps that will be detailed in the following slides. Processing of reusable medical devices is a complex process that requires the supervision by competent personnel with relevant experience, especially in cleaning methods and products that promote the reduction of organic and inorganic residues from medical devices. They should also be knowledgeable about sterilization and disinfection methods, aiming at the prevention and control of infections and maintenance of standard precautions within the department. Factors associated with the complexity of the process performed in the CSSD, such as the separation of tasks, the differences in design of medical devices, cultural differences, knowledge and experience, all of these things increase the risk of failure within our department. And we need to be knowledgeable about every single thing that happens within our department to reduce those risks. The evolution of surgical techniques and medical devices is a big step forward in healthcare, and it's resulted in the improvement of quality for our patient care. Surgical instruments usually used in conventional surgical techniques are less complex for reprocessing, but with the arrival of minimally invasive surgery, including robotic surgeries, surgical instruments have become more complex, and the cleaning processes have become a major challenge. And as a result, these challenges compromise subsequent steps such as sterilization and disinfection. The complexity of surgical instruments, such as long and narrow lumens or lumens with crevices and joints, make cleaning difficult and increase the risk of retaining organic residues and microorganisms that can cause or increase risks for infections. Whenever we have failures in cleaning medical devices, it reduces the effectiveness of disinfection and sterilization processes and favor cross-infections. Liposuction cannulas and scissors, for example, the images that you see here, you can clearly see that there have been some issues in the reprocessing steps where we're not able to effectively clean these instruments simply because of the complex design that they may have, and the brushes or the cleaning utensils that we're using in decontamination may not be as useful as we thought. In CSSD, there are numerous risks related to the structure and also to the reprocessing. For example, here you can see that there can be failures in the cleaning steps. There can also be failures in the inspection part of it in prep and pack, sterilization failures such as autoclave overloading, selecting the wrong cycle, for example, and even equipment malfunction can happen. In sterile storage, there can also be issues with the environmental controls that you have. Maybe the temperature or the humidities are off. And even related to sterile barrier systems, for example, if you have instruments that have been sitting on the shelf for an extended period of time that haven't been checked for sterility, those kind of issues can escalate the infections that we have within our organization. As I stated before, risk management processes involve a systematic application of policies, procedures, and practices using as premises the establishment of all kinds of records that you should be reviewing. In your healthcare organization, risk management must be an integral part of how you come to a conclusion of a process that should be established. And it can be applied at the operational level and also at the end user level as well. And you should take that into context to make sure that these processes that you put into place are user friendly. It's composed of multiple steps that can be that are going to be detailed in the next following slides. Since the risk management process can be applied at different levels, it's important to be clear about the scope and consider the objectives and align with your organization's goals as well. Establishing the scope, context, and criteria is intended to customize the risk management process, allowing for an effective assessment process, and appropriate risk treatments should include defining the objectives and decisions that need to be made, establishing the expected results. What do you hope to gain at the end of this process? You want to establish the time, location, and specific inclusions and exclusions. Think about the things that you don't want to include in your project. Use of appropriate tools and techniques for the risk assessment so that everyone involved is also aware of the tools that they're going to use. Make available the necessary resources as well. So different tools, electronic or cloud-based systems, make sure that those are shareable. Responsibilities and record to be carried out. So make sure that everyone knows what their responsibilities are in the project so that they can carry them out, and risk management processes related to other projects. If these goals or your objectives are in line with other projects or affect other projects, then your team needs to be made aware of that as well so that they can be in line with those objectives and those goals as well. So here's an example of a project that took place. So they were evaluating cleaning lumened items within the ultrasonic washers. And so step number one, their objective was to mitigate the risk of soil and lumened instruments after cleaning in the ultrasonic washer. That was their goal. Their hope was to result in ATP cleaning tests with a value less than 30 RLUs. And so that was their hopes that they would gain at the end of the process. The time, location, and specific inclusion. So only for the 30 days, instruments with lumened items smaller than 5 millimeters were going to be monitored. They brainstormed and explored potential risk in the process, organization of process flowcharts. So they use different tools to effectively view what the current process was and what the possible problems were going to be. So they try to identify where those points would cause issues within the flow. Make available the necessary resources. So these resources were dedicated professionals for receiving and processing instruments with lumens, ATP tests for monitoring, and appropriate forms for information records. And so they provided these tools to the end user so that they can collect this data. And risk management process related to other projects. So safe surgery, that was the goal of the organization. And so the end results were aligned with the organization as well. Risk criteria must reflect the organization's values, objectives, and resources and be consistent with institutional policies. To establish risk criteria, it's worth considering the nature and the type of uncertainties that may reflect results and objectives, both tangible and intangible, as well as the consequences, both positive and negative, and probabilities of the occurrence happening over and over again. You also want to consider how the combination and multiple risk consequences will be taken into consideration. What results is your organization willing or not willing to accept? For example, here you can see that they're willing to accept certain results concerning the ATP testing that they have established. The risk assessment process includes identification, analysis, and evaluation. The evaluation process must be carried out in a systematic, interactive, and collaborative manner. And so you want your team to have all of this information at hand so that they can better identify what their target issue really is. And so here's an example of the causes and events. So the results of cleaning monitoring shows a value above the limits that they're willing to accept. Some of the threats that they have are surgical site infections. Those are the possible things that could happen. And then the opportunities are they want to reduce the events related to the risk of postoperative infections. The vulnerabilities and capabilities, so equipment that could fail. They have instruments that are not disassembled for cleaning, lack of personal training, inappropriate detergents that could be used, people not following the IFUs of instruments, or maybe the IFUs may not be relevant as well or up to date. And equipment and a detergent. Maybe you have the equipment that you need. Sometimes you might find within an IFU that you don't have the established equipment that you could possibly need for reprocessing. And so some of the changes of external and internal context. So sometimes you're going to be identifying the need for replacing the washer disinfector, so the ultrasonic washers. Or maybe there are instruments that need to be updated as well. And so you're identifying all the possible risks that could be associated with your project. Here are a few more examples associated with the project that we're talking about. So factors to consider, some of the things that they're identifying within this project is emerging risk indicators. So possible infections in patients that are using these instruments, consequences and their impacts on the objectives for the project. So there's an increased morbidity or mortality rate, limitations of knowledge and reliability of the information. So one of their concerns that they may have identified is lack of training of the team that's going to be participating in the project. So how accurate will the records be from the staff or the technicians that are providing the data that is needed for the project? Temporal factors, so equipment that is down for a while, or resources that may not be available for the team, and some of the biases or hypotheses and beliefs of those involved. Some of the end users may simply not follow the established policies and procedures that they have put in place within the facility. So once you have identified your actual risks, now you can do a risk analysis. So you want to understand how each of the risks that you have identified plays a part within your project and how you can break those down to mitigate those risks. So here, as an example, flushing distilled water into the lumen at the point of use. You want to identify if it's actually happening within your department or within your process. Risk analysis can be performed with varying degrees of detail and complexity. So depending on the purpose of the analysis, the availability of information and available resources is going to play a part in that. The technique can be qualitative or quantitative or combined depending on the circumstances as well. So again, in the example, maybe the staff don't understand that some of the devices come apart, or they may not be following the IFU in disassembling the device at point of use, or pre-cleaning may not be happening. So the purpose of the risk analysis is to really understand the nature of the risk and its characteristics, including the level of risk. In this step, uncertainties, risk sources, consequences, probability, and events and scenarios, controls and their effectiveness should be considered. An event can have multiple causes and consequences, and can affect multiple goals as well. The purpose of conducting a risk assessment is to support a decision, whether it's a decision that you want to make or that your team wants to make. This step involves comparing the results of the risk analysis with established criteria to determine whether further action is needed. And so one of the decisions that you might make or that your team might make would be to, the ones that are here in this box, accept the risk and do nothing because it is a low impact or it is a step that's essential to the process. One of the other decisions that you might make is to consider risk treatment options to either eliminate that risk or mitigate that risk. You also could conduct additional analysis to better understand the risk if it's something that maybe has never been presented before. You also, a decision that could possibly be made is to maintain existing controls. For example, if you have a policy and procedure or SOP that is already effective and the staff simply need re-education, that could be an option as well. It's important that the decision considers the broader context and the real and perceived consequences for external and internal stakeholders. For example, how is it going to affect the end user? Is the new process going to make it a little bit more challenging for them to perform? And how is it going to affect the patient as well? The results of the risk assessment must be recorded, communicated, and then validated at the appropriate levels of the organization. Risk treatments aim to implement actions to mitigate or eliminate the risk. It is an interactive process that aims to formulate and select options to address risks. There is planning and implementation that are involved. It evaluates the effectiveness of the proposed treatment. And so as you're going through these, you want to make sure that any treatment or any idea that the team may have to actually implement changes to the process, that they're actually effective at the end user level. And so continuing on with the steps, assess and decide whether the remaining risks are acceptable. So once you have placed the treatment into use, you want to go back and reassess and make sure that it is at an acceptable level of what your end results are identified as. And if it's not acceptable, performing additional treatments or maybe putting other practices or processes into place to finally eliminate or reduce the risk that you're trying to treat. Selecting the most appropriate risk treatment options involves balancing the potential benefits derived against the achievement of objectives against the cost, effort, or disadvantages of implementing. Options for treating the risk may involve some of the following here. So maybe avoiding the risk by deciding not to start or even continuing the risk because you see that it is a low risk that's involved to the patient. The next one may be taking or increasing risk in order to pursue an opportunity, removing the risk source. So sometimes if you find in the process that there is a certain tool that's increasing a risk, maybe even removing that tool and finding another tool that's more effective might be a solution there. And so there's different types of risk treatments and options that you could take whenever you have found and identified those risks. The risk management process and its results must be documented and reported reported through appropriate mechanisms. So any record aims to communicate activities and results, provide information for decision-making, improve risk management activities, and assist interactions within stakeholders, including those responsible for the risk management of that task. You want to remember that it is a team effort. And so because you have different people that are involved in this task, you want to make sure that you're recording any and documenting any results so that you can bring back to the team eventually and make a decision from there. So here, communication seeks to promote awareness and understanding of risk, while consultation involves obtaining information for decision making. The purpose of communication and consultation is to assist in understanding the risk, the information used for decision making, and the reasons why specific actions are required. The close relationship between communication and consultation facilitates the exchange of factual, timely, relevant, accurate, and understandable information, taking into account the confidentiality and integrity of the information, as well as the right and privacy of the individuals involved. So the consultation communication aims to gather different specialties for each step. So you're going to have a variety, or you should have a variety of people that are involved within your process, within your project, ensuring that different viewpoints are properly considered. And so people are going to bring different ideas. The different people that are involved should be from different departments. And so they're going to have a different viewpoint or understanding, or maybe even idea of the project and its goals. You want to provide sufficient information to facilitate the risk, supervision, and decision-making. And you also want to build a sense of inclusion and ownership amongst the parties involved. And so, especially when it comes to considering the end users, you want to make sure that they have input in the project as well, so that they can then, in turn, produce the goals or the objectives that you're trying to produce. Throughout the project, continuous monitoring and periodic review of the risk management process and its results should be a planned step with established responsibilities. The results of monitoring and review should be incorporated into the organization's performance management, measurement, and reporting activities. So the objective is to ensure and improve the quality and effectiveness of the design, implementation, and results of the process throughout that project. In summary of the content presented, risk management involves the following activities. So number one, process mapping, which I'll go into detail in just a bit. 2, identify the risk. 3, evaluate failure mode or modes. And 4, selecting risk priorities in those modes. And then eliminating, mitigating, or accepting certain risks. Here's an example of a process map. The process mapping starts with the design of the macro process, or the bigger picture, using the diagram in block format. The macro process to be analyzed is selected to identify the possible risk present, and then the micro process flow is then drawn using the symbols presented on the next slide that I will show next. There are a variety of programs that you can use to create process maps. But in simplistic forms, you can also use these different symbols to identify different meanings throughout the flow charts. So here you can see that this oval shape is going to be your start or your finish. And then the arrows here are going to be the flow or the direction that your flow is going into. You also have symbols for sub-processes and decisions that you need to then take to show your end user how to properly move through a process that you have created. When an adverse event occurs, the mapping of the established process should be performed. The risk can be identified to analyze which elements were responsible for the results. And so you can use your process map, but then you can also create an Ishikawa diagram, or also known, more familiar to us, a fishbone diagram, in where you can simplify or identify, in more simpler terms, where the failure actually occurred. Here's an example of the Ishikawa diagram, or the fishbone diagram, in where you have identified possible risks that are associated in that process that were derived from the process map previously. So here, some of the things that you have identified might be the equipment, so lack of maintenance or lack of qualification. There's also the materials that were involved, so lack of ATP test swabs or failure to dilute the detergent properly or reuse of the detergent, and so that may have caused an adverse event at the end. And so in simplistic terms, again, you're able to more clearly see or view what steps of the process could have been the issue. Failure mode and effect analysis, or FMEA, is one of the most widely known or adopted techniques for conducting a proactive risk assessment. We suggest this tool to define, identify, and eliminate known potential failures. And there is a very good resource website that you can use to gain more information on it. So you can go to patientsafety.va.gov and you can download different materials there that walk you step by step through the FMEA process. But number one here, it can help you define the topic, assembling the actual team, graphically describing the process, and conducting a hazard analysis as well. And then finally, actions and outcomes measures. So actually taking that information that you had and finally creating data out of it to prove that you have effectively put a new process into place or kept a process in place. Here are different treatments that you can apply to the risk that you have identified within your project. So some of the things that you could possibly decide to do is going to be to either eliminate, so systematically produce the SOP step by step, or to clean according to the IFUs. The second decision that you could possibly make is to control. So maybe you have identified that the SOP or the policy that is in place currently is already effective. And so retraining or training the clinical staff on the actual process that's already in place, and then cleaning monitoring with inspection and chemical tests. So if a process has already been identified as clinically sound, then you can then take proactive steps to maybe manage that process a little bit more effectively by doing ATP testing or something very similar to that. And then the last decision that could possibly be made is to accept the process as it is. Possible, like for example, identifying that there are possible debris inside of narrow lumens, and just understanding that some of the instruments that we may have or come in contact with may not be able to be viewed on the inside because of the narrow lumens that are there. The final message in this presentation is that the risks are inherent in our central sterile supply department. There are multiple risks associated in our department, and we need to better manage those risks. And risk management and having programs in place to reduce those risks should be completed within your department periodically. A periodic review of practices performed in CSSD may reveal the presence of risks that result in adverse events to patients or professionals. Risk management in CCSD is necessary to prevent preventable adverse events from reaching patients, such as nosocomial infections. Here are today's references that we used in today's presentation, and thank you very much. We hope we see you guys again.
Okay, thanks, Hannah. That was short and sweet. I thought that would be a good way to end the day. Won't be keeping everyone for an hour for this last session. So
thank you guys so much for tuning in to that presentation, and the link will be in the description for this. Let me get my juice out of the way. The link will be in the description. I just want to thank my sponsor, Beyond Clean, for that educational piece. I really appreciate your support. Let me go into a 30-second break, and we will be right back. Guys, thank you so much. One more thing. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Also, LinkedIn has a certain time limit, so we're not on LinkedIn currently. Facebook is only gonna be 10 hours, and LinkedIn, YouTube is 12 hours. You'll be able to see the entirety of the show on YouTube, the Process Media. I'll put the description in. In fact, I will put it in as a banner so that you guys could scoot over to YouTube to see the rest of the show. LinkedIn is already offline. Facebook is going off in 10 hours total, and my YouTube guys will be able to see the entire show. I also put some YouTube links on LinkedIn and on Facebook if you guys want to follow. I also want to shout out all my sponsors for my networking event on October 14th to culminate Sterile Processing Week. Shout out to my sponsors, Zuno Medical, manufacturers of Zuno Medical sterile container barrier, Advantage Support Services, a consulting company, Aseptic Technical Solutions, a school and consultant company, and Sterile Processing Service Excellent Consulting Company. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring that event. Thank you so much, and thank you to Beyond Clean right now for sponsoring the education. Link will be in the description, so you could get that CE. And also thank you to Sensor Track. And this is where I'm supposed to go into. This is supposed to be fluent, but I messed it up. It's not as fluent as I wanted it to be. Where is my link here? Boom. Oh, did I close it? Oh, Sensor Track is. Hold on. I have it. Hold on. My Sensor Track slide is coming, guys. Hold on. 1 second. I'll take a 30-second break and I'll be right back with that. Let's see, is this it? Yes, guys. Scope Track Advanced from Censis Technologies manages every endoscope and high-level disinfection asset through the entire procedural cycle from bedside to storage. As an industry leader in endoscope tracking systems, Scope Track Advanced helps you easily stay compliant with regulatory adherence, including the new AMI ST79 standards set forth by the Association for Advancement of Medical Instrumentation. To learn more, visit censis.com, CENSIS.com, and thank you to Censis so much for sponsoring the show. Appreciate your support. And guys, without any further ado, let's get into our next segment. We have a great panel here, and it's going to be some good topics tonight as the sun sets. So guys, I would like to welcome our... Oh, somebody dropped off. I'm so disappointed. Miss Kia Parker, thank you so much for coming on. Miss Vanessa Cavanaugh, I think I saw you recently. I don't know. You just look familiar, maybe.
24 hours ago.
24 hours ago.
Yeah.
And Miss Echo Putnan, am I saying that right?
It's close enough. You can just stick with my first name.
Oh, Echo. Okay. Yeah. Woo. I was thinking about that. I'm like, I hope I have it right. I don't know. Maybe I should have Googled it.
No. And Brittany's coming too. She said she's going to jump on in just a minute.
Brittany is on her way, guys. So, guys, can you please introduce yourselves? to the audience. They're tuning. They're eager to find out who these lovely ladies are. And I know Kia from LinkedIn. We never met. We never spoke. We sent like a couple sentences a while ago. But introduce yourselves so I could find out who I'm talking to right now.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Brittany's here. Hold on. Hello, Brittany. Welcome. So, guys, introduce yourselves, and the floor is yours. And I'll be right back after that.
Brittany, you're muted.
Let's go in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Brittany's muted.
Yes.
Sorry, I was muted. Didn't realize. Okay, am I first or?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I was trying to say, my name is Brittany Weiland. I am a supervisor at Gunderson, and I have been a supervisor for about a year. Sterile processing technician for about 8. Certified for since 2018. And I met Echo at the conference, and we decided to start up the Sterile Processing Mermaids because we both like to have brightly colored hair. So that's me.
Yay. I'm Echo. I've been doing SPD.
Echo, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you. Okay. Can't hear you for some reason. Just went out. All right, so we'll go with Kia.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kia Parker. I am currently an infection preventionist. Before that, I was a high-level disinfection analyst for a couple years. And prior to that, I was a sterile processing tech for many years at a couple of different hospitals. So nice to be here.
Hello, everybody. I'm Vanessa Kavanaugh. I was a sterile processing technician for 6 years, and then I was the sterile processing educator for my facility for 4. And 4 months ago, I went to the dark side, as Adam Okada said earlier, and joined as vendors. So I, for the past 4 months, have been on the marketing team for Censis Technologies, bringing the industry knowledge and experience to that side of things.
All right, I'm back, and I'm bringing on another guest host. Miss Shantae Brown is here, and then we're gonna have Echo come back on, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna finish this with Shantae and then Echo. C before B, or B before C. Yeah, right. I went to school for something. So so let's continue, guys. Let me take my test. Shantae, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Shantae Brown. I am the co-owner of iSpy, which is Instrumental Sterile Processing Institute. We have been in business for about 3 years. You might have seen our logo around LinkedIn and all that good stuff. But it's pretty cool to be here. Interested in this discussion.
I'm back. Apparently, Echo dropped off together with me, so she will be back on. So guys, thank you for joining. We had a few people this morning. Let me go through the names. We had Dante Jones, Amina Omar, Brandon Gant, Adam Okada, Damian Berg, Deronda Lewis, Sarah B. Cruz, Leslie Kronstein, Lila Price, Cylindra Bearfield, Adrian Watson, and we had a presentation from Anna Castillo from Beyond Clean. Thank you to Beyond Clean, and that was kind of to buy time until Echo came back on. So Echo, welcome back. Can you introduce yourself?
Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yep.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to do it off my phone because my new work laptop is not like set up for it. But anyway, so I've been doing SPD for 7 years. I've held almost every role minus being a manager. And I'm actually flying to Chattanooga, Tennessee tomorrow for my 2 weeks of training as a STERIS clinical educator. So that's me.
Whoa, you know what? I'm sleeping because this is one thing I should have done when you guys came up here. Thank you guys for coming on. Appreciate it. I know it's a Sunday, and people have things to do on Sundays, and Mondays work, so you really only get one day off on the weekend. So thank you so much for your time. So the topic for tonight is navigating the changing workplace, and there's many reasons for changing the workplace. Social consciousness. You have the ages parodies. You have new technologies. IFUs are changing. We just had COVID like a few years ago that kind of changed everything. We have, as I said, new technologies coming in that's making work easier and maybe might have less people working or not working as hard. I don't know. So just speculating here. So what do you guys think about the changes that you have experienced within sterile processing so far? Okay, we're gonna go in alphabetical order. I don't want to pick on the early person. B. Let's go with B.
Okay.
And then we'll go C, then E.
Well, with changes, I always try to keep a super open mind. I embrace change. I think that it's always at least worth a shot, no matter what it is. So at our facility, me and the AM supervisor both have worked in sterile processing, and we don't want to be the supervisors that just change things without consulting the staff. So we actually put together a process change group, and we basically take volunteers from each shift. We bring them into a room anytime we're seeing maybe a process that isn't quite working or it can be improved. And we will either pitch ideas to the process change group and get their feedback before we change things, or say, hey, does anybody have any ideas? Or we even, before we come up with ideas, if any of our staff members come up to us and say, hey, I've thought about this thing, can we maybe consider trying this process change group? So we try to meet fairly regularly. That way we can hear everybody's ideas, because there's things that we didn't even think of when we bring those meetings together. One of the most recent ones was we have what's called an upstairs decon and the downstairs decon. We call them the pit. And we were noticing that bottlenecking was still happening despite having that upstairs to help sort cases and get them down to us. So somebody had brought to me, it would be really nice to have an extra person back there between the really busy hours. And we were talking about what that would look like. We have an overabundance of people between the hours of 12:30 and 5:30. And so we actually created, it was our team's decision to name it the pit handler. And I love that. But we devoted the pit handler to come in at 12:30 downstairs, and they run the washers. And so that way the two people at the sinks don't have to leave the sinks and stop what they're doing to answer the elevator. Somebody is there taking out the stuff, they're scanning it, they're getting it sorted and, nice. So then the people working at the sinks can just grab things. They also ended up creating the dispatch support. So the person answering the phone has that extra person to help out building add-on cases, putting stuff away. Basically, when it gets a little too overwhelming for one person, they have that support. And I'm really proud of my team for coming up with these ideas and coming up with names as well. So change is always a good thing. And if it's a bad thing, we like to hear that feedback too.
You like to hear bad feedback, huh? Okay. I hear you. I don't believe you, but I hear you. All right, Shantae.
Well, first of all, change is
all
inevitable.
within your career so far.
I'm sorry?
All within your career.
Yes. Change is inevitable. Change is the only constant in healthcare, but especially in sterile processing. So, like she said, we embrace change. We kind of expect change, and you kind of just roll with the punches. For my facility that I'm at, I'm actually a traveler, and I am working in Philly, which I work for Penn Med, which has which has the ISC, which actually processes the stuff and they transport back and forth. So some of the changes that we've currently had to make is I work for an ambulatory center, and they were only doing one pickup a day, and they would pick up and drop off at the same time, and it's like we wouldn't have our stuff available for when we needed it for like the next day or the day after. So it was like a 48-hour turnaround. So we were still keeping a lot of things and having to process a lot of stuff, and it's only a three-man team. So we have figured out who to communicate with there, and we're actually implementing that they pick up a little earlier and then they come a little later to pick up again. That way, our things can be processed and ready for surgery earlier and on time. So that's one of the biggest changes that we've had to deal with and incur and try to figure out.
Interesting. That seems simple, but I bet it caused a lot of issues in terms of reprocessing times.
Very much so.
Mhm. So, Miss Echo,
Yes.
what changes have you seen so far in your career? And you said you've been in every role. So I know just
Yeah.
changes in roles alone might be a little difficult for most people. So what have you seen in terms of roles within your life, within your cell processing life or career, and within your time as a cell processing tech?
Um, Probably just the way people's attitudes and mentality have changed, especially post-COVID. Um, you still have some people who are in the mindset of like how everybody used to act prior to COVID. There are some people who really hated the whole mask wearing thing, and then some people who really appreciated it. And I think one of the biggest changes in SPD is now a lot of departments want you to wear masks like all the time now. Um, I don't know, that's like one observation. I agree with the whole, wearing it up in the core and everything when you're in like the sterile area upstairs or just in your OR generally. But to be an SPD and having to wear a mask all the time, I mean, granted, if everybody is sick, like it kind of makes sense. But the last facility that I worked at, the supervisor was trying to enforce everybody to wear a mask like 24/7, and his like reasoning was you're too close to the instruments and you're breathing on them. And I was like, can we not like think about this in like an intelligent way? We've been breathing on instruments since how long ago? Like it's not a huge deal anymore. Like obviously if you're sick and you're coming to work, wear a mask and be, conscientious, what, oh my gosh, I can't talk.
Conscientious.
Yeah, of like other people and like the space that you're sharing, because we all share desks, we all share workspace and everything. Like that's fine. But to say like, oh, you're breathing on the instruments and we need to wear a mask is just completely absurd to me. Like, I don't know. But I think I'd say every place that I've worked has been moving in the direction of making things better. And yes, like Brittany said too, change is very hard for a lot of people, especially when you have people changing roles or people leaving and new people coming. Like obviously those are always huge adjustments for a lot of your staff in the department. But I always try to encourage people with the positive stuff and tell them, hey, yeah, we may be getting this new person, but this is what they can bring to the table. Or, when someone brings up an idea, just reinforcing like positive, you know, just positiveness to them. So, yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. Next, Miss Kia, the face mask thing, and I've seen issues with that too. So I definitely understand where you're coming from, but I wouldn't want to breathe on the instruments and make them unsterile. So I don't know. No, I'm just kidding about it. I'm kidding about it, guys. I'm kidding. So Kia, tell us
Yes.
about any changes, challenges you had with within the sterile processing field over your career.
Man, a lot of change. Yeah, from where I've come from in my experience, um, sterile processing, technicians, including myself, like we're not very adapt to change. Like we don't like change. We got a groove going on, it works. So when someone comes, like for instance, to tell you need to change something, it's kind of like knocks you off, your guard and what you're doing since it seems to be working. Um, Currently in my field, like in infection prevention, sometimes we might have to make changes or adjustments to the process in sterile processing. Um, but as Brittany said, if you have a process improvement project, you want to get, the people who are actually doing the work, like get their input. That'll make them more willing to change. And it's like I don't like to go into a department, and tell them, you need to change this. It's like, how can I better incorporate, something that needs to change with your current process? So what do you guys, what is the feedback, you have, or what are some ideas? So if you incorporate them into the change, it helps, to make it more palatable, I would say. So yeah, we had a process improvement project going where, a scope being used in another department of the hospital by our residents. And it's like, it has to go back to sterile processing to get reprocessed. It's like, how can we make this happen? Incorporate, the department, what other ideas do they have? Any feedback or any, suggestions. So just to incorporate people in the change, I think it helps a whole lot to get that voice of, the people.
Oh, thank you. From an infection prevention standpoint, thank you. Appreciate it. And Miss Kavanaugh, Vanessa.
So, my experience with change, whether in the industry or particularly the department that I worked in, was that a lot of times sterile processing technicians get told, hey, we have to change what we're doing. And it might be from your department management, or it might be from like facility management or an inspector group. And if you have a good manager, they will give you like the reasoning behind what they were told or their understanding, and then ask your input, like these ladies were saying, and involve the whole team in figuring out the best way to make that mandatory change. But there are also plenty of managers who come into your department, they'll pull a huddle and they'll say, we need to make this change. And when people ask why, well, because we do. And so unfortunately, I'm sure everybody has experienced that sometime in their life. And that's where the team needs to come together. And like Brittany was saying, like come up with a group of brainstorming members to figure out, okay, yeah, sure, we have to stop doing this thing we've been doing for the past 10 years and we have to make the change. How do we do that everybody understands why and make it best for our patients?
So I'm back. So we have one more, in fact, two more. So I'll end up dropping off the screen because I want you guys to get your FaceTime. We have another guest on here. Please introduce yourself, Miss. I probably caught you off guard. Just waiting for a couple minutes, and then we'll have another guest on there too. So I'll definitely drop out and let you guys start talking because I know Echo and Brittany has something going on. I want you to talk about that. I know I'll send you the link. And I know Miss Shantae has a lot going on. Here, I haven't heard from an infection prevention standpoint in a while. And Miss Kavanaugh has a lot going on up in PA and with Censis. So I definitely want to hear that too. So I don't know if we'll have enough time for this segment. But I definitely want to get into it with all of you guys. So Miss Cherise, please introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Cherise Brown. I manage sterile processing at Emory Johns Creek.
Okay. And now I'll pose our first question to you. what changes have you seen in the industry? So the topic for tonight is navigating a changing workplace. What changes have you seen in the industry since you've begun, and how has that
Um,
affected you?
Right now, I would say more so just the talent that old school, everybody wants to help lend a hand. Um, the younger generation now, I don't think they really understand when they come in what's going on with sterile processing. They just see it as, hey, my mom told me to get a job. This is what I'm here for. But it takes a lot to get them to understand that, granted, you do deal with technology, which is something that they're used to, but when it comes to having to actually do that critical thinking and figuring things out, it makes it so much harder for the younger generation, and it's really crippling us, because right now when the computer systems go down, or if they don't have a piece of paper that tells them what to do, people have gotten so accustomed to only knowing things because it's in front of them. So having to, think what's that next step, which also pushes them to become the next leader as well. When you have that critical thinking and know how to do that next step, and you've already thought 2 steps ahead of the OR, because that's literally what we have to do, that just in case, what's going to happen if this tray is contaminated. So, we have some technicians who just, stand and look like, well, Sharice, or asking leadership, what do we need to do? So hopefully I hope to see the change of us being able to, show them that it's okay to think outside the box, and, be sure of ourselves, and, not having the same mindset of, somebody else will tell us what to do.
All right, all right. Interesting, from a whole different standpoint. Okay, okay, I like it. I like where you're coming from. I like where you're coming from. So I will go into another question, guys. What change? And I know Echo went into something that really affected her with the with the face mask. So, and the reasoning behind that. So and on still on the changing standpoint, what changes would you like to see within your department or within the sterile processing field that you haven't seen yet that will affect you in a positive way? And
Well, one change that I'd love to see is that from the HR payroll standpoint, they actually pay our permanent staff what they are worth, rather than just paying them on the same scale as, like the entry level. I mean, we're professionals. We are the heart of the hospital. Surgeries couldn't happen without us, and we really need to be treated as such. I know that it's really discouraging. I've seen a lot of turnover because, I don't control the wage. And I've had so many people come to me and say, I love, working here. I love the team, but I just, I can't afford it. I can't afford my rent right now. Or, if something happens to my car, I can't, I could work at Taco Bell for $15 an hour, and it's just not much more. I'm not paid what I'm worth. And it breaks my heart, because I know that I've seen it, and I just wish that we were treated on the same scale as, a higher position, because we are so important and we have so much knowledge that we have to share, and we have to know things. And I feel like newer staff coming in, it's really difficult to get them to see how important we are when they hear that, starting wage. And I mean, we try to, the benefits are good at our hospital, and we pay for their Purdue course so that they can go and get that knowledge. But at the same time, again, how do we show them that what they're doing is such an important job if we're not giving them like really a livable wage? And, seeing the overtime amount hours just so then they can get, an extra tank of gas in the next couple weeks. So that would be the biggest change I'd love to see in the industry, is just our hospitals taking sterile processing a lot more seriously and calling us professionals, rather than the, people downstairs that just are the support staff. But
all right, I the pay is always a big thing, and we have talked about the pay all throughout this podcast. So the pay is definitely an issue I could resonate with. So Thank you. Thank you for that.
Another big change that I have seen is that there's a lot of travelers, and yes, I am a traveler. There's a lot of travelers in the department as opposed to permanent staff. It's like it was like a decline of staff. We've always been low staff or short staff, but now it's only like one or two permanent people, and then everybody else is travelers. And even as a traveler, I've always said if they were to take what we make and just add a little bit more to their permanent staff, they would stay. I agree with you wholeheartedly. They do not pay us enough to actually deal with what we have to deal with. And that is something that needs to be changed. But again, also with that, I was going to say the respect. They really don't show us any respect. They think of us as secondary. And that really needs to change. They really need to ask us to sit on some of these conferences and boards that they have so that they can get our input so that when they are making these changes that we have to adapt to, our voices in there and it kind of makes sense for us as well. A lot of people, the quote unquote they make these decisions and rules and it looks great on paper, but once we implement it, it just does not make sense. And a lot of times, even on paper, we can look at it and be like, that's not going to work for this place. That might work somewhere else, but that's not going to work here. But if they would have just asked us or had us on in that meeting, they might have been able to figure that out. But they don't even show us any kind of respect. So I personally would like to see them show us some respect and ask for our input on some of these things that they're making changes about.
It would be great if we could get facility C-suite leadership folks to come to our conferences, the little ones and the big ones, and sit down and talk to everybody from first year technicians to 43 veteran, been in the industry for 43 plus years, or whoever, infection prevention and everybody, and just say, like, what are your pain points? And see the fact that, yes, departments and facilities are different, but a lot of our pain points are the same no matter where you are, and really wake them up, hopefully, to making positive changes for the department and the industry.
Echo?
So I'm going to kind of piggyback off of Brittany and Chantel, right? Yeah. Shantae. I think hospitals need to invest more in their people instead of bringing in travelers and paying them, big chunks of money and everything. How about we reimburse our employees for getting that extra certification, for going that extra mile, and really wanting to invest in their knowledge in our field, and doing maybe, what do you call it? One of the, oh my God, I cannot think on Sundays apparently. Like a bonus when you work so many years. So like after your first year, they give you a bonus. After your second year, they give you a bonus. It's a retention bonus instead of a sign-on bonus, because I took one in my last facility and it was for 2 years and I got out of that like pretty quick. Number one, they voided my contract. That's a whole other conversation, but I feel like a retention bonus would keep somebody there. And then if they're investing in you and really, putting you into work groups to make department changes and make like positive changes in your department, and not, hey, we're all going to have a department meeting, but you're going to listen to what we have to tell you. And there's no input on the tech side, and then not only that, just equalizing our pay. The last facility that I came from, there was a tech there. She'd been there for 1.5 years, just a tech 1. We don't have, or at that facility, they didn't have tech 1, tech 2, tech 3 or anything. She just got her 3rd certification yesterday, and she makes a decent amount of money. Now the same like role, tech 1 or whatever, this other person, he got certified also, and he makes $6 less than she does. So I don't understand how 2 people with a year of experience can have such a big difference in their pay. and she never got reimbursed for her certification. She didn't get compensated for anything. She didn't get pay increase when she got certified. None of that. They don't offer that at that facility. So I just don't understand how somebody with the same amount of experience has a $6 difference in their pay when they don't have that much difference in the knowledge that they have, if that kind of makes sense. So I'd like to see, if this person over here, if Susie makes, $25 an hour and she's been there for a year, then so does John. John should be a year making $25, not $3 less. So just seeing the hospitals and invest more in us instead of, everything else that they're investing in that's not working clearly, which is why hospitals have such high turnover rates.
Miss Kia.
I totally agree with everything everyone has said here. I mean, a big thing for me besides the pay would be the respect. I believe sterile processing is a highly technical, field. These technicians have to know a lot about a lot of different instruments. And I mean, they are a part of the surgical services division. They cannot do their job without sterile processing. So, sometimes certain departments, they're not your revenue generators, but they can be your revenue killers. So if something goes wrong, if CSS doesn't have what they need to do their job, then the OR cannot function. So that's something that, C-suite and leaders need to know. They need the equipment, they need to do the jobs, all the new modern technology when they go in the department to make sure that they are up to par at the same level with the OR. If they have new robotics, then go into your CSS department and, do they need new washers? Do they need new autoclaves? Do they need a new tracking system? Are they still doing it the same way they were doing it 10, 15 years ago? How is that still possible? You need to bring them up to the same level as you have your OR in order to be that top tier hospital that you say you are, that you want to be. Give them the same respect that you would any other, division or department you have in your hospital. And then if you show them that they care, they may have some techs that will stick around. If you give them the resources, compensate them for their, many certifications. That's very big. A lot of hospitals expect their staff to be certified, but what are you giving them for that? How are you rewarding them? Are they going to get rewarded for being a traveler, get the more money that they need to support their family and to, have a livable wage? Those are two big things I, can't say enough about.
All right. Thank you for that piece. And then she is coming from a different perspective, which I like, from infection prevention standpoint. So she's trying to get us those washers and the upgraded equipment and some better wages and some better protection too. So thank you so much. So that being said, I have two people. One's been on before and a couple minutes ago, and the other one hasn't been on yet. So I'll bring them on. So let's welcome Miss Angie Holland. Say it loud. And Echo, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So Miss Holland, can you introduce yourself to the panel, please?
Hi guys, I am Angie Holland. So I am the creator of the Say It Loud movement, which is advocating for ESL staff and providing more resources for these technicians that have English as their second language and are struggling to pass their certification exams.
All right. Okay. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much. I'm trying to scroll down as fast as I can. I'm a little slow. I suffer from OMS, as I said before, old man syndrome. Sometimes I forget. So welcome to the show. And I will pose those questions to you also. What changes have you seen within the industry so far, Angie? And the next question will be, what changes would you like to see? What positive changes would you like to see in the future within the industry?
That's a good one. So I've been in the industry over 2 decades. So I've seen many changes. I became certified about after 10 years of being in the industry, so about 12 years ago. So I've seen many changes. I've seen the changes in the, requiring certifications in different facilities in different states, different facilities bringing on the travelers, something that I wasn't seeing, but we're seeing a lot of now. Onboarding of travelers, the education required certainly has increased for sterile processing. However, we've talked about the pay and how that struggle there with they're not recognizing the education they want for these technicians. So I've seen a lot of change. What I would like to see is definitely, as you guys were talking about, is more recognition of what we do and how critical it is, but also recognition of the different levels of certifications. I think as we invest more into our education, it should be acknowledged as it is in every other career. So I definitely would love to see more recognition there. But as an advocate for the ESL community, I think that we need to see more resources for ESL technicians that currently is not available. And it's a very big challenge I've taken on to translate all this, medical content and, terminology into Spanish on my own, one-on-one with a lot of students. So, I mean, I'd like to see more schools kind of providing that, bridging that gap. Like, let's have an ESL program for SPD techs, because a lot of us start off with, English is our second language. So we just know enough English to defend ourselves. And you can see a struggle, and we're losing good technicians that are very good hands-on, but can't pass the certification exam, and therefore they are having to leave SPDs. So I think that's probably the biggest thing I'd like to see improve in SPD.
Let me get back on here. Thank you, Angie. Donnie Payne, I agree that your department has to be properly equipped, adequately stocked to meet the surgical volume. And I think she was referring to Kia's comment earlier. And Lila Price says, yay, she agrees with Angie. So thank you guys for tuning in. I haven't shouted out the viewers yet, but thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. And Angie, thank you so much. I like that ESL persons trying to get into the field. I know it's tough because there's so many variations of Spanish. It's difficult to get the right one because and I've heard from people that some Spanish speaking areas are not too friendly with others and the language, so it might be a challenge to get that translated into one language they all can agree to learn.
Yeah, one dialect. Especially I'm Puerto Rican. Us Puerto Ricans, we don't speak Spanish. We speak Spanglish. So we have words that we don't use in Spanish. We use the English word, and then there are words that we've never heard that are the proper Spanish words. So definitely getting the right dialect has been a struggle, but I've definitely tried.
Okay, thank you. And I've heard the plight. So there are a couple so I made a comment here. Another stick on the ESL, but like I think it's definitely an important issue within the field. So guys, what changes have you seen? Sticking on changes, what changes have you seen so far that you say, wow, I never knew that would happen in my time in cell processing? What changes? Has there any been changes you like, wow, I didn't know this would happen, or within the field while you're here right now, or you're seeing going to happen? Let me know. Who wants to go first? Oh, hey.
I'll go first this time. I instantly thought of back kind of going off of Echo's earlier discussion of masks, was re-sterilizing a single-use item. What? When that came out, I was just like, how is this even allowable or possible? Or like, it was bananas. But a lot of us did it in a couple different ways. And thankfully, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't heard of any adverse reactions from whatever methods we all used. So that was just, and now because like that door has been opened, I find myself wondering what's next. Whether it's a global crisis or any other reason. Like, okay, what's the next thing that someone's going to try and push that envelope? And how can we, handle that or predict that or anything? It was, so that's a change that I never, ever thought I would see.
I personally think they should now, since that did happen, they should bring a product on the market that is sterilizable if needed, as opposed to trying to make up an IFU for something that is just not supposed to be re-sterilized. Now that we have had this issue, they should now, 3M or whoever should be in those manufacturing buildings figuring out a way to produce a product that is single use unless otherwise needed. Okay, and those otherwise needed got to be like state of emergency type things. But to answer the question, the one thing I thought we would never see is the reuse of PPE. That whole having to continue to use the same gown, even the nurses having to go in and out of patient rooms, they had to use the same gown because we just did not have enough. So I feel like the pandemic opened up a lot of people's eyes, and they now should have things, or at least be working on things, so that if that was to happen again, we won't have those same issues. Be proactive, not reactive.
All right, who wants to go next?
I'll go. I also agree with the whole reprocessing of things that should not be reprocessed. I remember when I was working at one of the hospitals I was at during COVID, and we started reprocessing the N95s using the UV light. We were getting a lot of feedback saying that they smelled like charcoal afterwards, and we all were just thinking, like, I can't imagine like having to smell that and breathe that in all day long, like on their 12-hour shift, and then they bring it back and we do it again. That was just insane. And then at one point they were talking about reprocessing the gowns that we were wearing for the nurses on the floors as well. They were trying to figure out a way to UV light the disposable gowns, and I just that was some crazy times. I'm glad we're out of that, and for the most part we have all the supplies that we need again. Obviously we still have like supply chain shortages on some things or back orders and whatnot, but the one thing I am glad about though is surgical instrumentation was never like a huge problem where we were having to use like the disposable surgical instrumentation. Like PPE is one thing, but like using the Pakistan instruments or whatever, if we couldn't get that stuff in, no, we just went with missing tags and they could pull the junk stuff if they needed it.
I think we could go through pandemic stories for a whole day and not through. Who's going next? Who's going next? Who's going next?
I'll go next. I think the pandemic did open our eyes to a lot of things. But one thing that has blown my mind is how mainstream SPD has become. Before, when I first got started, I had no clue. It was one of those things you either wanted to transfer out of dietary or you want to transfer out of EVS. Now people are getting into the schools to advocate for more education for it, is outside of on-the-job training. So I think that that's something that we've really come far from. I transferred, well, not transferred, but I used to manage a dry cleaner, and I just happened to be talking to the educator for sterile processing, and she was like, "Hey, come get a job." I'm like, "I don't even know what you're talking about, lady, but I hate this. I'm willing to change." Who knew that I'd probably just be working just as hard as I was at the dry cleaner, if not even harder. But definitely seeing that there's so much more with education in the colleges and the universities now is really something that makes me happy that maybe we can get more students from that kind of already know what's going on, but might not have seen the day-to-day work, in person, but at least has the concept and knowledge of what could possibly go on in the OR.
I'll go next. One kind of sad change that I've noticed is, so back when I started sterile processing, I noticed that there was a willingness to share as much knowledge as possible. When I got started, my trainer was awesome. And everybody in the department was like, oh, hey, look at this cool thing, or hey, look at this cool thing. And maybe the pandemic was part of it, but I've noticed that there's a decrease in wanting to train and share that information. A lot of the staff members that I've come into contact with are, granted, getting burnt out because it's really hard to keep staffing right now. And so you get somebody fully trained or through training for like 8 weeks, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, hey, I'm actually moving, or this wasn't really for me. And I can understand that it totally burns people out, but I get so excited to talk about, like, anytime I'm doing a tray and I like see something that like, oh, I don't see this very often. I'm like, I go around to every single new person, I'm like, hey, look at this. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but like, this is super cool. And the just energy for the job. And again, it's the lack of respect and the lack of pay, I think is a huge factor in that, because the worthiness of the job just seems to go down. But just the excitement for the job has just changed a lot in the years that I've been a sterile processing tech, and pretty sad change. And I'm hoping that if we can get, the seriousness of the pay, maybe requiring certifications. I know Wisconsin's next, so I'm really excited about that. But maybe that excitement will come back, but it's what I've noticed.
Okay. I have two things really quick. To piggyback off what Brittany said, I totally agree. When I started my last position in sterile processing at an ambulatory surgery center where I had came from, my hospital, we were a tight-knit group. We were willing to share everything. When I was new into sterile processing, they made sure that I knew all the trays, and I knew what I was doing, that the trays being sent to the OR, because they had such pride in their department and wanting to get it right. They wanted me to know as much as I can, because to send that tray up, they wanted to be like, you're going to get this right. Like, we're going to make sure you're going to get this right, because, we are all working as a team to get this together. And I don't feel that anymore. There's not that pride in what you're doing, no matter the outside circumstances or lack of respect that you're getting. We still felt amongst ourselves that what we did, we knew it was very important in the hospital and for patient safety. And to piggyback off what Cherie said, for the education for new techs coming in, like, I thought I would never see myself in this position as an infection preventionist with a sterile processing background. And I've seen so much of it as of late, people who have, sterile processing backgrounds venturing into other departments within the hospital, like infection prevention. And I would like to see more of that growth so that we can have the techs stay, if they want to stay in sterile processing, and maybe become a supervisor, a manager, or maybe even a director, just to let them know that there are other career possibilities out there for them, that, they can grow, they can, expand as much as they want to.
Angie?
Yeah, just a quick, jumping onto the career ladder. I think we're beginning to see that there's a structure in SPD that's developing when it comes to that career ladder. So, I mean, I worked Massachusetts and New Hampshire hospitals, and you're starting to see, before we were under like materials or the pharmacy, which was really odd, but different areas. And now you're seeing that they're developing this structure where you have an SPD director, you have an SPD educator, you have an SPD manager. As like when I started, you didn't have that. You were reporting, to your materials manager, who had no idea what was going on in SPD or what SPD was doing, or to your OR manager, or your educator was the OR educator coming to SPD asking SPD technicians to teach her or him about the industry. So I think we're starting to see that structure developing. So I think we're going to start seeing a lot of positive changes when it comes to that route, and then we'll see the pay scale change at that point.
So thank you for that. So we're kind of going over. So I want you guys to give your thoughts, and I'll let every one of y'all talk about whatever is passionate to y'all about sterile processing. I know Echo and Brandy have a podcast going on. I would like you guys to talk about that. Shantae, you know what you do. Talk about that. Miss Kavanaugh, talk about that. You know what I mean. And Angie, talk about your stuff. And Miss Charisse, we haven't had much communication, but I like what you do, so speak on it. And guys, just make sure you recognize those sterile processing professionals who have something going on or do not have anything going on and not getting recognized for sterile processing week. Just give them a shout out, a thank you for all that they do. I really appreciate it. And Miss Kia too, thank you for your time too. And just from an infection prevention standpoint, just let everybody know how valuable you think the sterile processing profession is to the overall outcomes of patients. So I think I said that too fast, but let's go. Who's going first? One, two. Oh, Brittany, let's go. So
Hey.
you guys could talk about. I'll put you guys together, side to side.
Perfect.
Yes, I kept track.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, we started a group called the Sterile Processing Mermaids. We ended up meeting at the national conference, and there was maybe like a handful of us, like 10 people that had brightly colored hair like we did. And to be honest, I wasn't really sure what I was expecting because this was the first conference I've ever been to. And I kind of figured, okay, I was going to be like a sea of like a blonde, brunette, and seeing those little bright spots throughout the entire, like in the talks and everything, it was like, I found people, like I found my people. And we kind of like we would get into conversations with other people who worked at like especially Southern hospitals who are like, nope, there's a policy for hair. Even though we keep our hair covered, you have to make sure that you have a natural colored hair. Same with tattoos. You can't have visible tattoos. And it's so sad to me to hear that kind of stuff. I know that I've never been more confident than looking as bright as humanly possible. I came out of my shell a lot when I started to color my hair different vibrant colors. And I really think that I'm giving my best work when I am feeling like myself. And so I'll kind of let Echo speak too, but I know that we really wanted to start something to get us out there, showing you can be professional despite the fact that you might look, very brightly colored, vibrant hair, having tattoos, piercings that wouldn't affect sterility in any way, shape, or form. So being able to express yourself. But Echo, you want to?
Yeah. Everything that Brittany said, plus two. We definitely want to see more people be themselves and not feel as if they can't go work in the C-suite and have to change their hair color. I know after talking to our favorite CSS nerd, and I think a lot of you know who she is, she used to have bright orange hair, and when she moved into a C-suite position, she had to change it to a more natural looking hair color. And I just don't think that's fair. I want that to be one of the changes in sterile processing, and not only sterile processing, but the whole hospital. Anytime I go walking around in the hospital, when I go to the cafeteria, people will always comment like, "Oh my God, your hair is so pretty. It's so bright. It made my day. Like, it's just beautiful, blah, blah, blah." So it's not just, making an impact down in our department, but, bringing, I don't know, happiness and whatnot, everybody being happy to be at work and, being happy to be who they are when they're at work. Obviously we look like we could probably work at Hot Topic or something like that, but we just want to make our impact in sterile processing, and, we're going to find all of our brightly hair colored friends out there. You don't have to be a female, you don't have to be a girl to be a sterile processing mermaid. Anybody can join us. Anybody can, come on our podcast or our LinkedIn lives, whatever you want to call it, to support, just being ourselves and being in sterile processing.
I'm coming on. So
yes,
whether you invite me or not, I'm coming on.
Yes, come on.
All right,
Don't worry,
guys.
by the end of the year, you'll have some kind of color in your hair.
Yep. Whether it be on purpose or by accident, I'll have something going on.
There you go.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I don't want to keep you, but I have 3 more people coming on, and y'all could stay on if y'all like. Or I know some people have a hard stop; they have other stuff to do. It's Sunday night. You got to get those uniforms ironed and your meal prep done. So definitely let me know if you have to leave. So who's next? Who's going next?
I don't mind going next.
Okay, cool.
So I believe what you referenced earlier about the thing that I know I should talk about was that we had our local conference yesterday, and Denard was there. He and Lila were paired up keynote speakers, started the whole thing off, and then I started this thing where I will bring my teenage son to local conferences, and he has no interest in the industry, but he supports mom, and so he'll show up and he'll get educated by vendors and stuff. And Denard and Lila kidnapped him at lunchtime, and he sat with the cool kids at the cool kid table. So I was like, well, I said, see if he comes home with me. But I think what we do is so important, and I try to tell anybody that I talk to, and I say, hey, I work in sterile processing field, and they go, well, what's that? And then I say, have you ever been on an operating room table? Because those things that go inside of you, like, they don't just magically appear. People put in a lot of effort to make sure that you're safe. When the surgeon removes your last barrier against infection, basically your skin, like, cut that open, you're vulnerable. So it's huge what we do. I am in 11 days going in for my 8th surgical procedure. So this industry means a lot to me, because the sterile processing folks have taken care of me every single time. And so for Sterile Processing Week, thank you, everybody. And just a plug for Censis. Keep your eyes on us in the new year. Just saying. I don't think I'm allowed to say anything else, but just be aware and follow us on social media, because that's one of the things I do. Show me love.
What do you want to say? Speak up. What do you want to say?
I don't think I'm allowed to say.
By who?
I'm just probably
Not by me, right?
No, not by you. No.
Oh, okay. Whew.
No, I have not been given any okays. I'm just
Okay.
saying. I'm just saying in the new year.
Okay.
And if you want to stay on top of that fun news, find us on all of our socials and show me love, because I write our socials. And I love talking to people. I love when people comment and I get to talk back to people, and it excites me to interact with people in this industry. It really does. I love it every day.
And thank you to Census for sponsoring the show. I really appreciate it. It was so last minute. Thank you, Vanessa, for mediating that conversation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Who's next? Don't be shy.
I guess I'll go next. Yes, as I said when I introduced myself, I'm with Instrumental Sterile Processing Institute. So please, if you have any techs, you want them to get some good education, send them our way. We do offer online classes, we offer virtual, and we're really just trying to create and produce passionate techs that will become anchor employees, because we know that we need people out there in the field that actually care about what we're doing, because what we're doing is so important, and that's what we kind of drill into our students. So if you know of anybody that's looking, you got some people that need to get certified, send them our way. Our online course, we've had 3 people take so far, and they've passed. One of them just texted me the other day. On Friday, she passed her certification exam. So we're really trying to pump out some techs that care and that will be there, so we can kind of fill up these spots and actually get this stuff rolling and get this stuff moving. So, yeah, and happy Sterile Processing Week to all of those that's in the field and been in the field. Thank you for y'all service, and the ones that's coming, welcome to the field.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We try and get back to our old normal where we had too many people and not enough trays. You know, those were the good days. But who's next? Who's next?
I'll go next.
I'm gonna, can I say bye?
Oh, hey, yeah.
Okay, I have to hop off because I have to get all my stuff together for tomorrow. So
I also have to
Yeah.
hop off. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Anytime.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night. All right. So who's next? Sharice, you're next.
Yes. I know everybody celebrates, well, sometimes everybody doesn't celebrate sterile processing, but I am always willing to celebrate anytime that I possibly can. I will make up an excuse to celebrate in sterile processing. So just from where we don't get enough recognition. But usually everybody will see that there's always usually you go to Jim Coleman to try to find the teamwork stuff to figure out, what could we get this year for the team. And me and a couple of friends, we kind of got tired of just the same old teamwork makes the dream work type thing. So we came together and we created a website called SNS Creative Design. All of our names in the department, all the leaders' names just happen to start with the S, so it kind of just went together. But we try to come up with funny T-shirts, badge reels, tumblers, just anything, hoodies, anything for SPD that you could think of. We try to, make up something that goes with the staff that we have, as well as we think would go good with other staff. So definitely, check us out. We're on Etsy, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. So if you ever want to find something, nice for your teams, for Sterile Processing Week, or if you feel like getting them a Christmas gift or a birthday gift, we do that too. It's at SNS Creative Design on Etsy. Well, technically SNS Creative Design.co on Etsy. So definitely check us out and let us know if you see anything or if you would like for us to help you make anything for your team. We're always willing. We just started doing stuff for infection prevention. So we didn't leave you guys out either, because I think Infection Prevention Week is right after ours. So happy Infection Prevention Week, as well as Sterile Processing Week for everybody. And I definitely appreciate, being surrounded around other sterile processing technicians and leaders. It's a great feeling to know that we're all doing the same struggle. And I really appreciate you guys letting me be on today.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you. And I have another LinkedIn friend. So guys, if you're watching and you're not on LinkedIn, you're missing out. There's so many cool people on here. I met Echo, Brittany, Sharice, Miss Kavanaugh, Kia. I've never met them in person. They seem like cool people. So I'm like, hey, let me reach out to them. And they're on the podcast tonight. So guys, set up your LinkedIn accounts. So thank you so much, Sharice. Appreciate that. Who wants to go next? 1, 2, K-A.
I think I'm the last one.
Oh yeah, Kia went already. Yep.
I'm the last one to go. So I mean, so I'm gonna say happy SPD week. So I currently am working as a tech. I left my leadership role just because I want to go into an education role. So I'm looking for that fun education role for me. And I didn't want to leave the industry. So I'm working as a tech. So happy SPD week for me too. Right. So about me, like I said at the beginning, say it loud. I'm really working with these ESL techs. So if you guys need anything translated, I know a lot of people have been reaching out. If I haven't gotten to you, I'm sorry. So I'm working on those articles that have been requested to be translated. But this industry is great, and just because you feel like you're not being recognized and you're not being acknowledged, remember what you do, and remember that everything you touches a patient, and that patient could be you, it could be your child, it could be your parent. So always take passion in what you do, and always remember that the quality of your product is always more important than the quantity of the product that you're releasing. I know that we're pushing for the quantity, but the quality is always going to be super important. So yeah, that's all I have to say about me. You can find me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on recently on TikTok, guys. So I'm trying to get everywhere. Lots of messages out there. So thank you for everything that you guys do, and thank you for caring about the patient before anything.
Thank you so much, Angie. Appreciate all that you do, and you enter into a whole new realm of sterile processing, which we appreciate. If you need our support, the community is there to help you. So thank you so much. So guys, I'm bringing on my next guest. If you guys want to stay on and participate in the topic, feel free. If you have a hard stop and you gotta go, thank you, Shantae.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Have a good
night.
one.
Be safe.
Thanks for the
So
invite.
I
I'm
will
gonna
bring on
run.
our guests. We have 4. Oh, we had 4. Oh, yeah, we have 4. So we'll bring on Miss Sarah Vincent. Thank you so much for taking the time. We have Nathan Cody. Thank you so much, brother, for coming on. We have Mr. Jesse Lopez. Thank you, brother, for coming on. And we have Marie Brewer. Thank you so much, guys. And let me get my claps on. I'm slipping. I am slipping. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And I would like you guys to introduce yourself. The topic tonight on this segment is clean. Is it clean, sterile, or other? So, we're going to get into the weeds of sterile processing. So, guys, introduce yourself and let the audience know who you are.
And I go first. My name is Jesse Lopez. I'm an educator and quality assurance manager. Also the voice behind Stir That Pot and owner of 𝑤𝙥𝒐𝒣𝒔 CSP. What do you do as a central sterile processing technician, which is a technician course and consultation business.
I can go next. My name is Marie Brewer. I am a sterile processing manager. I have 3 teams in the state of Iowa. I have a column in HSPA, Process Magazine, with leadership lessons, and I'm also a speaker.
I'm Sarah Vincent. I'm a director for sterile processing and have worked in the field of sterile processing for 22 years. So excited to be here with you guys.
Hi, I'm Nate Cody. I am actually a vendor. I represent Health Market as well as a few other companies. So I, very involved with sterile processing as far as the products that they have that help you guys out, from cleaning verification to whatever else. But I've been involved in sterile processing since 2007. So 16 years. I was a CRCST at one point. Shame on me for letting that lapse when I moved companies, but I can still get it back. So anyway, I appreciate it being on here, Denard, inviting me. So thank you, everybody.
Yes, guys. So thank you for showing. I know it's a Sunday evening. The football games are going on. The sports games are going on. I think MLB has playoffs going on too. So thank you for taking the time out to come on. So let's get into it. Is it clean, sterile, or other? So question. It's kind of a broad question, and I kind of wanted to ask it just to see where you guys would go. How do you know, or how do you verify it, by kind of giving it away, whether something is clean or sterile, or what's the difference, or sterile? How do you know? Should I send that back? Should I keep it? Like how would a regular tech, and not from your standpoint, from a manager standpoint, how would somebody know, hey, this is clean? What indicators do you look for to know if something is clean, sterile, or it needs to go back? And what should a tech look for?
Well, I'm gonna start it up because that's a very broad question, and I think it's an area where we have not ventured into with verification. Now we know that our standards state that we should be doing some kind of cleaning verification to ensure that the items that we're packaging and placing into the sterilizers are clean. But those markers and those tests right now aren't broadly practiced by a lot of sterile processing technicians or departments. So right now, a lot of what we're doing with decontamination and the prep and pack is we're doing a visual inspection for cleanliness. And that's kind of like very vague. The eyes can be deceiving because, I mean, I'm at home, so I can show you a spoon and it can look clean until I put it in my mouth and let it dry, is it still clean? So going into decontamination, if we're following the IFUs, following our policies and procedures of how we're cleaning and taking the time, we're doing everything we could to make that item visibly clean, whether it be manual cleaning, throwing in an ultrasonic, automated cleaning, a combination of both. And we do our daily testing to make sure that all of our equipment is working properly. We are assuming that we're sending a clean product over to the prep and pack side. There, the technicians are doing their tasks, and depending on the policies and procedures of the facility, is that, you know, they're doing visual inspection, enhanced visual inspection, or they're doing some kind of clean verification. So it depends on what level of cleanliness your policies and procedures are aiming for. What kind of quality are you putting into those sets? So that's the clean part. Sterility, that'll be another question and another topic. But let's tackle the clean first, I think.
Who wants to go next? And I know Nathan has a bunch of stuff because we spoke yesterday. How do you verify your processes? Is your lock enough? Are you checking your containers, whether they're sealed or not? Are the biologicals enough? You know, are we still taking a chance, or is that all we could do right now and we're just going with it?
I would say I would say we're approaching it backwards there, because it starts at the beginning with water quality, chemical titration, environmental cleaning, all the things it takes to set our techs up to succeed, followed by, do we have the right equipment? Are we doing all the right verifications on everything from our peel pack heat sealer, you know, down to ultrasonic verification, as Jesse mentioned, cleaning verification testing. Now, whether you're going to do protein swabbing, you're going to go for hemoglobin, whatever you're going to do, I think there's quite a bit of flexibility in that. Just like with borescope inspections, there's gray area there within our IFUs. Something says it should be inspected. Does that mean all surfaces should be inspected, internal, external? I would argue yes. However, for me, cleanliness starts at the very beginning and setting the team up for success, working through the education, and then having all the correct verification pieces flowing every day, that it's a part of the cadence of the team.
Interesting point there. Who's next? I wanna go last because I wanna take your points first.
I think we're doing more today than we did previously, but I do agree that there's more that could be done. You know, even biological testing, you know, because I've been doing this for years. Like, you know, we started with the minimum once a week, you know, and then assuming everything passed and you were good to go, you were fine. And now we're doing every load monitoring. I think even washer efficacy testing, we weren't doing that 10, 15 years ago, but now it's a standard to do it, you know, at least daily. Some people do more than that. But I think on the individual instrument testing, that's where more and more emphasis is being put on, because to Jesse's point, like my eyes, you know, I'm getting older, might not be as good as they once were. And, you know, if I am, or I'm not using lighted magnification, I mean, that could make a huge difference in what I'm able to see. So we're better than we used to be, but I think there's still things we can do to ensure things are clean.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, from a vendor standpoint, I have the luxury of going to hundreds of facilities and surgery centers, and to Jesse's point, not everyone has the luxury to have the tools necessary. And it's part of my job to, you know, let people know what the tools are to help meet the standards and choose the best one that meets the flow that you guys are trying to provide with efficiencies and things like that. So, you know, the tools are there. It's utilizing, I think, vendor partners and to get the correct tools for you guys and develop the policies and procedures to help make it be compliant, to provide a clean instrument with all the testing and everything else going on, detergent, you know, water. Marie, you mentioned everything that goes in, that's involved in the cleaning process. You know, all those little things need to be in place in order for it to feel good that you are providing the best that you can do, which is the clean instrument, in order to be properly sterilized. And then, Denard mentioned it, after that, you got your load monitoring, and not everyone is doing every load. It's surprising, you guys probably know that, but really not everyone's doing every load. We're not talking about just surgery centers. There's still hospitals that are doing daily testing on biologicals, and they just can't afford it, or maybe they haven't justified it. But then you got everything else from your class 1 indicators and your class 5s and everything else that goes involved in it. I don't think we've talked about that as far as when it gets up to the OR, how do they know, right? How do they, you got external indicators and you got your internal indicators, and make sure we're using the correct ones, and whether or not they're passing, and how do you know, is there a hole? Are they checking for holes? Are they doing a quick boom right up to the lead, or are they actually doing a thorough evaluation as well up in the OR? So there's so many factors. That was a pretty broad question, as Jesse already mentioned, but I think their tools are there, and the policies and procedures can be put in place in order to provide that instrument or that set, not just clean, but we keep, in order to be sterile. We can't guarantee sterility, but we have all those things, checks and balances in place in order to provide a quote unquote sterile set.
Yeah, good answers by all of y'all. And from Jesse's standpoint to Marie, going up to Sarah and yourself. So I'm saying, like, we have to verify. Basically, the theme I'm seeing is verifying every step until we get into the autoclave. So what if your water quality isn't good? Like, is it not sterile at that point, or is it just harder to be sterile? Like, how do you know, like, hey, the water is bad, the instruments are stained? Are they sterile if they're stained? Like, where do you stop? Like, what failed test do you stop and say, hey, we can't do this anymore?
All right, that's yeah. Go ahead.
I think that's a multidisciplinary decision too, where you're involving your plant ops, your water quality management, your infection prevention. You're also involving your infectious disease person, because sometimes these residues we see, for example, I had a water quality issue where my pH went in the wrong direction, and all of a sudden my trays looked like there was an orange powder on it, like somebody had crushed up Cheetos and thrown it on it, and it was very startling. That was a very clear indicator. We had to stop where we were at right there. We've had other ones where we see burnishing on the instruments, or we see more of the rainbow staining. That's where we need help, because that's a really tough topic to try to figure out some of those answers.
So, like, I think our earlier guest Adam Okada said, they closed a facility in Colorado because of water quality issues.
Yeah.
So, when do you say,
Yeah,
hey, when do you say,
Yeah.
hey, the water is bad, we just can't do it? Like, and I know the C-suite doesn't want to, close down the facility, but when do we have a strong enough voice to say, hey, this is it? Once you have this problem, this is a stop on that. So is there a point, or can we walk around having bad water, having no sonic, or having a bad sonic, or having the wrong detergent, or or no detergent, in fact, to reprocess? Is there like a walk around, or is there no walk around for those issues?
That issue there, again, as stated by Mary, is you should have a multidisciplinary team to help you figure all that out, because again, when we talk about water quality, we have different degrees of water quality. It's outlined, again, in our standards. Critical water, or whatever water we're using, just has to meet a certain spec. Doesn't have to be a specific type. We have RO, DI, distilled. We can do softened water. It's so many varieties, and it changes from state to state, across the country, during the seasons. Even when you have your best water quality in place, it can change. Maybe the city or the municipal did some testing, and they jacked up the water, or something happened there, and they can drastically change your water quality as well. So it's difficult when you start seeing stains and some kind of blemishes on your instruments, because now you're trying to figure out is that only water quality? Because let me tell you something. I work in a facility and worked in facilities with really great water quality, and you still have the issues. And I always bring this up, and I've never gotten a solid answer. I use tap water at home with my dishes. I've never seen a fork or a spoon ever rust. And yet, with the highest quality of water we have, our surgical instruments just don't cut it. It don't happen. I soak instruments in bleach at home, and I don't have the issues that I have in a facility. And I get it. We use blood and all kinds of proteins and different chemicals, but I can. I had knives and forks for 20 years. It just doesn't add up to me. So when we talk about water quality and we're looking at our instruments, we have to really, really sit down and say, and we have been for years, for decades, is we look at an instrument and go, okay, are we okay to do that? Going back to the whole inspection point, borescopes have made us seen things and instruments that been like, oh my God, how long has this been going up to the OR? What do we do at that point? Do we say, something, we need to scrap it all and get all brand new equipment? It's not that easy. It isn't, regardless of how you want to stop that line, regardless of how you put it in, because I know many of us have dealt with that surgeon that you've taken a tray to, and they question, well, it's been through the sterile process, right? It's been sterilized. It should kill everything. And they just refuse to budge. And it's like, no, we've been doing this like this forever. You have to have that team that's dedicated to the end product, because regardless of what we're talking about and what we see, one voice and one opinion or one concern is not enough to raise that red flag. So when it comes to water quality, again, it's you have to do. We always talk about water quality, but we don't talk about what it takes to get to that quality. It's not just a simple, hey, let's put this in and let's go. You have to change the whole configuration of your facility in order to comply with some of those standards that's required for water quality.
Interesting. Any chime in, Vanessa and Nathan? I have another question. Should I go into that, or you want to chime in on this one?
Well, I'll say something real quick about water quality. You have your basic water quality tests, and then you have your more in-depth, more expensive testing where someone comes in and does a full analysis, and you actually get a number output and counts of what bacterial levels too, and then you can have pay for services that someone can come in, and if you're talking about a sterilizer, really evaluate your sterilizer steam quality. Look at the traps, look at the piping. I mean, piping is a big thing. Old hospitals, you can get all of a sudden your pipes start to rust, and now you have, or it breaks and you don't know, or has a little crack, and now something else externally is getting inside. Heavy rains, I've seen it affect hospitals. Heavy rains, you get a heavy rain, 1 or 2, 3 days later, all of a sudden you're getting some issues with your water, and then it disappears in 3 days. And that does happen quite a bit, when around, I've seen around here, I'm in Pennsylvania, but so many different factors, but having simple tests can help at least, maybe not, at least stop or evaluate what's going on to try to troubleshoot on the go. But you guys know if it's when is that stop point? It's hard to evaluate. Is it brown staining? Is there specks in my containers that are showing up? Is it detergent residue? So there's a lot of digging deep to figure it out. And I think that's where, again, working with your risk assessment team or quality management, or even your vendor partners too, can help come in here and help you guys out.
Yeah, I was going to add that I think it's more important now than ever to have a really strong quality assurance program, because I think if you're monitoring and recording and auditing all of your systems and all of your tests when a failure does arise, it makes it a little bit easier, not always perfect, but easier to pinpoint. Did it come from RODI? Because I'm testing that every day and I'm looking for certain levels. Did it come from facilities? Was it my washer? Are my strips in the washer not passing? I think having a lot more maintenance and monitoring on things, I think, will help. To your original question, Denard, like, when do we stop the line or no? I think we have to know what we're stopping or what we're pinpointing, like where's the failure point. And if you're not monitoring, then it's hard for you to know, where your gaps might be.
Interesting. Good answers. Now, I want to segue into something. We have water quality. We're talking about stopping the process, but over the past few years, we've been getting faster. Remember when we had those 1 week incubators, and then we had the 3 hour, and then we have the hour. Now we have a couple minutes now. So when is faster better in cell processing? Are we getting to the point where a tray is going to take an hour and a half to 2 hours, or even in 1 hour? Is faster better in your in from your view? The way we're going in the industry, everything is trying to get faster. We're trying to do more cases. We're trying to get patients out of the building. So is faster better moving forward?
Well, I think for biologicals, having a faster readout, I mean, that's an easier one, makes every load monitoring easier, right? Because in the 24 minutes it takes to get a readout, my load's still cooling and I haven't released it yet. Whereas when it was 3 hours, the OR sometimes would pressure, like, we need it. And it's like, well, I still have, an hour and a half left. So I think that makes it easier. I have heard, I don't know in full detail, so I can't speak too articulate to it, but the United States compared to Europe in like washer cycles, like we're all about speed and quickness of things that we do here that I know in other countries, like they take their time a lot more, and their cycles are built a lot different than ours for cleaning purposes, to make sure things are clean, which is interesting concept. We try to get our washer cycles as fast as we can get them, 22 minutes, but is that cleaning better? I don't know. I'm sure they've done all their validation testing that's required to get them on the market, but.
Anybody want to go?
I'm always at the notion that speed kills, because again, it's as Sarah just mentioned, our European counterparts, when it comes to their washers, it's they use a more aggressive detergent, but yet they still use a longer cycle, ensure that you get they live by that standard of center circle. They follow that to the T: time, temperature, concentration, and contact. They ensure that the chemistry is taking its time to have contact with the instrumentation so that it can break down the soils. They make sure that the temperature is optimal at the right temperatures at the right times when it's being administered. They're making sure that it's concentrated correctly, using the optimal concentration, and they do that through their testings and validations, and they make sure that the impingement process, which is the friction, is optimal enough to remove the soils from the instruments. As with us, it's more of, hey, how can we increase this process flow? How can we get this out of decon faster? Even when we talk about our sync, our manual process, which a lot of countries do not, believe in, and I've seen it firsthand, and I'm like, wow, like that would never fly in our facilities because we'll always have a dirty instrument. And they're like, and I've seen it come out the other side, and I'm like, how is that possible that you guys are getting this? And again, because their washers are built optimally, even their sonics are only running like 3 minutes. And we have sonics now that by the time it starts and ends, it's 20 minutes in with only a 5-minute cavitation process, or 10 minutes or 15. Some of our ortho sets require 20-minute sonication, and it's still not optimal because why? Well, we try to rush the process. We increase the set volume, our volumes in our sets. We're crowding instruments. We're just not taking our time. So I'm always at a notion, and that's why a lot of our inspection tools are not being utilized, because a lot of facilities are like, well, it's going to take too long to use a borescope to look down every cannulated device. It's going to take too long to do cleaning verification with ATP or proteins, or it's going to take too long to do a biological read on every cycle. It's always about, we got to do this faster and more efficient, and we're allowed to meet the minimum, and we are, because our standards are based on the minimum quality and safety for our processes. But at what point are we going to say, we need to go above that and ensure that we are producing consistent quality every single time and build that quality into everything that we do. So it's to me, speed kills, and it doesn't help that throughout the country we're short staffed and we're still expected to produce the same volume. I always say it and constantly preach it and really can't do anything about it. There's no way that one shift with 4 washers should be able to pump out 50 loaner sets. But it happens everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, it happens.
I should drop a bomb on that, right? Hold on. I'm a little slow. I see the OMS. The magic happens every day, and we just don't we just don't say it can't happen. We just make it happen. We make the magic happen every day.
And I think that's what hurts our industry is that no matter what, no matter how short we are, no matter how short staffed we are, no matter what problems we have, some way, somehow we're making it happen. And we all know how we're making it happen. It's just we're not speaking up on it. Not enough people are saying, something, we're cutting corners big time. And because we have so much overkill in our sterilization process, because we have so much like fail safes in a lot of our processes, because again, we manually clean most of our devices. Most people throw everything into the sonic and then they go into the washer. So you have that big gap, that protection there. And then our sterilizers have so much overkill. There's still facilities that do 270, 10 minutes. And that's not even in the IFU of most medical devices, but they do it. Why? Because they know there's some shortcuts in their process. So they figure, let me extend this process a little bit longer, or let me increase this dry time because I'm getting wet loads, to put a Band-Aid on it because we got to make it happen. And it happens.
Nathan?
All right. I'll speak to that. Obviously it can, you can't cut corners, obviously, but I'm saying that to put all these extra checks in place, it can be done. I mean, the borescope every time, or enhanced magnification every time, cleaning verification, swabbing tests every time, on maybe not every instrument, but if you see a stain, you should be doing something. Or certain instruments, orthopedic shavers, that's something I've been to facilities where they test those every single time, no matter what, on top of borescope inspection. So I've seen where people have those extra tools and they take the time to do it. So I've seen it. My challenge when I go to other facilities, like, how come that facility is able to get the tools and to get it right and not cut corners, and then there's other facilities that are struggling to get what they need? Obviously there's a lot of things going on there, but up top and above and things that you can't just jump over. But that's a challenge I see a lot, is how come one facility can do it and get the support and then another facility can't get that support, whether it's through infection control or quality or anybody that just can't help push those extra checks in place. So that's you can't take away time and cut corners. Obviously it's patient safety, but I provide tools that add time. So a lot of times I go into facilities and especially when I do the in-services and they're like, oh my God, I got to do this now. And they look at me like I'm the bad guy, but it's my job also to explain the reasons behind it, not just how to use it and what it is, but whys, the whys behind it. So, and that's a big part of explaining it. I think to justify some of these things is the whys behind it. So that's my 2 cents.
And I think it's a culture thing too, because when biologicals kept going down, everybody kept jumping on it. When those new containers came around, everybody started jumping on it. Because everybody wants to save the time. Because I think it's a culture thing. Everybody just wants the faster. They were trying to get it done more, because you're trying to get less staff. You're trying to get more automated. You're trying to not spend as much money, because as we know, sterile processing is a money pit to C-suite. So they're trying to get things done faster with less people and less instrumentation. So it might be a culture thing, not maybe not people just trying to cut corners, but the culture is dictating that things need to get done faster. Because the first thing the surgeon is going to say, you can't do my cases, I'm taking it somewhere else. So are we moving in that direction, or faster is better right now?
You see, the whole thing too with that though is as we move faster, it may look like on paper that we can do it with less staff or we can do it with less people, but in reality, it requires more people. It increases more stress because now that biological comes out, you know, 24 minutes, or that container is done in 20 minutes rather than an hour. You got to get it to that point of use or to storage that much faster. So now it's no longer a typical container comes out, it gets sterilized for an hour, you need a 2-hour cool down time or 3 hours. You can take your time to do paperwork or documentation. Now everything is boom, 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 boom. That's more room for error when you start thinking that you can do that with the same amount of staffing that you have. And again, when new technology comes in, the learning curve is not very easy. It is a difficult learning curve depending on your staffing. Some facilities have 5 to 6 generation of individuals in their facility, and technology increasing and becoming more complex. You got to want to learn that, because I can tell you from a facility that went fully automated, it was and still is not easy learning that equipment. It's just not. It becomes more of a babysitting job than anything else.
Anybody else want to chime in?
I think there's positives too, though. When you look at the advent of quicker read biologicals for vaporized or plasma-based peroxide, being able to release those sooner is a lean process that does help us. So while I don't necessarily argue with all of the pieces with staffing and all of that, I'm of the unpopular opinion that a lot of learning how to be an appropriate advocate for your team is about learning how to write business proposals and learning how to do appropriate risk assessments so that you can make that pain point that Jesse spoke of visible to C-suite. How do I do that? A lot of times it's about scheduling time with my COO or my VP that holds the purse strings and literally putting them to work on my team. And it is amazing when they get down into the nitty gritty of the work, even if it's unloading washers and watching all the steps, that really can be a powerful motivator, especially if you tie it into, the healthcare we really want our loved ones to receive, right? We want them to receive the best care possible. By bringing your C-suite actively into that, that is a way to proactively manage some of that. But in SPD, as we're leaders, most of us rise up through the ranks. I began my journey in 2000 in sterile processing in the operating room, and things have definitely changed. But as we rise up through the ranks, there's not a lot of training to teach us how to do these things. And so as leaders, we have to be hungry to learn that in order to best advocate for our industry and our team.
Yeah, Marie, you mentioned that business proposal, and Denard, you were there yesterday. There was a speaker, and I don't know if I can mention his name, but he's a vendor, but he's been around for a long time, and he was educating on how to help write a business proposal to get what you want, to justify $100,000 washer or whatever, $100,000 Sonic, whatever it is. And it was very eye-opening, actually, because he broke it down on how many sets you can go through a washer at a time, and it was very, 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 very beneficial, I thought. But to your point, there's a lot of people who do not know how to write a business proposal or how to present it way, instead of just saying, "Oh, I need it because," or But you're right. I agree 100%. Approaching and having the confidence to approach the C-suite is a big thing too.
And I think the other thing to consider is I changed my language when COVID hit. With the staffing troubles, I went through 2 forms of cancer right at the very beginning of COVID, literally in March. And I think how I changed my language is I stopped saying what I can't do. And I started saying what I can do. I can do this for you and your surgeons today and this tomorrow. This is what I can do. So I stopped arguing about what I can't do. And again, a very unpopular opinion. This is not something that went well for me, as I'm sure you imagine. However, that little bit of a positive spin of I can do this for you and I can do this. It turned into not a negotiation, but a little bit more of a hard line. And it was a rough place to be professionally, but I learned so much from it. I grew from it. Did I get run over a few times? Absolutely. Absolutely. It happens to us all. However, document, voice your concerns and document and continue to proceed with what you know is best for your team.
Yeah, because what you said, Nathan, I was going to say, like, it is unfortunate because I've seen that a lot too. I've traveled to a bunch of different hospitals, like why one a mile away from another has all these resources and equipment and testing and support and the other doesn't. And that is really frustrating, I think, in our industry that we're not all at the same standard level. Like we all follow the same standards, but we're not all given. And I know a lot of that's, dependent on those independent organizations to invest and have the financial resources to provide that. But I feel like, we're really lacking in our industry with mandated like minimum requirements. Like it's easy to calculate, based on your surgical volume, like how many pieces of equipment you need and how many staff you need based on what we know to be true for throughput and volume and all of these things. Like it should be pretty easy to put these business proposals together, but it's, just me speaking out loud, it's frustrating that we have to advocate so hard when other departments in the hospital seem to get their resources much easier than we do. So I definitely do think it comes from the leaders as well, like SPD leaders having the know-how or how to navigate those difficult conversations with senior leadership. But no, that is very frustrating.
Yeah, don't be afraid to use your vendor friends, right? I didn't know how to do any of this when I started. And when I was struggling, I reached out for help to Gettinga and Steris and Felamed for sizing studies to try to figure out what my gaps were, because it was really overwhelming in a larger facility. So don't forget, you've got resources with your vendor friends.
And infection control. I found over the years that if we were struggling, if I had infection control come look at a process or something we were struggling with, for whatever reason, they were able to help be a support for us and speak a different language than what we could to help justify some of our needs too.
Definitely. That one of the other things that I wanted to point out too is that we're talking about this speed is it's weird to me, or I don't know if anyone feels this way, but ever since the 24-minute biologicals came out, I rarely ever encounter a positive biological. As with when they were 3-hour reads, I would get a positive at least every 3 weeks. And I know there's a lot of factors involved in that with human factors and performance, but I don't know how long these 24-minute reads have been out, and now we even got a 5-minute read coming out soon.
Mm-hmm.
I rarely see a positive come out, and that's just not, that don't sit well with me either. And I'm like, okay, so what is it? It's like, does it get to the bacteria faster, or is there faster penetration time? And even when we converted from like the 1 hour to the 24-minute read, it wasn't a different biological. It was a software update to the incubator that made that possible. So that became a problem.
Right.
What you doing over there, Denard?
Sorry about that. I have 3 guests coming on the next segment, so I'm trying to get them acclimated to come on. So sorry about that. I forgot to put my mic off. So yeah, I have a couple of people coming on for the next segment. Oh yeah, where is she? She hasn't logged on yet. So Lewin Perkins, Stephen Kovac, and Mr. Ibu, that's coming on, so you guys could stay. I know some of you guys have a hard stop, so I'm just letting you guys give you guys a chance to, if you live in, just give a little shout out to the sterile processing community, what you're doing, what initiatives you have, and what's going on with you this sterile processing week. And thank you guys so much for coming on. If you live in.
Well, guys, I mean, thank you for everything that you guys do. Again, my name is 𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒡. Please, always, I encourage people to be passionate about this field. Just don't go through the motions. Ask why. Know the whys. Don't be afraid to challenge what you learned and what you're not practicing, because that's one of the big things that I notice with my students when I teach them is they're all hands in for all the new education and all the new, teachings, and they're practicing what I preach. And then 6 months down the line, they abandon it, and then they're like, well, Jesse, everybody else isn't doing it. Please, guys, always stick to your guns, because it's going to come around one time where you're not going to do what you need to do, and it's going to come back and bite you in the butt. So happy Sterile Processing Week to everyone. Continue doing what you're doing, and peace.
Yeah, I'll absolutely. I mean, I think CS Week shouldn't be just a week, but I guess we emphasize it a little bit more. But I try to support you guys as much as I can. What I got going on this week, I literally just put a bunch of pens and goodies inside 200 peel packs to hand out to customers this week, and providing some lunches and breakfasts and all that good stuff, and really just driving around saying thank you. So to me, that's what I'm doing, because I know you guys, it's still mind-boggling to me what goes on in that department, and that's why I love sterile processing, and truly believe what you guys do is the most important in a hospital setting. So I appreciate everything you guys do, and happy CS Week, it's happy CS year every day for you guys. So I look forward to seeing everybody in my territory. Ebo, you too, you're in my territory. So and I look forward, maybe I'll meet you guys in person sometime soon too.
Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, happy Sterile Processing Week to everyone. I would say probably anyone in this group or any groups who have spoken today, reach out at any time if you need an advocate or have questions or someone to help you if you are needing things in your department. Try to find a local chapter you could join in your state or somewhere if you need more education, or again, there's resources everywhere out there. If you just take a little time to look, we're all in this together. SPD is kind of like a big little planet or world. It's crazy how we all meet each other and know everyone, and we kind of all go through the same challenges. But definitely respect the work that everybody does, and happy to be part of this group. So.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, happy Sterile Processing Week, guys. This week is always a time where I reflect on the year behind us and what we want to do for the year ahead. I'm in awe of the amount of work that this industry accomplishes with the amount of resources that it has. And as Jesse spoke about being passionate about your field, I want to encourage you to do that. And most importantly, retain a spirit of curiosity about everything with this field, because it's going to drive your critical thinking skills and get you to question some of those procedures that maybe aren't effective, but you've just been doing them this way for a long time. So go ahead, keep that spirit of curiosity rolling with you. Food for thought for some of you that are struggling with some of these verification tests. I have SBARs written for the majority for business justification. So all you have to do is reach out to me if you need some SBARs and you don't know where to start. Or anybody on this team. Honestly, anybody on this call.
I'll be reaching out, and I like your t-shirt too. Thank you.
Yeah, I noticed that.
We love the process, right, Jesse?
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off.
I'll
Have
call
a
you
great
guys.
night, guys.
Peace, guys.
No.
Peace.
Hold on. All right. Bye. I just want all of you guys on the screen at the same time.
Oh,
I'm going
okay.
to bring up Mr. Steven Kovac,
Hi,
Mr.
Steven.
Ibu,
Hi, Steve.
Hey,
What's
hey,
going on, guys?
Mr. Lopez.
and
Hey,
Mr.
Nate.
Llewyn
Hey, Steve.
Perkins.
Hey, Sarah.
You.
Thank you guys for coming. I just wanted y'all to say hi since we're so close to each other right now. I mean, I don't know how often you
Oh,
guys
wait,
meet,
this
but
way for Steven, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, hello,
Kind
hello.
of like the Brady
Yeah,
Bunch here.
what's up?
This is a story about name Denard. He put his family all together now. He had 5 men, 2 women. They all.
I knew Steve would do that.
So guys, thank you for joining. If you have to leave, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then we're going right into the next topic, guys. It's a loose topic. Getting into leadership, building bridges to success. And I know something Lewin deals with a lot. Mr. Kovac's been mentoring people since, when we had the wooden tires and horses. And just a little joke, Steve. I'm just kidding.
It's
I'm just kidding.
okay.
I'm just kidding.
No, that's okay. You're allowed to. You're the host. You're the man. You
So-
control it. This is your show.
So, and Mr. Ibu, definitely a role model.
Yes,
Up in
they all
PA,
are.
we met yesterday, so that's like a long time ago. So, thank you so much for joining, guys. So, what do you think about building bridges? And have you had experiences with mentoring or helping people get to that next level within your career so far? What influence have you had with others within the industry at this point? It's just the four of us, guys. Nobody's watching. Speak your mind.
Absolutely. Well, Denard,
And,
congratulations.
and so introduce yourself too. Sorry, my bad. My
Okay.
My bad, my bad.
Lewayne Perkins here, industry friend, subject matter expert on sterile processing. And, I actually identify myself as an authentic leader. Because I know we spoke about leadership styles and types. And we know the leadership as a study is ever evolving. And the only way we can move forward and process anything new is by walking over a bridge or building bridges to different concepts, different people, different structures. So your question relating to have we ever had to build a bridge, I think as a core foundation in what we do as technicians, or working in cell processing department in any regard, vendor leadership, frontline personnel, you have to work with others. The power of our profession is the gift that we have to work with people every day, right? So that's the ultimate blessing in my eyes. We have the opportunity to work with people every day, and working with people, you're gonna build bridges. You're gonna get to know their different backstory, their origins. You're able to grow. So I think organically, the moment you interact with another person, whether you know it or not, you're building a bridge.
True. So very true. True. Ibu, what say you?
Yes, so that is a great topic for discussion. And most of us in sterile processing leadership started out as technicians, and we found that mentor, or we found that person in leadership that we sometime during the work time said to ourselves, I want to be just like that person, whether good or bad. Sometimes you say that person is doing a horrible job. I bet I can do better. Believe it or not, when you talk about mentoring in some of your previous panel, I think the previous two panels before this with those dynamic ladies, they talked about mentorship and seeking mentorship and guidance. That is all good, but you also, as a technician or as a person that is not currently in the leadership role, you have to be in that role. You got to first of all understand the challenges in that leadership role, because I'm going to be honest, before I got into sterile processing leadership, I thought everything was easy to just sit in the office and go home at the end of the day. But now being in that role myself is completely different. So if that is something you want to do, ask, hey, talk to me a day in the role of a manager or a day in the role of supervisor. I'm going to use supervisors as an example because in my facility, that is number 2 in the leadership career ladder. We have our lead tech, then the supervisor. The lead tech is different from the supervisors. The supervisors have a lot more pressure added to them, but most people see the supervisors sitting in the office on the computer thinking they're not doing anything else. But what they don't realize is the manager or the director has assigned something to them. So we have to be willing and motivated to learn. And that is how we build the bridges. Networking. A lot of people have said a lot about networking today. That is one of the things about building that bridges. You also have to communicate efficiently, make your needs known. Because as a manager, I'm in charge of 60 other technicians. I might pay attention to you, but I wouldn't know everything, and you're great. So if this is something you want to know about, speak up, let your voice know. So I can go on and on, but I'm going to give the panel some chance to talk to. By the way, I'm 𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒣𝒔. I am a manager for Sterile Processing in the York, Pennsylvania area.
Thank you.
Denard, I probably throw me off of this podcast in a few minutes. Unfortunately, I know you've been at it for 7 hours, and I probably only listened a total time of an hour and a half.
Oh, that's all right.
No. And I heard a lot of things today. I wrote down a lot of different words: coaching, teaching, mentor, career ladders. And you want to talk about building bridges and leadership, and who maybe was each of ours, who mentored us? Why did we do that? Well, I look at it very differently on how I picked out my mentors. And then they also picked me out, because there's a difference between a coach and a mentor and teaching and so on. I believe you lead by example. So each of us has our own core values of whatever it is. And if you are, how you influence people, you influence your staff, is by your example. And I can give you 3 or 4 traits of bad managers I've seen, and we might get into that. But if you don't lead by example, no one will follow you, and you will not be able to build that bridge. And you want them to model their behavior and to manifest it like you are day in and day out. Simple things as showing up on time, being at meetings, following through on commitments, be genuine where you work. You see this in other people where you work. And if you see that, I want to be like them. I want to do like that. I had one of my careers, which I don't talk about a lot, is I am an ex-perfusionist for a few years. And I got the head of cardiac thoracic surgery noticed me doing a different job somewhere in the operating room. And he recommended me to be taught on the job, because I was doing what I was supposed to doing, but doing other things and not worrying about, oh, will they see me, or what am I going to do? Because I saw the head of thoracic surgery actually mopping floors in the OR, going the extra mile and doing things, and saying, that's the person I want to work for. And then later on, how I became a manager in reprocessing is the OR director, some things took place and they needed a manager. And because I displayed traits that that manager or that director had, we knew we could mesh together. But if you don't live by example, you cannot build a bridge to your staff. That's what I believe. And I also believe many of the managers today want to, Ebo, if that's how you say your name, forgive me if I didn't pronounce it correctly, do sit in their office. I tell people they need to do a milk run. Besides going in and seeing your staff first thing in the morning, how many managers actually will walk out and go through all 34 ORs or all 40 ORs, and everybody knows that you're the manager of sterile processing? Yeah, there's a mark on your back, but if you walk and you listen, you will now start to build bridges, and they will see, okay, Steve, this isn't working, that isn't working. I'll take care of it tomorrow. That's not what it's about. You write it down, you look at it. When you see them the next day, I still have it down here. I'm looking at it. But people they do sit in their office and they don't get out, and they're afraid. You've got to go out and lead by example. And I think you look, or at least I look for people that I wanted to be associated with and to be like. And if they felt I had it, they put me under their wing and says, I'm going to help you on this. Or one could coach me on this, because not everybody can do everything. But I think leadership is by example, and you gravitate towards people with the same values and who you want to be. And if you set the example for your staff, they will see how sincere you are. So that's a couple of things to get going and see what the other guys have to say about that.
I think you brought up some real good points. There are various types of leadership, right? And it's ever evolving. And I agree with you on this extent that you're going to find your tribe, or what we call your A-likes. You're going to gravitate towards people who may be within a subgroup of this concept. And when building a team, you also need the ones who are not going to agree with you, who are going to see things totally different. I was always taught that as a leader, and it's my job to find and hire folks on my team that are way more smarter than me, way more advanced. So the best leaders are smart enough to hire up and not hire at level. When you hire up, you're thinking about tomorrow, the future. How can you really grow your own entity, your own organism? So I really think it's important when as you see your mentor, there's a difference between a mentor and a coach. We know that now at this point. And there's some variations of mentors. One of my closest mentors had nothing to do with the sterile processing industry, but it was from her that I learned so much leadership concepts and how to apply. And one of my biggest takeaways was when you come in contact with an authentic leader, a part of that person becomes a resident of you. They become a part of you. And when you truly are in the presence of someone who's authentic, no matter when they leave or once they have entered the room, you feel their presence. You know that you're in the presence of someone that's real, that's tangible. I see some leaders where they default to their management trait, but that they classify it as a leadership trait. And those are very different aspects, right? Because you're a good manager, you might not have a leadership bone in your body, in your cavity, but you're a manager. But how you identify management, you call it leadership. All right. So it's just important as we deposit in our mentees, we're really giving them the hard truth. So we give it to them now. When they come into some of our experiences, they may not know how to deal with it every step of the way, because remember, leadership is ever evolving, but they'll have enough in them, part of their bark, their core, that they'll be able to manage through. So
yeah, I agree with you that your mentors, there's different, they don't necessarily have to be where you work. And I agree. I have had mentors outside of the healthcare facility that have helped me as a person, and then through leadership and so on. And so you don't necessarily have to have them at work. You can find them in other opportunities. You might belong to Rotary or Kiwanis or whatever. And you can find people to help you, and then that helps you in your job in what you have to do. So I agree. You're not always going to have, they're not always going to be found at work. They can be found both at work and outside of work. And I don't want to hog it. I want to give our other friend, he's waiting. I can see he's ready to jump out of his chair. So I want to make sure that we spread up our time here. So I'll be quiet for a while.
I'm really honored to be in the presence of these great gentlemen right here. Luane, I'm very happy you brought up leadership versus managing. Most of us, especially the up and coming leaders in the industry, sometimes confuse leadership with management. I was one of those people until I got into my MBA class. That is when we delved deeper into leadership versus management. And right now in my DBA class, we are actually doing in-depth management before this era and management this era onwards. And what I'm actually learning about myself and most processing leaders is we use the skills-based approach. Because our job is so technical, we tend to default, especially from those of us that came up from the rank up into that leadership or the management role, we tend to fall back to, okay, let's use the technical approach. If X is equals to Y plus B, let's take this and do this. But looking at now, in order for us to be successful in that role as a leader or even as a manager, we got to use the skills-based approach. Every situation is different. We got to go ask why. Why is this like that? Why is this like that? Why and this like that? And if you transfer to lean management, you have your 5 whys. Sometimes the 5 whys may be less than 5. Sometimes it will be more than 5. You keep asking why till you get to the root cause of the issue at present. That is where we solved it. When it comes to mentorship, I'm one of those CS leaders that do not have any mentor in the industry. When I started looking for mentorship, I asked folks in the industry, and maybe I wasn't passionate enough, but I wasn't able to get a mentor in the industry. So guess what? I stepped out of my sandbox and went into outside. I went to the business aspect. And for us to be a really good CS leader, and most of the panels earlier this week has talked about CS industry and branching out of the CS industry. One of the panels was making your case to the C-suite. You got to have that business acumen and that business knowledge. So we got to spread out. One thing that I do with my leaders is I assign them a task or a TED talk. Then when we meet, we go over that TED talk with my mentees. And that was something that was started by my mentor. And my mentor was actually a perfusionist, not somebody in Sterile Processing. And the first TED talk that he assigned to me, oh, I already seen that TED talks. And when we got into that discussion, I got different insight from that TED talk than I did the initial time that I went. And I also got his perspective because he's outside the CS industry.
You brought something skills-based, and what I see, and this was brought up, I forget when in the previous 7 hours, I see poor managers. I won't call them bad. They are what I call the squirrel with the nuts, the information hoarders. And they really believe, and they treat information as this commodity to hoard rather than a gift to be shared. And I'm not trying to plug this line, but I've been saying it for a long, long time. There's this one thing that knowledge is power. Knowledge is not power. The real power is is when you share that knowledge with others, just like what Denard's doing over these next 12 hours as he pumps that coffee into his veins. It's as a manager, you have to realize you're not any good if you hoard it. And we both, all four of us here, we've seen people who hoard it and they think that's it, but it makes the team weaker, them weaker, the department weaker. And even though things are skill-based, you still have to share that knowledge with others to build the bridge to show that that's there. So I'll be quiet.
No, that was well said.
Hold on, 1 second. All right.
Well said. I truly adopt the belief that anyone and all people have the capacity to become good leaders. I believe that. I believe everyone has the naturally born capacity to become good leaders. Now, how they adopt that skill set, how they may invest in themselves, how they may transfer that leadership skill, as you just mentioned, to others or sharing that knowledge, is ultimately going to become who they evolve into. I've seen so many, and we call them unofficial leaders in our department, right? Those technicians or those frontline superstars who are always solving the problem without you asking them to solve the problem. They're there. You can depend on them. They're going to show up and go a mile and a half even to anticipate what's coming around the corridor. So I think it's our job as seasoned leaders and professionals to truly bring that gift of leadership out of these folks within our departments, because many of them will never understand how great they are. It takes a mentor or a true leader to really, it's almost like a genetic explosion. You ever read a really good book and you can't put the book down and it just keeps opening up different corridors or cerebral chapters that you got to keep going? When you meet that authentic leader, or when a subordinate or one of your constituents meet you in that fashion, you can really change their entire professional trajectory. You can really alter it. So it's important for us to reach out as leaders and try to identify and spot who really has the potential, the untapped potential that we can really help and grow. So I think that's a job for all leaders in our industry. Who's going to replace you or stand by you?
Most people don't.
Go ahead, Denard. You're the boss. We got to let you talk.
No. You go ahead. I'm here for 12 hours. My opinion will come through anyway.
No, this is very important, because what you're saying is leaders are really born. Leaders are made, and they're made by their hard work. And like if you're mentoring or even seeing somebody in your department and you start to see that, then you start to help them and show how that hard work can go. And yes, I'm not a leader today, but I'm not born with it. I'm trying to put it how you said it. It's made by hard work and people noticing we have that capability within us, and like you, one of us three, if you see that, we have to now put that work together and help sow the seed. And if that person's willing to put in that hard work, now you know that, because you might see it. If they're not going to put the hard work in, I'm not going to expend all my energy. I'm going to look for that next person, as you said, who's going to put it in and try to help them grow and go from there. Again, I like your point on that.
And that is why I said that the technician or whoever it is must first display that they want to take on that role. In my travels, I've seen many great technicians, and if I'm in the leadership role or a manager role, I start assigning them special projects. And with those special projects, some of them get noticed outside the CSP walls. I'm currently working on projects that some of my technicians are being recognized by our outside clinics. And that is somebody that is willing to learn and take on additional responsibilities, not just that they just want the title and the quote unquote money that comes with it. I actually tell my technicians, especially those that want to do this for the money that come with it, you actually losing money if you jump straight into leadership role because of the extra overtime hours that you work that you don't get compensated for because your salary. It's more than that. That is why we need to do a better job to mentor up and coming leaders in the role, that it doesn't just involve this and that. And also, we need to teach especially about the business side. That is something that is extremely lacking in our industry. That's my consent.
I want to, if you don't mind, you wanted us to try to focus on building bridges and how important is that. In part, to build a bridge or build a house or whatever, you have to be willing to fail and admit when you fail. Building a house or a bridge, you're building this bridge, you might have failures, and bad or poor managers, they don't want to fail and they'll find every reason or go around. But you have to embrace the failure in a way to move that bridge forward or that goal, what you're doing, and not worry about it. And there's that story about Thomas Edison. They interviewed him and they said, how come you didn't get frustrated? It took over 9,000 times to find the right filament to get the light bulb. He says, no, I just learned 9,000 things that didn't work and I'd find the next one. So he wasn't afraid of failure. The story goes something like that, but you have to embrace failure and know that it is a part of your growth. And if you're working with a person and sees that, they will help you understand and to work through that failure so you can grow and use that to get better and build that bridge or wherever you're going. So I've been talking a little too much. Sorry.
No,
No,
well said.
good.
Well
You're
said.
good. So, guys, I have to pay some bills, unfortunately. Part of the business. Bill
Pay
paying,
some
you
bills.
can't,
Hey.
you can't do anything if you don't if you don't keep the lights on. So, guys, thank you to my sponsor, Beyond Clean, provided education today. Thank you so much to Beyond Clean. Shout out to Censis for sponsoring. Censis has a new loaner link that streamlines the entire loaner instrument tray management process by automating vendor ordering, communication, and compliance. This industry-leading cloud-based loaner tree management system gives your facility, its vendors, equal visibility into the quality, location, and arrival of loaner instrument trays, keeping all parties accountable and adherent to your facility's policies. So, guys, check out census.com if you want more information on Censis and the new products. So, guys, we're back, and one quick thing. Use your pinky finger on your phone and hit that notification bell if you want to be aware or notified every time we have new content coming out. And guys, I know some of you guys were on LinkedIn. LinkedIn only goes for 4 hours, and that's the downfall of having a 12-hour show. LinkedIn only carries 12 hours. LinkedIn only carries 4 hours. Facebook only carries 10 hours, and YouTube carries the full 12. So, guys, if you're on Facebook right now, LinkedIn is already off. So we've been in it for 7 hours. Facebook will be off at about 10 o'clock. So, guys, start migrating to YouTube where you could watch the entire show. So, and now let's bring on our next guest. Adam Okada is in the waiting. Thank you so much for coming on, brother. Appreciate it.
Oh, had I known Adam was going to be here, hell, jeez Louise. Oh, God. You were on at 12 o'clock, and that was 9 o'clock your time, Adam. What are you doing? How much coffee you having?
I'm up all day, up all night. You know me.
There's a song.
And I gotta follow Steven dropping bombs over here. So
guys, introduce yourself again for those night owls, and just proceed with the same question we have here. Building bridges, and I know you build bridges. You were with a couple different companies, and I know you still have links in them. So how do you build bridges? How have you built bridges in your career to get where you are right now? And I'll let you answer that, and I'll dip out for a second.
Sure. So I'm Adam Okada, clinical education specialist with Healthmark Industries, and yeah, I mean, I've had to build bridges a lot of times in my career. I think I told this story earlier about going into a facility, and when I let them know that I was the new SPD manager, one of the OR techs laughed at me and told me good luck, which kind of showed that it was going to be a rough ride as a manager getting in there. But that was the biggest, I think, bridge that I had to connect, was between the OR and SPD. Whenever that link is broken and there's a lot of let's say dissension or arguments and kind of a poor relationship, everything else suffers. Because again, it's, I kind of liken it to like climbing a mountain, right? If you've got a group of people and you're all trying to climb this mountain towards patient safety, and you guys are playing tug of war with the ropes and you're fighting over materials and all the things, resources, it's going to take you a lot longer to get there. So you really need to have that teamwork between those two parties, especially OR and SPD. I mean, it's the whole hospital system, but that's a really vital link to maintaining that patient safety is with the OR.
Oh, I would agree with that so much. And I think as new leaders are coming out of their shell and forming and understanding what they're going to bring to this environment, you have to monitor who's in your circle, right? Because I remember when I was a young leader, I came from the place where I was a technician, and I had a crew. SPD is my crew, or the heart team was my team. And the moment I began to scale that ladder, those relationships begin to change, because now there was different types of responsibility. There was different types of accountability. And I found myself really challenged to, wow, I have to write up someone I had lunch with last year, or someone who I attended their anniversary. So these are the different steps necessary for you to really understand some of the differences between management and leadership, and the mental capacity that you have to have as a leader, because your environment is going to be a pressure on you. Even the best hospital systems in the country, there are still elements of an environment that true leaders have to know how to navigate, which leads to one of my favorite sayings, is that the best leadership tool is communication. And whether that's verbal, data, informational, the best leadership tool is communication. You can master the communication tool and be good at it. You can really move some barriers out of your way.
So it looks like Luane and I are thinking on the same spectrum, because I unmute to speak about bridging that communication gap. So we all know that issues arise when people don't really understand each other and what each other's priorities are. So we need to facilitate a discussion. So when we are mentoring or trying to develop the next generation of leaders, we have to mentor them to look at the information or the data that they have objectively, not subjectively, like this is my viewpoint, then be able to communicate that data factually to all other departments involved, so we can all look for a shared idea or a shared objective, and we can all collaborate on the solutions together and give credits where credit is due.
I'm going to lighten it for a quick second. I think I'm the old guy here, but Led Zeppelin had a great song called Communication Breakdown. But that's what we're talking about, is how do we communicate? What do we communicate? And if you don't explain to your staff what the goal is or why you're collecting data or whatever it is, you're going to lose them, and you have to be open and sincere. And Mr. Perkins, it is true. Every leader's got to know how to communicate. You have to know how to communicate on the different levels. It's different to your staff. It's different to your coordinator or your leader or supervisor. It's different to your boss. It's different to the C-suite. And, how you talk and convey is very important. And, communication is something a lot of people, I believe, are losing because of the pandemic. Everything, nothing against this video on that. Okay, I'm old school. I'm not really, I text and all that, but people don't know how to talk to each other. They don't know how to ask questions properly. Everything's defensive. And that skill is being lost, that personal interaction of how do we talk. And that's why I'm going to come back to my milk run. That manager has to walk through those departments and communicate to the people in thoracic surgery or vascular surgery or orthopedics. Hi, I'm Steve. I'm Adam. What do you need? What's going on? And if you don't know how to communicate that, you're going to sit, as Evo says, you're going to sit in your office and think, if you don't go out, you're in trouble. Like how you've all said, communication, I think it's vital.
Yeah, that's big time, and you communication. It's unfortunate, Steve, that communication has actually become a buzzword. And we look at certain buzzwords, all they do is buzz. They never form full sentences, which forms paragraphs, which form stories. They're just buzzwords. So we should really take the time as leaders to understand how communication looks. What does it feel like? True communication, you can feel it. It's much more than words. You can feel it. It's much more than only body language, which takes me back to still becoming an authentic leader. It's those conversations where I teach some of my staff that in any conversation, you're either winning or you're losing, right? If you're the one always investing, always giving, and it's not being reciprocated, then you have to now challenge yourself to, how can I empower this person so he or she can become the investor, right? Because you don't want your cup to run empty either. So I think we should really spend more time and just not communicative theory, but really communication as an application, as an action item.
Yeah, there's a great book on leadership called Illuminate by Nancy Duarte. And in that book, it's really about how a leader is supposed to kind of light the way for the travelers that are going along with them, right? It's not our job to tell them where to go. It's our job to sort of go with them and light the way. And you do that through convincing them what your vision is. You have to, hopefully you have a vision for the way things should be, or a better way you should be running sterile processing. And you have to convince them to go with you. If you don't, then it's just your vision, and there's nothing that they're not going to follow you unless you're able to communicate to them what's so important about it. Why are you going in this direction? If you're doing patient safety improvement projects, why are you doing those things, and what makes them so important? So I think that's a vital skill for a leader, as far as convincing others to go along, is being able to convince them how important it is.
Oh, so powerful, Adam. I tell folks, one of my superpowers, and we all have them, I'm a naturally born salesman, right? But I tell folks that everyone who's ever existed is also a salesperson, right? As a leader, if you have to convince someone to see your vision, or you have to solicit input or feedback, you're selling a choice. You're selling an option to be involved, an option not to be involved. So I ask everyone to take the salesman challenge. And that challenge is, find out what you're selling. And once you understand those tools of what you're selling as a leader, you can then be able to comprehend how to change your language, how to speak in your leadership voice when necessary, versus your at-home voice versus your inside voice. How to really get the folks who have the resources to do exactly what you need them to do.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Once again, Wayne is thinking on the same level. So we all know there are key components to communication. For communications to actually happen, there needs to be a sender, there needs to be a message, and the channel, whether it's text message, talking, email, then there is a receiver. That is what most people think. But also there's actual steps to that also. There is the feedback. You need to get that feedback from your intended receiver to make sure that the communication happened. And also there is that noise and the context in there. Noise are barriers that actually prohibit communication from happening. So you might send an email thinking that it was received. Email Outlook shows you that it was sent, but whoever the message was intended for actually read and understand the message. That is where the context comes in. And when you get that feedback loop, that means the message was also received. So for effective communication to happen, we have to actually decode what we want to transmit, the message that we want to speak or pass along into what each individual is accustomed to. My emails to my technicians is different from my emails to my one-up, which is different from my email to the C-suite. Even in the C-suite, my email is from the chief operating officer is different from my email to the chief financial officer. Each of those people are looking at that message from a different context. So we need to craft that message to suit that context that the person or that entity will understand that message, and make sure that you get that feedback to make sure that the communication actually happen effectively.
Yeah, a lot of, when it comes to communication, managers, sometimes they just tell people, they tell them or the reason. You really have to show them and get them to understand why. Just telling them is not enough. And I'm probably going to go on I'm taking an off ramp here because I want to go on a subject. I believe I do believe the majority of the managers don't know the why on why they do things. And that is a hindrance to them. And I believe the managers themselves don't use the resources given to them that are out there. And I'm going to throw this out to you four. And I'm going to ask you this. Okay, ready? Mm-hmm. How many of you have read John Perkins' books? You know who John Perkins is? He is the most famous person right here. This used to be required by the old 𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒣𝒔 to read. I see so many people asking all these whys. This book should be our main reference. This is based on science, peer-reviewed literature. It explains so much and nobody reads it. And this has to go, they just buy a technical book or technical training, and this book will get people the why to help explain. It even goes through some of the business things on the cost, and now some of it is cost of reprocessing for linen and that, but in the concept of how you do cost accounting and that, this Perkins book, this should be required for everybody, but it's not. I go when people say, who's John Perkins? John Perkins is the father, the godfather of our industry, and it's not even being taught and used anymore. And that's what gets me upset with the majority of people in leadership or management. They don't really know the why they're doing something other than, oh, I got this technical manual or I've done it. And I'm very disappointed that it's not required in the classes that are being taught in sterile processing. Okay.
That's valid information. You know, you ever heard the term leadership fatigue or cognitive fatigue?
Yes, sir.
It's when folks get tired of learning before they even start the process of learning. And it's an unfortunate trend that I see in many parts of business and healthcare. You have to train yourself to read again, believe it or not. You ever get a real super long article on LinkedIn? For a while, I was like, man, Denard had 3 days to write this article. I'm only in the second paragraph, and I begin to see the same paragraph over and over again. It's cognitive fatigue. So we have to practice reading. And I think that's a gem for all leaders or true learners. Practice reading. You know, this is the only way we're going to peel back the onion to get to the core of this emotional context. So that's a very, very good jewel. Thanks for sharing that.
It's in my shopping cart right now, so I'm getting it.
I'll tell you one more since you're letting me go at it. I'm sorry. There's another book, The Sterilization of Medical Supplies by Steam. It's by 𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒣�. This book is what's recommended by the WFHSS. This guy, if any of you are going to the World Federation, you got to meet this guy. He works in third world countries and he is unbelievable. I've known him for 24 years. And this book breaks down steam sterilization. Anyways, we need these fundamentals. We're losing the fundamentals for our staff to know why they're doing it, because if they don't understand the why, I'm getting passionate, I'm sorry, we lose the critical thinking skills. A manager, a leader has to have faith and give faith to his staff that they have the critical thinking skill that they will either accept or do this tray right or release that load. And if we don't give them how to critically think in that information, then we are defeating what we're doing, because we want them to be self-sufficient. We want them not to need us for those things, but to need us to get them the tools they need to succeed. And we have to give them critical thinking skills. And okay.
Well said.
What's the title of that book again?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
It's called Sterilization of Medical Supplies by Steam by 𝑗ANHUYS.
Thanks for sharing. It's actually
I'm just real.
No, it's a look. I think it's a lost art. You know, learning and reading and exchanging is a gift, right? And it's a gift that we can share amongst the biggest and most valuable resource that ever exists, and that's the human resource. So we certainly have to continue to exchange this sort of information. And like I tell folks jokingly, make AI fight for your job, right? Don't just give it away. Make them fight for your job.
And I think that goes to, you know, how you view the training of staff and all these types of things. Are we training them in a science, or are we training them like they do in fast food? Here's how you do the things that we do here. You know, we can train them the tactile skills. That's the easy part of our job, actually. But if they don't understand the science behind everything they do, again, they're going to make bad decisions. When they're alone in the middle of the night and they're the only ones there, they're going to skip steps because they've never been told the why. They only have the tactile skills. So again, I think we really need to focus on the science behind it.
It is the science of reprocessing. That's what we need people to understand, and we need now to elevate that. I hear people talking about, certification and that, and Denard, you're gonna hate me because I had my own little schedule that things I wanted to get on your show about. Do you know probably one of the main reasons we are looked at the way they are? If you go on the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we are called medical equipment preparers, 31.9093.00. We're called medical equipment preparers. That's what they think we are. That's what your HR goal looks at. We have to change that name. We have to go and let them know that we are medical device reprocessors or sterile processing technicians. It lists all those things there, but we're just medical equipment preparers, and it only needs a high school education. And that's wrong. It requires a lot more than that. And we've got to change that. Okay. I got on my soapbox for 2 minutes.
It's a good soapbox, right? If we have to continue to acknowledge the information that came before, because that book, compared to how readily available information is now, we can get it in seconds, right? You don't have to earn it, you don't have to fight for it, you can get it in seconds. But we still got to be able to digest it. So we should add this our top 100 reading, a must read for the sterile process community. Let's take a vote. We all in agreement?
All in agreement. All in agreement. All in agreement. Yeah, guys. Good topic. And I know Mr. Kovac hijacked the show.
No, wait.
Okay.
Wait. I'm not. Remember I told you I'm going to give some gift cards away, right?
Yes.
When do you want to do that?
We
want those
do it.
listeners. We got to get them coffee cards. I got some Starbucks coffee cards to give away.
We could whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Well, you got a question for them out there? How old is our friends? Who's the youngest of the four of us?
How old are you, Evo?
25 plus shipping and handling.
I'm 70, so I think I'm the oldest. Adam's 21, I think.
Oh, doubtful. Yeah, 43.
Okay. Well, now somebody will put 25 and they'll win it. Anyways, Denard, I'll send you a text and you can give them out through another show. I'm sorry, guys. I took over. I didn't mean to.
You're not.
I got to go.
This is a great, we need to, Denard. He
Hey,
needs
what's
his own show, Story Time with Steve.
Yes.
Yeah, we definitely need. Yeah, we need to expand on this. That's a good idea, Lowen.
It's an honor to be with you guys. You know, I'm going to say you guys aren't after the clicks. You're not after things. You're out in the weeds out there trying to help people, share your knowledge to help make us a better profession. And that's what it's about. And I have to go because I got something at 8 o'clock, but I want to thank.
Hold on. I'm gonna bring up the other guys down in the waiting room there. I'll let all you guys greet each other, say hello. I don't want to miss this opportunity because I don't know when you guys meet each other or if that's the last time. You never know.
No, HISPA maybe. We're all gonna meet at HISPA and have a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi.
Welcome, Mr. Hank Balch.
Hey, I heard there was clicks.
Kenneth.
I heard clicks are around here somewhere.
Yeah, I said I heard everybody was waiting, so I had to come and say hi.
Hey, a lot of great old friends here.
Hey.
Navy, there he is, Mr. Navy.
Evo,
Kenneth, me, welcome.
Adam, I just saw you. Steven is getting long since we've seen each other.
Yeah.
Mr. Kenneth Campbell, I haven't seen you in a while. We got to get together. And Hank, I've seen you on video, but I haven't seen you.
Yeah, you seen too much of me, right? Is that what you're saying?
Hank's going on a postage stamp pretty soon.
Kenneth, where all that grade come from, man? You catching up?
Great example. So I had to go ahead and let mine just grow in, sir. I was trying to get like Hank
out there with that full white.
Come on.
I was trying to get like
we
Hank.
A lot of beards. We got a lot of beards on here.
Listen, I could tell you some great stories.
I have no
about
beards.
Clients when I had clients with LaWayne, and then I showed up and the ladies were like, "Well, where's LaWayne?" I'm like,
"Oh man, you about to get." I got to sleep on the couch tonight.
Hey, everybody, continued success. Hank, we'll be taught. You're a great guy. Thanks for everything you do. My friend, Mr. Navy, what can I say? All you guys, keep up the great work. You're going to change the profession. And
happy Sterile Processing Week, team.
That's right. Happy Sterile Processing Week.
Sterile Processing Week, yo.
Yep.
All right, and then there was 6. So guys, welcome back. We're gonna spoil the party. We have one more guest. This is not gonna be a gentleman's show. Welcome, Melinda, to the show. Melinda, you're here. You're on.
The queen.
That's right. I don't recognize her without her crown on.
I know, right?
You want me to get it? Hold on.
Yeah,
I can
go
get
ahead.
it.
Come on.
So guys, welcome. And Ivo, you could stay. I think you were already on for 8 too. So Ivo, you could stay. Adam, you could stay. This is a nice topic. I think everybody could weigh in on this topic. And guys, introduce yourselves when you get a chance. The topic is the future of the industry. So, and this could go in a bunch of ways, but I have a feeling I know which way it's gonna go. So, guys, introduce yourself and what you think the future of the industry is going to look like. Maybe in a year, 2 years, 5 years. Are we going to be like Total Recall, Terminator? What's going on?
So I'm going to stir the pot real quick and get out of here. But before I do that, happy sterile processing to all our sterile processing technicians out there. Love you. Keep fighting dirty. I just stole Hank's words. We really appreciate all the great things that you do. Whether or not you get a pizza party, make sure, I want you to know that your hard work is being recognized, and we all recognize the hard work that you do in the various sterile processing. Before I get off real quick, future of sterile processing is AI and automation is not going to take my job. They're just going to make me better. So that's all I got. Have a blessed week, everyone.
All right, you too, brother. Take it easy. You left on the bank too. So guys, so introduce yourselves and what do you think AI is taking us? Is it positive, negative? Is it good, bad, or is it just gonna be added like a different type of vehicle we get, something like that? Just an added accessory.
I mean, I'll jump in. My name's Hank. For those of y'all who don't know me out there, I started as a sterile processing tech in 2009 and worked as a manager, director in Kentucky and Texas, and then started a platform called Beyond Clean that does a lot of clinical education in the space. We do some podcasting here and there, and we just have a lot of fun. So speaking of AI, I am really happy and excited that I got chosen to speak at HSPA this year. My first time as a speaker there, and I'll be speaking on the topic of AI in sterile processing. So I don't want to steal all my thunder already, but I will say it is moving rapidly. And like what's really interesting, they announced the speakers, for the sessions a couple weeks ago, but the conference is not until next April. And I'm sitting here kind of in front of my presentation like, well, between now and then, what AI is capable of and the applications, even in sterile processing, is going to go so much further. I think the presentations are due in February, and I'm going to wait until the last minute to make sure that I get the most up-to-date of the tools, the technologies out there, because it is it's crazy what's possible already today. and there's a ton of innovators. We talk to them every week on Beyond Clean, who are really seeing the impact of things like computer vision and AI and machine learning to do what Ebo said, which is help us do the things that only humans can do. And I see that is definitely a part of the future. So one more shout out, and then I'll hand the mic off to the rest of you guys. Adam will appreciate this, because what this also means is the future of sterile processing has got to be tech savvy. And the good news is that's what the future is. I don't know if you've looked at kids these days, but they're all pretty tech savvy. And I'm not afraid that that's going to be a gap in their skill set. You know, they're going to come in, they're going to know what touchscreens are, they're going to know how to navigate through browsers and like just do all the basic things that the previous generations had to learn already after they began and they were trained in sterile processing. Like these folks, it's just like breathing, you know, for them. And so I think we're in really good hands as far as that's concerned.
This is sorry, go Kenneth. My bad. Go.
Just to follow up that, for y'all, everybody who don't know, I'm Kenneth Campbell, one of the HFPA board members, as well as the host of Time to Talk. Interestingly enough, I have applied for my fellowship paper, and that is the topic of my paper.
Wow.
AI and the future of sterile processing. So Hank, I will be listening, sir. But I agree with Hank. I think that just based on a lot of things that we've seen and what we're experiencing now, as Evo said, I don't think it can totally replace us, as people seem to think. That's where, you know, everybody gets this afraid of what it could be. But I think there's just certain things in sterile processing that AI can't do. So I'm not worried about it being totally automated. I think that we are going down that way. And I bring up that because of certain systems that I've already seen that people are using, such as the ones that put the trays together just by memory of instruments and things like that. So I see that things are out there, but in order to use that, you still have to do the inspections and stuff like that. So I don't think we can go totally automated. So I do believe, as Hank said, we're going to have to get more a little tech savvy, because there are going to be touch screens. There are going to be all these different things that get incorporated. Don't know how many years off that is, but I do know that it's coming. And just from listening to people who said they went to, I think it was the World Health Organization, they said they saw people that already had like that kind of technology they're trying to introduce into departments and stuff like that. So we know it's out there. We know it may be on the horizon, but how far, I don't know. But we have to prepare for it. Just like when they went from, you know, handwriting everything to computer automated, it's going to be that transition. It's going to be that type of change. So yeah, we got to prepare for it. I just don't know what it looks like yet.
So Melinda Elamari, clinical educator for Healthmark Industries. So on the concept of AI, I think, you know, it can only make us do better. Like, I feel like it can really enhance what we're doing and help us with the process. I mean, we've seen the difference in just AI as far as look at Da Vinci, right? Like robotic surgeries, the concept of using AI into that atmosphere and the changes that it's made. And you can see the people that are coming out, the doctors and the surgeons now coming out into our industry, to your point, Hank, are the younger generation. Like, if I have to get robot surgery done, I'm going to go more towards somebody who is a younger surgeon, right? Because they're used to, how did you know she was talking to you? Anyway, I
thought she was talking to me.
She's gonna clarify. She's gonna clarify that I'm her bestie, just so y'all understand that.
I don't know. I think we're gonna have to fight over who's Vanessa's bestie.
So, you know, I mean, they have the skill set. They grew up playing games. They grew up with that controller in their hand. So they're used to those movements in their hands. And I think we're going to see a lot of that with new generations coming into sterile processing in the future.
So for me, what I tell people, there's no magic robots coming, right? And there's no magic robots that are going to come in and do decon. We are going to do decon. I wish it was, but it's not. So it's really about taking advantage of the technology that's already there, right? We talk about technology, and you go to, Adam and Melinda and I, we're in hospitals all the time. Hank is in hospitals. By the way, I'm Jameet from Advantage Support Services. But you go there in the hospital, the outside, they look just as new. Everything looks pretty similar until you get in there. One is in 1987 and one of them is in 2023. So a lot of this, I'm looking at the people watching this is, are you up on the technology that's available now before we wait for the magical robots to come down and do decon, right? Like, how versed are you with the available technology? Like, do you have the most accurate and most modern biologicals? There's a bunch of stuff. And then I see some easy transfer from other industries that I'm calling on our vendor partners to help us with, right? Like, common mistakes that I see all the time is I'm called in to save a hospital from bioburden problems, but they're running the stuff that causes bioburdens on regular instrument cycles. Well, other technologies say, if you have a barcode on it and you tell us this barcode wants this cycle, then when I push that thing in, it should shoot a thing and say, oh, wait, there's an ortho tray in here. Let's put it on the ortho load. Wait. There's a drill in here. Let's make sure we put that on the right load. So those are kind of the things that our vendors can help us with, because we know that exist already very easily in other industries. So how can you help us with some of the mistakes that we already make? But when I think about technology, it's not just the magic robots. We go into these places that are doing 100 cases a day with one ultrasonic. So do they need a magic robot technology, or do they need to catch up with the current technology? I see people with a busy robotic practice changing out the basket so they can switch to put the robotic connections in and then changing it back out when an ortho tray comes. And then, do I really want to change it out and then now have the robotic arm stacking up? So what's going to happen? I'm going to just put these through. I'm not going to run these. Is every arm going to get hooked up? Or at some point, am I going to look at the clock and just put all the robots in the ultrasonic, and they'll get the cavitation is magic. It'll get it. So it's really, for us, those of us who are leaders or even technicians, let's pressure our team to say, hey, there's a biological that's more efficient than that. There's an ultrasonic that we can do. Hey, before you buy another, that's the other thing that happens. You come to people's house and they have new washers that are the 4 generations or 3 generations ago, because they weren't aware. The thing started back when Adam still didn't have his CIS. So they started the purchase price back then. And then when it's time to purchase, they're still purchasing that old model, and then their practice has changed. Oh, you didn't get any robotic racks to send the robotic things through. So I think it's a combination of things, of taking advantage of the technology. We need our vendor partners. We need to be honest and open with our vendor partners. Sometimes the reason that Advantage fell in love with Melinda at Amy was when we started talking about problems, sometimes all the people there are like, no, we don't have that problem. And Angie and I would look at each other like, we just went to 8 hospitals last week to have that problem. And Melinda was the one that was like, no, we have that problem. That's a real problem. So part of it is, let's be honest with our vendors and tell them what we need help with, right? We need help with making sure we're running the right cycles in all of our machines, right? All these machines, you can put all this stuff in place, but then when I push that load in, and this has happened to my department, so this is not some, I heard about this, or I read it on one of the Facebook complaint groups. We pushed the wrong load in and we run it on 4 minutes and 1. Well, right now, we're talking about technology. There's nothing to stop you from doing that. So that kind of technology, taking advantage of the technology, maybe putting some more stoplights, using AI in instrument tracking systems so we can go, wait a minute, Kenneth, did you take apart that depth gauge? You sure? You sure? Because the picture that we got an overhead little camera that's looking at it looks like that depth gauge didn't get taken apart. So those are the kind of things that could really help us. And I'm excited about that. Hopefully by the time they get the robots to come in and take over decon and run the sterilizer or whatever your particular department thinks is the worst thing, that'll be fine whenever they can do it. Right now, the robot can only build 4 instrument trays, and it's cost it $3 million to get to that point. So I don't think that part is very close. But they're helping us out in our daily activities, the things that we struggle with. Who's assigned to pull the case carts out the washer? Goodness gracious, man. I went to a place where people almost came to blows about that. So those are the things that can help us be more efficient until the magic robots get here.
Hey, Jameed, will the robot have a British accent too?
Yes, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. That would be like, buggers, bloody old chap, move out of the bloody way.
So, Jameed, I want to follow up. You brought up something I was watching a little bit earlier with Sarah Vinson on the show, and it was about a week or two ago. But Sarah brought up the challenge of the reality out there that we're not really honest the way that you're talking that Melinda was with the problems in our departments many times, and we act like we got it all together, and that really does stifle innovation and growth. And the phrase I threw out there on that chat for anybody who didn't see it was a concept that I call process humility. And it's just approaching it with the realization that we don't have it together. You don't have it together. and it is, as long as we act like we do, we're never going to go forward, and we're never going to be able to learn from each other's mistakes or each other's, successes. And especially on that innovation side. And I'll just say this too, because I think this is probably not a well-known concept out there from the user side, but a lot of these innovators that are bringing these technologies to market, if it's AI, if it's tracking systems, if it's whatever, they're looking for people to ask the questions like, hey, would you buy this? Or do you think this would work? Or do you think this is a good idea? And what happens, and I've seen this happen now again, is they end up talking to guys and gals like us, which is not the defining demographic out there in the industry. It's the bell curve. We're early adopters. If you're watching this show, you're probably an early adopter, right? These are people who on their Sunday evening are thinking about sterile processing concepts. So what happens, these innovators talk to all of the kind of people like us and like, okay, I got it. Like, this is it. Everyone I talk to in this small group of 100 people love it. And I'm going to build this whole technology and it's going to be awesome. And then they walk into a normal department with normal people and they're like, get out of here, man. Like, this is 1990s here. We like it. We're not about to go to 2023. I don't know who you're talking to, but nobody wants that. So, get out. And then they're like, oh crap, we did this. We got approved. We try to come to market and now no one's buying our thing. And we don't understand why, because all these people that we talked to said it was going to work. So I bring that up to say in my kind of encouragement to everyone who's watching, but also to anybody else back in your department who's not, is come back to everybody and say, hey, if you want improvement, if you really see areas of challenges and gaps in your department, you got to be the one to talk about it, to give your insight, because all the rest of us, we're talking about what we want, but we're not really the gauge or the measurement about what the average sterile processing person wants. And they're just not the ones that are talking. They're not the ones that are at AMI. They're not the ones that are in these focus groups. It's just, I don't know how to get that voice out, but that's a real challenge.
Hank, I think also to your point, a lot of times they talk to the wrong people completely in the wrong industries, right? They think, okay, if I talk to surgeons, right? And they're like, oh, because the surgeons know everything, so we should be able to ask their opinion, or the nurses and stuff, you know, and that seems to be the go-to. I'm facing the same thing like when I talk to packaging industry, you know, medical device packaging, and they're like, oh, we have these surgeons come in, and I'm like, they don't open packages. They have no clue. So, you know, I think to your point too, not just getting the right demographic, you know, overall, but just even within the department, like you said, those people who are the soldiers, the boots on the ground people doing the work every single day, having their opinion and getting a wide variety. Don't just go to one, you know, level 1 trauma center and say, oh, they loved it, so everybody's going to love it. No, you know, we need to make sure it's adaptable to ASC facilities. It's adaptable, which is the future. You know, right now, currently, there's more ASCs in the United States than there are hospitals. And that is just growing even more. And as different procedures, you know, move to an ASC mentality or concept, you know, we now started seeing cardiovascular procedures being done in ASCs, not just your total knees and total hips and that kind of stuff. You know, there's just such a variety, and it just keeps growing. So I think that's definitely a demographic and a market that just really gets overlooked in a lot of our concepts and things we do.
But that's just like to Jamie and to Hank's point, Melinda, if we're asking that front line, if we're not going to them with what exactly that technology looks like, you're going to get those frontline people that say, oh, y'all trying to replace us. Like if we're trying to speak to the front line, if that's the opinion that we're looking for to say, how can AI help us make this better? The moment somebody says AI, it automatically goes to robots. It just automatically does. Like Jamie said, if we're talking about improving technologies, okay, how can we help you improve on something? Yes, we can make baskets that read the washer cycles. We can do all these things. But the moment you say, hey, AI is coming, oh, y'all trying to replace us. And then that's going to get the whole conversation thrown off, because now you're defending versus trying to get answers per se.
Which is funny kind of to me, because nobody has a problem with AI when it came to their payroll being switched to AI and stuff, you know. So like nobody had a problem with any of that technology. No.
And that argument, it used to be stronger than it is now, honestly, Ken, because in the day, like, you know, back in the day, let's say 5-6 years ago, when there was staff, you know, to go around, a little bit more. I don't think we've ever had all the staff we wanted. You know, there's more staff than there is today. But today, you say, hey, you have not been fully staffed for 3 years. And now there's some robots coming, not to take my job, but to do that job that's been vacant now for 3 years, or the 6 positions or the 10 positions been vacant, or to replace those travelers. Now you're like, hey, bring the robots in, right? You know, come on. Like, I don't like decontam. Let's shove them in decontam. We can stay on the clean side. So it's a different story. Not that everyone's convinced, right? Because you got the bell curve, right? But we're starting to see more and more people kind of wake up and be like, we cannot keep up. You know, going back to the last session too, maybe 2 sessions ago with Jesse on, if we were all compliant in our processes, doing all the steps, checking up all the IFUs, doing all the inspections, if we were doing everything we need to do for every instrument in every department, we'd be so far behind. There would be thousands of trays left over every morning in every facility, and it just is what it is. So, like, we need some kind of help. If it's AI, if it's machine vision, if it's, you know, more lean processes, you name it, we probably need all of it. I don't think there's a silver bullet. But, yeah, today it's like that's your only option. Go ahead, Hey, that's my first bomb, man. That's my first bomb.
But that's the kind of realistic talk, to be honest. About
hold on. I have a guest coming up. She needs to talk. She needs to speak. Okay. Welcome, Miss Arlene Bush, to the conversation.
About time.
We showed up. Oh my goodness.
Hi,
All right,
folks. How is everybody? Happy SPS week.
Happy sterile processing to you too.
I'm coming to
So
your
I hear
side,
we're into a
Arlene.
hot conversation. I kind of came in the middle of a hot conversation.
I'm glad you're here, Arlene. It's getting steamy. No.
It's getting tough in here, huh? It's a tough room.
The robots got the floor.
Okay. I'm sorry. Are you?
No,
do you
go ahead.
want-
Go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, Hank, I understand what's being said about, doing all the processes that are necessary. My only caveat to that is we can't let that be an excuse, right? The more that we say we cannot do everything that we need to do, we're putting people's lives at risk, right? Because at what point do we cut off? What point do we say, oh, well, I'm going to look down a lumen, but you know what? I don't really need to look at the tips of his needle holder anymore. Like, you know what I mean? It sounds really crazy, but people's minds start going in that aspect when we start delineating, okay, well, we don't have enough time, so let's take this shortcut, let that go, just keep going. You don't need to do this, you don't need to do that. And then at what point do we draw the line of following those IFUs and following those standards? And then also, I think when we start doing that and going down that road of, okay, well, we don't have enough time to do this, we start giving hospitals excuses not to buy the equipment and the supplies, the trays that they need to completely be able to support the services and the procedures that they're doing. That's one of the biggest things we face right now. We go into facilities and they're like, oh, we're high level, we're OPAing this probe because the surgeons use it 10 times and we only have 2. And it takes too long to actually really process it. So this is a fast. And I'm like, wait a second. So we're giving the other patients a lower level of a product. Like, why would we do that? So I think we just got to be really cautious with, what we say in the fact of, well, we can't do all these processes. I get it. I get the concept. I've been into facilities where we've had 800 trays down and stuff, but it's a matter of, do we want to do 800 trays fast and incorrect, or do we want to do, 200 absolutely correct and inspected, done correctly? And I know if that's my, sister or my husband on the table, you know what I mean? Like, I'm able to speak to that.
But so let me chime in 1 second. Isn't healthcare based on not fixing all issues and letting things linger? That's kind of how we make money, because someone comes in, gets a procedure done. They don't fix the entire person. They're like, oh yeah, we took your gallbladder out, but you'll have to come back to get your that polyp we saw. Come back in a couple months and we'll take that out. You pay another fee. Or I know you have a headache. I'm gonna give you pain pills, but your blood pressure, you're gonna have to make another appointment for that one. You know what I mean? So healthcare in itself is not there to treat the patient to make them healthy. So at one
that's
point,
like saying I took your gallbladder out, but I didn't close you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can do that yourself. Go home. Here's the suture. Enjoy.
So there's no like accountability in terms of we trying to take care of the patient 100%. There's always a expectation of we're going to treat this one thing. So I look at it in terms of sterile processing. Do we have to do everything right, or is there a room that from the C-suite or anybody else looking at it from the outside, do we have to do everything right, or do we just have to do those things we're assigned to correctly? That's a whole different way of looking at it.
Doing everything right. We should be, like, to Melinda's point. I mean, we should be following and doing everything right and not making excuses as to why that stuff is not getting done. But what I was going to say is to what Hank was saying, if we're talking AI to make up that gap space of the shortages, would the AI and using AI, wouldn't that be programmed to do everything correctly, which is going to put us still in the same situation? Like, we're still going to have to do all the IFUs. We're still going to have to do ABC. And if you're going to say we're programming it not to do that, then we're still putting us, like Melinda said, you're still going to have that. What are we doing? If we're leaving out steps, what are we doing?
Okay, Jermaine.
First of all, let's stop worshiping at the idol of IFUs. God dog it. Now, We act like IFUs are some biblical thing that are telling you how to do it. The first thing you need to do is look at that IFU and see if you even have the stuff to complete all those steps, right? And if you don't, and I'm not talking about a whole machine, I'm talking about some IFUs are written to tell you how to do it. Some IFUs are written to cover the beat of the person of the company that has that item out there. So let's not. I just wanted to I wanted to stake out my claim, because I want to tell you, I don't worship at the idol of IFUs because I'm old. I've been in here long enough that it was a company that had a thing that we were using and taking right to the OR table, and the IFUs told me it was sterile until the FDA said, wait a minute, you can rinse with city water and something be sterile? And everybody was following the IFUs, and everybody was putting unsterile stuff directly in the patients. All of us. So let's not make that, let's not do that with the IFUs. The IFUs and AI and automation, 3 separate topics. Let's not get them crossed. And if you're 800 trays down, it's not because you're not following the IFUs. I promise you that. I promise you that. And
I love not being the most controversial person on the panel. Thank you, Jimmy.
I don't mind it, Hank. I don't want to establish speaking of robots, I'm not going to establish a reputation of being a robot that this thing tells me to do a cartwheel before I put this in the AER. And I'm like, okay, the IFU said do a cartwheel. I'm never questioning what the IFU says. No.
Yeah, well, you don't know how to do a cartwheel.
But aren't we building in systems in our tracking processes in our tracking systems? I've seen tracking systems stop me from putting an instrument I know could go into 430, tell me to put it into 1060. You know what I mean? So aren't we doing that already?
But that's not the instrument tracking system. That's bad programming, right?
Yep. Which goes back to what Ken was saying too about AI, is like we treat this as if it's something besides programming, but it's somebody that's teaching a computer what to do and what to think in their source material that it's drawing from. So, going back to what you said, Jameed, if we're putting IFUs in this source material as if it's biblical truth, and as if there's no other way to do it, or there's no better way to do it, or there's no other complicating factors in that IFU that aren't covered. And, it goes back to the big thing that it's always being said.
You saw that.
And that is
you're going to be on the side of the highway now. Jameed said don't follow the IFU.
Everybody saw that, right? Jameed said don't follow the IFU.
You're going to be on a t-shirt by the end of the week.
I shouldn't follow the IFUs. And that, I'm sorry, Hank, finish your point.
I'm just going to put that on a t-shirt, and I'm going to sell it on the Beyond Clean Amazon store with Jameed's face on there.
I will
give me a day.
Buy one, please.
Give me one day.
But,
all right, whoever else. Go ahead.
I mean, I think so. I'm going to respectfully, not really, but disagree with Jameed about the IFUs at this point.
Of course you are.
Of course I am.
Stephen was still on here. We don't know enough about IFUs to talk about IFUs. I wish Stephen was still on here, because Stephen is an IFU truther, and we should do a show just with that. What we think IFUs are, they're not. But go ahead.
Thank you. Anyways,
put that in there, because from being around Stephen that what we think IFUs are, they aren't. So go ahead. But go ahead. Go ahead.
The princess is talking. Can you? Okay. Anyways, so what I was going to say is we know that the IFUs are not 100% where they need to be. And they are not giving us, some of them, to your point, do not give us the direction that we need to, that they should. They are covering their whatever beep is behind the beep or whatever. But to the point of what just Ebo was playing around, and I know it was a joke, we just have to be careful what we say in this industry, especially as SMEs. And we're out here talking, we say the smallest thing of IFUs, and, we don't need to follow the IFUs to a certain level. We start creating this trickle effect. It's the same concept that we see out there in the industry when, we have a problem with maybe a standard, you know, and then people are like, well, you don't need to follow this standard. Well, then what are we saying? That we have no guidance for what we're doing? Right now, those IFUs, they need to be fixed. I completely agree with that. And we need to have a standard process. And I've been saying this, I don't even know how long since I was born, probably. But saying that, you know, our IFUs need to mimic what happened with our MSDSs. They went from MSDS to SDS because it became a universal concept. 16 key points that have to be in it, has to be within this language. You can add more, but you have to cover these 16 key points. And I think every IFU has to have the same concept going forward. And those, and, you know, need to be redacted to follow that format as well. But we just have to be really cautious. I mean, and I say this not just about IFUs, but about everything we have an issue with. We're humans. Of course, we disagree with stuff. We disagree with each other and the way things are done, but do it in a political manner and fix it correctly. Don't stand out there on your soapbox, 𝒔𝒐𝒻, and say you don't, you know, IFUs are an issue and stuff. And then we start, okay, well, now nobody wants to follow an IFU or, you know, whatever it may be.
So can I step
Wait
up
a minute,
and
I got to agree with Melinda here that
go ahead, Arlen.
you see how quickly, you know, attendees for the show took to and hung on to the almighty 𝒔𝒐𝒻 said something. I do guarantee that you will be talked about this week, 𝒔𝒐𝒻. And it will be a quote that said, 𝒔𝒐𝒻 said, do not follow the IFU. Hank's already making a t-shirt. So yeah, people really do hang on what we say. So we do need to be cautious. It does sound like 𝒔𝒐𝒻 needs a disclaimer that this is 𝒔𝒐𝒻's thought and only 𝒔𝒐𝒻's thought moving forward.
No, and I'll let Hank go. What I think we're jumping the shark here. The point was, from an automation perspective, right? And somehow IFUs got thrown in there because we want to throw them in there. But IFUs are not the cause of your lack of production. Your lack of measuring productivity is your cause of your lack of production. So own that first. So I'll turn it over to Hank. But let's stop blaming IFUs. IFUs have nothing to do with the use of technology and what have you, because even those fancy IFU softwares, they're not daily up to date, right? There are some screws that are used on hands that had some terrible sterilization and drying times. They updated theirs, and we looked in the software, it wasn't updated, so they had to get us a copy on letterhead from corporate. So then we updated it in the software. So that is not the point. Is, let's not conflate the two things: automation and technology and IFUs, and your lack of your fear of telling people they need to do more trays is not the same thing. So go ahead, Hank.
Well, this is a very good conversation. Let me start by saying that. And it highlights something that is one of the reasons, honestly, that I started Beyond Clean in 2017. And it goes actually back to something that Melinda said. And I don't know if I'm going to quote you correctly on this, but it's okay to disagree. And it's okay, and it's actually good to very strongly disagree about these things. And when doing so, to allow people the leeway, even if they're thought leaders and key opinion leaders, and maybe especially if they're key opinion leaders, to go out there and you know, speak their truth. There's maybe a better phrase than that, you know, in this scenario. But I got so tired, you know, back in 2016, 2017, because I was running for president at that time, you know, being told that I can't say certain things, or if I do say certain things, I got to say it this way. And man, like, there's nothing that will take the passion out of someone in sterile processing that's passionate about changing the industry for the better than saying, yeah, you know, I don't agree with what you're saying, so you can't say it. Or maybe there's some truth in what you're saying, but you got to say it the way that I want you to say it. or otherwise people are not going to receive it. I think we got to be really, really careful and give each other like wide leeway to say and do and lead and disrupt in the ways that each of us, feel, and not try to like hang on everyone else's response, to our words, like hang that around anyone's neck. And this is not an attack or anything on anybody here. But this is my own story that none of y'all had any part to play in, but I just felt really kind of pushed to the corner and like, hey, this is your script. And if you don't want to read from this script, then you don't get to play ball. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to take my ball and I'm going to go play somewhere else. And it really, like, I felt finally the first time in my career, I felt free to say what I wanted to say, how I want to say it, talk to who I wanted to talk about, whatever I wanted to talk to. And I'll tell you, this has been brought up a couple times on the show already too. We bring it up all the time on our podcast. That forces people to learn critical thinking. Because what happens if it's IFUs, if it's certification textbooks, if it's credentials, if it's mentorship or whatever, you come to understand, doesn't matter who says it, doesn't matter where it's written, doesn't matter how many like acronyms or guidelines or whatever, you still at the end of the day, you're responsible for how you respond and how you act in the industry. And if you can't, as an industry, if we can't cultivate that critical thinking amongst our staff, then we've really failed them. If there's anyone we can say, hey, always trust this person, or always trust this organization, or always trust these guidelines. No, we're setting them up for failure because everybody's going to be led astray unless you're able to develop that critical thinking inside yourself. So again, this is kind of off topic, but it reminded me of my own experience. So I was like, I got to say this. Sorry.
So, sorry. Go ahead, Kenneth.
Hey, Hank, first, can I order the shirt first? I just want to say that first. I want to put my order in for Jimme's shirt first. I'm doing that first.
I'm going to email it to Denard, and then he can show you a picture of it because I already got it made. Okay.
Right, there we go. So Jameed, so my question then becomes this, and this is going back to the original statement. Well, I know what Melinda said was, if we were doing every single step of every single thing every time, we would have that type of backup of trays. Hank says, hey, we're already dealing with the shortage. Maybe AI is a way to fix that, maybe not. But if what I'm saying is, if we're programming, because like Hank just said, it's somebody programming, right? So if we're programming this AI technology to help us, as you said earlier, this is supposed to be something to help us. And I'm going to repeat it because Jameed said it and I'm buying a shirt. If we're not following the IFUs and we're programming the AI, how is it supposed to help us if we're doing it wrong from the beginning?
So that's a good question, Kenneth. And let me restate. When you read the IFUs, especially of some complex too, it is a lot of fluff, some sales, some CYAs, and some instructions on how to do it. So if I was programming my AI, I would try to take out all the fluff. I would take out all the advertisement. You have to use this elevator brush, such and such and such and such and such and such. And then some of the other stuff that comes with it in the IFU that literally all the people on this, that's not going to trip up anybody that's on this thing. But the problem is probably none of us are going to go in tomorrow and process a TE probe or a duodenoscope. So if I'm new and I'm processing a duodenoscope and I have 138 steps and only 14 of them are make or break, do or don't things, but I have to read through 138 of them. Or AI is going to take me through 138 of them, including advertising. What I was proffering is a person, a human, needs to be able to take AI IFUs and convert them to usable steps before we use them in AI, or you'll be using you will have advertising inside your system. A lot of wasted steps of here's one step: brush up, brush down, brush up again, brush. That's 6 different things. I wouldn't program my AI like that. And so my point is, AIs are not the Bible. And you have to have competent human beings to look at the IFUs to determine whether these steps are directional steps. Sometimes IFUs have suggested steps. Like, if you have this, you should do this. And if you have this, you should do this. Well, we have this. So I don't need these 20 steps that if I have something that I don't have. But I go to people all the time and they're trying to achieve this with stuff they don't even have. Hey, buddy, you don't even have that kind of ultrasonic. You don't need to do those steps. So as you start looking at those, if we're just saying we're going to upload all the IFUs and AI is going to convert them, that wouldn't be a good idea. And that's all. And I'll set 10 toes down on that.
And now we know how Jimmy brushes his teeth. Yeah. But
that
Hank,
was the disclaimer, I guess.
I guess. But Hank, I think to your point, what you stated earlier, it's not that it doesn't have merit. And it does in this conversation, because I think the whole point of our hour was really the future of sterile processing, right? And so when we look at our future of sterile processing, one of the key things that I've been hearing throughout the day as I've been signing in and stuff is leadership, right? Well, no, I wasn't you. I was actually, anyway. So leadership, I was, like the advancement of our leadership and how do we grow new people and stuff like that, and to your point is not confining people to say, you have to think like me, you have to walk like me and talk like me. I want to be like you. Anyway, no, but you be your own person, but help guide them to, hey, we do have a book that is our standards. And right now, this is our standards. This is what needs to happen. If you think that this is wrong, or this is wrong, then there's a process to help fix it and change it. Let's go through that process. This is how you do that process, right? And so as leaders, we need to help guide people to be able to have their own voice, do it in a political manner, and not just, disrupt is a great concept, right? I'd be the first to say that I was a disruptor in any job that I ever did, but I know that's shocking. But I had to learn when I stepped into that leadership role that there was a political way to do it. And I had to learn to play that political game. And a lot of people, as I've mentored people, they said, you want me to be fake. No, I want you to play the game that's being played until you get into a position where you can make the changes and change the rules of those games. Because if you don't make yourself to that position, you're just going to get weeded out of this game. So, yeah.
Well,
doing it politically, yes. But I did also want to say that leadership too, to, all of the points being brought up here, and, Kenneth, with the new AI coming about and how we drive that, it comes down to, your leaders. How do they explain what AI is to their team? Are they the ones who are saying, oh, robots are coming, they're going to take over the world, like Evo was saying, right? Or is this like, hey guys, you know what? We know that we got this new technology, coming out. How do they bring this information to those people who are sitting there listening to them?
So I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to try to keep my comments short here. But that political piece, I think, is really important to call out, and it goes back maybe to something that I'm not going to put words in Jameed's mouth, but when I heard him speak to the IFU piece originally, one of the phrases that came up with was politics. We know, everybody on this call knows that IFUs are not written because it's the only way to do it. They're written because that's the way that the manufacturer chose to validate this device. And sometimes there's single-use devices that can be reprocessed scientifically, but by law, they can't be reprocessed because the company decided they're not going to get it validated to do so. So it was a company decision. It was a political decision, if you will. I know many of y'all are on the AMI board. I mean, involved in AMI. Let's be honest. There's a lot of politics at play in AMI. We all know it. And, treating it as if it was this pristine, thing that came down from Mount Sinai, kind of like what 𝒔𝒐𝒤𝒔 was saying, this biblical truth that's absolutely correct. And there's nothing in there that was made or decided by political purposes. It's really not being honest to the frontline industry who doesn't know anything besides, what we tell them about AMI and what we imply about AMI. And I think it's very healthy to imply, hey, like, this is a great document. A lot of people put many, many years of work into it, a lot of consensus around it. But a lot of these things, there's debate in the industry on whether or not this is the best way to do things. And there's phrases like, I've talked to manufacturers before. It said, hey, how do you get an AMI guideline written? You have more people in the room than your competitor, right? Like, it's not my opinion. These are manufacturers that are telling me this. And the same is true. A lot of us have been involved with various certification bodies and stuff too. There's politics in there. So I get what you're saying, Melinda. There's a way to navigate the political kind of stream to have an impact. But I don't want to ever tell people that's the only way to have an impact is to have to play politics and to do it in these particular channels. I think there's a million ways. It's marathon. The process is a great example of one of the other ways to operate outside of those channels to still have tremendous impacts on things. And if we're okay at the end of the day with all getting along and respecting each other's opinions, I think we're accomplishing the goal.
Hold on. Breaking news. T-shirts on sale right now. 𝒔𝒐𝒤𝒔 says don't follow the IFUs.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Can I go ahead and get my?
We should get those in pink in honor of breast cancer awareness as well.
Exactly. You forgot to put underneath they are not the Bible.
Now that part, that is true.
It's well staged. 𝒔𝒐𝒤𝒔, you'll get a portion of the proceeds.
If you throw blindly in there, I'll wear it. 𝒔𝒐𝒤𝒔 says don't blindly follow IFU. Absolutely, I say that.
Just so y'all know, that was Detroit's T-shirt. That's not the one that I designed. So just wait till you see mine. Okay.
But
for the record, I am ordering one first, just so everybody understands that.
But back to tie this into the topic at hand, this really just shows there's not a one. When we're talking about AI and helping the industry, just on this in this last hour, we had some scrambling with some different ways. So obviously we would all program our AIs differently, which is going to give us different results and different amounts of, hey, D-Van, different amount of help, right? So I think to be honest, we have to be honest about some of the systems, and to Hank's point, because Hank does a lot of the stuff that I do as far as talking to other players in the industry to help them out with products that are not fully developed yet. And if the AI is going to be based on the individuals that are buying it, or if how they design the AI is based on who specifically the small group that they talk to, Hank, you must have been in my pocket, because here's the secret. Hank and I, we talk all the time. We're like one person in the black and white version. Like so many times we're fighting the same things. But anyway, I specifically just told somebody on Wednesday, Thursday this week. I don't know what day this week is. On Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, that your system is only going to be as good as who you talk to, right? And so you got to talk to more people. And I'm telling them stuff in an hour that they never heard of, and they talk to all these experts. And I'm like, well, those experts are experts in their house. And because I was an expert in my house, let me be clear. People are like, oh, you're around. Man, I learn something everywhere I go. The worst hospital, Melinda and I were just talking about this. There's not a hospital that you can't go to and learn a different way of seeing stuff. Keep that in mind about when you're programming or setting up the parameters for AI, because you're talking to somebody, you're like, oh, Arlene knows everything. She knows everything about, she's on the board, she's this, she's this. But then Arlene might go to on a contract to California for 13 weeks and she's like, this place is a mess. But what she doesn't realize, she just saw 8 different ways to do it. Hey, Vanessa. So, I think that's a key part of when we start talking about AI and the future of technology. It is going to be heavily based on the view of the person programming it or the person using it. So that as we move into that, we need to kind of.
I have a point to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, before you go, really quick, I just want, Hank, I'm sorry. Is that where you got your butterscotch from? That you have in your mouth from his pocket? Like, I mean, so, like,
yeah. So she went way back for that joke, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you know, she was tracking, saving it.
Hold on.
Melinda gets a bomb drop.
Hold on.
No.
I don't know about that bomb drop. That was. Come on, I've seen a lot. Pinky finger?
Yeah. Like sometimes your thumb might be a little too big, so you just use your pinky finger. Yeah. Some of the phones are a little small. Yeah.
All right, Arlene is up next.
Right, exactly.
But before you kick me off, Denard, I want to talk about uncertified technicians. I just want to put that little pin. Go
Actually,
ahead.
my 9 a.m. is my lowest populated, or I would say I have the lowest number of guests for my 9 p.m. So all of y'all could stay if you want.
Okay.
We'll just continue the conversation. I only have 2 people on for 9 p.m.
I want to hear Arlene.
Let's go with the uncertified technicians.
No, you were going to say something else first. I want to hear what you were going to say.
Oh, I was just saying that, when we talk about AI, all data is not all good data, right?
Right.
Like you could get bombarded with data, and what are you going to do with it now? How are you going to make it work for you? How are you going to get analytics out of it? Is it going to generate FTEs? And 2, just throw this out to the panel. Does everybody on the panel remember when Trigen trays came out and what the IFU looked like for those trays? 9.5 hours, one tray. One tray, 9.5 hours. We'd have never gotten that brand through our departments ever.
It's still some other items that are like that. So
there are.
I don't even want to go down that low, but yeah, I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to go down that road.
You don't want to talk about an IFU now?
Please no.
Anyway, back to Hank. Let's talk about uncertified techs, Hank.
Yeah. So, the question that we started this is, what's the future of the industry? Well, in some sense, we all know the future of the industry right now is uncertified. And a lot of the conversations in the industry is about how do we get people certified? What's the certification process and like all the value there, which, hey, totally agree with. But I really want to encourage everyone on this call, anyone who's a manager, an educator, a coworker, or if you're that uncertified tech, number one, you are extremely valuable, and you don't just become valuable to the industry once you get certified. I think it's very easy, like back to Melinda's point, like we got to watch what we say and how we say it because it has implications. I think we have done a very poor job historically as an industry of showing the value of uncertified techs and like kind of making it seem like they're second-class citizens until they get certified. And then you can have an opinion, and then you can really, be credentialed, and now you're one of us. Like some of that's true, but a lot of it's not true in the way that we say that. So the challenge is, and the call is out there, how can we, as an industry, as thought leaders, but definitely as a department, how can we show these folks that they're valued from day one, if they can contribute to the goal of safe surgical care from day one, and that after they get the certification, then this is going back to something that Jameed and I have talked about before. They don't become know-it-alls. They have not arrived after they come back and they say, hey, I passed. Ooh, so glad that learning experience is completely over.
Not with that. I'll get all my CUs a week before they're due.
or the week after they're due.
Or on suspension. That's neither here nor there.
That's all right. Yeah. So that's basically what I had to say is, the future of our industry today is uncertified. How do we pull them in closer and keep them in and not just tie their growth to only this is how you get more certifications?
Real quick. So we're going to have uncertified robots.
I had a feeling you were going to ask that question.
Oh, wow.
I had to ask.
Well, only if their IFU say so.
Only if their AI was programmed correctly.
Yeah.
So are they going to be stainless steel?
I like it.
Or Pakistan?
To me, I think concentrating more on things that can help instead of the actual robot is going to make us more efficient. But to Hank's point, I think that's an outstanding point. And I think that's something that we all probably need to take a measure when I look at all these letters behind the people's name, including Hank himself, right? That we all have these advanced certification, all of us. And sometimes as instead of encouraging people and telling them, here's what you could get, here's the benefit of becoming certified, it's almost like, oh, you're not certified yet? And I could call myself out because all of our texts that we send out are certified. We don't send out uncertified texts. And so there has to be a way, to Hank's point, to help them and make sure we know that they're valuable even from that point until they get their certification, right? And that we have to, it's part of the, when we say, hey, get off my lawn. We want to be able to hold the certification up as a carrot and them jump up and get it instead of us earning them wanting to be a certified. Because what are your certified techs doing? And it's the same thing with this. Oh, they're going to leave us to go work at Target or Amazon. One, if that's what they want to do, God bless them. But part of it is those places that they're leaving you for, they're competing every day to keep them there. Are we competing to keep them there? Or do we expect them to stay there because they've chosen to be a sterile processing technician? So I think it kind of brings up more things than Hank just said. In the future, we have to rethink our employee engagement strategy. We have to rethink how we treat everybody in our team and not just our superstars. Because, me coming out of the military, that was my problem. When people say, oh, I was always a great manager. I did not realize that I needed to value the people besides the Arlenes and Melindas. Because, the Arlenes and Melindas were doing it all, but the Johnnies and the Sallys felt like I didn't care about them. And so when the Johnnies and the Sallys walked out the door, the Arlenes and the Melindas are looking at me like, we're productive, but we're not that productive. And so I really had to learn to value everybody. And that's a great point, Hank, that certification, non-certification line should not divide your staff. It should be something that you earn and that you show them the value of getting that certification so that they can get it. Not, if you got 3 more months, buddy, 3 more months, and you out of here. So that's that. And then that
was a great freeze.
Low retention.
It was, right?
And as much as I like being referred to as a rabbit jumping for a carrot, I'm gonna say that, I agree. I think our certification, I think it's extremely important. Obviously, I promote the whole crowny concept and everybody, getting their certification. And the goal for me is that I want people to see the value in the certification process, right? Because just like any other industry, if we do not value what we learn enough to sit for a certification exam and get that certification behind us, our industry is not going to grow to the level that it needs to grow to, so that we get the paychecks that we need to get paid and we get the recognition that we need and stuff like that. Just like surgical techs and, nurses, like all of those started off in a certain place. Now, I'm not saying like people who are not certified, like you don't, of course they're valued. I mean, especially there are some people out there who are busting their butts, and they're trying hard and they're trying to get that certification. And we do want to encourage them to go, and to help them to achieve that certification when they're ready to sit for it, to that point. Not kicking anybody out, but I think we do need to make sure that we, I do believe that I, really value the point of education in our industry so that we can raise this industry to the level that it needs to be raised to. I saw you shaking your head.
She's so serious. It's like she's not even joking. It's like, oh yes, we know.
Yeah. So I have to challenge the assumption or the statement out there. And this goes broader to what you said, Melinda, too. But this idea that certification is going to get us paid more. Come on, y'all. Like, we've been believing that for 50 freaking years. 50, 60 years now. Certification is what's going to get us paid more. I mean, $1 maybe, $1.50 maybe. This is what's going to get us respected is getting certified. I mean, how many more years we got to go through this before we say, hey, this is the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing, expecting different results. Like, we're getting certified. We're not seeing the pay range of other industries increase. We're not getting the respect when more and more and more and more and more of us are getting certified. We're not even seeing these states jump on board. I mean, how many more years we got to sit around until we get to 50 states? And there's what, like 5? We've been like pushing for number 5 or number 6 since I've been in the industry back in 2009. And we're spending a lot of time and a lot of money, and all the effort is like, this is where you put all your eggs in this basket. And I got to challenge that and say it's time not to give it up, not to say that there's no value, but it's time to say, what are some other ways? Is there any other way for us to get more recognition and more professionalism and more compensation in the industry?
And, and Hank, I agree with the concept. Is there other ways? But I think too, there's value in what we're doing, right? As a surgical tech, we just started seeing the importance of, it took almost 10 years after I was working as a surgical tech to even start with the whole, we are requiring certification concept. And therefore the pay rate started going up. But I get what you're saying. It's frustrating. It's aggravating, especially when we go to these different states and we're trying to push for this legislator to give us what we deserve, the recognition and stuff. But on the other hand, what is your option, right? Where do we say, until we find that other way that's going to define us and help us move this industry forward, this is what we have right now. And we've got to keep on the path and pushing forward, because what is our other options? We can't go into silence here. We've got to help push that forward.
I mean, I got options.
Okay. I'm afraid to ask what, anything.
No. Well, these are not my options. Like, other folks have brought this up, right? Do we need college degree programs? Do we need, or at least like some kind of trade school programs? Can we professionalize this? Do we unionize? Do we look at, this is my biggest idea, the data. I've been asking for data to show that certification increases pay and increases quality for as long as I've been involved with ICHM and HSPA. Show me the data, show me the surveys, do the data, show me that our certifications make us safer and get us paid more, and I will be front row leading the charge. Let's do this. But until you show me the data that says this works, it's just a whole bunch of people saying, trust us. This is how we get there. This is going to work. This is going to get us paid more. But don't ask for any proof besides we think and we hope. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to be leading. Not that I'm leading an industry, but I'm not going to, the little influence I have, I'm not going to be using my influence if there's no data that's tied to what it is I'm telling people to build their entire career and life around. This is going to get you somewhere. It's going to change the industry, but just trust me and wait a little bit longer. I'm not there. And I'm not responding to you, Melinda.
No,
it's more the industry trends out there. So,
Oh, but we have something to say.
But what about job security, right? What about the concept of certification? If you're certified, you have job security as far as getting a job, because you now can move from facility to facility versus any old person from wherever can just start working in sterile processing, right? So that is a huge benefit that I've seen for that certification has brought to the industry so far is, I'm going to get the job before someone else does because I do have that certification to back it up. Go ahead, Arlene. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Arlene. Drop the bomb.
Well, I'm just like, you don't feel like uncertified technicians need to master their craft and what they do. With certification, we have driven wages higher, awareness for our profession, kept patients safer. But I mean, everyone in healthcare has to have some sort of certification. Nurses don't get to practice without a license. Doctors don't get to practice without a license.
Mm-hmm.
People who handle surgical instruments don't need a license.
I mean, most of those have data to show that their license or that their board certification has an impact on what it is that we're asking them to do. And that's all I'm asking for is the data piece. Now, though, to your other comment, and I'm sorry, Dominican, I'm like, keep on going back and forth here, so I'm really going to shut up. But there's an assumption made in all these comments that the only way to master your craft is this one way with these few letters. It's only this textbook. It's only this test. It's only this letter. That's the only way to master your craft. That's the only way to improve. And that's just not true. And a great example is I just forgot to recertify. So technically, I got a couple of them already renewed already, but technically I had no credentials for like 3 or 4 days. Was I immediately ignorant of all things sterile processing? And I tell folks this too. Are you any smarter the day before you take that certification test versus the day after? No. So what changed? You took a test. That's it. That's it. You got the same passion, got the same information, you took a test. So I love a certification. I build it into my job descriptions and my career ladders. I push for it. I advocate for it. We got a whole new podcast about prepping people to take the certification. So hear me loud and clear. I'm not saying it didn't matter, but I'm saying I'm not hitching all my wagon, and I'm not making promises that so far we have not kept an unproven data to say this is the way, and this is the only way, this is even the best way, because I don't think we've proven that yet.
All right, guys. All right, hold up. I have 2 people in the waiting here. I wanted to bring them on. I know
Bring them on.
I know Jameel's gonna drop a bomb, so I'm gonna bring on Marcus Farmer and Miss Sharon Combs.
How you doing, Sharon?
Hey,
welcome, guys. Welcome, guys.
Nice to meet you, Marcus. Sharon, I'm sorry I missed you down in Arizona.
So, Mr.
I didn't
Marcus,
see you at all.
I know I didn't go. That's why.
Okay.
That's why.
Oh wow!
I
You
was
the
in
closest
Minnesota.
for sure.
Oh my gosh.
So, Mr. Marcus, introduce yourself. You're new on the scene, so hopefully you remember that was your first show you came on. I'm just kidding. So tell us about yourself, sir.
Yeah, this is my first time doing any of the podcasts or anything like that. I've been doing sterile processing now for 14 years. I started out in veterinary. Myself and Sarah Cruz, back when she was Sarah Watrous, we actually started out together when I came into veterinary. I probably was the first person with a sterile processing book that she ever knew, and then she took off from there. But I've been doing this for a while. Like I said, I started in veterinary. I worked at a few different hospitals now. I'm currently an educator for the hospital I work at, and I also teach sterile processing courses for a few different community colleges here in Connecticut.
Okay, well, welcome to the show. And Miss Combs, who are you? What do you do?
Hey, guys, my name is Sharon Combs. I'm the business, I'm a director with 𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒣𝒔 Consult, but I also help people scale the career ladder with UCDI and Knowledge and Nonsense. So, hey, Arlene, Jimmy, Kenneth, Marcus, nice to meet you. Melinda, I look forward to meeting you in person. I heard you met one of my counterparts a few days back at CIHQ. So I look forward to meeting you.
Yeah.
I actually I try to help bring visibility. I think I started following Hank way back in 2014 on LinkedIn. That was pre-Beyond Clean and everything. He was disrupting things then, asking questions. And the questions he asked caught my attention because I was like, these are questions that need to be asked in our industry. So,
Okay,
in a
so
nutshell, I just help people.
All right, cool. I appreciate you coming on. Our topic kind of changed, but we could still keep on the same lines, but I'll just add this wrinkle, education in SPD. So that's our topic, but I have to give a shout out to my sponsors, Censis, CensiTrack. At CensiTrack, we're focused on creating continuing education opportunities that excite and develop our healthcare leaders. Our industry certified continuing education programs help keep you in compliance with yearly recertification CEU credits. You'll learn from healthcare professionals, surgical tracking experts, perioperative clinical professionals, and other diverse industry experts on best practices, current trends, and more. To get more information on CensiTrack, go to censis.com, CENSIS.com, where you can get your education and CEUs. All right, let's get back to the show. All right, we're back.
So, Denard, I'm going to leave. And I hate to leave on the education session. What the heck? But I want to thank you for the invite. I want to thank everybody on the screen and everyone else who's been a part of this marathon. We've got some fantastic, great voices, great thinkers, great advocates in the industry. And I freaking love, like I tell people this all the time, but I don't think they believe me. I love when people disagree with me, and I love when they disagree with each other, maybe just because I like watching that kind of stuff. But it is healthy. That is the way forward. If we ever get to a point where everyone on the screen is just nodding yes, 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 somebody's opinion is being left out. Somebody's not being heard. So thank you all for what you're doing. And I appreciate all the support in the years. And I will say dumb stuff in the future. I will say stuff that's probably wrong and that you probably don't agree with, but please don't hold it against me personally. I love each of y'all. I love this industry. I know you do too. And I think together we can get us in the direction that we want to go. So thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hank. Sounds like the next article in the making.
You know me too well.
and thank you to Beyond Clean for sponsoring the education for today, 1CE, and the link to the Get Your CE will be in the description of this video. Thank you. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And tonight I got a road too, but just to piggyback off what Hank said, hey, I appreciate all y'all. Always great conversation. Happy Sterile Processing Week, and I know I'll be talking to some of y'all very soon.
See you at the next Amy.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
We still have a game to.
Yes, we got a game to finish.
Yes.
This football thing, I don't get it. I
am about to roll too. It's been great here. This is one of the few industries that people are not afraid to put a face with their opinion, because this is not my only industry. So in my supply chain industry, there's no shows like this. In the surge tech side, there's no shows like that. And then in the surgical first assistant, no shows such as this. So I love that we're willing to put a face with it, and that we're willing to kind of challenge that group think. And there's no one right way to do it, except for ways like this. So getting on here, talking and sharing opinions, that's the right way, not one opinion on here. I've enjoyed my time. I'm going to be watching Marcus because I need to know more about you. Sharon, you already know how I feel about you and how much esteem I hold you in. Marcus, you look like you're 22, so I don't know how you've been working in the industry. Get it. But you're from the Nutmeg State. That was
sir.
So you guys have a great evening, and I'll be tuning in and watching a little football.
Okay.
Happy Sterile
Appreciate
Processing.
it. Appreciate it, brother. Happy Sterile
Bye,
Processing Week.
All right, thank you.
All right. Oh, guys. Melinda, you staying on? Arlen, you staying on?
I got a few more minutes, and I'm gonna jump off.
Come on.
I got a plane to catch at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you could sleep then. Come on.
He was standing alone on that one.
So I'm so glad he cares so much about my safety.
Yeah, the best way to fly a plane is in asleep, right?
That's what I got Dramamine for, buddy.
Oh man. So let's get into the education piece of it. Like so education, and then Hank just left. Education SPD. So what's the best way to approach education? I know there are many ways, that skills, all this other stuff. So what do you think about education? And I'll pose it to Mr. Farmer here. How do you educate, and what's the best way you think to educate sterile processing professionals currently in the field?
I think, well, first off, I think nothing beats hands-on experience, first-person experience. But with the new changes ever since COVID is online, a lot of the education that I do now is online based. As far as new techs into the field, doing certification courses, and what I try to do with that is point out everything that I know that's important to the actual job, as far as things that you will actually see in the job. There's a lot of things in the book that really doesn't pertain to the job as far as what you're going to be doing on a day-to-day basis. So I think just going over that a lot, or focusing more on the things that we'll actually do on a day-to-day basis, and making sure that techs are prepared to actually work in the field and not just pass the test. I think somebody was speaking on that earlier, that you pass the test, but I think actually knowing how to do the job and learning the things that we need to know to do the job, like I said, on a day-to-day basis, is what's more important.
Marcus, I will say that I think, that definitely, new people or people that we're educating have to learn those, like those skills, right? To get them through the day, to get their processes done, to do it correctly. I do believe that one of the things that the books do give us is the background information, right? The whys behind what we're telling them to do. So while, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I'm just making the point that while learning the hands-on aspect is really important, the didactic aspect, but the book aspect as well is extremely important for them to understand those whys. Because if you tell somebody, or Arlene or Sharon tells somebody, this is the way we do it because I told you to do it this way, tomorrow when this aspect changes, I don't have the critical thinking now because I don't know the why, and I can't change. I can't stop and say, wait a second, am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? Am I doing this correctly? Because I don't even understand why you told me to do this from the very beginning. And I think in general, educators, as and I was guilty of this in the very beginning. not teaching those whys to the people I was educating, not getting them on board with that understanding behind what they're doing, and then being able to say, fly free bird, like, but until then, I was just like, good.
Just to respond to what you said, the why is actually what drove me to stick with this field and what kind of got me to fall in love with this field. Like I said, when I started in veterinary, and I was actually ER tech, and I wanted to get into surgical tech as a veterinary technician. And probably a month into that, both people who I worked with in sterile processing, which I had never even been down to the department before, got hurt in the same week. Myself and my manager had to go down and try to figure out how to sterilize packs, and nobody had anything. And the funny thing is, the lady who had written the instructions, her name was Amy. So all I ever heard was, why do I do this? Amy said to, so I don't know, why we did this. Amy said to do this. And then I remember looking in the book one time and I saw Amy, the organization, and I'm like, wait, what? So I'm like, so which Amy is like, but that's kind of what got me into this field, is kind of trying to figure out the why, because everybody just knew to do something just because Amy told them to do this, or Amy had written it down somewhere to do this. So I actually purchased the book out of my own pocket to figure out how to actually go through the processes the correct way and to figure out why we were doing certain processes. So I definitely believe that the why and the background information is definitely important.
Major kudos
to you. You can't take that away.
Yeah.
Marcus, I just want to reiterate, I also, when starting in sterile processing, felt like Amy was somebody that sat on the second floor. She was in an office upstairs.
Yeah.
She didn't never come to our department. Who is this infamous Amy? So yeah, I had to chuckle when you said that.
But his was legit,
Arlene. Very
Arlene.
taboo. It stayed in the supervisor's office. So Amy must have been somebody on the second floor because she didn't come to the first floor.
But his was legit. He actually had somebody named Amy. That's the even better part. Like, so many times you go into departments and you're like, okay, what do you follow Amy? And they're like, who is she? Like, who's Amy? Like, but that could be really confusing. I can see that. That's crazy.
You talking about the book or the lady? Which one? So that's interesting. Miss Combs, education. I know you have a lot going on with training and teaching. So and I Crubball was excellent. You brought out some good points I took away with me. In terms of educating, what do you feel is the best approach?
Well, my approach toward education, because I'm going to educate on a different component of sterile processing. My approach toward education is making sure, I think people should learn the book. Hear me. I never think one part of education, if it's just one way, that's like sitting in a seat with one leg. Everything, you're going to fall. There's no stability there. And so I do think learning the book will help with language, will help with understanding medical terminology, things like that. It is not going to help you with things like prioritizing and real world experience. Like, just because you play sports doesn't mean you know how to referee. When you're on the field, when you're in the department, that's where you're going to need mentorship. And so I feel like education comes through that way also. Mentorship, coaching, being in the room, sitting, even as we go to conferences, what you see being taught at the conference, but also what you see when you're out in the hallway and when you're eating together. I feel like all of that is education. But when I am educating, my goal toward educating, Arlene's going to already know the technical stuff. She's been a system-wide educator. She's been in this field. Healthcare is in her blood, so to speak, generationally. I don't need to come and train on what Arlene is training on. My view of education is making sure you have the language, making sure you're able to communicate clearly, not just to your teammates and your direct reports, but also to people who are like decision makers. Because often the people making decisions does not have the knowledge that you have inside of SPD. And so for me with education, learn the book. Yes, I'm CRCST. put me back there and decontam, it's going to be a problem. I know I'm not going to submerge something that doesn't need to be submerged, but that turnover is going to be problematic. So just because you have that certification does not mean that you have the knowledge. You know, you guys understand what I'm saying there? And so I do feel like learn the book, but I feel like if you only learn the book, you're going to be limited. Same way as Hank said, that's why I do knowledge and nonsense. We don't have to agree. If you only have experiential knowledge and you don't have certification, you're going to be limited. You can get mad over it. You can say, I've been doing this 40 years. Nobody can tell me anything. Okay, so you're a full cup. So all these new tracking systems, you're not going to be able to pull from SPM the way it's designed for it to be pulled for, because you're so full, nobody can pour anything else into you. So with education, learn the book. But again, if you're only doing one type of education or one type of knowledge, you're going to be limited, and we need all of what you have. Does that make sense? You guys understand what I'm saying?
That makes sense, and I agree with you too, because for interns, I require provisional certification for interns to come into my department, and they pass the test the first time to get the provisional, but they still don't know anything. They don't know. A lot of them don't know what a Bowie Dick test is. They don't know what a BI looks like. They don't know what integrators look. They have no idea what's what, how to put a pill pack together. So like you're still treating them from scratch. And then they're pointing out things in the book that really don't matter sometimes in the grand scheme of things.
Because they don't know. They don't know.
So
and to your point, sorry, Bernard, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, to your point, Sharon, we see this like as we go around to different hospitals and different facilities. You know, you go into a facility and you're like, well, that's one of the questions I ask, how many of your staff are certified? And they're like, oh, 80%. And then I go in and the department is just like, there's so many things that have issues and basic things that should be known, and so yes, certification does not automatically mean you know everything, you're going to do everything according to the correct way of doing things. So it is a multifaceted concept that people need to understand and get under their belts.
Can I share something about education right quick, just overall? With education, like you can be an excellent test taker, or you can know how to cram, and so that you pass something. It doesn't mean that you own that knowledge. It doesn't even mean that knowledge is going to switch from your short-term memory to your long-term memory, to where it's like muscle memory. And then also you can be so experienced in an area that you're blocked from learning new things, from being open to new things, because you feel like they're opposite, like polar opposites, but they're not. And sometimes the same way SPD, I'm going to say used to, because I'm hoping for a better future, used to fight OR all the time. Sometimes you have people who are certified versus experienced, how we used to do it, and we're fighting one another, and the education is not truly there. Now, I'm saying all that to say this. When you truly know something, like when you really know something, the only way you're going to keep knowing it is if you stay open to learning. If you're not open to learning, then it just doesn't matter. That's all I had to say. Just if you want to transfer it to your long-term memory and really let it be muscle memory and learning, you have to do it in more than one format. You have to. You can shoot me down if you want, but you have to do it in more than one format. Well, this is what always worked for me. Okay, well, that's you and your zip code. But you don't know what here's the deal. You don't even know what opportunities you're missing because you're so adamant that you're right. Someone could be interviewing you right in front of your face for an opportunity, and you're so adamant about that and then later you'll be like, they hiring all these people. They never gave me the opportunity. They were trying with everything within them because you have a body of knowledge that's necessary. Fighting them. Okay, I'm done.
Sure. All right. Okay, it's 9:30. I have 3 more guests coming on. And Sharon, I agree with you. I agree with your point. So nobody's gonna fight you on that. I don't think. Nobody, right? So I'll bring on my 3 guests. So let's bring on Mr. Densley Cook is on now. Miss Jill Holsworth, thank you for coming on, and Mr. Ofui Amevar, thank you. Ooh, swollen still. We're gonna get you. AI. That's the problem. AI. It don't work when you want it to work.
There must not have been an IFU for that. There was no IFU. Denard, I'm actually going to jump off.
You're gonna jump off? Okay, go get your sleep.
Sorry.
So you could be awake during the flight.
I'm fixing to leave too. Even though it's a federal holiday tomorrow, I got kids that got to go to school.
Oh man. No.
Before I get off, I just want to say happy CS week to everyone, and great having you guys have a conversation with you guys. This has been awesome. And I'm going to put out this shameless little plug. October 19th, I'm doing a webinar. It's called Murder Mystery, Death by Sterilization.
I've seen that.
I'm asking everybody because I'm trying to beat Adam Okada because he dared me and said I wouldn't beat the numbers. So help me beat him, please. Please.
What's
I beg
the
you.
numbers look like?
Like the top number. I think I'm like 200 registered away from beating the registration number, but live. I mean, it's going to be great education. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I want you guys to get the CEU, but I'm just saying, I can't let him win.
I think we need to help you with that, Melinda.
I was just going to say, where can they find that link?
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, guys. Spread the word.
Post that link.
I'll
repost it.
Okay. And then also just it is for IP and RN, IP nurses and SPD. So yeah.
Right.
Thank you guys. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you for coming on.
All
Appreciate
right.
it. All right. Arlene, when you going? You leaving now? Okay.
I am. I'm leaving now as well. Thank you guys so much. I've thoroughly enjoyed our chats all throughout the day. You got some key stakeholders here on the panel right now.
You.
I want to express to everybody happy Sterile Processing Week. What we do is so important. Celebrate your staff, not just this week, but every day of the year, because we're better as a whole.
That's the key.
And it takes all of us as a team to do what we do in every aspect that we do. So really just remind your staff what their mission is, and that it's every day of the year and not just 1 week.
True.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good evening.
Coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Let me give this guys a little round of applause. Thank you so much. Oh, where's my clapping? So guys, thank you for coming on. It's late. We're on the home stretch. How many more hours? 2.5 hours left. We're getting there. I'm wide awake. I'm not tired yet. So we'll see. What's going on. Okay. Mr. Ofui is on here. AI is working now. Let me just put up some comments from the past from Miss Sharon's comments. And then I don't know who Osama is though, but
he's on LinkedIn.
He's on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to connect with him. The one looking around the world, the greatest
I kind of want to comment on that though. Hi everybody, how y'all doing? On that last comment that he had, I feel that it's true. You should concentrate while you're in the field, getting a degree, making yourself more worth. But I do agree on that. If you have a degree, the more money you make. It's just the world we live in. And it feels like, or since I've been in sterile processing, that's not what we're being told. Either it's from our peers or from above. But people that care about you, that's genuinely next to you, they tell you all the time. If they know the industry, they know the medical field, any field at that, a degree matters. And I had to come to the realization of that too. And that's why I'm going to jump off that. But I just wanted to say that because that's been in my mind, and I've been coaching a lot of people with that.
Good point, brother. Good point. That's
Thank
all
you,
you want to see
Sharon.
on that? That's all you want to see on that? That's all you want to
No,
see
I
on that?
got more, but I don't want to do the show like that. But I got more because I got more. If you want me to continue, we will. But I got, yeah, Sharon's absolutely right.
So,
Absolutely.
Mr.
Yeah.
Dancer, let me go to you. You're an educator in your own right, and you're doing big things up there. So, let me pose that question to you. What do you think is the best way to educate sterile processing professionals in this day and age?
All right. You
AI. It's
yeah,
AI. It's AI messing up. My
can you
suggestion,
hear me?
Densley, take off the earbuds. Disconnect them. You better, but still a little fugly. Breaking up a little bit. Breaking up a little bit.
Would you happen to have a cell phone by your computer?
I do have a cell phone, but it's not on.
Oh, you're sounding better now.
Better.
Okay.
You
Okay.
sound better now. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, great. So let me go back out. Sorry about that.
You're fine, brother. You're fine.
All right. I have lost the screen. Let me see what's going on.
Now you're breaking up a little bit.
I don't think his laptop likes it.
Yeah, laptop doesn't like him. That's what it is.
Yeah. Sometimes when
Let
we
me
have
go
our
back.
phone, you know this. If you have your phone right by your computer,
Yeah,
sometimes
it's
it'll
pulling.
feedback. Yeah, it fights for the signal.
See if it will work better.
You probably have to refresh.
Okay. Sorry about
That's
that.
what I have to do.
There you go. He was on the other app. Nice. I heard him everything, but something with the stream. Maybe it's pulling a little more.
Is the other app still open?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No, he's not on with me on the other one.
You want me to go back and come in again?
Yeah, just go back out and come back. That might probably be better.
Let's see.
All right, so we go into Jill. Jill.
Hey.
Thank you for coming on. Appreciate you accepting the invite. Let's go straight into it. What do you think is the best way to educate sterile processing professionals in the industry currently?
Yeah, so I'm coming from.
Introduce yourself too. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. So, hey everybody, Jill Holdsworth, Infection Prevention Manager at Emory University Hospital, Midtown in Atlanta, Georgia. And so, coming from a little bit of a different standpoint from the infection prevention world, we kind of see it from all ways. You know, you guys are in the moment on the front lines doing the work and trying to educate everybody, and we're coming in trying to educate also from a different standpoint. And we try to come in and do things kind of in the moment while we're rounding, which I think is kind of the best way that we have found that we can do it. So how does that help you guys that are in there trying to do it every day? And my best advice is one of the ways, to Sharon's point, we have to do it so many different ways. So one of the ways that I think has been successful, at least in my experience, is you go in and you kind of work alongside the techs. You work alongside those that are doing the work, which is what I try to do. I try to go into decon and actually see what's going on and work alongside the people that are doing it, not standing there with a clipboard, staring down someone's back, just looking at what they're doing, but actually trying to see what's happening, because we are throwing so much at everybody these days, trying to get them to learn new things, learn IFUs, learn new protocols, learn new instruments and new products. And so really trying to reinforce things in real time, hands-on, I think has been a real success. Just kind of seeing the way that people are receiving information and retaining it. And I think that is the real toughie here, is how are they going to retain all of this information that we give them in services? Because in services are usually early in the morning and they're half asleep, and how do they actually retain it and put it into practice? And there have been times we've gone around and asked the management what they gave during an in-service. We ask the techs what they remember from the in-service, and then we actually look at the in-service materials, and all three of those things are different. So how do we make sure that there's consistency in the information being given and the information that's being heard? And that's an extremely important thing, that there's that kind of teach back method, that we all talk about, but I'm not sure that we're even consistent with how we do that. So really making sure that people are hearing and retaining what we wanted them to hear, and then actually putting that into practice. And the only way we can do that is if we're there with them. We're out there with them, doing it with them. And we use the term at Emory a lot called in the Gemba, which means you're where the work is done. And I think that's what we really have to do, is be in the Gemba where the work is done, working alongside of our people and really reinforcing these things right there beside them and helping them right there with them, instead of just sending an email or handing them a piece of paper or talking at them on your one late start day.
Interesting. I'll try and bring up Mr. Densley again. Densley, how are you?
All right. I hope I'm much better now.
Oh man, you sound like a Verizon
All right.
technician.
You see, that's what technology does, I think it was the I had on.
Okay,
But
so
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So education, what do you think is the best way we should be educating our processing team in 2023? From your experience, what way works best?
One of the key components to successful, education is frequency. We have in the past used annual training and rely on annual training and, competencies, which, it is perfect. But some of the things, what I observed from both in the classroom and actually in the department. By the way, I probably did not introduce myself. Sorry about that, do not. I'm Densley Koch. I currently serve on the board of directors, and I am also a manager and an adjunct instructor at one of the technical colleges. And I actually created the sterile processing program and had it adapted where it's teach now. And we are trying to really reach where we get it accredited. We are almost at that point where we're coming through with that. But based upon education, I was there kind of eavesdropping and what Sharon was saying. And again, the mindset of the individuals who you are educating plays a major role in it. Because as she said, if individuals are actually set in their ways and they don't want to receive it, you're going to have difficulty there. But again, as managers and educators, one of the things we have to really look for is some coachable moments where, everyday things that we do, we use them and keep them and create them. For example, I heard Jill mention some of the things that you're using, like an early morning in service and things like those. A good way of really targeting, your staff with the education materials that is going to really be helpful is, for example, the AAMI guidelines. Find ways which you can break it down. That's what I've done. And for individuals, what I usually do is, even though we have it where we take things from the textbook, and again, I have heard, while I was eavesdropping that yes, teaching them the textbook is good, but we have to really look around. For example, equipments. that are in our department and things like those, we can look around and find things that we can create some form of educational material that we can actually assist in retention. You know, when we look at the AME guideline, for example, everyone we're getting nervous about, you know, the water quality and all things like those. We can use stuff like those. And what I usually do is, you know, like on a monthly basis, there is really an educational, say, Thursday or something where we go all out with education. We target, you know, topics and what we really would like to discuss and make sure, you know, reward individuals if they do a good job. And know, as we said, retaining it is really hard. And you don't want to really put them in a place where there's a lot of reading and pop-ups and things to do. That can become really a learning fatigue. But if you make it, you know, exciting and, you know, go around and show individuals reasons why they should really learn this, and you have to show them that there is some joy in learning it and some benefits. So you have to couple it with a lot of things to really get it through. I know I'm saying a lot and I'm jumping all over the place, but you know, when it comes to education, that is really a subject that gets me going. All right.
So Alan said, what about the skills fair for SPD staff like nurses have? So is there an investment in that from you guys perspective or experience? Are there
Oh yeah, oh
any
definitely. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
You were addressing someone else. Sorry about that.
No. You can go. I'm just everybody. Are there any extra? I know there are the chapter events and such, but are there any other events where persons could go and find out information and learn more about cell processing versus from a different aspect in terms of within the department? Is there more? Are there more things out there, or should there be more things out there for cell processing professionals to do or be able to learn from versus you working an 8 hour day and you get an in service and then you have to retain that for the next 6 months, you know? So is there anything else or any other avenues where we could train besides the typical in services?
Sure. Yes. A matter of fact, 2 weeks ago for the AORN, actually their local chapter, they had a conference, and you know this was open to personnel in sterile processing. You know, and I gave the opportunity. A matter of fact, they were offering scholarships. You know, just write a few lines and tell them why you should really attend this. And you know, there were individuals who were given the opportunity, even though it was not a sterile processing event. There were CEUs that were awarded. This is an AORN, and sometimes when you go out and see, you know, gain at least, you know, some other people's perspective on what you do, you know, this is a moment where you can really bond, not only bond, but where you can actually get them in to really see from your perspective, because a lot of time they really do not know much of what you do. So, you know, when staff go to all of these events and they see and hear from other people, then, you know, they'll definitely have an opportunity there to share what they do and also to give a better understanding of what we do in sterile processing.
Anyone want to jump on that? I have another question. What do you do with someone who has difficulty learning in the department? They have the experience, or they've been there a while, but they're not grasping the technical aspects of the processes. But they could do the work, they could work fast, but they just don't understand what they're doing. So what do you do with someone like that?
I think these are hard situations, but I think it's when you have to really meet with that person, and I think it was Sharon that actually was talking last time about figuring out what is the best way for that person to learn, because everybody doesn't learn in the same way. And we do try to make everybody learn in the same way. We do these in services, and we do all of these educational offerings the same way for every person, but everybody it has a different style of learning. And it's not that there's something wrong with that person, but they may just have a different way. Some people are hands-on learners, some people are visual learners. And so really understanding what is it that that person needs to succeed. And we don't often enough get to spend one-on-one time figuring those things out with our individual team members. And so for those team members, it's so important to spend that one-on-one time with our team members. But when we can't, if we have somebody that's falling behind, it's so important to do that and just understand, what is it you need to succeed? How do you best learn? What do we need to do to help you catch up in whatever it is that you're doing or not doing as well, and then really help them catch up in that section in the way that they will succeed in. And that is time well spent in investing in that individual. But it does take a little bit of time, but it's usually worth it to put into that person if they're a good worker, like you described with that situation. But you do have to put a little work into it. And that's kind of like management 101, management styles, and that is difficult. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about giving more attention to our sterile processing leaders and making sure they have the tools they need to effectively lead. And I think that's a whole different discussion, but making sure that SPD leaders know how to deal with those situations effectively is really important as well.
True. That's a good point there. That was a topic of discussion, and Miss Combs covered that at the scrub ball. She's shaking her
I knew
head.
it had been discussed before.
So yeah.
I am. Can I just piggyback off that? So you're asking, and it's like 6 faces on the panel now, and if there were more faces, you would hear different people say different things. And sometimes I feel like to know the purpose of a thing really helps understand. So you said if somebody's falling behind, they're a good worker. That means somewhere you have identified traits in them that say, this is a good worker. There's something about this person that is going to contribute something amazing to this department. They just seem to be falling behind here. They're making these mistakes, these errors. So it's always going to be an exception to the rule, right? But if we know the purpose of the education, so you're educating at that time because you want that person to come up. So it's not going to follow the same format as somebody who may be educating because they're in the window and they just want to make sure these competencies are in order. And it's a time crunch place. And I think that's why we have so many different, well, this is what it's like shift wars. This is what I do on my shift. And I love what you do on your shift. And I love because we can pull from each one. But if we don't know the purpose, like education is like healthcare. It's huge. There's a whole bunch of different components. You're talking about degrees. Yay, I'm hashtag yes degrees. If you don't have a degree, don't be mad at me. I'm not negating your experience, but you have to know the purpose of why you're educating someone. Are you educating them so that they don't kill somebody by leaving gross soil or whatever? Are you educating them there? Are you educating so that your paperwork and your documentation is in order? Are you educating because you want your colleagues to really be strengthened, know the whys, and have the ability to think critically and know how to interchange instruments? If we don't have this, what will substitute for it? Like it's deep, but I don't think it's just one way, and that's why I'm really trying to hit that. It's not just one way to educate somebody, and this is my opinion. This is not the opinion of anybody who sponsors me or doesn't sponsor me, anything like that. When we are like, this is the best way to educate, barred hands down, it may be for you, for your department, even for your region, but it depends on what the purpose is for your education. Are you educating leaders? Are you trying to educate leaders? Are you trying to educate workers? Are you trying to do a train-the-trainer model? And I think you have to clarify some of those questions at the beginning so you can be more effective and more successful in your education program. These are my thoughts. I just wanted to share that because how Marcus may be educating, you know, he sound like you self-taught yourself, Marcus, for a little bit, right? Sound like you went and got it. They weren't giving it to you. You went and got it, if I heard you correct. So you had the book.
That's correct. I never took a course to become certified. I bought the books and I learned on my own to become certified.
Yeah. So I mean, like it's, dude, you have to know that. Again, sterile processing, they want those instruments back as soon as they're in there. So you're in a time crunch time, trying to give somebody the time to learn, but you're in a time crunch. So you don't want to fire hose them, but what else can you do if they're already in the department? If they're not in the department and you have a little more time. All right, I'm done. I feel like my point is, I feel like,
I like it, Cheryl.
yeah, that's
Shannon,
why I think,
I'm sorry. I
no,
like it,
that's
Sharon.
right. I,
Everything you finished, you speaking the truth. I mean, we got to start talking the truth to everybody because if we don't, we gonna continue down the same road in sterile processing. Um, I think the people are starting to get more wiser, but what I don't think is with that wiseness, they're doing something with it. Um, we know the travelers, and then we got staff that some places they work there for 20 years, and all they have is a house to pay off. But what legacy did we leave? What do we do? And we go when we educating this staff, that's what we should be speaking into everybody, the life, right? And I don't think that happens quite often. I think it happens to good people, but not to everybody, if that makes sense. And I want to say I'm not speaking for my company either. I'm speaking from me, and this is who I am. And everyone that knows me know that I talk about a lot of these things constantly because I think everyone should hear it. And if the more you echo it, the more it spreads. But that's how I do things. But I think in education, nobody learns the same. I think the curriculum can be the same, but how you teach someone obviously has to be a little bit different than others because not everyone learn the same. Some learn hands-on, some learn just through reading, some learn through touch and feel and read. There's so many ways. I always have ran into this through all my years, but I ran into it recently as well. And the person that was precepting, it took maybe 5 or 6 people, but everyone has a different type of teaching style, right? So when that happens, you don't know until you find the right fit for that person to learn. But as we go through life, it happens the same way. Who's gonna mentor you? Who's gonna talk to you about things that you need to talk to? And it can't always be family. It just can't because family have a different outlook than friends and everyone else. And we hope that everyone has our same intent or the same intent to help us. But learning is different for everybody. And I've definitely, I don't know what's going on since COVID. Everything has changed a lot with mental health, um, just the way we think, how we do things. And I mean, the practicing that I've used, all that now don't always mean something because we know better, but we try to do it better, right? So that's all I have to say about that. But yeah, Sharon's absolutely right. We need education, 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 along with communication. I'm done.
Denard, you're muted. Hey, Danny.
Sorry, guys.
How's it going?
Sorry, guys. I meant to do that. I wanted to see who would let me know that I'm muted. That's what I wanted to see. And Sharon, you won. You won the
Danny.
prize. Okay.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Danny's coming on. So,
Yeah,
Danny, you're educated too, and Mr. Farmer is an educator, so maybe you guys could connect a little bit. And Densley has all the knowledge in the world, so you know, um, link up. So I'll pose that question to you, Danny, since you're listening for so long. what do you think the best way to educate right now in the sterile processing field? Since you in your new role now, what do you think is the best way, or what's your approach right now?
Right now it's actually hands-on because we're doing a thing where they're getting their education like a clinical, and then you also have the workbook, and you're studying both. But obviously, you study the book, you don't really know what goes on in the department, the processes. You have an idea what some of the terms might be, but actually going through the process, repeating it. I've been trying to do where I have the students, they'll just do the same trays, maybe like 3 different ones, and you have one of them who wants to try every single tray, and I'm like, just focus on these trays for right now. I think she was trying to just eager to learn everything, but she kind of got it where it's like, oh, I had to explain every tray, and he wants me to kind of figure out these trays so that I don't have to be there for it. Like, I can trust you enough to do the trays, still QA it, but I don't have to actually look through everything because I know that you know that tray. So when I'm not there, you can come in, knock that out. If you go to decon, you kind of have an idea of what's supposed to be in there without looking at the count sheet. So just like repetition, following that process, not starting them out in decon, starting them out where they can actually see the instruments, get used to it. And then once they do that, then go to decon and then learn some of the more complicated things. Like, I feel like STEAM and STERED are a little bit more complicated just because of the process. So work with them through that. They have me as like their first guide through the process, and then I'll try and have like a preceptor or somebody to like shadow. It's been going good so far. At the beginning, I kind of separated them completely. At this hospital, they let me run out of the conference room. I didn't know that. I don't think they should have let me do that because now I just move them all to the conference room, bring some trays over so they're isolated. They're not in anybody's way. They can study as long as they want. And then once I feel like they're a little bit more confident, I bring them into the department. I meant confident, not competent.
Okay. Yeah, I see you have a plan. All right. So how long have you been there? How long has your plan been?
Since August. It's kind of like my test run because I have 3 students right now, and then we're gonna get up to 8 in November. So I get to test it with a limited number, and then we're just running with it.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Anybody want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I wanted to just make a quick comment. One thing you said is you didn't start them in decom first. I recently changed my orientation program to starting people into decom first, just because I'm just starting to see that that's a real make or break for a lot of people. So I figure instead of wasting your time and mine, let me start you in decom first to see if you could, take that part, because I feel like again, that's just a make or break for some people. I've trained some people for 3 weeks and then they quit when they get to decon. So I just that decon for some people. I think sometimes you could judge just off a person, your first impression from a person, whether they could take it in decon or not. And then some people, I think they need to be tested in there first just to see if they can handle it. Because if you can't do that part of the job, then no point really in trying to do the rest. Not that certain facilities you don't have to rotate and do other areas, but if you're gonna be a complete tech, you got to do decon.
All right, I can see that. Trial by fire.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Densley, you're muted.
Densley, you saying something? Oh, you're still muted. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Yeah, he
Densley.
was talking, but he was muted.
Densley, what's up?
Yes, you muted me. Okay.
No, I mean, I wasn't sure who the feedback was coming from, so I just muted everybody.
I do have a question. I am hearing from let me just make sure. Danny, how you pronounce that? Danny. Yeah, Danny. What? And also Marcus. I'm hearing from both. Are we referring to individual? I just want to really get the gist of the people that you're addressing. You're referring to individuals who are freshly coming with no experience, correct?
Yes.
Or are you referring, because what I addressed earlier on was individuals who already are in the department. So we're looking for individuals who are fresh coming in for the sterile processing program for the first time. Am I correct?
Yeah. Like they have some book
Okay.
knowledge, but nothing in the department.
But okay, I see. Yeah. Well, the approach that you mentioned, yes, that would be typical for individuals who don't have any experience. But I was looking at it from individuals who are actually, just to follow on the question, you say you have some good people and you actually want to make sure that they're educated. So I was kind of in that area for a while. But, yeah, the approach can be different when it comes to new people. But I guess before you even touch on the practical aspect of it, I think they really have to understand the didactic portion of it, because with no knowledge of it, you go there and you see things and you're trying to give them hands-on, but with no prior knowledge of what they're actually getting into, I can see where we run into some problems. So, yeah, Deacon time, I tend to agree with Marcus. Deacon time is a good area to start. And what I usually do is after they have done the didactic aspect of it, where they understand Deacon time, when they do understand, bioburden and understand the difference, PPE and all of that stuff, I think it's a good start to have them, throw them in there in Deacon time, and let them really have the experience there first. I tend to agree with you what you say, Marcus. That's where they're gonna really, you're gonna make or break them there. All right, that's it. That's all I was saying.
I think it's interesting to hear that you're doing it that way, Danny, and I think it'll be even more interesting to see how it goes, because I think it is different from what people traditionally do. So maybe Denard can have you on the show later in the year to do a session on how to educate differently and see how it went.
Agree. Yep. And I'm not disagreeing with the way you do it, Danny, but I'm just telling you, the different approach, we have to really look at the different approaches that we take and see how it works best for us.
Yeah. So I've done the whole, I've been the one that was in decontam and trying to see if I can make it through and stuff. I'm not really trying to break the students though. I do want them to get their 400 hours. And I get that with newer employees, kind of see where they can go. But I honestly, I don't trust them enough to just be in decontam by themselves. I don't feel like the staff deserves to have a bunch of bloody trays coming through because they don't know how to check box locks and stuff. So I want them to actually kind of learn the instruments first. It's fine if you have time to shadow them the whole time, but most of the time I'm there for a little bit to show them the tray. Then I have to go do something. There's a meeting, so I can't watch them the whole time. So I really don't trust them in there. And then we have employees that get injured in decontam already. I'm I don't need a student to have that same issue. But I do see why you would put somebody in there.
Yeah. And just to add to that, in our deacon time, we have a lead personnel that is assigned to deacon time, and they're not really participating in everything that's going on. Their job is to have the oversight of everything and making sure that no steps are skipped. So in the deacon time, where I am in the deacon time area, I actually ask for a lead person in that area, and that lead person, their responsibility is to make sure that they're percepting individuals who come in and making sure that all the steps are being followed and so on. So, I know not everyone have that privilege, but that's where I actually make an exception, because I know that there's a leader. I definitely put them in there first.
My eyes bother me. No, that does make sense if you have somebody in leadership in decontam.
So I actually agree with the starting in on the clean side process for new employees. I think that gives them a um, better environment to learn under. If you're in
Okay.
decontam, you're fully gowned up, from head to toe. That's an environment where if you don't know anything, you're just trying to fight your way through because your vision is impaired, you're uncomfortable, and that's the first impression you're getting of, hey, this is how I learn. So I can understand why some people get turned off. You want to be in a comfortable learning environment to actually retain the basics. So if you don't have the basics yet and you get thrown in, like, hey, I'm trying to learn the basics and I'm already at a disadvantage and I'm trying to do these hours or keep this job. How am I going to do that if you just throwing me or you showing me you don't, really understand how I learn, or put me in the best position to learn at least a little bit before I get thrown, into dick and tam or a place where it's really uncomfortable. So some people are okay with based on experience or based on their life, they're okay with uncomfortable situations. But some people come from industries where they're not doing that much physical work, and if you put them in that setting, they're gonna be flustered and they're gonna want to leave if they think that's the basis of what they're going to be doing for the employment. So I can understand why people end up leaving. But if you put them in a comfortable position and train them and teach them exactly why they're doing what they're doing and what the instruments are and what the circumstance is going to be when they get to that point and what they have to do to get the instruments to the prep and pack side. I think when they get there, they'll have a little understanding of, okay, this is, I know the end result, so this is what I'm trying to get to, versus I'm just in there with a low temperature environment that's not totally regulated in terms of temperature. Most decantams aren't. Or I have this uncomfortable. I have shoe covers on. I have a gown on. I have this face cover on. I'm trying to breathe and learn and be over this hot sink at the same time, and I don't know what I'm looking at. So I can understand why the prep and pack side might be the best side for newcomers training. Now, if you have experience and you still can't do decon, well, that's a whole other situation. So, but for new people coming in, I think the prep and pack side might be the best side to start.
I'll throw my 2 cents. I used to do the decon starting out when I would train for education, but now I do the prep and pack side because I feel like if the new staff coming in or the new generation coming in, if they can put it together, they can take it apart. So if they get to see it apart first, and then when they go in a decon, when they see that they're in the instrument, hopefully it'll trigger something in their mind to say, "Oh, it doesn't look like that. It's supposed to look like this," and they would, take it apart. And then some people are not built like that, but some people do like to go to decon and they do like to I mean that's just how they start out and they're good. I was part of the old generation where we started out in decon, then once decon is done, then we move on to the clean side. But it's also a reverse situation. I knew how I took it apart, so when I got on the other side, I knew how to put it together. So I mean it has its pros and cons. So I agree with both sides. But nowadays I honestly do start the new staff or the students on the clean side, just because of everyone's really sensitive now, and just the way it is right now. So if you can teach them, keep them clean for a little bit before you put them in decon, um, they won't be reluctant to go into decon. They'll be more happy, but they'll understand. And then it's just speed after we learned what we're supposed to do, right? So.
Can I
Anybody
just
want to
say
go?
now over here? I'm
Yeah.
laughing because this is human behavior. This is human behavior 101. If you are in a time strapped, resource strapped department, you're not part of a health system with a right budget, you do not You like, listen, I don't have time. I need to know within the first 5 days. Old school, is you in or is you ain't? You know, my baby. And so that's why a lot of people, but we are in this clashing of workplace expectations and everything. And then it's like, no, let's put them over here because they're not going to be comfortable there, which is truly about the employee empathy, understand how to do these instruments. But if you put them in decontam, you know, they may be submerging something, cost them money. But and I'm just laughing because it's human behavior. When they're in decon first, they may be learning a process, but also you almost going to see kind of a first glimpse of the worker that you have, because you know it's going to be tough. You know it's going to be tough in that department. You know it's going to be a whole bunch of carts down there at a certain time. You know, like, you know what you need. And then Danny is like, no, I want to educate them. I want to educate them. And it's just funny. I'm sorry. It's funny because they're different drivers at work. I'm telling you, education is huge, man. I think all people who are educating, though, I do want to say this, even if you don't go to a university or you have money, do a lane-specific study on YouTube for adult learners. So that's bullet in your weapon. That's ammunition. Do just something about adult learners, and it can only empower your education program.
And let me chime in on that for 1 second. I think one of the main reasons unconsciously that we're putting people in decon first is that we know we have a backup plan if they make a mistake. So if that person ends up washing or leaving some bioburden on the instrument, okay, it goes through the wash, it comes out, somebody still has to inspect it. So there's kind of a little buffer in between cleaning and sterilization or the OR, so we could catch that stuff. But if you set somebody on the clean side, there's no buffer. If you put them in there and you have nobody precepting, everything just goes straight up. So we kind of like put them there. Hey, yo, make many mistakes you want. We'll catch it when it comes out for the washer. We know how good you are. So if people start complaining, instruments not open, it's like, hey, you can't open your instruments. If we say we getting bioburden, we'll say, hey, you're getting bioburden. But if we put them on the clean side, no precepting whatsoever, and they send stuff, no integrators, bioburden, unclean instruments to the OR, there is no in between if you're not QAing those trays. So I think decontam is the safest side in terms of, hey, I might know if you could do the work under pressure, but it's also safer in terms of, hey, we can double check your stuff when it comes out. So
yeah, I might have made some enemies with the whole precepting thing, because I've been QAing all the trays. Like on SPM, they have a student profile, so you can't really sterilize any of those trays unless it's signed by either myself or a coordinator. But I was making sure, I was like, if you're gonna QA it, it's not just a QA, it's gonna be your name on it. So if there's any bioburden, it comes back to you, not the student. So it's like, I can't just look at it and say it's good. Like, you're putting your name on it, so it comes back, you're getting the write up. I would get the write up if I send something up there and it's bioburden. So that's how I was trying to make it. But that is time consuming too. So I gotta watch my overtime.
What you could do then is just create a rack. If those instruments are not priority, create a rack so that when you come in, you could just QA. They could just put everything on the rack. So when you come in, you could QA if those trays aren't priority trays. That might save you some time.
A little bit, but we have like this really ambitious student, so she'll finish off the general ones and keep going. And I'm like, oh god, I haven't even done this tray yet.
You see, you created a monster now. So now you know when your niche is knocked out. If you'll hire that person, then you know where to put them.
Yeah.
So I mean, in my opinion, anybody could do decon, and the reason why I think that because you always have that last check. Now, if somebody doing 50 trays and 10 of them they're missing integrators, now you have a serious problem. Now, if somebody's in decon, they're making mistakes in every tray, you have the chance of catching it. Because you have competent people. You usually put your most competent people on the clean side. The people that really don't care, you put them in decon. They fast, but they're not good. You put them in decon because you can always catch their mistakes. So that's a mindset we sometimes have in sterile processing. You don't want the people that don't care doing your trays. So the people that care the most about the quality, you have them on the clean side or the prep and pack side. The people that you know they make mistakes, you try and get them in decon because we could catch those mistakes when they come out. So
as long as they're not handling scopes.
That's all.
I tend, I tend to disagree. I believe if you're really gonna have them in decontamination because they're not that good, that's where we're talking about education. I believe then we should invest some time, some training to make sure that they are not being pushed into an area because they're not really performing the way they should perform. That's where we need to help them. That's where we find some coachable moment to train them, to get them up to the standard of everyone else, because they're going to feel as if they're being left behind. And as a means of punishment, you're keeping them in decontam. So you got to be careful with that. That's my opinion. I believe that's where you work one-on-one with them. Sometimes the peers are the best teachers. You have somebody who probably you can pair them up with. And, as I said, they're intimidated sometimes by terminology. Certain things that you really teach them, in the guideline that we really use, like AMA guideline. If it is not broken down and, bring it to their level, they're going to be dodging it. I think you really have some problem. What about the day when your best people call out? Who are you going to put over there? Or they're sick or
SOL, brother. You SOL. But there are some people that, like, you can't coach up, you can't get them out. They're just like the tattoo you had that you don't like anymore, and you just can't take it off. So you thought it was a good idea at the time. You did it. You looked at it for a couple.
And that's where you invest. Yeah, how I deal with that, Denard. Here was how I deal with that.
Okay.
I look at the individual. I look at the individual, because in every individual, that one that you see don't want to do it, you find some good in them, something that they're good at. And what I did, there was a particular individual I had, and that individual usually make some terrible mistakes. And I found out that when I look at everything, I actually put that individual in different places. And what I found out, that individual is great at pulling cases. That person was on the other side, and there's certain things you try with them, but then when you find something that they're good at, and you give them an opportunity to really go in that area and develop what they do, they will gradually, when they see that good portion that is coming out of them, then they'll gradually put more attention, especially if accolades are coming. They're coming their way. I see they want to really learn the other aspect of the department. And I find that to be really helpful.
So 1 second, guys. And I agree with your point. There are a couple challenges with that, but I just gotta say one thing about my sponsor, Censis Technologies, the first company to engineer an asset management system that tracks down to the instrument and patient levels. As the industry leader in surgical instrument tracking, their suite of SPD tools brings clarity and chaos and brings clarity to the chaos, empowering sterile processing perioperative leaders and to prioritize patient care. So if you want to know more about Censis, guys, please go to censis.com, CENSIS, and that's a new tracking system. They have new features on their tracking system. Please check them out, and I've used it myself, and it's a great product. So guys, censis.com, CENSIS.com. So let's get back to our regular schedule program, guys. Thank you for holding on. And one more thing. I just want to do one more thing. basically everybody is watching now is watching on YouTube. So guys, please hit that like button and subscribe, leave a comment, and also hit that notification bell. You could use your pinky finger. Make sure you hit that bell so that you'll be notified every time we have new content coming out. All right, let's get back. So Densley. So yeah, I agree with you. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you because I'm right and you're wrong.
No.
But I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm just
we're
kidding.
not going back.
So yeah, there are always challenges involved.
Sure.
Especially when you can't predict the outcome sometimes because everybody's different. You may try a couple different avenues to educate, and then they might fail. But definitely, you want to find the strong points in every person you're trying to train, and their method of learning might be different from others, and sometimes some things they might not pick up because that's just the kind of type of person that the type of person just doesn't want to retain that or can't retain that certain information. So no matter how many times you put them in that area or how much education and one-on-ones you give them, sometimes some people just can't pick up certain things or retain certain things. That's what I see sometimes, or they're just not interested in picking it up. So that person might be a good person, a good worker in certain areas, but one certain place, the productivity is gonna go down once they're in that area.
And I will have to put some people in decon first once we start getting like more people, because I'm not gonna have to go through 8 different people doing trays. I just can't keep up with that. It'd be too productive. I need to spread it out so I don't have to QA all those trays.
I know we haven't mentioned this. I know we haven't mentioned this because again, maybe we're not calling any particular name, brand name or so on, but what plays a really good role in the education process? Vendors, believe it or not. You can rely on vendors to help you with education.
True.
When it comes to providing educational materials and even working with staff, I know, I'm not calling out a particular vendor, but many of the time vendors come to the rescue. Some of them, they want to teach, they want to help. And, they know, especially if you're talking about instruments that they provide, without calling any name, sometimes they're good at educating staff, and you got to really give them an opportunity. They want to do it. And I see where we have benefited from vendors.
Yeah, and especially Mr. Marcus.
I just wanted to comment on what Densley said, and just to backtrack a little bit on what we talked about earlier with education in decon. So first off, you definitely could use vendors. There's a couple of different vendors that I use to come in and do in-services for our staff. One thing that I do is I monitor our bioburdens incidents for the month, and I try to figure out patterns in things we're having issues with, and I'll try to bring in a vendor that can help us with those issues. Or even if it's just I haven't learned to do text, I haven't cleaned scopes before, I'll bring in a vendor that can teach us how to do scopes, just so they're hearing it from someone who's more expert on that particular subject. Another thing too is with educating people in decon or any other area, what I try to do as an educator is be side by side with them for at least that first 3 weeks, so that they know what the expectation is. So I'm not just throwing you into decon and I'm just like a drill sergeant, and I want you to see if you could survive in the harshest areas, whatever. I want you to know what the expectation is, know what it's going to be like on the other side. I let them know that this is the hardest part. Once you get through this, then you might be all right. But I also, in my department, what I try to do to give myself that luxury of being able to spend that time with my techs is I'll try to put my best people in other areas, so that way I don't have to pay attention to those areas while I'm training a new person in a certain area. And then as I loosen up the reins a little bit on them, I'll have them work side by side with some of my better techs, so they can pick up things from them and not just me. So they learn different ways of how to do things. But I think is not just teaching somebody something as the educator, but also relying on your staff that can also teach something or can also hold down a certain area where you don't focus on them. That way, you as the educator can focus more on that new person and giving them the correct education.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying, brother. I agree with what you're saying. You have a plan that definitely works, and I'm not saying the prep and pack side is the only place or the Deacon Time is the only place. So there we have options because it's a huge department, and some people might even think none of those are the correct place. And there's another area where, based on the staffing, based on how difficult their processes are, that might be better for newcomers to start. But let me segue into getting some of our guests on here. We have Mrs. Kavanaugh is back, round 2. And then we have Mr. Who's this guy? I don't know who's it. Mr. Tony Bandon, the president-elect of HSPA. And I just before they introduce themselves, I want to say goodbye to Miss Jill Holsworth. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate your support and thank you for your time.
Bye, Jill.
Jill.
Bye, everybody. Happy sterile processing week.
Bye.
Thanks for having me.
All
Hey, Vanessa. Hey, Tony.
You're welcome.
All right.
Bye.
Hi, bye.
And I'll also like to say, Ms. Combs, thank you so much for coming on. I know your situation. I feel for you. I'm in that same situation too.
Oh man.
So thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate your support, and I'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate the process. I appreciate this marathon. Tony, seems like I just saw you yesterday.
All right. You did.
Thank you all for what you do in the education, and please don't grow weary in it because we need what everybody has to offer. Period.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. All right. So who's this guy here on my right? Tony Bandon. Can you introduce yourself, sir?
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Bandon. I am the HSPA president-elect. First and foremost, though, I am the manager for sterile processing or central sterile at 𝑺𝙥𝒐𝒣𝒔 St. John's Hospital in Springfield, Illinois. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, hey, Mr. Tony. That's the urinator, my friend.
I just got in from Indy doing their conference on yesterday. So I drove home and fell asleep. So I'm just waking up. So.
Oh, you just because you were supposed to be on earlier, but never mind that. You're on now, man. Your family. It's okay. It's okay. We give you a couple late opportunities. So we won't ding you on that one. So we're getting into education, and I know your original topic was on taking control of your situation, but we'll just go into general topics about the industry and sterile processing professionals as a celebrating Sterile Processing Week. And guys, let's go into Miss Kavanaugh. You don't work in the sterile processing department, right?
Not anymore. I like Adam said earlier, I went to the dark side, and I'm technically now a vendor, but I'm still in the sterile processing industry because I just love it and I still wanted to be a part of it. So now I work for Censis. I've been there for 4 whole months.
Yeah. So I just want to get into I'll start with Mr. Bandon. What's going on in your neck of the woods in terms of Sterile Processing Week? And are you getting support from your facility? Because that's an earlier topic I had. Persons not getting support from their facilities, and what's the expectation from the team at this point? when they know the help isn't coming, the big celebration isn't coming for SPD week.
So for our team, what we did during the month of September, the process had a really awesome article about putting together a marketing plan. So what we changed, we took that article and transformed it into a project for my SPD team. And so each shift had a part or had a portion. What we created was a communication plan. And we are actually going to roll that out next week. Well, I mean, this week, actually, for our organization. What that included was a mission statement for our department, a vision statement for our department. We also identified all of our internal customers and the value that they provide for us. And then we also did that with our vendors. And then my second shift had the vendor portion. They went a step further and they asked vendors for testimonials. And so then the midnight staff that was doing the internal customers, they went a step further and said, well, we're going to ask the internal customers for testimonials. And so we've put together this document of value, so to speak, of SPD, of our sterile processing department. And we are going to roll that out. We're going to post it. We're going to send it out to all the leaders throughout our organization. We're going to ask them to post it in their specific areas. And then also on Wednesday, I'm pulling my grill into the pavilion area, and I'm doing a case of ribs and some burgers for my staff and whoever else want to come out. So I'm gonna in essence do it like a little tailgate in the middle of the pavilion to celebrate sterile processing week.
And I'm coming down too. I'm not coming to help. I'm coming to help eat.
Yeah.
Don't get messed up. Oh, then help me carry it. No. I'm carrying some burgers. Okay. I'm just kidding. So that sounds like good, man. I know we used to do that back in the day, but back in the day, Sterile Processing used to do so much good stuff back in the day. Now it's kind of streamlined, or it's kind of cut down to a couple of basic things. But it's nice to see your department still doing the cookouts and stuff like that. My department did that way back when, but it's nice to see managers like you still going out the way and doing stuff like that.
Yes. That's
good.
good.
So guys, what are you doing? I know Danny's doing something big. So what's going on in your neck of the woods? I caught you off guard with that one, huh? Hey, Danny, you on mute. Danny,
I didn't know you were asking me because you said Danny is doing something big. So I was like, maybe he's asking other people.
What you doing exactly?
Yeah, so we
might be watching.
We rented out a conference room to kind of start off CPD week. Basically, gonna have like different games and stuff, Jeopardy, a lot of raffles, going to some weird guys Top Golf event. So things like that. It's in Philly. You might know, he has like dreads and stuff. But anyway, and then like I want to do a thing where it's like pin the tail on a donkey, but it's a robotic arm on like a robotic machine. It's just a picture of it. I have they also let me use the printers at the hospital where you can print up to 36 by 24. So I'm just like printing out posters. I don't know who's going to clean up that conference room, but it's going to be nice.
It's nice.
And then the rest of the week is food.
I'm coming up there for some food. All right. So, save me a piece. Like I'm just going to every SPD department in the area. Like, hey guys, what you get? Can I take some photos with you? And that's it. So, Mr. Farmer, what's going on in your neck of the woods?
So we got something planned for just about every day of the week. We have a few vendors going to bring us in some food just about every day of the week, and then we have some games doing the wrap off. See who can wrap. We're gonna find something the most awkwardest thing to wrap, probably a DeMayo or a triangle. See who can wrap is in the knee. Games we'll be doing. We got a inside game too for have them inspect the set, see what they can find in a set that we purposely set up to have a bunch of different errors. But yeah, just try to do every week, keep them engaged.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Good idea. All right. So is the operating room slowing down when you're playing these games?
That's a quick way to lose organizational support.
We're about to play some games in some point. Can y'all just cut some cases off, answer some cases today, please? And we'll start back tomorrow, right? That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Now, Mr. Ofui, what's your facility doing?
Well, we got some vendors breaking food. I really wanted to do some sweaters or shirts this year, but I couldn't. I actually just got to this organization, so I'm learning the ins and outs on what to do. But I mustered up some vendors bringing food every day, and then the place I'm at, they're gonna be giving food away too to them. We got some food vouchers for the week as well for the cafeteria. I mean, I just got here, so it's kind of different, you know. But I love the organization I'm working for, but it's just kind of different. I haven't found the ins and outs yet. So, but I managed to muster up that stuff. So just to show them I appreciate them. Everyone don't know each other yet, so I'm gonna use it as some bonding time with the staff too. Um, but yeah, that's what I got.
And Mr. Densley, I see you.
Yeah.
Are you leaving us? I know.
Yes, but I'll just let you know. As far as as far as we're concerned, guess what? Jacob will be coming in the house this week.
Oh,
yes,
dang.
we're expecting them either Monday or Tuesday. So our celebration, what we usually do, we actually compact it to the break room.
Wow.
Tell them to bring you guys a cake while they're at it.
Yeah.
They have to bring treats, so you don't let them in.
Exactly. So what we have done is there are vendors who volunteer to either do breakfast or lunch. So we actually planned the week out, where we're gonna be having, we can't go out do the extra stuff that we usually do, but yes, definitely we'll decorate our break room, and when the vendors bring the food in, we'll definitely do that. We have other little tokens that we have purchased for the staff and all of that stuff. We'll be able to do that, but then again, we can't enjoy it the way we want it to. We have to be looking at Jacob.
Right,
that's
right.
all
Just
right.
get those snacks out the drawers and
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready for them, because it's something we do on a daily basis. So if you really prepare on a daily basis, you don't have to worry when they come.
all right, cool.
Just keep doing what you do.
All
And
right, brother.
on that note, also I will be saying goodbye.
Thank you so much, brother, for coming on. Really appreciate your support, and thank you for sharing
Not a
your
problem.
knowledge.
Not a problem.
All right. And Mr. Ofui, you're leaving too?
Yeah. But I do want to say this. Everybody in the sterile processing world, this is not the end. You guys keep on building, keep on pushing. Um, I'm always gonna tell you guys, I am a product of that to keep on pushing, and hopefully, a lot of the things that I do is showing to where it inspirates somebody. So, I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you, D, for inviting me. Thank you to all the sponsors and everybody else. Nice to meet you, President-elect, finally.
Yes.
Everybody, Danny, all you guys, Marcus, uh, everybody. If I haven't talked to you yet, I'm sure I will, because I'm always reaching out for something. Uh, but I'm in a total different time change now, so I'm here in California. So everything is kind of weird and wacky right now. So I just want to say thank you to everybody and thanks for everyone that's been watching. I've been watching all day. And I like everybody and what they have had to say so far. So
Thank you,
thanks,
brother.
guys.
Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Appreciate the
All
support.
right, sir.
Thank you.
See you in Vegas, man.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm excited about that one. Yeah, I will be there. So I'm still
All
there. I'm
right.
constantly on. So thanks, guys.
My
Thank
hometown.
you.
Yeah, I remember you in
Oh, well,
Vegas
we
last
gotta
time.
see each
Don't
other.
act like you act the last time. All right, last year. Don't do
What?
that. Don't
All
do that.
right.
No, 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 no. We dressing appropriately this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr.
Thanks again,
Farmer,
Bernard.
you're welcome, brother. You're welcome. So, Mr. Farmer, you
Thanks
leaving us
again.
too?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Thank you so
take
much
off.
for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Appreciate your
appreciate that.
time.
Mr.
Appreciate
Nice.
the
Farmer,
opportunity.
nice to meet you, sir.
Yes, sir. Hopefully we could do this again.
Yes, I'll definitely invite you on next year and stay connected and trying to make it to the HSPA conference next year, brother.
Yeah, I want to try to get to more conferences and stuff in the next upcoming year or so. So hopefully I see a lot of you around.
Yeah, you're the educator, man. Get that time before anybody else get it. All right, take it easy, brother.
Hey, Denard, have you seen these?
No. What's that?
So
You made
these
that?
Sharice Brown.
Oh,
I
Sharice stuff.
yeah.
Okay. She was
So
on the show earlier.
I purchased these for my staff. Blinged out
Oh,
badge,
nice.
badge.
That's
Nice.
cool.
I
With
like
the
that.
names
Let
on
me
it,
put
and
you on
they
the
say
big
sterile
screen.
processing. And so yeah, I got different ones for all of my staff members. So it'll be a nice little surprise for them.
Nice. Let me see. That doesn't work here. Oh no, that doesn't work here. Oh well. Yeah, I'll just try and change the screen resolution so that you'll be on the big screen. But anyway, I like that. She was on the show and she promoted her stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. And that's why it's good. I'm keep telling people get on LinkedIn. Because LinkedIn, if you want to make connections, get on LinkedIn because that's the best place to be. Because I met Mr. Farmer on LinkedIn. He commented on a couple posts. He likes a couple posts, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, let me invite him to the show. A couple of people here. I think I had maybe at least maybe 10 new people, 5 to 10 new people on the show this year. So and all the majority of them I met them on LinkedIn. So guys, if you're watching this in the future tonight or to or any other time, please just get your LinkedIn profile up, organize it, put your real name on there, and what you do. So, so and that's my I'm not getting paid for this, so shout outs to LinkedIn. You know I am. So guys, let's get back on topic. So it's late. It's been 11 hours I've been at this. And we will almost have 1 more hour left. But let me get into this. My sponsor, Censis, CensiTrack. CensiTrack is the leading cloud-based surgical instrument and asset management system from Censis Technologies that tracks down to the instrument, procedure, and patient level. This comprehensive solution provides unparalleled visibility into the entire preoperative loop, designed to help you stay ahead of your facility's changing needs in the complex healthcare environment. CensiTrack makes surgical asset management easier and more efficient so your entire preoperative team can be more successful while keeping patient safety at the forefront. Guys, if you want to know about CensiTrack, please reach out to them on censis.com, censis.com. A wonderful tracking system that helps you track your instrumentation and provides you with good reports also. So check them out, censis.com. So let's get back to the show, guys. Hey. We're back. All right. And then one more little thing I just want to bring up. So, guys, please like and subscribe, and don't forget to hit that notification bell. That's why so many people are not on YouTube right now. They didn't subscribe and they didn't hit the notification bell, so they didn't know the show was coming on YouTube, because LinkedIn only allows you to do 4 hours live, and Facebook only allows you to do 8 hours live. So YouTube is the only place you could get the full 12 hours, guys. So like and subscribe. Y'all think I was telling y'all that just to be funny? Like and subscribe, guys. You're missing out. Some people missing out on the whole like LinkedIn missed out on 8 hours. Facebook is missing out on 4 hours. The only place you could get it is on YouTube, guys. Help me help you. You know? so so guys, let's get back. So it's late, guys. So we'll just open the topic to see what you guys want to talk about, what you guys interested in. Mr. Bandon, I know you have a lot going on, and I know you're passionate about the field. So, what do you have to say to those cell processing professionals out there who can't celebrate how a lot of us are celebrating right now? They don't have the funding, they don't have the backing, and they're just trying to piecemeal, do a little potluck, a little something by themselves. So, what do you have to say to those people who are really trying hard to get some recognition in the field for what they do, or maybe a little time, a little extra 15 minutes on their lunch during the week or something?
Yeah. First of all, I mean, one of the things that we're a resilient bunch. So, just a shout out to Danny O, because when I was driving home earlier, man, Danny O was on and he's still on. So, that speaks to our resilience.
And I'll say one thing. Danny was the first one. We did this 2 years ago. Danny was on there, and now he's on here live. So that's to show you, you could become from a viewer to an actual co-host on the show. So Danny came a long way.
But no, really, one of the things that we have to do, and that's available for us, if you don't know it, is reach out to your vendor partners. Your vendors are a great resource. Throughout the week, we call on our vendors to provide for us, lunch or breakfast or even dinner throughout the week. And so, primarily, most of our vendors are prepared to do education and bring in a meal, especially during sterile processing week. So if you haven't tapped into that source, remember always tap into that source and do it do it early, especially if they haven't provided for your facility in the past. Hit them up around. We start at least a month and a half to 2 months early, because they now with limited dollars, you want to make sure that you're on the list. And so a lot of them now, they have that stipulation of they have to provide the education in order to provide some type of meal or something like that. And so, but they're very willing to do it, and so you can utilize that. And then as well, I mean, with the big water quality standard coming out, hey man, we have formed at our hospital a relationship with facilities, and what I have found is that facilities is in the same boat like us. They're overworked, underappreciated, and they feel the same way. Hey, and so we do a lot of stuff with facilities and say, hey guys, let's join in, and so we do stuff for them during their week, and then like they do stuff for us during our week. So I think one of the days they're providing us with cookies and donuts and stuff like that. And so I mean, you got to be creative. We don't really have any limits. I think that's the we don't have to be traditional. I think that we a lot of times put limits on ourselves as to how creative we can actually be, and the things that we can do during the course of this week. But for what, man? What the sky is the limit. Do whatever you think necessary. I mean, hey, you guys can go bowling. I mean, there's an endless amount of things that you can possibly do during Sterile Processing Week to just celebrate ourselves. And so, I think that that's something that I'm really promoting and going around is that, hey, we need to pat our own selves on the back, wag our own tails, and stop waiting for somebody else to validate what we can do for ourselves. So
I agree, 100%. So, but so a lot of departments are beaten down by not being recognized throughout the system or the facility, and then it's like, hey, why are we spending money on ourselves? We barely make enough to pay our bills.
right.
So if they were kind of depending on that little extra allowance from the facility to say, hey, here's a thumb drive, or here's a power pack that only charges your phone 30%. Here's
no, no, and most you know what? Since you said that, Denard,
uh,
a lot of hospitals also have foundations, and those
mm,
foundations and those marketing departments have all kinds of giveaways and stuff that they utilize throughout the year that promote, the hospital. And so, I mean, if they don't have dollars to do some of the things that we want, then hey, what free stuff do you have? Because you're going to all of these events and you're having booths representing around the city and in the area. You're giving away stuff, so hey, we'll take that. And so again, it's just more or less, tapping into the resources, those untapped resources that are available. Every hospital got a foundation.
Miss Kavanaugh, what is census? What opportunities the census have that cell processing professionals or departments could take advantage of in terms of CEs, education, etc. That they don't know, that's not broadcasted on a daily basis, or that might not reach the average tech. What's out there for them?
So I don't think a lot of people know that we also have CE videos on our website. Hi, Lila. And there's CE articles. I know Beyond Clean, let's be real, they're like number one with where you go for your free CEs. But we've got a couple too as far as that. And I know, like, I personally, as a representative of Censis, I'm not doing a thing for SPS week, but I am going to buy my old department a cake and have it sent to them, just from me to them, because I miss them. But yeah, no, I'm now on the marketing team for Censis, which is a whole new animal that I am learning. And I've already got ideas for next year where I'm going to lovingly force people to be as involved as possible during SPS week. I'm still getting my feet wet, so but I have ideas. I have a lot of ideas for next year. So, because it's a very important week. It really is. And I have a friend who's a department of one. She doesn't have, it's literally her in her facility. So she's going to get some free meals this week too.
Wow. Department of one.
Mm-hmm.
They still have those?
Where she's at. Yeah. No, I didn't realize that until about 2 weeks ago. She's like, yeah, no, it's only me. I'm like, how do you do it all? Blows my mind.
So since we're on census, let me say one thing about census. Census AI is the next generation interactive platform from Censis Technologies that leverages the power of AI and actionable intelligence to help organize increased sterile processing throughput, increase case volumes without hiring more FTEs, and reduce overtime and burnout among current staff. No more hours and days spent exporting reports. You know how those reports get tedious sometimes, manipulating data, um, manipulating data in spreadsheets. You know how you have to drag this make a formula to get this out of that and drag it and then send this to somebody else and make it into a bar graph and all that. No more of that. And other cumbersome tasks. Now you can visualize exactly what you need and see it in minutes from Censis and easily share the data with impactful, easy to read graphs. So if you want to know more about Censis, guys, Sensor Track, a wonderful tracking system, go to censis.com, censis.com. All right, back to our regular scheduled programming. All right, so Mr. Danny. So I know you guys are doing a lot up there in Jersey. I just want some input as to can you give some advice to other departments? How could they get to do something at the last minute? I know Anthony mentioned a couple of things, and I wrote some down too. The vendors is definitely a big part. But if you don't have any vendors, what about buying from other staff? How did you get your team to buy in? I saw the photo on LinkedIn, all y'all posing and happy. So how do you get the buy-in from other people?
Yeah, so to get the team to buy for other people, that's Amina. They really love her. So if you already have that relationship with your staff, that'll be easy. Last minute, just bring in some stuff like a potluck. If not, you said there's no vendors. You could use the hospital's resources, what they have, whatever extra budget they might have for certain events. If they allow you, like the hospital I'm at, to rent out rooms. I've been using their engineering department, which allows me to print out posters, print out a lot of things. I don't have anything set up, which would be a good idea, but Beyond Clean has plenty of free posters. So does HSPA. They have the template set up. So you can download those templates, kind of edit them. Also, if you have a Canvas or Canva account, you can edit things on there. It's really not like you have to have the most extravagant thing. It's just your staff wants to feel appreciated that you did something for them. Like, I remember when I was traveling overnight, department where I was at really didn't get included. They just got the leftovers and stuff. So I just went to Dunkin' Donuts and brought that in early. It was kind of fun because I got to like stiff arm some of second shift because it's like they had Chick-fil-A and everything. They're like, "Oh, you have donuts." I'm like, "Not for you." And it was fun because I wasn't part of management. I can say that if I wanted to, like, move out of my way. This is for night shift. Like, I'm not gonna get in trouble for that. So, just different things, some kind of appreciation. Really, night shift just wants some coffee and somebody to just show up and say hi. Um, they feel kind of left out. The rest of the shifts, since you're probably there, especially with management, just chip in a little bit and just get them something. Watch some videos of different people, some still MD videos, anything. And then there's the competitions. You can take a competition that y'all had previously done, like assembling the date guns. Rapping competitions, just anything in between. Make the huddle a little bit more interesting. Talk about something maybe personal that you're willing to share that can kind of like help bond you to your team. Hopefully, nothing incriminating, so they don't hold it against you. You know, things like that.
Okay, cool. So guys, Sterile Processing Week again, 2023. We're kicking it off with this. And also, I don't want to forget my sponsors for my networking event on the 14th, next on the Saturday, to culminate everything you're doing on Sterile Processing Week. So we're having an event at Top Golf in the Philadelphia area. And we'll have one CE presentation at the beginning of the event. Then we'll have 3 hours of golf and unlimited non-alcoholic drinks and a food buffet. So, guys, if you're in the Philadelphia area or anywhere close to it, please come out. It's going to be great. We're going to be mingling with our vendors, with managers, with our techs. A few students might be coming out too. So we're going to get the full spectrum of the whole sterile processing department and everybody involved in it. And I know Mr. Trey will be there, Danny will be there. I know a couple other people. Lila will be there also. There to support, and also my chapter, Mid Atlantic Central Service Association, is having a face-to-face on November 4th at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, one of their campuses. So check that out. Definitely want you guys to come out, and let's get back into the show. Yeah, let me just mention my sponsors also: Zuno Medical, Advantage Support Services, Aseptic Technical Solutions, and Sterile Processing Service Excellence. And guys, my flyers are all over LinkedIn. Check out my profile. I'm shouting out my sponsors and making sure they get the love they need, because this event wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for them. So guys, let's get back into the show. So Mr. Bandan, you're on the HSPA board. What new things are we're gonna be getting from the board? And I'm not even gonna mention myself because I'm gonna act like I don't know anything. What new things are we expecting from HSPA? What new surprises? Do you have any input you could share with us on what's going on with the board, or with HSPA at this time that persons could be excited about?
Well, I know that we're currently working on a new strategic plan for the next 3 years that will be being rolled out here shortly. And one of the things that I'm most passionate about as a part of the strategic plan is our member engagement piece. So we are planning to do some things and really, I mean, it's not final, but the things that I can just talk about what I'm putting on the table, and what I'm putting on the table is more or less more involvement and participation with our chapters, more support for our local chapters. I think that just like we say, we're the heartbeat of the hospital, the local chapters are the heartbeat of our association. And I think that that local chapter and the engagement and participation in those chapters go a long way to that appreciation factor and the involvement and education aspect of our frontline staff, and that's to me is really important and necessary. To engage and get that dedication and commitment. I talk a little bit in my escapades of going from hospital to hospital about how I wasn't a really good tech, and the opportunities. What really changed my outlook as it related to our industry was getting suspended, and part of my performance improvement plan included becoming involved with the local chapter. And so I began to get involved with the local chapter, and it broadened my perspective of what our industry actually was. And so, my involvement there really helped me to develop into the person that I am today. And so, this is just me paying it forward and paying it back and ensuring that that's available for other people who may not be readily engaged, may look at sterile processing as just a job and a paycheck, because some people come in that way, but it doesn't mean that just because you started that way that you have to stay that way.
I agree. Everybody has changed, and some people you think come in and not gonna last, end up lasting so long in the profession, and then you end up seeing them on the circuit. I've met some people I never thought would. I'm like, this is just gonna be a temporary gig for them, and then they're gonna transition to something else, and then they end up like, oh, I got this epiphany, or I met this person that influenced me. I decided to stay, and now I'm married, I have kids, I'm a supervisor, I'm a manager, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, all that's going on. I'm like, I'm so impressed when I see people stay for a long period of time, and then you kind of see some traits from them in the beginning. So
Man, there are a lot of there's a lot of amazing stories. I mean, like Dante Jones, man. Dante started out of high school, man, 19 years ago in the industry, and look at him now. You know what I'm saying? He got a school. You know, he a director. I mean, there's a lot of that goes on in our industry, man, and that's what I mean. That things like that, being involved and getting involved in that engagement, not just with what you do in your department, but with the local chapter, is very important and very vital. And so I'm looking forward to us wholeheartedly coming up with additional ways and support for that moving forward. As well as I heard Damien earlier was talking about, for people that may not were on this morning, Damien was sharing about, our involvement with Mercy Seat, with the mission
Mercy ships, yeah.
trips and stuff. And I know that that's something that's near and dear to your heart.
Yep.
And so, yeah, just I think that that's also some people don't realize that that's a huge sacrifice, but it's also a necessary sacrifice that we give back, man. And so it's something that I think that as we continue throughout our industry, man, that we add that as an aspect, that we begin to get more involved in who we are in our communities and doing different things. Hey, Lila, how are you, ma'am?
Yeah, Lila, the shout out. She said you came to a department and that meant so much to them. So thank you for all that you do, traveling around, going to these departments. Really appreciate it. We're down to the wire on the event. Miss Kavanaugh, we initially wanted to discuss talent acquisition, so we took a little left. I'm so sorry. Anything
That's
gonna?
okay. I've been hanging out with you all day, and
Yeah.
I'm still just as. I mean, the kids and I got out of church at 11:45, and I put it on in my car to play over the speakers in the car on the ride home. Like, not music. We're gonna listen to Denard.
Oh, dang! Thank you, appreciate it.
So I'm super excited you let me hop back on again, because I love this.
No problem, no
fuels
problem.
me.
And I have a teaser for you guys. I will be playing my marathon compilation video at around 11:40. It's about 15 minutes long. So I'll be playing that about 11:40. You'll get the whole gist. It's a fun video. I have some nice background music. I'll be walking you all through the city of Guatemala. You'll see what Sean and I have been doing. You'll see our fun times. We had the ATV ride. We went to the hills. What else? I'll show you a little bit of surgery, reprocessing instrumentation, autoclave, closing the autoclave. It's so much. It's 15 minutes long. I hope you like it. At 11:40, I'll play that video, and when it's done, it should be about 11:55, and then we'll close. I don't know if you guys want to stay on till that, or I'll close by myself. But I do want to do one more thing, and I hope nobody copies my little trick. So guys, please like and subscribe, guys. YouTube is the only place the show is on currently. Unless you click on one of the links I put on Facebook and LinkedIn, you'll come right back to YouTube. So guys, like and subscribe. I want to see at least 20 new subscribers in the next 24 hours. Come on, guys. And one more thing, hit that notification bell with your pinky finger so that you'll be notified every time we have new content. And guess what? Scope Track Advanced from Censis Technologies manages every endoscope and high-level disinfection asset through the entire procedural cycle, from bedside to storage. As an industry leader in endoscope tracking systems, Scope Track Advanced helps you easily stay compliant with regulatory adherence, including the new AMI ST71 and ST79, standards set forth by the Association for the Advancement of Medical Instrumentation. So guys, if you want more information on this, go to censis.com, censis.com. And let's get back to the show. We have a few minutes left, guys, and then whatever topic, guys, you want to do, any comments in the you guys have on, I will put them on. Anything you want to say? We're heading on the home stretch now. In about 15 minutes or so, I will play the video. Unless you guys want me to play it now, I could start it now, and then
Hey,
we could come
I
back
got
with
a
it.
question. Because I, while you were talking, man, I was just thinking this would be awesome, man, if I could play this for my staff, like while they're doing instruments and stuff, I could just turn the content on our board, man, and let this play. So if I go to YouTube, how do I do that?
You could go to the Process Media on YouTube, type in the Process Media. You may be able to type in the marathon, SP Live Marathon, and you should find it.
Okay.
So that's the title of the show, the SP Live Marathon or Sterile Processing Marathon. You might get it like that. So just type that in, you'll see the show. You'll see the tag, the marathon logo, and 2023. That should be the thumbnail. I'm not sure if YouTube will change the thumbnail, but I'll try and change it back so that everybody could recognize. But I usually try and put the photos of whoever is on the thumbnail so that people that don't know what it is about could see. Oh, I see Donald on there. I see Hank on there. I see Steve Kovac on there, so they could relate to it a little bit better and click on it. So it's all about clicks and likes and all that, because it's not about popularity, but you do want your algorithm to go up so that when somebody searches for your video, they can find it. Because if your video is not popular, it's going to be way down at the bottom, and you're not going to find it. You're going to say, I thought you had a video there. Yes, it's there, but it's just not as popular as the other ones. So you want your videos as popular as possible so they could be found. So that's why I like all the comments you guys are making. So this will bring the video up to the top. So when you get on your page, or when other people get on the page, and the algorithm knows that these people look for sterile processing content, when they search for sterile processing, this video will be at the top. So it's kind of it's not a popularity thing. It's just how the system works. The more interaction you have with the video, the easier it is to find, and the higher it goes in the food chain.
Hi, Arlene.
Hi, Arlene. Okay. Put in the comments, what a great video. Arlene, Miss Lila Price is staying up with us, and Osama is here. And guys, I will go into the video. You guys want me to go into the video now, and you'll stay, or y'all want to leave? Let me know what you want to do.
Go ahead, man. I'm gonna hit the sec, but I do want to just say, listen, man, happy Sterile Processing Week to everyone. Vanessa, it was nice meeting you, ma'am.
It was so nice to meet you too.
Just guys, remember, man. One of the things that I said at the conference yesterday is that I don't think that we realize that we go in every day and we have equipment issues, we have staffing shortages, we have fires that we have to attend to, and you know what? At the end of the day, we win. Every day we go in, no matter what we have to deal with, no matter what we have to face, we win. So we are winners. And so sometimes I don't think that we realize how great we are as an industry. And so we keep that repetitive hope going. And guys, thank you guys for all that you do and all that you are. Love you guys. Love Sterile Processing. Hey man, great job, man. Peace.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Miss Calvin, are you sticking around? Or you?
I'm probably going to go to sleep also. I am an old lady on the inside.
Keep your phone on though.
Well, Ace is going to be up. He's in the comments. He was floating around here making cereal, and he was like, "Can I put my face in front of the camera?" I'm like, "No." So he'll probably hang on until the very end. I don't know, but it's past my bedtime. But I super appreciate you letting me participate twice, and I love this. I'm already excited for next year. Like,
it's getting big and big every year.
Yes.
This year we have 35 guests, 34, I believe. No, 35, because somebody left and somebody came on, so it still ended up being 35. I think the first year we had 25. Second year we had about 29. So we're getting big. I hope to get to 50 or even 100 one day because it's 12 hours. I think we have enough room for everybody. So we're trying to get bigger and better and I'm trying to bring on new guests every year, people who are new in the field or people that do not have the exposure and they want to get network and get to know other people. So that's why I'm always searching LinkedIn for persons that are kind of fringe. They have no friends that I have, but they're trying to comment and like stuff and take an interest in the field. So I try and get them on. Some people are so shy they don't come on, but they still talk to you on the side. So that's good too. But I still want to give people that exposure. You never know what you're gonna get. You get on a show and you mingle and you network with some people, and then your career end up taking off, or you get to solve a problem in your department you didn't know had a solution. So I encourage everybody who's watching to try and get out there network. So that's my little spiel. So thank you guys for coming on. I really appreciate your support, and hopefully this cell processing week is the best cell processing week you guys have. So thank you.
All right, sir.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
You are welcome. So guys, it's just me, and what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to play this video. All right, here is our mission trip, and I will dip out for a second and I'll let you guys watch from me traveling to the airport to traveling from the airport to actually coming back with Sean to Pennsylvania. So guys, let me get myself.
I get too many things, yeah, where they bother me, yeah, where they bother me. Bad mind like no stress, no energy. We outside, yeah, no fugazi, yeah. I get too many things, yeah, where they bother me, yeah, where they bother me. Bad mind like no stress, no energy. We outside, yeah, no fugazi, yeah. You live by me life, or live I die. I know one carry last time I lead out. Baba ginger me make I no suffer, I'ma be a winner, Kenny gon' kill a fast, She bet me love my team on fejo. Oro ya pa ti mo fe so. Kisha ma jaye ke ma flank job. Alright,
back at it. What's no?
Trays back here for them to review, or are you doing
No, at the hospital. Hey guys, so Sean and I, know this guy Sean, we're getting to the hospital now. We're gonna set up, get some stuff sterilized, and get ready for tomorrow and the rest of the week. So it's going well so far. Nice town. Let me show you guys if I could flip. Nah, I can't flip, but yeah, trust me, nice little town. Hospital is right here, and peace.
Yeah, then September. Feedback. Nick, with Nick, yeah. Yeah?
Here's the pilot stick. Number 7.
Ah, there they are. Here we go.
Hello guys, on my way to the hospital in Antigua, Guatemala, and I just want to show you guys my normal walk to the hospital every day. So This basically, the entire block is the hospital, and I'm walking around the corner. I'll show you guys exactly what we come into every day, volunteering at this facility. So guys, this is our normal walk to the hospital every day. I'm going to show you guys our normal walk to the hospital. On my way to the hospital, and Wednesday, I'm trying to knock out at least 12 cases today. We're optimistic that we'll get it done. This is basically the streets of Antigua. Very nice. Hopefully I'm in the shot. Shout out to Zuno Medical, sponsor for the SP networking event. Thank you so much. And guys, it's basically this entire block is the hospital, and I'll show you guys my normal walkthrough. You have to put a mask on and basically greet everybody. So turn around. So I come through every day, and there is a line. Make sure I can get in the road, don't get hit. Go around, cut in the line. Excuse me, sorry, excuse me. Gracias. So I'm coming through. Morning. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Buenos dias. So I come through, got my mask. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Then I greet everyone and walk through, and it's really nice coming in here. You'd never think this is in the center of the hospital. Then I'm coming through to the operating room. No cell phones. Oh, I guess I broke that one. I'm sorry. Coming to the operating room. And I put my mask on. And guess who I'm seeing right now? Who's this guy? Oh, it's Sean.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Good morning, everybody.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. So guys, this is basically the walk to the facility. Through the crowd, you guys can see how many people were waiting to get treated. And this is basically the operating room, break room area. And Sean is already here, fully dressed, ready to go. And I'm just walking in. So Sean, thank you for your help in setting everything up. And hopefully I'll help to knock it out.
Knock it out today.
Peace, guys.
I'm back in my element. I'm back on my grind. This is irrelevant. All that matters is the climb. I'm such a perfectionist, so everything gotta be right. Just setting a precedent. This right here's a testament to my sacrifice. Back in my element. I'm back in my element. I'm back in my. If they don't want let them in, gotta leave them all behind. I here like a veteran, but I ain't even hit my. I'm back in my element. Crunch time in the final four. Come in and I trailblaze. I've been walking through the fire, so I gotta get everything. Cause I ain't come all this way to end up a second string. Back in my element. I'm back in my element. I'm back in my. If they don't want let them in, gotta leave them all behind. I here like a veteran, but I ain't even hit my. Back in my element. Back in my element. I hear like a veteran, but I ain't even hit my prime. Back in my element.
Luego, buscamos el instrumento. ¿Sí? Le ponemos el...
Go.
Back in my element. 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 Back in my element.
Do that. Many of you here, probably the majority of you here, have never been on a mission trip before. And what really makes me proud is what we're going to do at this point, and that's to ask every single person here who's never been on this mission trip before or on a mission trip somewhere else to give me your impression, what you thought you were going to experience and what you now feel. So I'm going to pass this microphone around the table. All of you that have been on a mission trip, just pass it along to the next person. And we hope you would say something about your experience.
He's still eating. Start over there.
So before we get started, and we couldn't have surgery without CS. So thank you, Sean and Bernard, for coming. It's probably over. So thank you very much. And again, we did a phenomenal 48 joints in 3 days.
Bernard Esmar. John Warren.
Gotta be right. Just setting a precedent. This right here's a testament to my sacrifice.
One time that I get 10 cases of the rock, 2 cases of heading, and 2 cases of handkill. And I'll put on his side.
Crunch time in the final four. Come in and I trailblaze. I've been walking through the fire, so I gotta get everything. I gotta get everything, cause I ain't come all this way to end up a second string. Back in my element. I'm back in my element. I'm back in my, if they don't want let them in. Gotta leave them all behind. I hear like a veteran. But I ain't even hit my back in my element. If they don't want let them in. I hear like a veteran, but I ain't even hit my prime. Back in my element. Back in my element. If they don't want let them in. I hear like a veteran, but I ain't even hit my prime. Back in my element. 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 Back in my element.
I got too many things, yeah, with it, but I mean, yeah, with it, but I mean. Bad mind like no stress, no energy. We outside, yeah, no fugazi, yeah. I got too many things, yeah, with it, but I mean, yeah, with it, but I mean. Bad mind like no stress, no energy. We outside, yeah, no fugazi, yeah. You live by me life, or live I die. I know I got the last time I lead out. Baba ginger me make I no suffer. I'ma be a winner. Kenny gone kill on fast. She bet me love my team on fast. Ọ̀rọ̀ ya pa tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Kì í ṣá máa jayé kí n máa flẹ́ńjọ. Já èlò, mi àsapá no compatible. Wishing I'm a carry. Me I got God I no stand alone. See my vibe fit to make you travel it. As I dey do me I no fit shalaye. Ogade, mo be mo bade. Nothing where you feel do if you get many things, yeah, where they bother me, yeah, where they bother me. Bad mind like no stress, no energy. We outside, yeah, no fugazi, yeah. Feeling by me life, only fight down. I know I got the last time I lead out. Baba ginger me make I no suffer, I'ma be a winner, no compatible. Wishing I'm a carry. Me I got God I no stand alone. By me life only fight down. I know I got the last time I lead out. Baba ginger me make I no suffer. I'ma be a winner. You go burn down. You go shut down. Come here. Show me.
Hey guys, welcome back. If you stayed to see the whole video, hope you like it. Hope you liked it. I didn't spend as much time as I wanted editing it, so you see there are couple of little things that are off, but I didn't want to make a world premiere video type of thing, but just a little some info on what we did, how it went. I hope you guys learned a lot from it, how things kind of go. We had some fun, but we also worked really hard too. Hence, I couldn't record everything because we were going back and forth, in and out. I only recorded a couple days within the department. So hope you guys got some insight from that. And guys, thank you for watching. I'm still here. We're going all the way down to the clock. We have 20 to the end. We have 20 minutes left. I just want to give a shout out to my sponsor again. Beyond Clean, definitely, for providing the education today. I really appreciate their support. The Hank Bosch, thank you so much. Presentation by Anna Castillo, and the link will be in the description below, guys. Check that out. Also, Censis Technologies is the first company to engineer an asset management system that tracks down to the instrument and patient levels. As the industry leader in surgical instrument tracking, this suite of SPD tools brings clarity to the chaos and empowering sterile processing and perioperative leaders to prioritize patient care. So guys, Censis is a very good tracking system. I've used it myself. You just have to implement the programs within there. Some places do not use it to the full extent. So what if you use it to the full extent and maximize the capabilities? It's definitely a system with a lot that will make your department a lot easier to navigate and get those reports and get find out where your trees are and find out what instrument levels you are at, and it can take a lot of information. Just basically, it's a good system. It takes a lot of information and helps make those reports much easier. So guys, shout out to Censis. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. And guys, we're going down to the wire. I want to also give shout out to Lila, still hanging on there in the last waning hours of midnight. I don't know what your time is down there, but thank you for sticking on. Also, we want to give a shout out to my SP networking event sponsors, who have helped me so much to get this event going. This is my first planned event, and it's going really well. And I encourage you guys. I'll put a link down in the description. Also, sorry for looking at my phone. I'm just trying to find one of my posts there. The SP Networking event is on October 14th, and it's going to be excellent. We're going to be at Top Golf for the. We're going to be at Top Golf for the event. We have one CE presentation. We also have 1 hour, 3 hours of golf. We also have unlimited refills of non-alcoholic drinks. So you guys think you're gonna come there and get? And I'm just kidding. So guys, and a food buffet. So guys, come out, eat, have fun, drink, and the most important thing, it's with your SPD partners. So your conversations could go from sterilization to finding an instrument, finding the name of an instrument, process improvement. You could go anywhere with your conversations because you're mingling with sterile processing professionals. And I encourage you guys to definitely come out because it's going to be great. It's going to be a very, very, very good event. All right. So I want to give a shout out to my sponsors, Sterile Processing Service Excellence, an education and performance improvement consultant providing educational presentations and creating culture, character building, and quality assurance programs. Also providing joint commission readiness assessment alongside performance improvement evaluation. So sterile processing service at gmail.com. Sterile processing service at gmail.com. Also, Zuno Medical. Zuno Medical is a smart containers are the first sterilization containers designed with real-time electronic monitoring for reliable processing and instant sterile barrier verification. So guys, check out Zuno Medical, and all these links, guys, will be in the description of this video. So I'll put it on LinkedIn, Facebook, and of course YouTube. Aseptic Technical Solutions, your trusted partner for all your SPD consulting needs. They offer tailored solutions to help you achieve your goals and maximize your success. So guys, Aseptic Technical Solutions. Also guys, Censis, sponsoring Census tracking system, is sponsoring the event too. So guys, thank you to Census for sponsoring, one of the best tracking systems out there. Also, Advantage Support Services. Thank you so much to that team for looking out for us and creating and helping create this event. Medical staff in an educational education company, Advantage has cultivated a reputation for integrity, quality, and professionalism. Solutions that are customized to your surgical and sterile processing needs through our boutique style approach to providing services for over 25 years. So guys, definitely check out Advantage Support Services, and all these links, guys, will be in the description below, and also the link to the networking event so you can get your tickets and come out. It's going to be special. Every year is going to be bigger, and I have some excellent dog gifts I'm going to give you guys. You'll be surprised. Hopefully you'll be surprised because I put a lot of some effort into getting those dog gifts so that you guys could walk away with something nice and bring back next year. So thank you so much and for tuning in, and hope you guys have a wonderful sterile processing week. We still have 14 minutes. I'm going down to the wire. I'm not even leaving yet. We're gonna go all the way down. Arlene is still watching, so thank you, Arlene. I'm not tired yet. I might be tired in how many minutes we have? We have 14. I might be tired in 15 minutes. So so I'm still going strong. Alan, thank you for sticking in there. I just want to thank all my sterile processing folks. Starting with my department, the Philadelphia area, the Northeast, the East Coast, the West Coast, the overseas. And just to mention my my foreigners, my Jamaicans, my Haitians, my African people, my Filipino people, my Latino people, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban. Am I missing anybody? My African people, I said that already. Also my Europeans. There's a large European community in cell processing. My people from some Polish people, some Russians, some Ukrainians. I know for sure. I've come in contact with a few. Some French folks. I've been in contact with a couple of French folks, from some folks from South America. My Caribbean people. Let me just not forget the whole Caribbean diaspora. And then South American folks also. So happy Sterile Processing Week. Thank you for all that you do. I really appreciate all that you do, your support, your hard work. 2 marathons a year. That's a possibility. What's the other occasion? Definitely do 2. So my favorite moment of the marathon was, I always like, the more people I have on the screen, it's more hectic, but it gives me some time to chill out, to get a break, because I took breaks in between. If you guys don't notice, there were sometimes I was not on the screen, so I was getting other people set up. I was taking my bio breaks. I was eating. I ate like half a chicken and some juice in between. Hopefully y'all guys didn't see me. I'm still clean. But I had to do multiple things at one time. Make sure the guests were coming on. Make sure I wasn't interrupting anything. But definitely having guests that relate to the topics, that could engage each other. That was a big. That was a positive. Um, that was definitely a help. And most of you guys knew the topic and were comfortable with talking to each other. And that's why I always say, guys, networking is definitely important. So when you get on programs like this or shows like this, you don't have to be like, oh, who goes next? Everybody kind of knows each other by now, and the conversation could flow because you already had conversations with those persons in the past. So you kind of know everybody's heads at. You know who's the joker, you know who's serious, you know who'll say, forget the IFUs and try and sell t-shirts saying don't follow the IFUs. We already know who's gonna do that. T-shirts will be on sale. Just kidding. So but definitely cell processing professionals, like, we're serious, but we know when to take a joke, and we know we understand our profession, and we know the ins and outs of it. So guys, if you want to get better at what you do, if you're watching this video the wee hours of the morning or the night, the West Coast, what's the West Coast? It's 8 something in the West Coast. Oh yeah, y'all guys still up, you're not even sleeping yet. So network with those folks and get in the conversations is very important. I know most of the people, 90% of the people I invited, I kind of interacted with them before, and I definitely try to get new persons on there. One of my favorite moments is seeing new people come on. I like seeing new people come on, like Echo and Brittany and Charisse and Marcus and who else was a new person that came on there? Adrena, that was her first time. Lindsay was her first time. Kia was her first time. So I had about 10 first time attendees to the program, and that was amazing. So let me go through my entire roster of attendees, and I'm not going to show you guys my setup. It's the same setup I showed you guys the last time. It works. It's simple. It's easy. My camera's here. I have 2 screens. I have my my paper clip. I have my papers hanging in front of me right here. Let me put it in the screen. I have my little papers hanging in front of me right here, so I don't have to be toggling my computer screen. to see what I need to read what I need to read. My new background, I hope you guys like it. I put a lot of effort into it. It's not done yet. I have 1 or 2 more little things I want to put into it. Hope you like the effort I made. And these are photos from when I started growing my hair right here. And boom, boom, boom. It's a little longer now. But I hope you like the setup. This is my mic. One thing I like about this mic is my mute function. So I could just tap it. And it goes mute. When the light goes off, when the light goes off, it mutes. I don't know if it was on mute when I said that, but when the light goes off, it mutes, and all I have to do is touch it. So now I don't have to be like, oh shucks, I made a mistake. Somebody heard something I didn't want them to hear. But like little things like that make your life so much easier when you don't have to use a mouse to click, clack, clack. I also have a foot pedal, guys. If you really look at some of 1 or 2 instances, I use my foot pedal during the show where my hands were up here and I still clicked and got stuff done. Foot pedal is a secret, and I'm letting you guys know it right now. It's a secret. I have a foot pedal so I could be hands-free. So but I won't go into too much detail about that. Because when you're doing it on your own, you gotta figure out ways to get it done by yourself. So so let me go through my roster and thank those people who came through. I'll send them thank you messages afterwards also, but I definitely want to thank them on air. Thank you to Dante Jones, Amina Omar, Brandon Gant, Damian Berg, Deronda Lewis, Sarah B. Cruz, Leslie Cronstead, sorry, I always mess her name up. Lila Price, Cylindra Bearfield, Adrienne Watson. She wasn't on the show, but she had the presentation. Anna Castillo, Lindsay Arenchibia. I hope I didn't butcher that. Sarah Vinson, Kia Parker, Echo Pontinen. I hope I didn't mess that one up. Vanessa Kavanaugh, appreciate you. Shantae Brown, Charisse Brown. Oh, they have the same last name. Oh, I didn't realize that. Angie Holland, Sharon Combs, Jesse Lopez. Thank you for coming on, brother. Appreciate all your support. Marie Brewer, thank you. LaWayne Perkins, Nathan Code, Stephen Kovac, thank you, brother, for coming. I know you're not in the circle anymore, but you made the time to come on this show. You're a big inspiration to me going to Atlantic City back in the day. You know, just seeing how things were done, how you did things, how you engage people in your presentations. That kind of resonated with me and still today. Densley Cook, Ibu Smith, Adam Okada, Hank Balch, Kenneth Williams, Melinda Elamari, Jamid Billingsley, Arlen Bush, Marcus Farmer, Anthony Bandon, I think, did I have Densley? Yeah, Densley already. Jill Holdsworth, Ofui Omar Omavor, and I think that's it. That is it. And where are we right now? We have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. And guys, hope you enjoy your Sterile Processing week. Talk about the shirts or the t-shirts. So I have to let me just play a little 20 seconds. So this is my little Sterile MD store. You could get these t-shirts on Sterile MD at Etsy.com. SterileMD at Etsy.com, guys. Etsy.com, type in SterileMD, and you will find all the t-shirts on there. And the delivery is pretty quick. If you order tomorrow, there's a possibility, if you're on the, depending on what part of the country you are, you may get it by Friday. So and you may be able to show up to the SP event with a t-shirt, so that'll be great too. So guys, please come out to the SP event. Come out to my chapters face-to-face on November 4th. And thank you guys for watching. More missions to come, more live shows to come, and more interaction with the Sterile Processing community. If you guys have any topics, anything you want me to cover, if you guys want to come on a live show, please let me know. Jamid's t-shirt. Let me show you guys this t-shirt. Jamid has his own t-shirt. It came out really quickly. It's like it was amazing, like how Jamid gets his own t-shirt that fast. So Jamid says, "Don't follow the IFUs. T-shirt installs soon. The sales of the t-shirts will be based on the demand. So if there's no demand, the t-shirt won't sell. Okay. So I need to get some pre-orders done before we actually start going live with the shit. So if you're serious about the shit, please reach out to me, and we will make that